In the year she came of age, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jingyuan, Shen Lanyin, wed Liu Yanquan. On their wedding day, Liu Yanquan departed for battle. Shen Lanyin endured 3 arduous years in the inner chambers, only to welcome Liu Yanquan back with a performer in tow. Lowering herself, she received the performer into their home, but was met with cruel abandonment. Not long after, the Shun family was massacred. It was only at the brink of death that Shen Lanyin discovered the link between her family's slaughter and Liu Yanquan. Fueled by vengeance for her family's extermination and the betrayal of being relegated to a concubine, Shen Lanyin, in a fit of rage, drew her sword and killed Liu Yanquan, though she herself lay on the verge of death. She was reborn on the very day Liu Yanquan brought the performer back to the capital. This time, when Liu Yanquan presented her with a divorce decree, Shen Lanyin refused to back down. She tore the decree to shreds, flinging the remnants back at him. "If there is to be a divorce, it shall be I who divorces you." Upon encountering Xie Xun, the prince of Jinnan, memories flooded back. In her past life, he had sacrificed himself to save her, trapped amidst the rebel siege, leaving behind a final wish. "In the next life, I shall marry Shen Lanyin." On the day she severed ties with Liu Yanquan, Xie Xun arrived bearing gifts, seeking her hand in marriage. It was then that she realized Xie Xun too had been reborn. Years later, Xie Xun ascended the throne, proclaiming, "In my heart, there shall always be but one Shen Lanyin. I shall give everything to ensure her peace in this chaotic world, wishing for her everlasting tranquility and joy." Chapter 1: Awakening. Iron hooves thundered across the land, flames of war engulfed the skies, transforming the battlefield into a hellscape. Amidst the carnage, where blood flowed like rivers, cries of despair and the thunderous beat of war drums merged into a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm. In the midst of encirclement, Shen Lanyin was shielded by him, desperately striving for a path to survival. Upon glancing back, she instantly recognized him. Tall, clad in silver armor, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, it was none other than the god of war of the Great Shun, Prince Xie Xun. As arrows rained down, piercing hearts, Xie Xun abruptly pushed her aside, taking a fatal arrow for her. "Ian, let me protect you one last time," he uttered. Shen Lanyin's eyes widened in shock, trembling as she stammered, "You, how could you?" By the time they were discovered, both Shen Lanyin and Xie Xun lay lifeless beneath the arrows of the rebels. "Ah, no." Shen Lanyin awoke in terror, still reeling from the pain of being pierced by arrows, as her maid Qiu anxiously exclaimed, "Miss, it's bad." Only then did she turn to see a familiar face, round and framed by phoenix eyes, a striking sight indeed. The only flaw was the hint of anger etched upon that visage. Shen Lanyin, bewildered, inquired, "Qiu, what has happened?" Qiu, nearly stomping in frustration, raised her voice, "Miss, the young master has returned to the capital today. He has already entered the city gates, and he brought back—" Listening to Qiu's words, Shen Lanyin felt a splitting headache, her body weighed down, almost suffocating her. She had clearly been pierced by 1,000 arrows, dead. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, the familiar Wangwali dressing table and soft couch reminded her that she was in the general's residence. Could it be that she had lived again? With this thought, her expression shifted, and she regained her composure. Qiu informed her that Liu Yanquan had returned with the performer Ling Xiu. Very well, this time, she would teach the pair a lesson. "So he has brought back a lowly performer, has he?" Shen Lanyin scoffed. Qiu paused in surprise. "Miss, you already know?" Then, shaking her head, she felt pity for her mistress. Ever since the day 3 years ago when her mistress married into the general's residence, there had been no time for consummation, as Liu Yanquan had rushed off to war. He had been gone for 3 years, while her mistress had endured in the already decaying general's residence. Just as they had finally awaited his return, he had brought back a new woman, a mere performer at that. Liu Yanquan had clearly taken the Duke of Jingyuan's house lightly, treating his wife as insignificant. What could a performer, who flirts with nobility on the battlefield, possibly be worth? Her mistress, with her gentle and accommodating nature, would surely have no place in the general's residence with this performer's arrival. With such thoughts, Qiu hurriedly followed Shen Lanyin out of the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance of the general's residence, just as Shen Lanyin was about to step outside, Liu Yanquan approached, leading a woman by his side. Upon seeing her, Ling Xiu stepped forward and performed a graceful bow. "Xiu greets my elder sister." Shen Lanyin fixed her gaze upon the woman before her, noting her clean and delicate features, which were imbued with a cheerful innocence. Just a glance would endear her to anyone. In her past life, Shen Lanyin had been deceived by this very facade, believing her to be a sensible and compliant individual. To avoid straining her relationship with Lu Yanchuan, she had personally welcomed Ling Xiyu into the household as a concubine. Yet, within mere weeks, Ling Xiyu had seized control of the household, misappropriating her dowry and winning over everyone in the general's residence, including the meddlesome Lady Lu, who treated Ling Xiyu as her own daughter. People claimed that Shen Lanyin lacked Ling Xiyu's generosity. Indeed, it was easy to be magnanimous with someone else's possessions, who wouldn't be. Thus, in just a year, after exhausting her dowry, she had been relegated from wife to concubine by Lu Yanchuan and ultimately abandoned with callous indifference. All of this was orchestrated by Ling Xiyu. Enraged, Shen Lanyin responded with a hint of mockery. No need for such honorifics. I hail from the Duke of Jingyuan's house, and I possess no need for a performer like you as a sister. Ling Xiyu forced a smile, her eyes reddening, feigning fragility. It is my fault for angering my elder sister. Her demeanor was naturally endearing, and upon witnessing her distress, Lu Yanchuan felt a pang of sympathy. Lanyin, you have always been sensible. After 3 years of my absence, why do you cast me a cold shoulder and bring up Xiyu's status? I truly misjudged you. In this new life, Shen Lanyin finally discerned Ling Xiyu's petty schemes. Was it not merely a facade of distress? With words of submission, she still sought others to defend her. Ling Xiyu played both roles, professing disinterest while coveting more and more. Such a person had never held any regard in Shen Lanyin's eyes. Lu Yanchuan, I waited for you in this house for 3 years. You return with a performer. How do you justify this? What regard do you have for the Shuns and the Lus, and what of the Duke of Jingyuan's house? Shen Lanyin's words filled Lu Yanchuan with shame, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. This was, after all, his fault. The Shen family was noble, and no matter the circumstances, they held the title of Duke of Jingyuan. The Lu family, though a family of generals, had been in decline since Lu Yanchuan's grandfather's generation. Talent had dwindled, and even the general's estate was in constant decline. By Lu Yanchuan's generation, the peers of the general's residence were merely idle gluttons, living in luxury and revelry. Only Lu Yanchuan had emerged as a capable general on the battlefield. Had it not been for Lu Yanchuan's marriage to the legitimate daughter of the duke's house, one could only speculate how the general's residence might have fared. Lu Yanchuan evidently did not grasp this. Even if he did, he likely perceived Shen Lanyin as easy to manipulate. He believed her wholly within his control. Lanyin, she is merely a concubine. What man in this capital does not have 3 or 4 wives? Can you not show compassion for this poor soul with a tragic fate? As Shen Lanyin listened to Lu Yanchuan's words, she glanced at Ling Xiyu, not missing the glimmer of disappointment and envy in her eyes. It was clear that from the very beginning, Ling Xiyu had aimed for the position of the main wife. Shen Lanyin flicked her handkerchief with a sense of amusement. Lu Yanchuan, do you recall what you said on our wedding day when you left? 3 years prior, just before departing for battle, Lu Yanchuan had lifted Shen Lanyin's red veil, declaring, in this life, there is only you, Ian. Wait for my return. Lu Yanchuan seemed to recollect that moment. Indeed, at that time, his words had been sincere. He truly wished to share his life with Shen Lanyin. Yet, the hardships of war proved too great, and he could not remain steadfast. It was then that Xiyu entered his life, bringing a glimmer of hope. Fate, in its mysterious ways, often eludes comprehension. It was through Xiyu that he discovered the joys of companionship with women. Upon this realization, Lu Yanchuan, feeling a pang of guilt, turned his gaze away and looked at Ling Xiyu. He felt the love he had concealed deep within his heart bubbling forth uncontrollably. Xiyu was not only his beloved, but also the one who cherished him the most. Only Xiyu could stand by his side. Lu Yanchuan spoke with conviction. Lanyin, you should forget what was said back then. In the past, I was ignorant of love. Now, my heart belongs solely to Xiyu. Furthermore, my mother, father, and the elders of the Lu family have already consented to Xiyu joining our household. Lanyin, whether you are willing or not, Xiyu will enter. A bitter laugh escaped her lips. It seemed the entire Lu family was aware, while she remained in the dark. All her sincere efforts over the past 3 years had been for naught. With this thought, Shen Lanyin stepped closer to Lu Yanchuan, meeting his impatient gaze. Lu Yanchuan felt an inexplicable fear and took a step back before steadying himself. Lanyin, as long as you agree to Xiyu entering the household, I will compensate you well. I will grant you a son, so you will not be left alone in misery, but my affection lies only with Xiyu. Slap. Before he could finish, Shen Lanyin struck him across the face. Chapter 2. Not sharing a husband with an actress. Seizing the moment while he was still in shock, Shen Lanyin raised her hand once more, delivering two perfectly symmetrical slaps to both sides of Lu Yanchuan's face. He was struck hard, seeing stars, rendered momentarily dazed. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Lanyin had trained in martial arts since childhood, possessing strength comparable to his own. In her previous life, even amidst the encirclement of rebels, she had claimed Lu Yanchuan's life. Most importantly, this commotion was happening at the entrance, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A young man, a mere girl, had struck a gentleman in public. What a disgrace. Indeed, as Shen Lanyin's slap fell, murmurs arose from the crowd. Miss Shen strikes well. Such a faithless man deserves to be punished. What a chaotic world. Which lady dares to strike her husband? Isn't that a violation of the 7 out? General Liu has fought valiantly for his country. How can he be humiliated by a woman? The venomous Shen should be divorced. Lu Yanchuan, both humiliated and enraged, had a dark expression as he pulled Ling Xiu to enter the residence. Qiu Shui blocked their path. Shen Lanyin coldly declared, "A lady of the Ho Fu shall never share a husband with an actress. From this day forth, you and I will part ways, remaining unconnected and living our own lives." Before she could finish, a rider approached swiftly, shouting, "The King of the South returns victorious with his army. The King of the South returns victorious." Shen Lanyin followed the gaze of the crowd to the distance. A grand procession of cavalry thundered forth, the sound of war drums resonating. Wherever they passed, the citizens cheered loudly. The sight alone was magnificent, inspiring admiration. At the forefront of the procession rode a young man, no more than 20 years of age, clad in silver armor, approaching on horseback. In her previous life, Shen Lanyin had not argued with Lu Yanchuan at the entrance, thus missing this spectacle. Lu Yanchuan was but a minor general under the King of the South. If he had returned, the commander would surely follow. "Miss, the young master has brought that actress into the residence," Qiu Shui announced loudly. Yet Shen Lanyin paid them no mind, blocking out everything around her. She felt an uncontrollable urge to step forward, to see more clearly. That silver-clad figure on horseback was indeed as she remembered, with eyes like cold stars and brows like blades. The difference was that he appeared even younger and more handsome than before, devoid of scars and bloodstains on his armor. Surrounded by cheers and applause, he was a towering hero of the great Sheng nation. A thought crossed her mind, recalling his words from her past life. "If there is a next life, I will surely marry Shen Lanyin." Just that gentle phrase sent her heart racing, leaving her in turmoil. She whispered to herself, "Does he have feelings for me? When did this happen?" As the procession drew nearer, her heart raced faster. Though one was on horseback and the other on foot, their gazes met inadvertently. That glance transcended the boundaries of time and space, spanning millennia, destined to converge at this moment. Countless emotions swirled in Shen Lanyin's eyes. Words were unnecessary, for her heart had already made a decision. It was him, truly him. If so, in this life, she was willing to be brave for him once. "Miss, the procession has passed. We should return to the residence." Qiu Shui noticed Shen Lanyin standing motionless, and gently nudged her. Shen Lanyin lowered her head, closed her eyes softly, and when she opened them again, her expression was composed. "Qiu Shui, let's recount my dowry and return to the Ofu promptly." As she spoke, she began to walk toward the main courtyard, stopping midway. "Oh, and send someone quick-witted and swift-footed back to the Vofu to inform my father of today's events." Qiu Shui nodded in agreement, tears brimming with concern. "Miss, the young master has gone too far. You must inform my lord, and he will certainly support you." The mention of her father caused tears to well in Shen Lanyin's eyes. Her father and mother had shared a deep bond, giving birth to only her and her brother, Shen Lanyin. Her mother had passed away early, and had her father not cared for her, he would not have remarried. The capital knew well that Duke Jingyuan cherished his daughter like a treasure. If her father were aware of this, how pained he would be. Yet, she had been ungrateful. On the very day Lu Yanchuan brought the actress home, her father had come with the Fofu guards to support her, wanting to take her back. But she had believed Lu Yanchuan's empty promises of eternal respect. Not only had she sent her father away, but she had also spoken harshly to him, resenting his interference. That had been the last time she saw her father. After Lu Yanchuan had cast her out of the general's residence, her father had humbled himself, sending someone to invite her back. She had felt too ashamed to face him, and had once again rejected his kindness. The next news she received was the dreadful tidings of the Shen family's massacre. In this lifetime, she did not wish to see her father suffer, nor did she wish to follow the same tragic fate. Upon reaching the main courtyard, Shen Lanyin took a seat and corrected, "Xie, counting today, I have only met Lu Yanchuan 3 times. Moreover, since we have not consummated our marriage, we cannot be considered husband and wife. You should no longer refer to him as the young master." Xie was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, "Miss, have you made a decision?" Shen Lanyin nodded. Xie retrieved the dowry list. "Miss, this is how it should be. You are the cherished daughter of the Duke, raised in luxury. How can you endure such humiliation? Moreover, your marriage to the Lu family was sought by them. Were it not for the young master, no, Lu Yanchuan promised my father he would never take a concubine, pledging to be with you for life. My father would not allow you to marry beneath your station. Initially, it was not just him who sought to marry you. Even the royal family would be honored to have you. What is Lu Yanchuan, after all?" Shen Lanyin examined the dowry list closely. To her astonishment, her father had prepared such a generous dowry, enough to sustain her in wealth for a lifetime, even after supplementing the general's residence for 3 years. Her father, fearing she would suffer in the general's residence, must have given her nearly the entire fortune of the Hou Fu. Thinking of this, a pang of pain shot through her heart. Why had she never understood her father's intentions before? Xie suddenly interjected, "Miss, if you leave like this, won't you be enabling that couple of scoundrels?" Shen Lanyin replied nonchalantly, "Then let us wish them a lifetime of happiness and eternal love. If I do not leave, I will merely suffer beneath their disdain." You heard Lu Yanchuan say it himself. The entire Lu family has long since accepted his relationship with that actress. Staying here will not yield any better outcome. It is better to divorce and return to the Hou Fu, living our own lives. Xie wept for her. "Miss, for 3 years you have poured your resources and energy into this, yet this entire household is filled with treachery and betrayal, with no one appreciating your kindness." "Indeed. Why?" Shen Lanyin could not fathom, so she chose not to dwell on it. Perhaps some individuals were simply born to be ungrateful. She had merely drawn the short straw by marrying into such a family. Shen Lanyin reviewed the dowry list once more. Over the course of the past 3 years, she has provided the general's residence with a substantial sum of 30,000 taels in cash, along with various pieces of jewelry, furniture, and ornaments. Fortunately, the estates, farmland, and shops remain under her name, untouched by the hands of those from the general's household. The contracts of life and death for the servants, as well as the property deeds, are all securely kept. As Shen Lanyin prepares to depart, she is determined to take all her possessions with her, refusing to grant any advantage to those at the general's residence. The mistress and her maid meticulously account for the dowry, listing all the items she has contributed to the general's household over the past 3 years. In the future, she intends to reclaim everything. Just as they finish their tasks and are about to partake in lunch, a servant dispatched from the Jingyuan Marquis' residence returns. "Miss, the master has conveyed that once he has arranged the necessary personnel, he shall come to escort you home." Chapter 3. Heart steel. The words of Duke Jingyuan serve as Shen Lanyin's source of confidence. Lu Yanchuan brought Ling Xiu back to the residence. A breach of contract initiated by the Lu family. Therefore, Shen Lanyin's desire for divorce is beyond the Lu family's jurisdiction to obstruct. When Lu Yanchuan vowed never to take a concubine, the entire Lu family had nodded in agreement. Even if she were to leave, she would do so with dignity. She was neither at fault nor in the wrong. The Duke Jingyuan's residence boasts a hereditary title and a substantial fortune. Even Shen Lanyin enjoys her father's affection. There was no need for her to endure humiliation in this dilapidated general's manner. "Madam, the eldest young master and concubine Ling are inviting you," came a voice from outside, pulling Shen Lanyin back to reality. Xie spat. "Miss, they must have ulterior motives." Shen Lanyin took a delicate sip of tea, rising calmly. "It's fine. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall divert it. Your young lady fears not these demons and monsters." The summer sun blazed overhead, its heat pervasive. Yet, it could not breathe life into the decaying general's manor. Only the mottled walls and worn tiles bore witness to the former splendor of the household. Currently, the manor is owned by the Lu family's main branch. Old Master Lu and Madame Lu have 3 sons and 2 daughters. The 3 sons are Lu Yanchuan, second brother Lu Yenin, and third brother Lu Yanqing. All 3 brothers are married and reside in separate courtyards, seldom visiting one another. However, Lu Yanchuan's 2 younger sisters, Lu Yanxi and Lu Yanyin frequently flit around Shen Lanyin. The second and third branches of the family, being illegitimate, have long since split off due to the financial strains of the general's manor. Even so, during Shen Lanyin's 3 years in the general's household, the members of the second and third branches often come to take advantage of her. Each time, it results in her suffering losses. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Lanyin made her way to Madame Lu's chamber, accompanied by Qiu Shui. In addition to Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu, the fourth young lady, Lu Yanxi, and the fifth young lady, Lu Yanyin, were also present. Old Master Lu was likely absent to avoid involvement in these matters. This so-called father-in-law was like a turtle hiding its head, preferring to let the women face difficulties. Madame Lu smiled awkwardly, having waited a long time without receiving a greeting from Shen Lanyin, and finally spoke up. Lanyin, you have suffered these past 3 years. Now that Chuaner has returned, you have a support. You won't need to toil so hard anymore. Xiu is capable and will share the burden with you. One must admit that Madame Lu possessed a remarkable audacity and a silver tongue. She sought to seize household authority while cloaking her intentions in sweet words. Shen Lanyin stood there, coldly retorting, "Does the madam consent to let an actress into the household? Are you not afraid of tarnishing the honor of the general's manor?" Madame Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Shen Lanyin's response. Her smile faltered as she replied, "Chuaner is willing, and Xiu is devoted to him. As a mother, I could never act to separate lovers." How utterly laughable. Ling Xiu's devotion to Lu Yanchuan. What if the sacrifices made for the general's manor by Shen Lanyin? Old Madame Lu continued, "From now on, Xiu will assist you. You can focus on nurturing your health and give birth to the general's legitimate heir. You need not concern yourself with other matters. It is perfect. Isn't an actress merely skilled in performing?" Shen Lanyin's gaze shifted, laced with sarcasm. If this actress is so capable, she could manage the household. How could being a concubine possibly do her justice? Shen Lanyin found it amusing. Ling Xiu aimed to take over the household authority simply because of her dowry. Without her dowry to supplement, how could the general's manor thrive? The expenses of the household alone were a substantial burden, with the family's consumption exceeding their income. Moreover, both Old Master and Madame Lu, in their old age, required medication. And Lu Yanxi and Lu Yanyin displayed extravagant tastes. Even with no money in the house, they would not settle for less. The annual expenses on cosmetics alone were considerable. Not to mention, both were in the process of preparing their dowries, which required vast sums. The second and third branches could not be relied upon and depended on the main branch for support. The general's manor was nothing but a bottomless pit. The Lu family aiding Ling Xiu in claiming household authority was merely a ploy for her dowry. Unable to openly demand it, they resorted to these underhanded means. Madame Lu's expression darkened, yet she remained patient. No matter how capable Xiu is, she cannot overstep her role as your concubine. Lanyin, you have always been sensible. You wouldn't be unwilling to relinquish some authority, would you? Shen Lanyin's demeanor remained frosty. Why would I? Since Lu Yanchuan and the actress share such deep feelings, let her take charge of the household. As she uttered the word actress, Shen Lanyin articulated each syllable clearly, her voice resonating. Those present rejoiced, believing Shen Lanyin was on the verge of capitulation. They even began to scheme about extorting her for some valuable items, considering her dowry was exceedingly lavish. Little did they know, Shen Lanyin's tone shifted dramatically. "Today, I shall seek a divorce. What business is it of yours regarding the general's affairs?" Gasps filled the room. Divorce? How could Shen Lanyin dare? Was it merely the taking of a concubine that prompted her to seek divorce? Which woman in the capital would be so jealous? Lu Yanchuan, unable to contain himself, spoke first. "Shen Lanyin, I have tolerated you for long enough. How long do you intend to create a scene? You speak of actresses this and that. Do you hold any respect for Xiu?" Earlier, at the door, he had been publicly humiliated by her 2 slaps, and he had yet to settle the score. His anger surged, and he raised his hand, ready to strike. Shen Lanyin showed no fear, meeting his furious gaze with calmness. "Lu Yanchuan, can you bear the consequences of that slap?" Lu Yanchuan's expression changed dramatically. The very reason he had humbly sought to marry the legitimate daughter of Duke Jingyuan and had vowed never to take a concubine was to secure the duke's support and restore the general's manor. Having lived through this once, Shen Lanyin was acutely aware of his transformation. If you cannot bear the consequences, then retract your filthy hands. Lu Yanchuan clenched his fists. his fingertips turning white with rage. Shen Lanyin, I shall divorce you and make you a well-known discarded woman in the capital. Soon after, a servant brought paper and brush. Within moments, Lu Yanchuan penned the divorce decree. Shen Lanyin, from this day forth, you are the discarded woman of the general's manor. Even if you are a noble lady of the duke's house, once you leave the general's manor, no one will marry you. When the time comes, you will have no choice but to return to me, begging for forgiveness, or face ruin. Shen Lanyin understood Lu Yanchuan's true position. In the aristocracy, there were no discarded women. A true divorce would brand her for life, unable to hold her head high. Even if her family were to support her, the scorn of society in the capital would drive anyone mad. In her previous life, Shen Lanyin had refrained from taking that step for the sake of the duke's reputation. Now, however, she was willing to risk it all. Having faced death once, what more could she fear? Shen Lanyin accepted the divorce decree, tearing the paper into shreds, and then threw the prepared divorce letter at his face. Lu Yanchuan, should there be a divorce, it is I who shall divorce you, for you have wronged me first. From this day forth, we are divorced, and the Shen and Lu families shall have no further ties. The general's household's acceptance of an actress and the usurpation of the legitimate wife's authority will be made known to the Duke Jingyuan's residence. It is the general who has betrayed his vows and is unworthy of being the son-in-law of the duke's family. Your struggle for household authority is merely a ploy for my dowry, which is the property of the duke's house. The general's manor shall not lay claim to a single coin. Chapter 4. Let the battle commence. The Lu family may have fallen into disrepair, but Lu Yanchuan, at least, was the pride of the family, raised amidst adoration and never having endured such indignity. If he wished to leave, he could. But he would do so as a man who had divorced her, leaving all her dowry behind. This was not merely an act of bullying a weaker woman. It was following the rules. Discarded women had no right to take their dowries. This was a threat, and it was also a manifestation of greed. To be cast off and returned home while having her entire dowry withheld was truly an egregious act. If the Shen family did not act reasonably, Shen Lanyin would face bullying upon her return. Lu Yanchuan was determined to leave Shen Lanyin with no escape, intent on ensuring her demise. Yet, she resolutely chose to live on. Deliberately avoiding his gaze, Shen Lanyin questioned, "Are you truly prepared to proceed in this manner?" Sensing her inclination to yield, Lu Yanchuan basked in his triumph. What did it matter if she was the legitimate daughter of the Marquis? She was merely a stepping stone for the Lu family to regain their former glory. To everyone's astonishment, Shen Lanyin surveyed her surroundings and proclaimed, "Since it is you, the general's household, that has sought to sever ties with me, coveting my dowry in the process, I shall no longer remain in this wretched place." She commanded her servants, "Protect my dowry and escort me back to the Marquis residence. A woman who marries the wrong man is doomed to a life of misery." Fortunately, she recognized the peril she was in, and this time, regardless of the obstacles, she was determined to carve out her own path. Her declaration left the onlookers in shock. How could a family dispute escalate to such proportions? For 3 years, hadn't the Shen family been the most submissive and easily bullied? How could they dare to act in such an audacious manner? To expel her? Was this an act of rebellion? Seeing Shen Lanyin's resolve, Lu Yanchuan panicked. He had intended to dismiss her, but he could not allow that dowry to benefit that wretched woman. "Shen Lanyin, you have truly lost your mind. If you walk out that door today, you will be finished." Turning her back to him, Shen Lanyin retorted, "That is far better than remaining in this hell, being drained by you snakes and vermin." Each word she uttered was crystal clear. As she approached the door, Lu Yanchuan's fury reached its zenith. "Stop her. Today, we shall fight it out. Who fears whom?" Lu madam, frightened, stumbled and grasped Lu Yanchuan's sleeve. "Calm down, my son. What will we say to the Marquis if something befalls Shen Lanyin in the general's household? Do not forget, she is your maternal grandfather's granddaughter." Lu Yanchuan, usually known for his temperance, felt an unusual surge of anger bubbling within him, fueled by Shen Lanyin's defiance. Lu madam glanced at her quiet daughters, then at Lu Yanchuan, shaking her head in disappointment. "You are truly disappointing, far less composed than your sisters. Can such a temperament secure a promising future for the general's household?" Realizing this, she scolded him loudly. "Marriage is a significant affair. Can you truly make the decisions? Lanyin has endured for 3 years, and it is only natural for her to harbor resentment. You must accommodate her." Shen Lanyin scoffed. "How ironic that you speak on her behalf. Yet it is your own son you seek to protect. Such cunning. Her ultimate aim was to keep her in the general's household, to bully her and seize her dowry. Alas, Lu Yanchuan's arrogance was on a different level altogether, far removed from that of his mother. Since ancient times, the husband governs the wife. How could the Shen family act so defiantly towards their in-laws and slap their husband's face? He pushed Lu Madam aside, asserting, "You need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. I am prepared to fight. What can a mere weak woman like Shen Lanyin do?" Then, disregarding Lu Madam's attempts to intervene, he turned to Shen Lanyin, declaring, "Shen Lanyin, regardless of your status as the Marquis daughter, your dowry now belongs to the Lu family. If you wish to leave, then do so quickly, but you shall not take a single thread from the general's household, not even the garments on your back." In the past, such a situation would have terrified Shen Lanyin. However, after her experiences in her previous life, she recognized Lu Yanchuan as nothing more than a paper tiger. Beyond his title as a general, he was nothing substantial. A commanding voice echoed behind Shen Lanyin, "Seize the eldest lady and her dowry at once." Initially taken aback, Shen Lanyin soon understood. The turtle could no longer retract its head. "No matter. Let us engage." The speaker was none other than Lu Zhen, the patriarch of the general's household and its clandestine leader. He shot Lu Yanchuan a glare before turning to Shen Lanyin, smiling, "My dear, you have devoted 3 years to the general's household. Your father appreciates your efforts. Today, I shall apologize on behalf of my son. Let's not quarrel. We are family." After all, as a father-in-law, his sudden humility might have swayed the past Shen Lanyin, but this time, she was no easy target. Having experienced death in her previous life, she was not so easily fooled. For even 2 years in the general's household had awakened her to the harsh realities she faced. Though Lu Zhen had not intervened directly, he had tacitly approved of the circumstances, and he could not escape the consequences. Yet, Lu Yanchuan was genuinely afraid of his father. Lu Zhen cast a meaningful glance at him and thundered, "Yanchuan, apologize to Lanyin." Otherwise, in front of his father, Lu Yanchuan resembled a docile kitten. "I was too impulsive. Please forgive me this once. In the future, let us live harmoniously with Xiu, who wants to live amicably with the 3 of you." Was this truly an expression of remorse? Shen Lanyin turned away. "Get her out." Lu Zhen interjected, Yanchuan has apologized. Are you not satisfied? What more do you wish to stir up?" "I demand a divorce," Shen Lanyin declared loudly. With that proclamation, a heavy thud resonated as something substantial fell to the ground. Shen Lanyin looked up to see Lu Zhen having kicked Lu Yanchuan's knee. Look, Yanchuan has knelt down. Please forgive him." Was this moral coercion? Regardless of the truth, the public would undoubtedly label Shen Lanyin as unyielding. How fitting for the head of the Lu family, his status far exceeding that of Lu Madam and Lu Yanchuan. This cunning old man was truly a formidable opponent. But would the reborn Shen Lanyin fall for such tricks? Absolutely not. She turned to the overlooked figure beside her and smiled. "Qiushui, can you capture this moment on canvas?" Qiushui, skilled in painting, had accompanied her for just this purpose, serving as a means of evidence. "Miss, I have documented everything that has transpired since we entered the courtyard. Upon our return to the Marquis residence, I shall present it to the master." Lu Zhen appeared momentarily stunned, while Lu Madam held her forehead in disbelief. "Are we really allowing someone to paint?" Lu Yanchuan, no longer kneeling, attempted to seize the sketchbook from Qiushui, only to be halted by the guards. Shen Lanyin was equally unyielding. "Qiushui, capture it." Everyone's expressions shifted, none daring to speak. The hot-headed Lu Yanchuan abandoned pretense and raised his hand to strike Shen Lanyin. Just as his hand was about to connect with her cheek, suddenly let it all be destroyed. Ling Xiu stepped forward, grasping Lu Yanchuan's hand. "General, today marks the first day of my entry into the household. For Xiu's sake, please show some leniency towards your sister." Do not be deceived by her sweet words. She merely aimed to undermine Shen Lanyin in front of everyone, highlighting her own virtues by contrast. What a despicable act, seeking to gain advantages while maintaining a facade of virtue. Shen Lanyin's eyes burned with anger. Indeed, Ling Xiu was as insufferable as in her previous life. Lu Yanchuan, regaining some composure, declared, "Shen Lanyin, from now on, Xiu will be your sister. If she treats you well and pleads on your behalf, you must also take good care of her. Had it not been for Xiu's intercession, I would have dealt with you harshly today." Gazing at the pair before her, Shen Lanyin felt revulsion. In their eyes, She was merely a lamb to be slaughtered, stripped of all she possessed, while they reveled in her torment. Killing is merely a matter of striking the head to the ground. Their actions were unforgiving. In her past life, they had bullied her, but in this life, she would not let them escape unscathed. Shen Lanyin smiled faintly, her expression unwavering. General, since we have yet to divorce, we are still bound as husband and wife. Lu Yanchuan swelled with pride once more. Indeed, he had been correct. What abilities could Shen Lanyin possibly possess? Even if she grew resolute, as long as he wielded the right methods, she would ultimately submit. In the general's residence, he holds the ultimate authority. Ling Xiu smiled with satisfaction and said, Sister, you speak true. You and the general are one, and since he treats me well, you ought to do the same. With a sharp sound, Qiu Shui ceased her painting and commanded the guards to restrain Ling Xiu, delivering a flurry of slaps. Shen Lanyin scoffed, stating, A performer knows not the rules. In the presence of the legitimate wife, one must refer to oneself as a concubine. She then abruptly redirected her gaze toward Lu Yanchuan. General, as we are united in marriage, my sister is naturally your sister as well. No matter how desperate your desires may be, you ought not to lay a hand upon your own sister. Lu Yanchuan's expression turned furious. Shen, you speak nonsense. Shen Lanyin maintained her composure. General, your conduct is improper. Though your sister may be appealing, consider the reputation of the general's residence. What if Xiyu is the illegitimate daughter of Lord Lu? Such a scandal would bring ruin. This time, Shen Lanyin feared nothing. Lord Lu's face turned ashen, while Lady Lu looked at him with suspicion, deeply doubting. Shen Lanyin observed it all with delight. Ling Xiu, feeling guilty, stammered, Sister, how can you say such things? I am a woman of respectable lineage. How can you unjustly accuse me? Shen Lanyin scrutinized her closely, fixing her gaze on Ling Xiu. Respectable lineage? How so? How will you prove it? Are you bold enough to procure a concubine's document? Ling Xiu seethed with anger internally, though she concealed it outwardly. Such a wretched person. Shen Lanyin shot a glance at Qiu Shui, who immediately understood and declared. The laws of the Shang Kingdom stipulate that performers must not intermarry with the children of respectable families. Shen Lanyin followed suit, adding, Even common folk dare not do so. May I ask, General, how do you dare? Her words were laden with implication. Dear sister, who is your master? How do you serve your master? It seems you have learned to charm Lu Yanchuan from your master. Ling Xiu trembled violently, nearly collapsing. In the Shang Kingdom, performers were held in lower regard than courtesans. At least courtesans could redeem themselves, while performers remained performers for life, stripped of their true names and forever using stage names, even their children condemned to the same fate. Although performers brought smiles, both male and female, they were also compelled to engage in the same sordid work as courtesans. Moreover, the laws of the Shang Kingdom clearly stated that both parties would receive 50 lashes for such unions. Even the owner of the troupe Ling Xiu belonged to would face 30 lashes. It was precisely due to fear of the law and concern for their family's reputation that even those of noble lineage, who fancied performers, would not openly bring them into their homes, preferring to keep them hidden away. The notion that performers could lead to the downfall of the state was common knowledge. Even among 3-year-old children in Shang. Did the Lu family truly not understand? Lu Yanchuan's brazen actions were merely an affront to Shen Lanyin, who was known to be accommodating and would assist in concealing the truth. Indeed, as soon as Shen Lanyin spoke, the faces of the entire Lu family changed. This was undeniably disgraceful. However, who would dare intervene when the powerful acted thus? As long as neither party made it public, the officials would not busy themselves with such trivial matters. Yet, Shen Lanyin was determined to intervene. The most promising heirs of the Lu family were enamored with performers, and as family, they would naturally indulge them. But Shen Lanyin had spoken it aloud, and her voice rang clear enough for all of the capital to hear. Although Ling Xiu's disgrace was an open secret within the Lu family, bringing it to light was excessive. What if word spread, and her true identity was revealed? Ling Xiu felt panic rising. Wasn't Shen Lanyin supposed to be easy to bully? Now, who was truly bullying whom? Lady Lu was the first to react, asserting that this did not violate the law. Ling Xiu was merely a maidservant in the residence of the general. Now, she had become merely a maid? The Lu family dared to flout the law so openly, showing utter disregard for the law, and in a more severe sense, it was a slight to the emperor. They held the emperor in contempt. Having lived through this life once already, Shen Lanyin would not be bullied by a performer again. Lu Jin also stated, "She is just a maid. The Lu family adheres to the law and vows to uphold its dignity, loyal to the emperor." To demonstrate their sincerity, Lu Jin grasped Lu Yanchuan's hand and bowed deeply toward the palace. Did they think this was the end? Shen Lanyin took Ling Xiu's small hand, exclaiming, "Is this what you call a respectable lineage? If your lineage is so pure, why not beat the drums of injustice and let the common people speak on your behalf?" A once prominent concubine reduced to a mere maidservant. "Sister, I genuinely lament for you." Ling Xiu pushed her away, saying, "Sister, you jest. Though I am a performer, regardless of my body, my heart remains pure." Before she could finish, Lu Yanchuan shushed her. Shen Lanyin was in high spirits, warning, "Sister, mind your words. If this reaches the emperor's ears, it would be treason." Lord Lu could no longer contain himself. "Shen, be quiet. Must you make a fuss over such a minor matter?" He turned to Ling Xiu. "Ling, you too, be silent." Initially, he had chosen the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jingyuan as his daughter-in-law for her noble background and her agreeable temperament. For 3 years, she had behaved just as he had hoped, utilizing her wealth and connections to pave a smooth path for the general's residence. But why had everything changed today? Where had the issue arisen? Ling Xiu felt utterly miserable. Her dark secrets were being exposed in broad daylight, and she found herself unable to refute them. Gritting her teeth, she appeared as though she had suffered a great injustice. "Sister, I will be obedient from now on, serving you and holding you in high regard. Please, grant me some dignity, and for the sake of your husband and the future of the general's residence, do not spread tales of my identity." Her words were carefully crafted, securing a favor for the general's residence while achieving her own aims. Most importantly, in contrast to Shen Lanyin, she appeared remarkably understanding, garnering a wave of goodwill. Observing Lady Lu and Lord Lu nodding, Shen Lanyin realized her suspicions were confirmed. Lu Yanchuan wore an expression of infatuation. In the previous life, Ling Xiu had ruined Shen Lanyin's existence. How could Shen Lanyin let her off so easily? Why should she, who had been bullied and had everything taken from her, allow Ling Xiu to benefit? In this life, having seen through the true nature of these individuals, Shen Lanyin was resolute in not allowing the greedy and hypocritical performer to take advantage of her. Chapter 6. Severing the performer's path. No matter how compliant you attempt to be, you cannot change your identity as a performer. Nor can you bring any benefit to the general's residence or the general. "Sister, what dowry did you bring to the general's residence today? Or do you possess the capability to elevate Lu Yanchuan's position?" "I am the legitimate daughter of the Marquis family. My maternal family is the esteemed Chui clan of Qinghe. Even the Empress Dowager was a close friend of my late mother's. With ample dowry at my side, must I afford a performer any dignity?" Shen Lanyin spoke the truth. This was her advantage. In her previous life, Ling Xiu and the general's residence had exploited her personality flaws to extract all her value, making her forget that such value could also be used to protect her. In this life, no one would be able to manipulate her, for she had powerful backing. In the past, Shen Lanyin had refrained from voicing such thoughts. Now, she spoke freely, inciting righteous indignation among everyone in the general's residence. What of a little money? What of power? Who do they think they are? Yet, Shen Lanyin had the capital to be proud. The entire household knew this. Why should she keep it to herself? People have their pride, and trees have their bark. Did Shen Lanyin not understand the importance of preserving dignity? Lu Yanchuan was the most enraged. "Yes, yes, yes. You are the daughter of the Marquis family, and your dowry is impressive, but in my eyes, you are not worthy of the stage. You are only fit to stay in the courtyard and serve Xiu. What of it if Xiu is a performer? Did she take your silver or consume your rice? What gives you the right to interfere? Xiu is my wife. You, Shen Lanyin, are nothing." In his fury, Lu Yanchuan spoke the unvarnished truth. Since encountering the military courtesan, Xiu, his life has taken a remarkable turn. After a single night together, he became irrevocably enamored with her, and she vowed never to entertain another military tent. As for Shen Lanyin, who languished at home, he had long ceased to care. Once, Xiu's fate was tragic and beyond her control. Now, she belonged solely to him. She was kind and pure, resembling a celestial being. His heart and mind were consumed by thoughts of her. All he desired was to provide her with a home and shield her from all worries throughout her life. Had it not been for Shen Lanyin's family background and dowry, which were not easily dismissed, he would have promptly sent her a divorce decree. When Shen Lanyin recalled the hardships she endured in the general's residence in her previous life, she felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate the treacherous couple. However, she had to exercise patience, for the Lu family would rise again in 2 years. A reality far more complex than it appeared. The massacre of the Shen family could not have been accomplished solely by a once glorious general's residence. The enemy lurked in the shadows. She must find a breakthrough within the Lu family to uncover the truth behind the slaughter of the Shen clan. Yet, the immediate priority was to sever ties and escape this predatory general's estate. Ling Xiyu, a mere actress with nothing to her name, had won Lu Yanchuan's affection, and the general's residence was in need of funds, so they sought to exploit her. Shen Lanyin glared at Lu Yanchuan, stating, "I have filled the coffers of the general's residence with my dowry for 3 years, eagerly awaiting your triumphant return. You have returned, yet if you are so righteous, then return the funds I have contributed." They claim to cherish love. Why sully it with material concerns? You are all so pure. Yet you feast upon the spoils of others' labor. Having used my dowry and still expressing disdain, then do not use it. Madam Lu, who has funded your health these past 3 years? Shen Lanyin demanded. And you, Master Lu, who has ensured you receive treatment from the divine physicians? It was through my connections. And the dresses and jewels you wear, dear Miss Lu, they are heirlooms for my mother. Can you sleep soundly at night after stealing them? Shen Lanyin spoke candidly, revealing the grievances she had bottled up for years, laying bare the disgrace of the Lu family. Today, she cared for nothing but her resolve to leave the general's residence. The expressions in the room shifted from pale to red, a spectacle to behold. Shen Lanyin unleashed her wrath, chastising everyone. Lu Zhen's face darkened, leaving Shen Lanyin uncertain of his true feelings. Madame Lu felt dizzy. Was it merely her small dowry that warranted such animosity? The silent Lu Yanxi and Lu Yanyan could no longer contain themselves. Sister-in-law, Lu Yanxi interjected. You offered willingly. How can you now claim that it's our fault? Lu Yanyan added, Sister-in-law, isn't it only right for you to support our general's residence after marrying into it? Is this worth discussing? Indeed. The most exasperating aspect was that when one finally mustered the courage to voice their grievances, they were met with unreasonable retorts. This was human nature, yet it was a tormenting experience. In her previous life, Shen Lanyin's pride had been systematically eroded, but she had no other choice. In this abyss of despair, she could only seek a way out. Otherwise, what meaning did her rebirth hold? Lu Yanchuan lost his composure once more, his eyes blazing with fury. Shen Lanyin, you are disobedient and unfilial, disrespectful to your husband, barren for 3 years, envious, and have spoken vile words. You are no longer a woman of the Lu family. You, who look down upon others, how can you understand what true love is? Indeed, love is paramount, but it must also be grounded in reason, does it not? Shen Lanyin replied calmly, her smile deepening. If that is the case, why do you impede my departure? Let me leave. Let us never see each other again in this lifetime. Wouldn't that be splendid? The remaining words were unnecessary. He sought her dowry and coveted Ling Xi's affection. Such bargains were not easily struck. With this in mind, Shen Lanyin stepped closer to Lu Yanchuan and slapped him once more, exclaiming, Who do you think you are to lay claim to my dowry? Lu Yanchuan was momentarily stunned, while Ling Xiu pulled him aside, tears welling in her eyes. Husband. That must hurt terribly. Shen Lanyin felt nauseated, nearly retching her breakfast. Shen family, do you not seek an explanation? As you wish. Ling family shall forever remain a mere concubine, rendered incapable of bearing children, while the descendants of the Lu family shall be yours. Are you satisfied now? With a mere whisper, she sealed Ling Xiu's fate, severing her future. Ling Xiu's body trembled, her complexion pale, nestled in Lu Yanchuan's embrace, tears cascading like pearls. She remained silent, her silence speaking volumes, as Lu Yanchuan's heart ached. He yearned for a lifetime with her, desiring Xiyu as his wife and to bear children together. Father, no. Today, expel Shen from the family and seize her dowry. I will not endure her presence in the general's residence. Lu Zhen slapped him. His face flushed with anger. Unfilial son. If you divorce Shen, you must account to the Marquis of Jingyuan, apologize to the Cui family in Qinghe, and explain yourself to the Empress Dowager. Let us see how you protect the Lu family. He then cast a cold glare at Shen Lanyin. An unmistakable rift had formed. However, Shen Lanyin was unfazed. Ling Xiu attempted to plead, "Husband, do not blame her. It is all my fault for making my sister dislike me. Today, I will leave the general's residence. Even if I am but an actress, I will find my place in this world." Shen Lanyin, that wretched woman. Why would she not accept her? She aimed for the position of the rightful wife. Why would she not acquiesce? In this life, if there were a chance to rise again, she would ensure Shen Lanyin was crushed beneath her feet, avenging the humiliations she had suffered 1,000-fold. Lu Yanchuan argued in vain. In the face of absolute power, certain outcomes were predestined. The Lu family, too, felt stifled, yet dared not provoke the Empress Dowager or the Cui family of Qinghe. After all, Shen Lanyin had been reborn. Lu Yanchuan harbored a deep-seated hatred for Shen Lanyin, and so did Ling Xiu. Yes, let the hatred flourish. Shen Lanyin secretly laughed. Was this their discomfort? The grievances they had inflicted upon her. And yet they could not bear a fraction in return? What was this but an appetizer? The storm was yet to come. Chapter 7. The opportunity for Xie Xun arrives. Meanwhile, outside the general's residence, Shen Zheng arrived with the guards of the Marquis' residence. A man stood in the shadows. Clad in dark robes, his features refined, silently observing the commotion at the general's estate. Go investigate what has transpired at the general's residence. At this moment, no one could have anticipated that the events unfolding in the courtyard would soon become common knowledge. The divorce decree had been left behind. Qiu Shui, we must depart. Shen Lanyin, weary of squabbling with these despicable people, pondered why her father had yet to arrive. Lu Yanchuan ground his teeth. Shen, even now you still create chaos? The Lu family has shown you considerable forbearance today. Indeed, in the eyes of these people, such concessions were a form of grace. Shen Lanyin's refusal to accept it was deemed a lack of gratitude. If she looked down upon them, it would be best to sever ties completely. Wanting both sides was the most disgusting approach. Suddenly, a deep and authoritative voice echoed, "Since when has the Shen family owed the Lu family a debt?" It was her father. Having faced life and death, seeing her father again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Shen Lanyin. The grievances she had suffered in her previous life, the heart-wrenching pain, surged to the surface. Instantly, her eyes reddened. "Father, it is your daughter." Shen Zheng's heart shattered. This was the daughter left to him by his deceased wife, his cherished treasure. Yet, she had been wronged within the Lu family. After 3 years away, he had returned with an actress, an affront to the Lu family. They deserved to be cursed. Lu Yanchuan deserved even more. "Father, fret not. Your daughter has not suffered. We shall return home." Shen Lanyin vowed that this time, she would protect her father and safeguard the Shen family. Lu Zhen had blocked their path, insisting that the couple's quarrel was trivial. "Get lost. Who are you to speak on behalf of my family?" Shen Zheng clearly showed his disdain. Over the years, Lanyin had financially supported the general's residence, and Lu Zhen was determined to repay that debt, ensuring that Lanyin would not endure any injustice. He believed that Lanyin's dowry belonged to the Lu family, yet he dared not voice this in Shen Zheng's presence. Greed was one thing, expressing it openly was another. Shen Lanyin scoffed inwardly, noting the inconsistency in their references to her as both a member of the Shen family and simply Lanyin. "Let it be delivered to the Marquis residence tomorrow. Qiu Shui, bring the accounts." Lu Zhen took the ledger and scrutinized it closely with his wife. Their faces turned pale. 30,000 taels. They would have to sell off everything of value in the Lu household, yet it still wouldn't suffice to cover the debt. It was merely a matter of household expenses. Why was it so exorbitant? The Lu family was infuriated, for they had long regarded Shen Lanyin's dowry as their own. Having spent so much, how could they possibly reclaim it? They were not only required to return the dowry, but also to repay 30,000 taels. Not to mention the jewelry and ornaments Lanyin had previously given. Lu Yanchuan was the first to protest, after 3 years of battling on the front lines. His reward was a mere 100 taels of gold. How could he fill such a gaping hole? "Shen family, your divorce decree is not recognized by our Lu household. Now that you have left without consent, do you even consider the Lu family?" Shen Zheng's commanding presence was overwhelming. "Lu Yanchuan, what do you have to say?" Faced with such an imposing father-in-law, Lu Yanchuan felt an instinctual fear, yet the thought of the money made him lower his head. "Father-in-law, I beseech you for a chance. I will treat Lanyin well." "Ha! Is that not an evasion of repayment?" Wasn't your love for the actress supposed to be the greatest? What has changed? Or is it that love pales in comparison to wealth? Has the general's residence fallen to such a state that love is forsaken for money? Shen Lanyin's mocking tone left Lu Yanchuan speechless. In the face of power and wealth, love, it was relegated to the background. Lu Zhen's expression darkened, utterly shocked. How had Shen Lanyin transformed overnight into this resolute figure? Lanyin, the child knows his mistakes. Please forgive him this once. As your father said, the Ling family cannot surpass you. Lu Zhen reasoned, wishing to placate Shen Lanyin and stabilize Xinjiang. Within the general's residence, even if Shen Lanyin behaved like a shrew, she would still be at their mercy. Yet, Shen Lanyin, being young, did not comprehend the intricate dynamics of the inner household. She exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Lu, who understood her intent. Shen Lanyin could infer with her toes what the two elderly figures were scheming. However, she was determined to thwart their plans. Father, Lu Yanchuan accuses me of being unfilial and jealous, claiming I look down upon others. The elder Lu and his wife are well aware of Ling Xiu's situation. Yet they conceal it from me. Lu's two sisters seized my mother's jewelry and garments before her passing, claiming it was given willingly. With each word, Shen Zheng's expression darkened further. His late wife, Cui Xian, was his one true love, leaving only Lanyin as his daughter. The Lu family had gone too far. Once these words were spoken, the Lu family realized they were doomed. Everyone knew that the late Cui Xian was Shen Zheng's Achilles heel. They feared not Shen Lanyin's departure. Nor did they dread a fallout with the Marquis residence. Their greatest fear was losing the dowry already within their home. The mere thought of precious boxes being taken away caused them to feel a pang in their hearts. Ling Xiu's heart also grew cold. She had already planned to use Shen Lanyin's dowry to win favor. Lu Yanchuan had promised that as soon as she entered the door, Lanyin's dowry would be handed over to her. Yet, why was Shen Lanyin so unwilling? Lu Yanchuan's eyes widened, hesitating to speak. Shen Lanyin, has she truly lost her mind? Father, Lu Yanchuan is still glaring at me. Who knows what malice he harbors? Shen Lanyin first reported the grievance, then shot a glare back. Indeed, he wished to eliminate her, yet lacked the capability. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. In front of Xinjiang, Lu Yanchuan had to endure his humiliation obediently. In his heart, he had already imagined torturing Shen Lanyin countless times. After today, he would ensure she could neither live nor die. No matter how he masked it, the disdain and hatred in his eyes did not escape Xinjiang's notice. Bring Lu Yanchuan and that actress to the magistrate. Let the law take its course. Outside the general's residence, Xie Xun was already aware of the events that had transpired within. Shen Lanyin wished to divorce? Was she not utterly devoted to Lu Yanchuan? Today, he had impulsively come to the general's residence intending to inform Shen Lanyin of Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu's affair, only to discover that Xinjiang had brought guards. As Lanyin sought a divorce, was this not his opportunity? Contemplating this, he found himself smiling unconsciously. The guards beside him felt a chill run down their spines. After such a bright smile, do not smile again. Your Highness, the Emperor has prepared a celebration banquet for you in the palace. Xie Xun feigned indifference. I shall not attend. I have matters to attend to. The guards were baffled, wondering if the prince's urgent matters involved peeking outside the general's residence. Was he perhaps enamored with General Lu? After all, the prince was known to shun women. Yet, it was not out of the question to favor men. In the palace, Emperor Xie Xun, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, sat upon the dragon throne. What hour is it? Why has the Prince of Zhen Nan not yet arrived? Is he delayed on the road? Chapter 8. The Twisted Melon. The chief eunuch, Xie Xun, had watched the emperor grow and understood the significance of the Prince of Zhen Nan to him. The emperor had only recently ascended the throne, and his foundation was unstable. Had it not been for the Prince of Zhen Nan repelling the southern Ling army, the situation would have been dire. The Prince of Zhen Nan, Xie Xun, was born of the late emperor and the virtuous Empress Dowager, and he was the youngest and most accomplished son of the late emperor. Before his passing, the late emperor had left instructions to avoid suspicion and entrusted his legacy to the prince. Most importantly, among the many offspring the late emperor left behind, the relationship between the emperor and the Prince of Zhen Nan was the closest. Over the past 3 years, the Prince of Zhen Nan had achieved remarkable military feats, earning him accolades beyond measure. Suddenly, a dark guard rushed in with alarming news. The royal spies were ubiquitous, and naturally, They had uncovered the happenings at the general's residence. How amusing. The royal brother had gone to witness the spectacle. The young emperor chuckled lightly, his sparkling eyes reflecting depth and authority. The dark guard then relayed the recent events at the general's residence. Shen's assertion held merit. Daring to bring an actress back to the capital was, indeed, a slight against imperial authority. You do not regard me at all. This statement made it clear that the emperor was leaning towards the Shen family. After all, Shen Lanyin's mother, Cui Xian, was a close friend of the Empress Dowager, making the imperial favor towards the Shen family understandable. Xie Xun, following the emperor's lead, cautiously suggested, "Your Majesty, in that case, why not issue an edict for Shen Lanyin to divorce Liu Yanquan?" The emperor shook his head, his expression shifting dramatically, his voice icy. "Xie Xun, do you think you can make decisions at your whim?" Though the emperor was young, he had already begun to command respect, his gaze sharp as a blade, instilling fear in those around him. Xie Xun knelt to apologize, fully aware of the emperor's cunning nature and his new plans. At that moment, another dark guard rushed in hastily. "Your Majesty, it's bad news. The Prince of Zhennan." The emperor shot him a glance. "What is it? Speak plainly." "The Prince of Zhennan has taken a liking to General Liu, stormed into the general's residence, and, failing to abduct her, has turned his affection into hatred, demanding to punish General Liu with 50 lashes. The emperor replied, "This does not align with what I understood. It seems this batch of dark guards is of no use. Lacking intelligence and gossiping, what great deeds can they accomplish?" Xie Xun remained on the ground, unable to lift his head, struggling to suppress laughter, his face turning crimson. Having served the emperor for many years, he had guessed a portion of the truth. The emperor pondered how to utilize the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jingyuan, Shen Lanyin. After a long pause, the emperor finally spoke. "To be more specific, my royal brother has always adhered to propriety and would never act in such a way." The dark guards vividly recounted the events, causing the emperor's smile to deepen. In contrast to the peculiar atmosphere within the palace, the general's residence was abuzz with activity. Shen Zheng ordered for Liu Yanquan and Ling Xiu to be taken away, prompting immediate resistance from Liu Zhen. "Is this a trivial matter that we must escalate to the authorities?" He summoned all the household servants. Tension mounted as both sides stood their ground, on the brink of conflict. Ling Xiu stepped forward once more, urging, "Father-in-law, husband, let the people of Jingyuan Marquis take me away. It's merely 50 strokes. At worst, it's just death." Liu Yanquan grasped Ling Xiu's hand, reassuring her, "Fear not, my wife, for I shall face this together with you. Once we surpass this trial, we can be together openly." Someone's plans were bound to unravel. "Xiu, from now on, my husband shall only cherish you." Ling Xiu, with a show of defiance, cast a glance at Shen Lanyin, exclaiming, "Husband, how wonderful." The implication was clear. She would only receive 50 strokes, and Liu Yanquan would ultimately belong to her. Even at this juncture, the two of them did not forget to disparage Shen Lanyin. With her father backing her, Shen Lanyin was resolute in her stance. "Let us speak plainly. Liu Yanquan, I ask you one thing. Do you mind that Ling Xiu has been with so many men before you? She was a military courtesan when she met you. Do you even know how many men she has been with? She is utterly filthy." Shen Lanyin's words were shocking. Even to Shen Zheng, who could hardly believe it. Was this really what his daughter was saying? However, upon reflection, it seemed there was merit to her words. He feigned a reprimand, "Ener, do not speak so recklessly." Yet, this admonition held no power over Shen Lanyin. Being involved with an entertainer was hardly something to boast about, and she expressed this candidly. If they provoked her, they must bear her wrath. Ling Xiu, feeling ashamed, was rendered speechless. That vile woman is truly despicable. In a fit of rage, Liu Yanquan, forgetting Shen Zheng's presence, shouted, "Shen Lanyin, you are base and unrefined, a dog raised without a mother." Unfazed, Shen Lanyin retorted, "Do you care or not? To have worn so many green hats and remain unbothered, your capacity for deceit must be vast. If you did care, it would be rather disgraceful, considering how deeply Ling Xiu has cared for you." Lady Liu could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Shen Lanyin, that is enough." Suddenly, Shen Lanyin recalled an old story she had learned in her previous life about Lady Liu. "Lady Liu, you are not the legitimate wife, are you? The one who married Lord Liu was your elder sister. You were merely a maid of honor who climbed into bed with him and bore Liu Yanquan. Afterward, you usurped your sister's dowry and enjoyed years of wealth. Now that hardship is upon you, Are you unwilling to relinquish it? Lady Lu's body swayed precariously. How could this wretched girl know such things? That was a matter from years past. She glared angrily at the matron beside her, who shook her head in confusion. Having said nothing at all, Lady Lu, both humiliated and furious, wished to curse her, but dared not. Lu Zhan's expression soured as he pleaded, Marquis, may we carry out the punishment within the estate? Shen Zheng looked toward Shen Lanyin, and his meaning was clear. It was his precious daughter who would have the final say. Very well, each shall receive 100 strokes. Lu Yanchuan, having suffered continuous setbacks, was at his wit's end. Shen Lanyin knew. Shen Zheng's cold gaze silenced him, forcing him to swallow his words. The Lu family gathered to discuss their strategy, while Shen Zheng pulled Shen Lanyin aside. Einer, you performed splendidly today. From now on, continue as such. Your father can finally rest easy. Shen Lanyin flashed a playful smile. Lu Zhan declared, let us each take a step back. The Lu family agrees to a divorce. The dowry shall be split evenly, and both Yanchuan and Ling family shall each receive 50 strokes. The Shen family promises not to disclose Ling's identity. How does that sound? Before the Shen family could respond, Lady Lu interjected eagerly. Lanyin has always been understanding. She will surely empathize with the Lu family's difficulties. Shen Lanyin chuckled. Empathize? The Lu family was taken aback. Was Shen Lanyin truly so agreeable? Had she been possessed by a spirit? Since she was so easily manipulated. They were determined to reclaim the earlier unpleasantness. Shen family, hand over the dowry list. We shall split it evenly, and the Lu family will recognize your divorce decree. Lu Zhan commanded. Even Shen Zheng felt a twinge of disappointment. Yin Er's temperament is ultimately. When he lifted his gaze and met his daughter's bright eyes, he felt reassured. The moment she was reborn, Shen Lanyin had vowed never to allow herself to be wronged again. The Lu family as vampires wished to seize her dowry? They could dream on. Initially, she had hoped for a swift and clean divorce. Since the Lu family did not seek an amicable resolution, feigning a mutual concession, she would instead choose to go utterly mad. Father, the Lu family has already promised a divorce. Let us return home. This was Shen Lanyin's newly learned tactic, feigning ignorance while fully aware. It was a strategy frequently employed by the Lu family against her. Lady Lu's smile became rigid. Lanyin, where is the dowry list? Did you not agree to share half with the Lu family? Lady Lu, I only agreed to the divorce. As for the dowry, that belongs to me, and I intend to take it with me. The Lu family should understand the difficulties faced by a weak woman. The Lu family, being a reputable household in the capital, would not want to be perceived as coveting a woman's dowry. How shameful that would be. Shen Zheng chuckled inwardly. It was indeed Lanyin. She was his daughter. After all, a tiger begets no dog. Lu Yanchuan threatened. Shen Lanyin, even if we divorce, you still have to live in the capital. Don't push things too far, or you might find it difficult to survive. Lu Zhan added. Shen Lanyin, do you not care for your own reputation, nor for your brother and 2 younger sisters' reputations? Shen Lanyin's brother has yet to marry, while Shen Lanyin and Shen Lanyin Fu are on the verge of discussing marriage. He turned to Shen Zheng. In-laws, will you allow Lanyin to act recklessly? Shen Zheng was unconcerned. True love does not hinge on superficial reputations. Just like Xianer, the legitimate daughter of the Cui family from Qinghe, who fell for a poor boy like him and endured hardships to build the Marquis. Regrettably, Xianer had not enjoyed the glory of being the Marquis's wife for long before succumbing to illness. As for Shen Lanyin, she had long ceased to care. Anyone who dared to bully her would face her wrath. Even if it meant turning the world upside down, so be it. Just then, a servant rushed in, exclaiming joyfully, Master, Madam, the King of Zhen Nan has come to visit. The Lu family was elated. The King of Zhen Nan, Xie Xun, was the commander of the southern expedition. Known for his cold ruthlessness and strict adherence to rules, he was dubbed the Living Yama. It was said that when he went mad, even the ghosts in hell feared him. More importantly, he was Lu Yanchuan's superior, the key to whether the Lu family could advance further. His visit now surely indicated plans to promote the Lu family. By allying with the King of Zhen Nan, the Lu family would no longer fear Shen Lanyin. Lu Yanshi and Lu Yani gazed at him with longing, their hearts fluttering. The King of Zhen Nan held a high position without a wife, nor even a maid in his courtyard. It mattered not if he favored the southern winds, as long as they could become his queen. The Lu family would achieve a true leap in social status. Shen Lanyin did not miss their intentions. You are dreaming. The one he favors can only be As she contemplated, a familiar yet chilling voice rang out. The Liu family is indeed lively. The Liu family turned in unison, shaking their heads. Truly, he was a living Yama, striking fear into the hearts of all. Despite possessing a finely chiseled and exquisite face, he was terrifying. Shen Lanyin recognized this as an aura of killing intent. Her father had said that generals who had seen battle often carried such a presence. Xie Xun's aura was overwhelmingly intense. This was the second time she had seen him today. In the morning, she had only observed him from afar. But now she could see him clearly. He had shed his silver armor, clad in dark robes, his stature tall and imposing, his expression cold and severe. A palpable killing intent that was both awe-inspiring and forbidding to behold. The Liu family was both respectful and fearful, kneeling on the ground. Shen Zheng and Shen Lanyin also paid their respects, greeting His Highness the Prince of Zhennan. Long live the prince. As Xie Xun entered, he quickly noticed a radiant figure, akin to the bright moon amidst the mountains, her brilliance evident. After many years apart, she still shone with a captivating glow, surpassing all worldly splendor. Particularly striking were her eyes, pure and devoid of fear or flattery. Their gazes intertwined, and he felt a rush of panic. He had been reckless. For she was still not divorced. Shen Lanyin's expression remained calm, though a subtle hint of greed flickered within. Pursuing him required patience, at the very least. She must wait until the divorce was finalized. The Liu family was in a state of anxiety. Xie Xun had yet to speak, and no one dared to rise. Liu Zhen was also terrified, yet as the head of the Liu family, he could not escape today's social obligations. What could be the reason for the Prince of Zhennan's visit? Before returning to the capital, the emperor had ordered him to take over the affairs of the Dali Temple. Today, someone from the Liu family had brought a performer back to the capital to marry, openly defying the laws of the Great Sheng. Liu Zhen's complexion grew increasingly pale. Was the Prince of Zhennan here to cause trouble? Your Highness. This is a matter of the Liu family, he implied, suggesting that Xie Xun was meddling. How audacious. Xie Xun, already filled with murderous intent, was further enraged. To disregard the law and belittle the emperor was indeed a family affair? Your son is quite impressive. Fearing for his life on the battlefield while leading the way in debauchery. I have spared him out of respect for the Liu family's old general. But Liu Yanchuan hurried to explain, Your Highness, you have been deceived by that vile woman, Shen Lanyin. There is nothing to it. As for the battlefield, I assure you, I acted with integrity, not out of cowardice. I simply wished to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. Before he could finish, Liu Zhen slapped him hard, cursing, Fool. This nonsense might work on women, but can you deceive Xie Xun? Life and death are at stake. Can he evade responsibility? But what did it matter? It was too late. Xie Xun was already furious. To protect his son, Liu Zhen struck ruthlessly. After a few blows, Liu Yanchuan spat blood, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Liu Zhen, your son is audacious. He dares to disregard even the emperor. Liu Zhen's fear intensified. At that moment, he deeply regretted dedicating the entire Liu family's resources to cultivate Liu Yanchuan. In front of the prince, who had the authority to speak, he was relentless, fearing that one misstep could utterly offend Xie Xun and jeopardize the future of the entire Liu family. All this trouble stemmed from Liu Yanchuan's actions. Had he not brought Ling Xiyu back, there would not have been such a mess. Offending the Shen family, the Qinghe Cui clan, and even the Empress Dowager was one thing, but how could he provoke this living demon? After today, would there still be a place for the Liu family in the capital? Liu Yanchuan, beaten, placed the blame solely on Shen Lanyin. It's just taking a concubine. Which family doesn't do that? Why must she make such a fuss? Madame Liu, heartbroken, could only watch helplessly, unable to intervene. Xie Xun declared, Since the Liu family lacks individuals capable of handling significant matters, I shall report to the emperor that the opportunity for military training is to be revoked. Once, the esteemed General Liu, the first master of the general's residence, had established an illustrious reputation, his achievements countless and revered. As a sign of imperial favor, the Liu family was granted a military training slot for generations. The faces of everyone in the Liu family changed drastically. This was the foundation of their standing in the capital. Such a privilege was unique within the city. Only then did Liu Yanchuan truly panic, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's all Shen Lanyin's fault, he exclaimed. I was wrong. Liu Yanchuan, filled with sincerity, managed to utter a few words, bowing repeatedly. Before Xie Xun could respond, Ling Xiu interjected, feigning innocence, "Your Highness, it is all my fault. Please punish me. It has nothing to do with the Lu family." Unbeknownst to her if intentional or not, as she spoke, her thin silk garment fell open, her eyes twinkling. This was a skill honed with countless men. To date, no man had evaded her allure. Shen Lanyin seethed with rage. In plain sight, this was nothing short of seduction. Yet, now, it seemed she had no standing to be angry. Lu Yanchuan, blinded by infatuation, failed to perceive Ling Xiu's intentions. "Xiu, you are truly wonderful. This is a matter for men. You should withdraw. My husband will bear this. Are you a courtesan?" Xie Xun clearly was not swayed by such tactics. "Should I discover you entering the military camp, inciting the soldiers, I will execute you without hesitation." Chapter 10. He could not let go, Your Highness. I was previously a performer, but I have now married into the general's residence and am reformed. Ling Xiu desperately attempted to explain, but her words were better left unsaid. Xie Xun commanded loudly, "No actress shall marry into a respectable family. Bring this actress and Lu Yanchuan away, and give her 50 lashes." Neither Lu Yanchuan nor Ling Xiuan could escape this punishment. The sound of the lashes echoed, causing Lu Yanchuan to scream in agony. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu could no longer contain herself and fainted. "Mother! Madam! Mother!" The Lu family was thrown into chaos, some searching for a doctor, others trying to revive her. Shen Lanyin felt a surge of satisfaction. That pair of shameless lovers, Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu, dared to play tricks before Xie Xun. They were courting death. Xie Xun was a man of integrity, intolerant of any vice, particularly detesting military men who consorted with courtesans. Lu Yanchuan had long since offended him. The Lu family initially thought today was tragic enough, but Xie Xun added, "Lu Yanchuan shall never serve as a general." With those words, he severed Lu Yanchuan's path to promotion. Old Master Lu was on the verge of fainting from rage. Could a Lu family that could not produce a general still be considered a Lu family? This was a bid to cut off the Lu family's future. Xie Xun chuckled coldly, stating, "The opportunity for military training still stands. Lu Zhen, this is the Emperor's final chance for the Lu family. This opportunity is not for you. It is offered in light of the late General Lu, and I hope you will act wisely." Before returning to the capital, Xie Xun had reported Lu Yanchuan's conduct on the battlefield to the Emperor. Today, his visit to the general's residence was, in essence, to fulfill the Emperor's orders. Hearing this dreadful news, battered and bruised, Lu Yanchuan collapsed again, realizing he had lost his position. At that moment, Shen Lanyin only wished to send him a single word: deserved. 2 words: "You deserve it." Shen Lanyin felt a sense of relief, and her regard for Xie Xun deepened. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Jingyuan, she acknowledged His Highness the Prince of Zhennan. Xie Xun raised an eyebrow slightly. "I hear you wish to divorce?" Shen Lanyin candidly admitted it. "The divorce is a matter between the Shen and Lu families, and I cannot interfere, but if you wish, I can ensure you leave safely with your dowry." Xie Xun's voice was gentle. Lu Zhen stammered, "Your Highness, this Shen is still a member of the Lu family." Xie Xun threatened blatantly, "Do you still desire the military training opportunity? Add 20 lashes to Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu. Your Highness is wise." Lu Zhen was astute enough to recognize the situation. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, another 20 lashes could lead to Lu Yanchuan's demise. Shen Lanyin naturally desired the divorce. But given today's events and the Lu family's loss of power, they would not easily let her go. If Xie Xun could take her away, it would be the best outcome. Shenzheng, silent until now, cast a glance at Shen Lanyin, his meaning clear. He hoped she would heed Xie Xun's words. Marriage had never been a matter of freedom. Shen Lanyin had been married to Lu Yanchuan for 3 years, nominally a member of the Lu family. Regardless of their acknowledgement, this marriage was an undeniable reality. The Lu family had become increasingly ruthless. If they clung to Shen Lanyin, they would face dire consequences. Moreover, this divorce was a family matter. Xie Xun could not intervene, nor could the Emperor. After all, the great Sheng's governing philosophy was rooted in the 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues. An imperial edict for divorce would contradict these principles and incite turmoil within the court and the populace. Most importantly, the Lu family still held cards close to their chest. Unless they were willing to relinquish their grip and provide Shen Lanyin with a divorce decree, not a mere letter of separation, her unilateral declaration would hold no weight. Xie Xun removed the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Shen Lanyin, declaring that with this jade, it would be as if the prince himself were present. Anyone who dared to trouble her would be opposing him. Shen Lanyin accepted it, carefully stowing it away. She felt an odd tension between Xie Xun and her father. In her memory, there had never been any conflict between them. Why then did her father seem so uneasy? Ever since Xie Xun arrived, he had ceased to speak. Shun Zheng gazed at the jade pendant inscribed with the character Sun. This was not merely a piece of jewelry, it symbolized his affections for her. Indeed, he had not let go of his feelings. Yet it was all fated. One cannot escape their destiny. Shen Lanyin understood the helplessness of their situation, realizing they could not separate. Furthermore, she was aware that in her previous life, the emperor had not treated Xie Xun kindly, merely a superficial brotherhood. How much genuine affection could exist among royal siblings? She could not let this matter endanger Xie Xun. They still had many significant tasks ahead. In her past life, their shared fate had culminated in heartbreak 2 years later. To survive and alter their destiny was the only path to a future. Nevertheless, from this day forth, she would absolutely not share a household with Lu Yanchuan. It was repugnant. Madame Lu, having regained consciousness, called out, "Ener, where are you going? The Lu household is your home. Today's events were all misunderstandings. Your mother will treat you well from now on. Ling Xiyu is merely a concubine. If you do not fancy her, she can be sold, and the entire Lu family will heed your wishes." Lu Yanxi and Lu Yan'an nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu Jin added, "Your mother is right. As a delicate young woman, where can you go if you leave the Lu family?" Lu Yanchuan, still dazed from his recent fainting spell, looked bewildered. "Father, mother, why are you being so courteous to the Shen family? This is unfilial. I say, she should be dismissed." Lu Zhen's face turned crimson with rage. "You fool!" he shouted, and predictably, Lu Yanchuan received several slaps in return. Madame Lu cried out in distress, "My son! How could you be so bewitched, so reckless? Well then, let them part. This would fulfill Shen Lanyin's wish perfectly." Lu Yanchuan finally realized Shen family. "Do not think this way. You were born into the Lu family, and you will die as a member of the Lu family." Lu Jin swallowed back his anger, feeling a sense of relief. "Yes, just like that. Lanyin, today I was in the wrong. As long as you promise not to sell Xiyu, I will treat you well and grant you the dignity of a legitimate wife. Please do not leave." This day marked the most humiliating moment in Lu Yanchuan's life, as he had to bow repeatedly to a woman who showed no gratitude, trampling his and his family's dignity into the ground. He vowed that if given the chance, he would certainly take her life. Shen Lanyin's gaze seemed to pierce through him, and as she turned to leave, she silently muttered, "Coward. Spineless." At last, Lu Yanchuan was incensed. "Leave. From now on, even if you kneel and beg, I will not let you cross the threshold of the Lu family." Xie Xun watched all of this unfold, finally feeling a sense of comfort. She despised him. Madame Lu was beside herself, stamping her feet and exclaiming, "My son, you are foolish, foolish." Lu Zhen wished to intervene but felt powerless. The only hope for the Lu family rested in Xie Xun's hands. Upon exiting the Marquis' estate, Qiushui had already instructed the servants to pack everything. "Rest assured, miss, not even a chamber pot has been left behind. The Lu family will not gain an ounce." With Xie Xun and Shun Jing present, neither the master nor the servants of the general's residence dared to obstruct them. Previously, the 30,000 taels Shen Lanyin had provided to the general's residence could not be repaid by the Lu family. Even the floorboards and roof tiles had been pried off for cash. Lu Zhan lamented, "Lanyin is quite exceptional. Our Lu family has wronged her and made her suffer." Madame Lu, gazing at her injured son, wept profusely. "What is good about a performer who has been ridden by thousands? What do you see in her?" It was not so much that she favored Shen Lanyin, but that Shen Lanyin was truly willing to spend money on her. Ling Xiyu, sweet-talking as she might, could not produce a single coin. What good was that? Upon returning to the Marquis of Jingyuan's residence, the lanterns had just begun to glow. A day of clamor had finally drawn to a close. "Miss, the master requests your presence in the study." At the sound of Qiushui's voice, Shen Lanyin's heart sank. It was time to face the music. Chapter 11. Confession. No one knows a daughter better than her father. She knew that everything that had transpired today could not be hidden from her father. After all, her demeanor had changed too much compared to the past. However, she had no intention of concealing anything from him. The massacre of the Shen family must be thoroughly investigated. This deep-seated enmity must be avenged. Since her rebirth, Shen Lanyin had remained calm, seriously contemplating how to contend with Lu Yanchuan, Ling Xiu, and even the entire Lu family. Upon seeing her father's white hair, her eyes reddened. Especially after recounting the trials they endured in her previous life, tears streamed down her face. It had been 2 years since she had last seen her father after she had driven him away. Shun Zheng's heart also shattered. Only through experiencing such drastic changes can one truly grow. As a daughter who had lived again, how could she remain unchanged? Just moments ago, he had been perplexed by her sudden madness, lacking any semblance of a refined young lady. Now he understood. After enduring so much inhumane torment, how could she not be driven to madness? His precious daughter had been pushed to the brink. To remain sane in that predatory Lu household was impossible. He had thought that marrying his daughter off to the impoverished Lu family would ensure that they treated her like a revered ancestor. Little did he know, it was all just his delusion. He looked at his daughter, whose eyes were now red, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Sensing her father's concern and love, Shen Lanyin's emotions calmed instantly. Father, the Shen family can no longer be blindly loyal to the throne. The events of my previous life have shown that the fidelity the Shen family upholds is misguided. The slaughter of the Shen family was linked to Lu Yanchuan, but ultimately, it stemmed from the emperor's decree. No matter how loyal the Shen family is, the emperor will always harbor suspicions. Shun Zheng was taken aback, pointing towards the palace.
Una.
What do you mean? His expression shifted drastically. Ener, do you not know that all blessings and hardships are bestowed by the sovereign? Shen Lanyin, having experienced life and death, was well aware of this truth. It was precisely because there was no way out and the future appeared bleak that one must strive to carve a new path. Just as she had endured 2 years of torment in the general's residence, suffering both physically and mentally. Yet, she had never submitted. Even at the end of her life, she aimed to take Lu Yanchuan's life amidst the chaos, dragging him into hell with her. Destiny has always been in one's own hands. Father, in my previous life, after the Shen family was annihilated, the Lu family seized everything belonging to the Shuns, properties, titles. Shun Zheng leaped to his feet, his anger boiling over. Despicable. The Lu family has gone too far. They robbed my daughter's dowry, exterminated the Shen family, and appropriated all of our possessions. What enmity is this? If that is the case, the Shen family and the Lu family can only be locked in a deadly feud. Shen Lanyin continued. Father, while the late emperor was alive, he likely had his eye on the Shen family. The current emperor views us as a significant threat. With this, she struck at the heart of the matter. How could a family so impoverished that it could not even pay its servants' monthly wages possibly bring down the Shen family? It was inconceivable. As Shen Lanyin departed the study, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Shun Zheng. In this life, they must live well and create a notable legacy. Shen Zheng's expression grew increasingly grave, having already been targeted. They must seize the initiative and act first. Even if it meant turning the capital upside down, they must uncover the mastermind behind the destruction of the Shen family. Years of loyalty did not equate to incompetence. Meanwhile, the members of the Lu family surveyed the desolate and empty estate, faces marred with worry. How would they manage in the days to come? After Shen Lanyin left, the Lu family carried the unconscious Ling Xiu into the main courtyard. Tonight was supposed to be a joyous wedding night, yet the main courtyard was to be decorated with festivity, only to find it lacking even a single red lantern. Even the furniture was hastily collected second-hand items. Ling Xiu lay on the soft bed, slowly awakening, her pale face only serving to enhance her pitiful appearance. Surrounded by her surroundings, she could not help but secretly criticize the Lu family for no longer taking her seriously. My husband, boo-hoo. Lu Yanchuan felt a deep pang of sympathy. Do not fear, Xiu. With your husband by your side, you shall not suffer even the slightest grievance. It is for the best that that wretched woman has departed. From now on, you shall be my wife. According to the plan they had long devised on the road. Upon returning home today, they would first seize the family authority from Shen Lanyin and firmly grasp her dowry in their hands. Shen Lanyin's life and death would naturally be in their control. Thus, they would obtain wealth, allow the general's manor to gain momentum, and then ruthlessly bully Shen Lanyin. thereby manipulating the Shen family. Yet, everything was ruined by Shen Lanyin. The dowry remained unattained, and they had offended Xie Xun. Most importantly, Ling Xiu's identity as a performer had been exposed, and even her reputation could not be preserved. Lu Yanchuan gritted his teeth in frustration. What if Shen Lanyin is mad? In name, she is still my wife. Who can predict what will happen next? Humph. Just wait and see. The thought of her behaving like a mad dog today infuriated him. One day, he would kill her. Moreover, he was confident that even if he lost his position and could no longer be a general, he could still make a name for himself in the near future through his own talents, ensuring a prosperous life for Ling Xiu and revitalizing the general's manor. Ling Xiu suppressed her discontent, her eyes sparkling as she spoke gently. My husband, you are so kind to me. Meeting you is the happiest event of my life. Her tender demeanor concealed any signs of discontent. Lu Yanchuan gazed at her, enchanted, and had it not been for their injuries, he would have been consumed by desire. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Ling Xiu remarked, Husband, something feels amiss. After a chaotic day, Lu Yanchuan found solace in Ling Xiu's presence, feeling a sense of stability and indulging in romantic thoughts. Therefore, he failed to notice the impatience and disdain buried in her eyes. Ling Xiu shook his arm. Husband, I find it strange. Lu Yanchuan, lost in his thoughts, casually responded. What is it? What seems strange? Ling Xiu complained. Husband, was my identity not concealed from Shen Lanyin? Why did she immediately call me a performer upon our first meeting today, as if she already knew? Could she be a deity, knowing matters from afar in the capital and the battlefield in the south? Or did someone from the Lu family leak information? If she had remained ignorant, would she have caused such a ruckus today? Ling Xiu's voice brimmed with resentment. How could she not feel aggrieved? If it were not for someone's betrayal, she would have managed to deceive Shen Lanyin into accepting her first. If successful, she would now be the true mistress of the general's manor. After Ling Xiu's reminder, Lu Yanchuan finally grasped the situation. How did Shen Lanyin know? Who was the traitor within the Lu family? Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted their thoughts. Lu Yanchuan's body trembled involuntarily. Could it be that Shen Lanyin regretted her decision and returned overnight? If she comes back, she is not welcome.
Get out.
Leave. Lu Yanchuan shouted angrily. Since you have left, do not return. A furious voice from Lu Zhen resounded. Unfilial son, your father has matters to discuss with you. Chapter 12. Must I their moment of solitude disturbed, Lu Yanchuan's resentment deepened. Father, I am resting with Xiu. We can talk tomorrow. Lu Zhen disregarded his plea and barged in. Previously, he had considered Lu Yanchuan the backbone of the general's manor.
Now,
with Lu Yanchuan reduced to a useless man without a position, he cared little. Moreover, he had 3 other sons. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the Jingyuan Marquis' residence to apologize and bring Lanyin back. Lu Yanchuan was infuriated. He understood Shen Lanyin's importance, but he was unwilling to bow to her or swallow his pride. Why should she look down upon him? Ling Xiu felt offended as well. On her first night in the manor, the elder had barged in, a great humiliation. Yet as a lowly performer, she dared not show her true feelings and had to feign understanding. Now her only advantage over Shen Lanyin was her ability to appear understanding and generous. Husband, your father is only looking out for your best interests. Tomorrow, you should apologize to your sister. Perhaps she will be willing to return, and your position will be secured. Ling Xiu insisted, I am merely enduring some grievances. It is nothing. The more she said this, the more Lu Yanchuan's heart ached. Instead, it only ignited his protective instincts, causing him to oppose Lu Zhen. This was Ling Xiu's true intention. If someone dared to make her uncomfortable, she would ensure the elder felt discomfort too. Father, I will not go. If anyone should go, it should be you. Shen Lanyin is already arrogant. If I go, she will undoubtedly take delight in it. I want the entire capital to know that Shen Lanyin was sent back to her family by me. Let us see how haughty she remains. At most, she will hold out for 10 days before she comes back crying for forgiveness. Once married, a daughter is like spilled water. In the Dasheng, if a married daughter returns to her family and stays for too long, it will inevitably attract gossip. Lu Zhen felt helpless. For an ordinary family's daughter, such rules would be acceptable. But was Shen Lanyin someone to be trifled with? If it dragged on, the only one who would be criticized would be the general's manor. Lu Zhen's gaze darkened as news from the palace arrived. the emperor decided to hold another celebration banquet for the prince of Zhennan, specifically requesting the eldest daughter of the Shen family to attend. The eldest daughter of the Shen family? Not a woman of the Lu family. Was the emperor aiding the Shen family? Hadn't he, the emperor, always been wary of them? Lu Yanchuan suddenly slapped his thigh in shock. Why does the emperor care about a madwoman?
Slap.
Lu Zhen stepped forward and struck him. The emperor is not someone you can speak of so casually. Lu Yanchuan, you are foolish, repeatedly offending the powerful for a performer. I have yet to settle accounts with you. If you dare offend the emperor again, I will disown you as my son. Father. It is not that I do not wish to go, but I am injured, Lu Yanchuan lamented. He too was perplexed by why Shen Lanyin had caught the emperor's eye. Could it be that the emperor was enamored with her and wished to take her into the palace? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. This cannot happen. Even if he did not care, Shen Lanyin was still his woman, and the emperor could not take her away. Lu Zhan sneered. If you do not wish to go, it is simple. You have lost your position, so take this performer and move out of the general's manor. I have already decided to send your second brother, Yan En, to the military for training. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanchuan had no choice but to lower his head. Father, I will go, even if I must be carried. Lu Zhen frowned. Chuan heir, you are a man. You must learn to endure to achieve great things, no matter what. Shen Lanyin is your legitimate wife. Only by holding on to her tightly can your future hold promise. To bow to the woman he despised the most? Though Lu Yanchuan was furious, he could only suppress it, daring not to utter a word. Chuan heir, do your best to coax the Shen family back. Besides her substantial dowry, she also has connections. Even the emperor values her now. Once you have exhausted her worth, you can deal with her later.
Chuan heir.
Your father knows you are aggrieved, but Shen Lanyin is your path to success. I am only looking out for your best interests. Lu Yanchuan loathed such words. He was a man and had his pride. Did he have to openly acknowledge this dependence? After Lu Zhen left, Lu Yanchuan comforted Ling Xiyu. Ling Xiyu wept bitterly. Husband, just the thought of you seeking out my sister at dawn fills me with worry. I feel aggrieved on your behalf. But my pain surpasses yours, as if 1,000 arrows pierce my heart. Xiyu, do not cry. When you weep like this, it shatters my heart. No matter what happens, you are the only one for me. Lu Yanchuan's heart stirred. Indeed, Xiyu understood him best. However, unbeknownst to him, as he fell into a deep slumber, a mysterious figure clad in black, like a specter, entered the room, fed Ling Xiyu a pill, and knelt at her feet. My lady, the master has sent word. Regardless of the cost, we must rally the Lu family and destroy the Shen family. Ling Xiyu's previously gentle expression twisted into a grimace. Shen Lanyin, you must die. Shen Lanyin returned to the Tinglan courtyard, the place she resided before her marriage. A familiar figure stood at the entrance, lantern in hand, seemingly waiting for quite some time. As she approached, illuminated by the warm orange glow, she recognized the figure clad in a gray cross-collared robe, her hair neatly pinned up, her eyes reflecting sorrow and concern. Shen Lanyin's heart warmed.
Wei Mama?
Wei Mama had once been a maid granted to her mother, Cui Xian, by the empress, serving her devotedly. After her mother's passing, Wei Mama had taken on the responsibility of caring for her. It is this old servant. Now that I have returned, I shall not leave again. Wei Mama wept in the wind. She had never anticipated that, due to her son's severe illness, she would be away for 3 years only to find her beloved young lady suddenly married. Now, with her only relative gravely ill, she felt utterly unmoored. From this point onward, she would devote herself entirely to serving the young lady, ensuring she would not suffer again. Shen Lanyin felt a pang of emotion. Quickly, come inside. Today, seeing Wei Mama reminded her of her mother. If only her mother were still alive, how heartbroken she would be. Though the arrangement of the Tinglan courtyard remained unchanged, Shen Lanyin did not sleep well on her first night back. Her dreams were filled with scenes of the Shen family being slaughtered, and of Xie Xun shielding her only to be pierced like a hedgehog. She also dreamt of Xie Xun gifting her a jade pendant. Awakened in the middle of the night, she could not fall back asleep, her mind racing with thoughts. Today, with Xie Xun's assistance, she had successfully brought back all her dowry, seizing the initiative. However, the Lu family would not let her off so easily. But what did that matter? In this lifetime, she would not spare the Lu family. The moment of her rebirth had already sealed the fate of a bitter rivalry between the Shen and Lu families. She believed that in the end, it would be the Shen family that would prevail. Wei Mama worked with great efficiency as dawn broke. She had already organized everything brought back from the general's residence into storage. Despite having not slept all night, Shen Lanyin's spirits remained undampened. In her past life, she had endured great hardship in the Lu household, especially after Ling Xi's arrival, which made her days increasingly unbearable. Losing her dowry was one thing, but she had suffered from hunger and cold, even having to beg for a bit of charcoal in the winter. The only one who remained steadfast by her side was Xie Xun, both of them enduring the trials of life together. In this lifetime, she was determined not to suffer again. At this moment, as she savored the delicious and nourishing bird's nest porridge, colorful dumplings, and fragrant soup dumplings laid out on a large table, she felt a sense of abundance. Previously, in the impoverished general's residence, she could never indulge like this. The extravagant demands of Madame Lu had been burdensome enough. Just then, a servant hurried in with news that the Lu family had arrived. Chapter 13. Is the daughter of the Shen family a bandit? Before leaving, the Marquis had said that matters concerning the eldest daughter were to be decided by her alone. The visitor observed Shen Lanyin's countenance, speaking cautiously. I cannot see them, she retorted, her pleasant mood interrupted by the unwelcome news. Last night, Xie Xun had recounted all that had transpired in the past 3 years to Wei Mama.
Wei Ganga.
Unable to contain her outrage, remarked, a pack of ingrates. How dare they show their faces here? Just as Shen Lanyin was about to intervene, her stepmother Zhang's maid, Chuyue, rushed in, breathless. Miss, it's bad. The Lu family is causing a scene at the front gate. Wei Mama reacted as if faced with a formidable foe. Why are the Lu family making such a fuss at the entrance? They should be invited into the hall, not causing a ruckus outside. Is it your mistress who wishes to stir trouble?
Yuyue, distressed, exclaimed, No.
Our mistress cannot invite them in. The Lu family insists on seeing the eldest daughter, or they will let the citizens of the capital see the true nature of the Marquis' household. Chuyue stepped forward, kneeling respectfully. Miss, even if our mistress and you have a strained relationship, she would never jest with the reputation of the Marquis' estate, nor disregard the honor of the second and third young ladies. Shen Lanyin understood the truth in Chuyue's words. Although Zhang had her grievances with her, she cherished the 2 daughters her father had adopted, treating them as her own. If this matter escalated, it could adversely affect her sister's prospects for marriage.
Zhang,
no matter how foolish, would not allow a public disturbance at the entrance. If her father learned of this, she would not escape unscathed. Xie Xun returned, panting. Miss. As soon as Lady Lu arrived, she lay down at the entrance. The 2 young ladies of the Lu family are here as well, and even Lu Yenchuan has been brought. Upon hearing this, Wei Mama grew anxious. What are they trying to achieve? Are they attempting to frame our young lady? Shen Lanyin lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with profound intent. Let us go out and see. She knew the Lu family would not relent and was taken aback that they could not even enjoy a single day of peace. As she swiftly made her way to the door, Wei Mama, Xie Xun, and Chuyue hurriedly followed. Wei Mama, concerned, positioned herself protectively at the entrance alongside Shen Lanyin. Everyone, come see. The legitimate daughter of the Shen family has been married to my Lu family's eldest son for 3 years. We have treated her like royalty, yet she has beaten her husband, insulted her in-laws, accepted jade pendants from other men, and yesterday, she even absconded with all the wealth of the general's residence, returning to her maternal home. This is truly depriving us of our livelihood. 3 years of marriage without a child. My son has only sought a concubine. But the Shen family's legitimate daughter refuses. Lady Lu's voice boomed, inciting a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. I knew there was a commotion at the general's residence yesterday. It turns out Shen Lanyin absconded with their wealth. Jealous, childless, violent towards her husband, entangled with other men, and yet the Lu family has still not divorced Shen Lanyin. Truly, a rare example of a benevolent family. Stealing all the wealth and returning home. Is the legitimate daughter of the Shen family a bandit? Worse than pigs and dogs. Look, the poisonous is coming out. The crowd craned their necks, eager to see what such a venomous woman looked like. Was she as hideous as a she-demon? At the entrance, a radiant woman clad in red emerged, captivating the onlookers. Her beauty was stunning, her slender waist accentuated, and her steps light, as if she had walked out of a painting, drawing the attention of many. Adorned with jewels that sparkled brilliantly, she exuded an extraordinary elegance. The crowd was left in awe, questioning how such a beautiful woman could be labeled as a poisonous. Lu Yanchuan found himself captivated by the figure in red, thinking Shen Lanyin appeared rather appealing. In response, Zhang feigned concern. Why has the eldest daughter come out? You just returned yesterday. Why aren't you resting in the courtyard? Shen Lanyin silently scoffed, realizing that Yue had indeed been sent by her. Her stepmother, hailing from a humble official family, was known for her supposed wisdom, particularly in feigning kindness towards legitimate sons and daughters for the sake of reputation. In reality, she was petty and competitive, always vying for everything. When she and her younger sisters, Shen Lanyue and Shen Lanfeng, were being groomed, with both their father and elder brother absent, Zhang had even denied her proper adornments. Had it not been for her brother's early return, using his monthly allowance to purchase suitable adornments for her, her grooming ceremony would have been a disaster. When her father inquired, Zhang merely deflected with excuses about not wanting to spend extra money. Afterward, Zhang refrained from openly humiliating her, opting instead for underhanded tactics, withholding her allowance, denying her seasonal clothing, and even secretly withholding the physician when she fell ill. Before her marriage, Zhang had employed every means to suppress her. However, there was nothing to fear. Zhang's only support lay in her father. As long as he was invoked, Zhang would behave like a docile cat. Shen Lanyin was about to speak to the crowd when a maid beside Zhang interjected, "Miss, the mistress has been gravely ill lately. And for your sake, she hasn't even had breakfast," dragging her sickly body out to manage this situation. Zhang conveniently coughed twice, corroborating the maid's words. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, all casting aspersions upon her. How can a legitimate daughter of the Shen family be so unworthy? The Shen family boasts 3 young ladies. Aside from her, there are 2 adopted daughters brought back by their father, residing under the Zhang surname. Over the years, since her marriage, the Zhang family has nurtured them diligently. The second lady, Shen Lanyin, possesses a vivacious spirit and excels in the art of throwing pots, while the third lady, Shen Lanfeng, is known for her amiable nature and remarkable literary talent. Both have gained considerable fame among the noble ladies in the capital, thereby overshadowing her status as the legitimate daughter. Upon hearing such remarks, Shen Lanyin felt no anger. The words of the lady were misguided. As the wife of the Marquis of Jingyuan, managing the household affairs was her rightful duty. If the lady was indeed unwell, she would inform their father and assume responsibility for the Marquis's matters, alleviating the lady's burdens. Consequently, some in the crowd remarked on Shen's filial piety, noting her willingness to assist her stepmother with household duties. Zhang, however, shook her head vehemently. Relinquishing control of the household was out of the question. She already held little authority in the Marquis, and to lose that would be unthinkable. An old nurse stepped forward, pleading for forgiveness, claiming she had misinterpreted the lady's thoughts. Zhang cast a desperate glance at Shen Lanyin, hoping she would not hold it against her. Yet, the usually compliant Shen Lanyin was determined to assert herself. "Madam, I speak with your health in mind. Since you are unwell, I shall inform father and seek permission for you to recuperate at the estate." Zhang's vision darkened at her words. Why provoke this wretched girl? Having returned from the predatory Lu family, could anyone expect her to be virtuous? In exasperation, Zhang resolved to act decisively. How dare she fabricate such tales? Seize her and administer 20 blows. The nurse trembled in fear, begging for mercy. At that moment, Shen Lanyin interjected, "Madam, your fairness in this matter shall surely earn you praise from father." Zhang, furious and speechless, found herself at a loss. Her anger over the Lu family's visit was compounded by the thought that Shen Lanyin might ruin her daughter's prospects. She felt compelled to voice her frustrations. But Shen Lanyin refused to yield even an inch. Without a doubt, in this confrontation with Zhang, Shen Lanyin emerged victorious. Witnessing her mother's humiliation, Shen Lanyin could not contain her disdain. Having always looked down upon Shen Lanyin, she burst forth, exclaiming, "What pride can a vile woman, who has brought ruin upon her family, possibly feel? Do you not fear retribution?" The atmosphere fell silent momentarily, only to erupt into more fervent discussions. Indeed, the legitimacy of Shen's beauty was rendered irrelevant by her reputation as a venomous woman. The Lu family's laughter echoed, realizing they had an ally in this conflict. Thus commenced the true spectacle. Shen Lanyin regarded Shen Lanyin with a complex gaze filled with coldness, resentment, and a twinge of pity. In the past, She had perceived her half-sister as merely brash and forthright, yet now it became evident that Shen Lanyin had begun to align herself with the Lu family. How soon she had turned her elbows outward. In her previous life, shortly after Ling Xiu entered the family, Shen Lanyin had taken the opportunity to climb into Lu Yanchuan's bed. When the scandal surfaced, Shen Lanyin had the audacity to accuse her of failing to safeguard her own man, leading to Shen Lanyin's severe torment at the hands of Ling Xiu. Once inside the General's household, Shen Lanyin had joined forces with Ling to target her. Even when Shen Lanyin was cast out of the Lu family, Shen Lanyin had failed to secure her position. Having faced trials together for a time, Shen Lanyin eventually saw the true nature of the Lu family. Yet she reciprocated this understanding with sympathy, even sacrificing her life to delay the Lu army, granting Shen Lanyin the chance to avenge herself against Lu Yanchuan. In this life, she would not allow Shen Lanyin to be deceived by the Lu family once more. Previously, she had believed that Lu Yanchuan's torment was solely directed at her. Now, she realized that it had never been about her, but rather about the Shen family as daughters. As the legitimate daughter, she had endured even harsher treatment. Qiu Shui, anxious to clarify, interjected, "Please be silent. Our young lady is not like that." Zhang chastised Shen Lanyin. "Lure, what nonsense are you spouting? It's one thing for others to speak, but how can you say such things about your elder sister? Does our Marquis truly care for the trifles of the Lu family? Apologize to your elder sister at once." Shen Lanyin let out a cold laugh, recognizing Zhang's narrow-mindedness. Her words were meticulous, casting all blame upon her. As expected, the surrounding murmurs grew increasingly intense, declaring the Shen family's legitimate daughter to be as venomous as a serpent. A daughter of the Shen family was indeed a misfortune for them. The Lu family had suffered an unimaginable stroke of ill fate in marrying such a woman. She was utterly unworthy of Lu Yanchuan. As the Shen family members spoke, Mrs. Lu found herself at a loss for words, desperate to interject. At that moment, emboldened by the crowd's sentiments, she addressed Shen Lanyin. "I understand that marrying Chuana may have been a slight to you, but regardless, you cannot claim the Lu family as possessions and simply return to your family." Fuming, she felt betrayed. They had agreed to come together. Yet at the last moment, the elder had refused to lower himself and had ordered her to ensure Shen Lanyin returned home. Otherwise, there would be consequences. As an elder, how could she demean herself to plead? Even if she did bring her back, would she still hold authority as her mother-in-law? Thus, she devised a scheme. The Shen family was of a respectable standing. For the sake of reputation, Shen Lanyin would have to accompany her back to the Lu family. Shen Lanyin regarded Mrs. Lu as if she were invisible, turning to Shen Lanyin. "Since you are so aligned with the Lu family, why not return with Mrs. Lu today?" The pointed remark caused Shen Lanyin to blush instantly. Indeed, she harbored feelings for Lu Yanchuan. 3 years prior, when he had visited the Marquis to propose, she had been smitten at first sight. Yet, she had concealed her emotions well. How could her elder sister possibly know? "Today, dear sister, if you accompany Mrs. Lu back to serve the Lu family, it would fulfill the romantic tale of a Huang and Nuying." Shen Lanyin, feeling embarrassed, covered her face with a handkerchief. "Sister, you wrong me. No matter what, I would never have anything to do with my brother-in-law." With that, she scurried away in shame. Witnessing this, Shen Lanyin grew suspicious of the events of her past life. She had never believed that Shen Lanyin was of such unsavory disposition. Could there truly be hidden depths to her character? Zhang, alarmed, paled at the thought. How could Lutter become entangled with such a family? "Eldest miss, be cautious with your words. Do not speak carelessly about your second sister's marriage." Shen Lanyin fixed her gaze upon Zhang, probing, "Madam, do you truly wish to prevent your second sister from entering the General's household?" Zhang's face turned ashen, her emotions a tumult of anger and indignation. "What do you mean, eldest miss? Though Laura is not my birth daughter, I have raised her. I must arrange a suitable match for her. How could I allow her to become a concubine?" Reassured, Shen Lanyin realized that this matter bore no relation to Zhang. By addressing Zhang in this manner, she could ensure that the latter would keep a watchful eye over her younger sister and prevent her from entering the perilous world of the General's household.
Now,
it was time to deal with the Lu family. "Madam, since your health is poor, perhaps you should return to rest. I shall handle things here." Zhang, relieved, turned to leave. Even if Shen Zheng were to return and rebuke her, she would have an explanation ready. Upon entering, she spotted Shen Lanyin hiding behind the door. secretly observing the commotion outside. Without hesitation, she struck her, "Lure, put away your sordid thoughts. Setting aside the fact that he is your brother-in-law, do you truly believe you can provoke such a family?" Shen Lanyin was taken aback, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, how could you strike me? Do you not know my character? Must you suspect me as my elder sister does?" With another slap, Zhang retorted, "I can deduce your thoughts with ease. You only wish for your elder sister to divorce quickly, so you can enter the General's household. Though you are an adopted daughter, you are still a daughter of the Marquis. Why demean yourself by coveting what your sister has discarded?" Shen Lanyin, feeling wronged, protested. Mother Zhang grasped her hand and pulled her aside. "Lure, today you shall observe carefully and see the true nature of the Lu family. What sort of person is that Lu Yenchuan whom you admire?" Suddenly, she instructed Jingyuan, "You stay here and watch over the second young Mississippi. During this time, she is not allowed to eat or drink." Jingyuan nodded in compliance. Shen Lanyin was filled with disbelief, wondering why her mother was suddenly so fierce. Zhang's heart hardened as she turned to leave. Outside the main gate, the Lu family's theatrics commenced in earnest. Lady Lu wept copiously, her sorrow palpable.
Lanyin.
"For the past 3 years, I have treated you as my own daughter, never asking anything of you. How is it that now, just as my son returns from the battlefield, you create such a scene? Can you truly face me?" Lu Yenyen joined in the lamentation. "Eldest sister-in-law, you are the legitimate daughter of the Marquis. What do you lack? Why do you covet the possessions of the general's household? For 3 years, while our elder brother was away, mother stayed by your side, often keeping you company through the night. Have you forgotten?" Lu Yanxi added, "Eldest sister-in-law, do not be heartless. Such actions could invite divine retribution." Lady Lu was breathless from her tears. "Lanyin, upon your return yesterday, I implored you to stay. But you would not listen. You took away all of the Lu family's wealth. How are we to survive?" When Shen Lanyin returned to the Marquis' residence, she made quite the commotion, bringing back a multitude of belongings. Large and small, from decorative items to everyday cooking utensils, it appeared she had taken everything.
Consequently,
Many bystanders believed the words of the Lu family. Numerous voices spoke in defense of the Lu family. If life became unbearable, they should part ways amicably. Why must it come to this? To carry away all the possessions of the in-laws, is that reasonable? The Shen family's legitimate daughter was so ruthless, failing to cherish such a good family. With her husband away at war, how rare it was for her mother-in-law to accompany her through the night. What a treasure that was. 3 years without offspring. Was the Shen daughter truly so unfilial? Was she not akin to a hen that could not lay eggs? The Marquis of Jingyuan was a rare and virtuous man. How could she be so malicious? Shen Lanyin did not rush to refute, but instead restrained Xie Xun and Granny Wei from speaking. There was no need to hurry. She understood that the crowd largely supported the Lu family. Soon they would realize that they were merely puppets in the Lu family's play, mere clowns. If she did not strike back decisively today, the troubles that would follow would be endless. Chapter 15. Her stage. The members of the Lu family reiterated the same points repeatedly. Gradually, their voices grew hoarse. Unable to continue, Shen Lanyin sensed the moment had arrived and exchanged a glance with Granny Wei. Now, it was her turn to take the stage. Granny Wei stepped forward and addressed Lady Lu. "Since you have spoken so extensively, I too have a few questions for you on behalf of our young lady." Lady Lu, her voice hoarse, insisted, "No, I want to speak with Shen Lanyin." Granny Wei chuckled. "You, of all people, wish to converse with our young lady?" She accepted the dowry list handed to her by Xie Xun. "This is the dowry our young lady brought into the general's household 3 years ago. At that time, the Shen family, marrying off their legitimate daughter, prepared a lavish bridal procession. Surely, everyone has heard of it." The crowd nodded in agreement, many having been awestruck by the spectacle of the 10-mile bridal procession. The Shen family truly doted on their daughter. Granny Wei continued, "At that time, the dowry alone included 100,000 taels of silver. During her 3 years in the general's household, our young lady's silver was diminished by 30,000 taels, not even accounting for the profits from the shops, fields, and estates included in the dowry. The dowry was officially recorded with the authorities, and the items we have brought back are all part of the young lady's dowry. As for the Lu family's claims that our young lady took items from the general's household, may I ask, what exactly did you take?" Lady Lu's complexion paled. Upon reflection, it became evident that Shen Lanyin owed the Lu family nothing. In fact, it was the Liu family that owed Shen Lanyin a considerable debt. However, now that the situation had escalated, she had no choice but to brazenly admit, yes, we have cleared out the general's household. This is a fact. Granny Wei maintained her calm demeanor. In that case, let us summon the official who oversaw the dowry to testify. Upon hearing this, a servant hurriedly sprinted away. The members of the Liu family were struck with terror. They were not speaking the truth and could not withstand scrutiny. They believed Shen Lanyin would be too concerned about her reputation to hold them accountable. Little did they know, she was precisely the one who would hold them accountable and summon the authorities. It was utterly outrageous. Could she not simply comply with their demands? Shen Lanyin was wealthy beyond measure and clearly had the means to support the general's household. Why was she now unwilling? Lady Liu, fearing the crowd might not hear her, shouted hoarsely, "Do not summon the authorities." Even if Shen Lanyin did not take anything from the general's household, what of it? She disrespected her in-laws, repeatedly assaulted my son, and has been barren for 3 years. It is a fact that she accepted an outer male's jade pendant. Granny Wei would not yield. Now that you realize you have wronged our young lady, it is too late. When the officials arrive, you shall explain your actions. Yesterday, our young lady returned to the residence. The general's household still owes her 30,000 taels of silver. It was you who claimed there was not enough silver and suggested using items from the general's household as collateral. Now you come forth to accuse our young lady? Truly despicable. The items from the general's household are worth little. They cannot even cover the 30,000 taels. Our young lady is magnanimous and does not wish to quarrel with you. Therefore, it is only fair that you complete the outstanding payment. She commanded. Bring in the moneylender as well. If you cannot repay, let the Liu family mortgage the general's household to borrow funds. Lady Liu stumbled and fell to the ground. You dare. Granny Wei looked down at her with an air of superiority. It is only right to repay debts. Qiushui added, Madam, you claim to have treated our young lady well, accompanying her through the nights. Is that truly the case? Is it not because of your poor health that you demanded our young lady to attend to you in your chamber? You may lack decorum, yet you insist on having our young lady serve you until dawn. In the 3 years since entering the general's household, how many full nights has our young lady enjoyed? If this is not a breach of decorum, then what is? As soon as our young lady entered the general's household and began managing the household affairs, the accounts were already short by over 10,000 taels, which our young lady made up with her dowry. For 3 years, the general's household has seen little profit. The entire household has relied on our young lady's dowry for sustenance. Everything you wear, eat, and utilize has been funded by our young lady's silver. What right do you have to criticize her? Hearing these words, many in the crowd shook their heads. The legitimate daughter of the Shen family could not possibly be the viperous woman they claimed. She was clearly a virtuous and capable wife. What family could boast of a woman who used her generous dowry to support her in-laws? The Liu family, instead of cherishing such a treasure, drove her back to her maternal home and still had the audacity to create a scene. Shen Lanyin, peeking from behind the door, felt her heart race up and down. She believed in her elder sister's character. Could it be that the Liu family was truly at fault? In that moment, the images of Liu Yanquan and the Liu family wavered in her mind. Lady Liu was initially stunned but quickly retorted, Shen Lanyin is your mistress. You must naturally speak in her favor. After all, she has been in the general's household for 3 years. We, the Liu family, have never mistreated her. Qiushui suddenly recalled the incident from the previous day, when the general's household sought to withhold the dowry. Madam, perhaps you should remain silent. Who is it that wanted to cast our young lady aside and seize all her dowry? Is that not mistreatment? Upon hearing this, Lady Liu appeared to have suffered a great injustice. Let it be. I sincerely came to invite Lanyin back. If she does not wish to return, so be it. Even if she has not borne children for 3 years, my son has taken a concubine. She cannot bear it. Shen Lanyin interrupted, Madam, please do not continue. Do you not know the truth of the matter? Or shall I state it publicly? Who is the concubine your son has taken? Lady Liu dared to cause a scene today, confident that Shen Lanyin would not disclose the truth. After all, her husband had returned home after 3 years with a performer, a devastating blow to her. If her husband preferred a performer over her, how inadequate must she seem? Moreover, the eldest son of the family has never consummated his marriage with Shen Lanyin. If this truth were to be revealed, it would be Shen Lanyin who would bear the shame. In the grand dynasty of Desheng, a husband failing to enter the bridal chamber on the wedding night, for whatever reason, is a profound humiliation for the woman. Should Shen Lanyin dare to clarify the matter, she would first have to endure the disgrace. Presently, Mrs. Lu is exceedingly anxious, her confidence wavering. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Lu Yanxi and Lu Yani each took an arm of Mrs. Lu, intent on departing. Shen Lanyin commanded her people to stop them, questioning why they now appeared fearful. She then turned her gaze to Xie Xun, exclaiming, "He has been away for 3 years. And yesterday, he returned to the capital with an actress. Upon his return, that actress is to take charge of the household, and your entire Lu family is supporting her, claiming he will only love the actress henceforth and demanding that our young lady relinquish her entire dowry." Xie Xun's expression was icy, pointing at the seemingly oblivious Lu Yanchuan. "Our young lady refuses, and he dares to declare he will divorce her, for by doing so, your Lu family can openly seize her dowry. Your family is truly shameless and greedy. Our young lady marrying into the Lu family has brought nothing but misfortune, being entangled with such a family. Lu Yanchuan, as a man, should not condone his mother's disgraceful antics, yet he buried his face in the quilt, pretending to know nothing." The crowd erupted in loud discussions. How could Lu Yanchuan, who knows the law, dare to bring an actress into his home? It is no wonder Shen Lanyin has returned to her family. Xie Xun then addressed Mrs. Lu, "You claim our young lady disrespects her in-laws. What a joke. Pray tell, who pays for your medicine when you are unwell? Who assists Lord Lu in consulting the divine physician? And as for striking her husband, is it not laughable? Shouldn't such a scoundrel as Lu Yanchuan be punished? Must we treat him with reverence? As for our young lady's 3 years without offspring." Xie Xun, an innocent young lady, blushed, hesitant to continue. Chapter 16. Xie Xun. A true man. Old Madame Wei exclaimed, 3 years ago, Lu Yanchuan lifted the red veil and went straight to the battlefield. He returned yesterday with an actress, and has yet to even hold our young lady's hand. How could she bear children? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. Thus, Shen Lanyin remains an untouched flower? How splendid! She has not fallen prey to that toad, Lu Yanchuan. One wonders why Mrs. Lu is crying. The real victim is clearly Miss Shen. Previously, they sought to divorce her, yet without her, the Lu family is nothing. It seems regret has brought them here to stir trouble. The Lu family has truly become desperate, even coveting a woman's dowry. Lu Yanchuan has lost his mind. While others achieve merit on the battlefield, he brings back an actress. I shall report him to the authorities. What a disgrace to be with an actress. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Mrs. Lu shouted, "Then you received an outer man's jade pendant. And it is indeed a fact that you are entangled with an outer man. Are you referring to this prince?" A deep, commanding voice resonated through the crowd. Everyone turned in unison to see a man clad in dark robes, exuding an aura of menace, flanked by guards. Fear gripped the crowd, and they hastily knelt. He is the embodiment of death, the revered war god of the Dasheng dynasty, feared by all. Wherever he goes, people tremble in his presence. Yet, amidst the throng, she stood, her eyes reflecting no fear whenever they met his gaze. At that moment, Shen Lanyin felt that the man before her was no mere mortal but a divine being, bringing her solace and hope. Perhaps it was due to his protection in her previous life that she felt at ease whenever she encountered him. She could manage today's predicament. But with him by her side, she felt a sense of joy in being protected. Their gazes locked, his eyes radiated warmth, while hers exuded composure. When Shen Lanyin offered him a faint smile, he found it impossible to look away. A playful smile crossed his lips as he addressed Mrs. Lu. "Since you claim to have received this prince's jade pendant, implying a connection, then allow me to suggest." He gestured to a nearby guard, who casually seized a lame beggar, stripped him of his shoes, and tossed them into Mrs. Lu's arms. "Mrs. Lu, may I now assert that you are entangled with this beggar, and that Lu Jin should divorce you?" Mrs. Lu, perspiring with anxiety, protested, "Your Highness, that is unfounded." The beggar, recognizing the situation, gratefully responded, "Thank you, Your Highness. I am willing." "Mrs. Lu, it would be best if I dismiss your ramblings as mere folly. Should I catch you in misdeeds again, do not expect mercy." The onlookers pondered this logic. If receiving a jade pendant was grounds for judgment, then countless individuals could find themselves implicated. Not only among men but also among women, exchanging jade pendants was common. As for relationships between men and women, gifting a jade pendant is entirely normal. However, why would the Prince of Zhennan gift Shen Lanyin a jade pendant? And why did she accept it? No one dared to inquire further. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Emperor Xie Xun was reviewing memorials when he received a report from a hidden guard. Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhennan will stop at nothing to gain Liu Yanquan's favor, even threatening Mrs. Liu in public to force her compliance. Xie Xun tossed aside the memorial, exclaiming, "Is this matter not concluded?
Get out.
Xie, go to the Jingyuan Marquis mansion and convey my edict." At the entrance of the Jingyuan Marquis mansion, Mrs. Liu, witnessing Xie Xun's unyielding stance, realized she could not take Shen Lanyin today. She had initially thought that by causing a scene, even if she could not take Shen Lanyin away, she could at least force her to suffer some losses and surrender her dowry. Little did she know that Shen Lanyin would not budge an inch. Especially with the Prince of Zhennan appearing once more, she now had to question Shen Lanyin's relationship with the prince. Liu Yanquan began to harbor different thoughts. The prince's appearance once was a coincidence, but now twice? Could it be that Shen Lanyin has become the object of desire, with the emperor wishing to bring her into the palace, and even the Prince of Zhennan has set his sights on her? No, Shen Lanyin must belong to him. The crowd continued to chatter wildly. The Liu family had no shame, taking advantage of everything yet still daring to cause a scene. Speaking of the actress, I've heard they not only sing but also engage in the trade of courtesans. Liu Yanquan truly has unique tastes to desire such a woman. Xie Xun cast a glance, and the accompanying guards dispersed the crowd. Shen Lanyin was well aware of the Liu family's motives today. They merely sought to have her return with her dowry. At the very least, they aimed to extort some silver from her. However, she would not take offense. If she were to contend with such individuals, her life would mirror that of her previous existence, unlivable. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xu Yue allowed Shen Lanyin to return to her courtyard. After today's events, Shen Lanyin had made her decision. The Liu family held no honorable individuals. As this farce concluded, the sun blazed down in the summer sky. Shen Lanyin instructed Xie to prepare some iced drinks and invited Xie Xun into the residence to taste them. This gesture of hospitality left no room for criticism from the onlookers. However, Shen Lanyin's intent in keeping Xie Xun was also driven by her own desires. She wished to discuss a collaboration to prepare for the impending life and death crisis that loomed 2 years ahead. Shen Lanyin took the initiative, expressing, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely rescue." Yet, at that moment, Xie Xun inexplicably felt uneasy. What should he do? She has spoken to me. How should I respond? If she were to discover his true feelings, would she be angry? Noticing his silence, Shen Lanyin felt a pang of anxiety. Although she was aware of his emotions, she remained uncertain of his current attitude towards her. Nonetheless, he had aided her twice. Surely, he could not harbor disdain. Moreover, she was never one to concede easily. Summoning her courage, Shen Lanyin declared, "Your Highness, I wish to discuss a partnership with you." Only then did Xie Xun react, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "What kind of collaboration? Pray, enlighten me." "A partnership beneficial to us both, a formidable alliance." Xie Xun's interest was piqued. Feigning seriousness, he inquired, "Oh, I already wield considerable power and lack for nothing. Though the Shen family is esteemed, what could they possibly offer me? Does Miss Shen believe this prince needs to collaborate with anyone? The Shen family possesses wealth that rivals nations and can provide endless riches to the prince. Behind them lies the illustrious Cui family of Qinghe." Shen Lanyin's expression darkened as she revealed the greatest secret of the Shen family. Her father declared that she would henceforth be the master of the Shen house, capable of representing the entire family. "Such resources are unnecessary for me. I desire only you," Xie Xun insisted. Eager to express her feelings, she faltered, unsure of how to voice her intentions. Perhaps it was best to wait until the day of her divorce. By then, she might still harbor feelings for Liu Yanquan. Regardless of the difficulties ahead, he vowed to shield her from all storms. Unaware of his thoughts, Shen Lanyin, seeing Xie Xun's silence, resolutely knelt before him. "The new head of the Shen family, Shen Lanyin, pays her respects to Your Highness." Xie Xun stiffened, almost forgetting to breathe, as the tempest of emotions within him rendered him speechless. He had long grappled with how to convey his feelings to her, never imagining she would take such a bold step. He wanted to help her up but hesitated, fearing it might be improper, and thus withdrew his outstretched hand. "Rise. I agree to your collaboration." He had heard of the eldest daughter of the Shen family being wise, courageous, and highly skilled in martial arts, and he would certainly call upon her talents when needed. His gaze fell upon her face, noting her long eyelashes. Miss Shun, in this partnership, what is it that you seek? Chapter 17. Approaching him, starting with clinging to his thigh whatever her desires, he vowed to fulfill them entirely. He silently pledged never to allow her to kneel before him again. Shen Lanyin, focused solely on the collaboration, spoke earnestly. Though she had no clear idea of what to ask for, she could not tell him, "We will die in 2 years. But if we work together to uncover the mastermind, we will survive." Such a confession might lead Xie Xun to view her as a scheming maid, and he could very well dispose of her. She had heard tales of a maid from the southern town prince's residence who had attempted to seduce him, only to meet her demise at his sword. Since then, no maid had dared to serve there again, having been granted a second chance at life. Her existence was far too precious to offend him. Thus, she resolved to eliminate the Liu family first and uncover the identity of those who supported them. Xie Xun raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Did she truly wish to sever ties with Liu Yenchuan? Change is not something I can facilitate, he firmly declined.
What?
Shen Lanyin could hardly believe it. An impoverished Liu family, on the brink of selling their estate, was beyond his means to eradicate? It appeared the forces behind them were far more formidable than she had anticipated.
Why?
He replied calmly. Miss Shen, it is not that I am unwilling, but the founding emperor of the Shang kingdom promised that the General's mansion would endure alongside the nation, and it possesses a blank imperial edict. A blank imperial edict? No wonder the Liu family acted with such audacity. They could demand whatever they desired, with even the emperor lacking the authority to refuse them. Shen Lanyin found it hard to believe that such privileges were granted to the first head of the general's mansion, General Liu. Xie Xun nodded, sensing her disappointment, and added, "It is not entirely impossible. Unless the Liu family commits treason, even a blank edict would only preserve one of their bloodlines, effectively leading to their downfall." It is understandable that Miss Shen has not heard of this. It is a secret within the royal family. At this moment, all she could ponder was what remarkable feats General Liu had accomplished to warrant such favor. Perhaps noticing her thoughts, he elaborated, had it not been for General Liu stalling the previous dynasty's 200,000 troops with his own 100,000, saving the founding emperor, there would be no flourishing Shen kingdom today. Remarkably, General Liu repeatedly declined titles of nobility, insisting on remaining a general to protect Shen, desiring his descendants to do the same for generations to come. Such a hero, revered and beloved by the people, meant that his descendants, no matter their actions, would be shielded by the emperor's regard. Should one insist on eliminating the Liu family, they risked incurring the wrath of all martial generals in Shang. It became clear why the onlookers had sided with the Liu family. This was a significant factor at play. Unless, as Xie Xun had suggested, the Liu family committed a crime of treason and lost the people's support. Understanding dawned upon Shen Lanyin. She felt enveloped by fear and unease, realizing the formidable enemies she faced. Xie Xun inquired, "Miss Shen, do you still wish to eliminate the Liu family?" Without hesitation, she declared, "Yes. The Liu family deserves to perish, and their kin even more so." From the moment she was reborn, she understood there would be no retreat on the path of vengeance. No matter how arduous the struggle, for the sake of the Shen family's survival and her own life alongside Xie Xun, she would not relent. Though her adversaries were powerful, they ignited her fighting spirit. Regardless of General Liu's past deeds, they could not alter the reality that the Liu family had rotted to the core. She would challenge destiny itself, seizing her own fate. At that moment, Xie Xun saw a glimmer of light in her eyes. Indeed, the woman he cherished had changed. No longer would she endure humiliation passively. He witnessed her resolute courage, her unwavering determination, and her audacity to confront her foes. With unwavering resolve, Shen Lanyin proclaimed, "My heart is as steadfast as rock, unyielding. My aspirations burn like an eternal flame, never to be extinguished. Even if I ride through the vast sands, I will have no regrets." Xie Xun's heart raced with each word she spoke, leaving him in a state of tumult. He could not help but let a smile curve his lips, his eyes reflecting an unrecognized admiration, silently vowing, "If I could have you by my side throughout this life, even amidst the tides of time, my heart shall remain unchanged." After a lengthy pause, he spoke, his voice deep and tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Miss Shen, my greatest disdain is for those who betray their trust." Suddenly, Shen Lanyin recalled a line from a tale, "If you do not abandon me, I shall never forsake you." Upon uttering it, she realized there was something amiss, as if such words should not have been spoken to him. Xie Xun raised an eyebrow. his previously aloof demeanor softening before shifting to one of profound curiosity. The truth of her words was uncertain, yet he found them appealing. Having been raised in the royal court, he had witnessed countless power struggles and insincerities. Because she spoke them, he believed her. Miss Shun, remember what you said today. I am willing to be the sword in your hand, assisting you in any endeavor. Should you falter in your pursuits, even if you cannot succeed, I will not blame you. I shall only hold myself accountable for not being capable of aiding you. Yet he could not articulate this sentiment fully, ultimately stating, this sword of mine shall have no further connection with you. Shen Lanyin felt reassured. Xie Xun had effectively pledged his support. From that moment on, he would be the Shun family's protector. Upon her rebirth, she had resolved to ally herself with Xie Xun. Why not the emperor? She recognized that despite the emperor's might, he remained an adversary. Xie Xun was different. He wielded immense power, had earned great military accolades, and now governed the Dali Temple, unrivaled in the court. Most importantly, he harbored no malice toward the Shen family. Today, her visit to Xie Xun was twofold, to forge a partnership and to cling to his influence, hoping the Shen family could thrive under his protection. Just as she saw Xie Xun off, Shen Lanyin returned to her courtyard, ready to remove her headdress and rest for a while, when commotion erupted outside. Eunuch Xie Xun arrived with his entourage to deliver an imperial decree. Shen Lanyin hastily changed her attire and rushed to the front courtyard. From a distance, she saw palace guards standing watch, while Zhang Shi, Shen Lanyue, and Shen Lanfang awaited her arrival. The emperor has commanded that the women of the Shen family enter the palace in 10 days for the Southern Town Prince's celebration banquet. Eunuch Xie Xun did not linger, delivering his message and departing with the guards. Zhang Shi was taken aback. Why had the emperor suddenly remembered the Shen family? The Southern Town Prince had not wed, and according to protocol, the queen should host his celebration, even under the queen's auspices. An invitation would typically be extended to the Shen family. Why had the emperor sent Eunuch Xie Xun specifically for this? The only possibility was that the emperor wanted all the women of the Shen family to attend. Could it be that he had taken a liking to her two daughters, intending to arrange marriages for them? Elated at the prospect of entering the palace, Shen Lanyue and Shen Lanfang eagerly pressed Zhang Shi to procure several new dresses and even suggested visiting the Golden Thread Pavilion for the latest headpieces.
Miss.
Although Lu'er and Fu'er may not be particularly close to you, they are nonetheless your sisters, and I implore you to look after them this time. Shen Lanyin could hardly muster the energy to lift her head. Just moments ago, she had considered making things difficult for them. Yet now she found herself seeking their assistance instead. Did she perceive her as a great source of resentment? The lady jested. I am still entangled with matters concerning the Lu family and cannot concern myself with others. Zhang's heart hardened. If necessary, she would declare that Lu'er and Fu'er were ill, for she would not allow them to leap into the fire. Shen Lanyin smiled. Madam, do you truly believe the emperor can be so easily deceived? If the palace physicians come to treat them, it would be an affront to imperial authority. Zhang's face turned ashen, her body trembling as she felt the weight of despair. Shen Lanyin regarded her quietly. Madam, you are a person of intelligence. You should understand what must be done regarding the marriage of your two younger sisters. Chapter 18. The scoundrel longs for Shen Lanyin. Upon hearing this, Shen Lanyue and Shen Lanfang could hardly contain their joy. It was, after all, a banquet of peril. Zhang immediately resolved, rest assured, miss, as long as you can protect your two younger sisters, you shall be as dear to me as my own daughter. I am united with you in purpose. Shen Lanyin was genuinely touched. Despite Zhang's small-mindedness, she genuinely cared for her two foster daughters. If only their mother were still alive. That evening, when Shen Zheng returned, he was greeted by a scene of familial harmony. Zhang was fervently serving Shen Lanyin, piling her bowl high with food. Lanyin, you are too thin. Eat more meat. Shen Lanyin beamed. Thank you, mother. Shen Zheng was overjoyed, unable to suppress his smile. Are you two this close?
Lord.
Is that not so? Zhang cooed playfully. Excellent. Excellent. Shen Zheng repeatedly exclaimed. Then he announced a piece of joyful news. Lanyin, your brother has sent word. He will return to the capital in 2 days. And your cousin from the Cui family will accompany him. Your maternal grandfather has decided that this time, your cousin will remain in the capital to seek a marriage, rather than return to Qinghe, to keep you company. With that, he turned to Zhang, instructing her to prepare Yaoguang courtyard for Yao Yao. Zhang's smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal. Shen Lanyue cheered loudly. It seems this household will be bustling with activity. Zhang tugged at her sleeve, as if to say, "What are you so pleased about?" "That is Shen Lanyin's cousin, not yours." Shen Lanyin understood her thoughts. She was concerned that with the arrival of the Cui cousin, there would be no place for her two daughters in this household. There was little she could do. Her humble origins led her to overthink, a habit difficult to break. Considering her loyalty to the Shen family in her past life, she decided to be accommodating. Moreover, she had pledged her allegiance today. Shen Lanyin was also happy. Although her brother was the heir of a marquis, he did not relish the opulence of the capital, preferring to travel extensively and make friends across the land. In her previous life, when her brother brought their cousin Cui Royale back to the capital, she had been preoccupied with the affairs of the general's household, welcoming Ling Xiu and managing the dowry, and had missed the chance to see her brother and cousin. When her cousin came to the general's residence to find her, she had refused to meet due to Lu Yenchuan's disapproval of her socializing. Thus, her cousin had only stayed for a few days before returning to Qinghe.
Now,
She finally realized that her cousin had come to accompany her to the capital. Since her rebirth, she had refrained from contemplating the demise of the Shen family and the fate of the Cui family. The Shen and Cui families were linked by blood, surely. The latter could not fare well either. This time, she was determined to greet her brother and cousin at the city gate, to make amends for the regrets of her past life. The Jingyuan Marquis was filled with joy and bustling activity in preparation for the arrival of family, while the general's residence presented a starkly different scene. Smack. Thud. Lu Zhen struck Lady Lu with a resounding slap, followed by a heavy kick.
what?
His eyes blazed with fury, as if they could consume everything in their path. I instructed you to apologize, and yet you chose to create a scene? A scene of such magnitude? Have you offended the Prince of Zhen Nan as well? Lady Lu bowed her head low, cupping her reddened cheek, too afraid to speak. Who could blame her for failing to complete her task? Lu Yenchuan reflected on the day's events with bitterness. If Shen Lanyin did not return this time, he would not attempt to summon her again. After a period of coldness, she would surely come crying for us. Lady Lu, facing the harsh reality, lamented, "My son. We must bring Lanyin back quickly. The rejuvenation pills I consume are nearly depleted, and your father's heart condition requires the expertise of the divine physician Yin Shui." Lu Yenchuan felt equally helpless. There was no other choice. Why did Shen Lanyin refuse to return? Without her, could life in the general's residence continue? He could only offer reassurance. "Mother, do not worry. I have distinguished myself on the battlefield for 3 years. Even if the Prince of Zhen Nan does not acknowledge me, the Emperor will. Once my official rank is secured, all will be well." The words of the prince cannot replace those of the Emperor. Lady Lu nodded slightly. "My child, you speak wisely, but what are we to do in the meantime?" Lu Yenchuan was momentarily at a loss for words. After 3 years of relationship with Lanyin, how could she turn so callous? Was it worth severing ties over someone like Xiu? Lady Lu began to weep again. Lu Yenchuan forced a smile. "That is your affair. I have scarcely seen her, and thus there are no feelings involved." Regardless, he was confident about his future. He believed Shen Lanyin would one day regret her decision to leave the general's residence. Seeing that Lu Zhen and Lu Yenchuan had ceased their attention towards her, Lady Lu felt disheartened and stopped her weeping, turning her gaze towards the silent second daughter-in-law. "Li, what use do you have for your mother?"
Literaturta kuli.
"Did you not say I bring misfortune? As long as the eldest sister serves, you wished for me and the third sister-in-law to keep our distance from you." Having endured a day of humiliation, Lady Lu was incensed to see the once meek Li now standing firm. "How dare you, such a wretched thing, defy your mother-in-law?" Li had always maintained a good relationship with Shen Lanyin, having been absent from the residence the previous day. She now felt compelled to speak a word of justice for her sister-in-law. "Mother, the eldest sister has devoted herself to you and father for 3 years, wholeheartedly dedicated to the Lu family. What has she received in return?" It was the eldest brother who brought an actress into the residence and plotted against her dowry. Now that trouble has arisen, should not that actress be held accountable for her responsibilities? Had it not been for her, the eldest sister would not have left. Lu Yenchuan interjected, "Second sister-in-law, Xiu has been injured. Once she recovers, she will naturally tend to mother. Besides, we are all family. Let us refrain from calling her an actress." Li cast him a sidelong glance. "Eldest brother, your heart is solely set on Xiu. No matter how splendid she is, what can she do for you? An actress. Should she be expected to support the entire general's household?" Lady Lu glared at Li with fury. You are a member of the general's residence, yet you dare to speak in favor of an outsider. What of Shen Lanyin? No matter how good she was, she has caused a rift and refuses to assist the general's residence. She is nothing but a lowly wretch. She understood that there was no hope of Shen Lanyin's return, and her previously held expectations morphed into intense hatred. The eldest sister treated me well. What is wrong with me speaking on her behalf? Li was perplexed. Suddenly, Lady Lu conceived a brilliant idea. Li, from now on, you shall manage the household. Remember to arrange your eldest brother's wedding to Xiu. Li felt exasperated. Why must it be me? The household management of the general's residence is a burden. Without funds or resources, I am to bear the responsibility for the sustenance of the entire family. Lu Yanchuan was equally displeased. How dare his second sister-in-law speak up for that wretched woman? He vowed to have his second sister-in-law divorced. Though Li felt anger, she could only endure. Unlike Shen Lanyin, her family was not affluent or powerful. If she were truly cast aside, she would have no choice but to perish. Even becoming a spinster was forbidden by her family, who would consider her a disgrace. Lu Zhen, overwhelmed by the clamor, shouted, "Everyone be silent.
Get out."
Lu Yanchuan, bearing the pain of the day, felt utterly exhausted and wished only to return to the main courtyard to rest. Ling Xiu, having just awakened, saw him return and could not help but inquire, "What happened? Does my sister wish to return?" Gazing at Ling Xiu's weak and haggard face, Lu Yanchuan felt a surge of frustration, suddenly recalling Shen Lanyin's radiant and generous demeanor from earlier that day. She was clad in red, radiating warmth akin to fire, leaving an indelible mark upon his heart, one that could not be easily erased. Chapter 19. The mind-altering Ling Xiu. If it were Shen Lanyin, she would not have dared to pose such a question. Her parents had always remarked on her understanding nature, her generosity, and her ability to alleviate worries. Suddenly, a pang of pain gripped his heart. At this moment, he felt profound disappointment towards Ling Xiu. Just as the Li family and his mother had said, Ling Xiu was truly of no help at all. He struggled to maintain clarity. No, it could not be true. Shen Lanyin was merely an inconsequential woman he had scarcely encountered. Why should he care about her actions? His heart belonged solely to Xiu. "My husband, what shall we do if my sister does not return? The general's residence relies on her support," Ling Xiu lamented instinctively. Noticing Lu Yanchuan's troubled expression, she further explained, "My husband, I am concerned for you. Without my sister's return, we shall face hardships." Lu Yanchuan observed her quietly, unwilling to miss any nuance in her expression. "Do you truly wish for her return?" Ling Xiu lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Indeed. How could she leverage Shen Lanyin's absence otherwise? "Xiu, do you harbor feelings for me?" he inquired. She confessed her affection. Lu Yanchuan smiled. "Since you do, why would you consent to share your husband with Shen Lanyin?" Ling Xiu's heart raced, a flicker of panic gleaming in her eyes. How could he be so difficult to deceive? Yet, this would not deter her. "My husband, it is precisely because I cherish you that I cannot bear to complicate your life." In truth, Lu Yanchuan's eyes widened, eager for her to continue. "No woman would willingly share her husband. Today, when you sought out my sister, my heart ached. Yet, I must endure. Unlike my sister, I possess neither power nor a substantial dowry. The only thing I can do is feign magnanimity, painfully pushing you into another woman's embrace." Lu Yanchuan felt a surge of guilt. How could he think of Shen Lanyin when she treated him with such kindness? "My husband, I do not mind, but I wish not for a rift between you and my sister. I am merely an actress, fortunate to have crossed paths with you. I know I am unworthy, and do not wish to burden you further. Once my wounds heal, I shall leave the general's residence. An actress is of little value. If I perish, none will mourn. You should cherish your future with my sister. Even in the afterlife, I shall wish you happiness." Ling Xiu's gaze was sincere as she met his eyes, each word seemingly flowing from the depths of her heart. Coupled with her pale complexion and the stubbornness that prevented her tears from falling, Lu Yanchuan's appreciation for her reached its zenith. "Xiu, how can I disregard you? Henceforth, do not utter such words. I understand your feelings." At last, tears cascaded down Ling Xiu's cheeks. She reached out, attempting to embrace his waist, only to inadvertently touch his wound. Lu Yanchuan gritted his teeth in pain. "Xiu, endure a little longer. I will ensure you live a prosperous life, becoming the happiest woman in the capital. "You are so kind, my husband," she replied, though internally, she had cursed Lu Yanchuan countless times.
No.
She could not continue to waste time with such a useless man. She had important matters to attend to. In just a couple of days, the rift between the Shen and Lu families had stirred up a tempest in the city. Shen Zheng, the esteemed Marquis of Jingyuan, although now retired and living a leisurely life in the capital, continued to enjoy favor from the emperor. Even at the Southern King's celebration, the emperor had specifically invited the women of the Shen family. Though the Lu family had fallen from grace, they still held a degree of respect due to General Lu's reputation. The union of the two families had garnered immense attention since their engagement 3 years prior. The lavish procession of the bridal dowry had created a sensation throughout the capital. Yet, no amount of wealth could guarantee a harmonious marriage. After 3 years on the southern battlefield, Lu Yanchuan returned only to bring back an actress. Not only that, but the Lu family also attempted to calculate Shen Lanyin's dowry, incensing her to the point of returning to her maternal home with her dowry in tow. The Marquis of Jingyuan's residence released a statement claiming Lu Yanchuan's poor character and disowning him as their son-in-law, seeking a divorce. The Lu family remained silent, tacitly accepting the situation. Indeed, they had no grounds to argue, especially after the public uproar they had caused at the Marquis' gates, witnessed by many in the capital. Influential families had already unraveled the scandal, denouncing the Lu family's lack of virtue and their excessive arrogance. However, there were also voices defending the general's residence, suggesting that Lu Yanchuan preferred to be with a lowly actress rather than the esteemed Miss Shen, insinuating that she was either unfashionably unattractive or of questionable character. The Sheng dynasty was known for its strict governance, particularly towards women. Such comments resonated with the populace, leading to disparagement of Shen Lanyin, with some claiming she could frighten away demons, others labeling her as morally dubious, and some asserting that she lacked charm and the ability to win a man's affection. Lu Yanchuan was hardly affected. His story merely added to the tales of a warrior's folly for love. The Lu family was still regarded as virtuous, largely due to General Lu's influence, prompting many to come to their defense. As for Ling Xiu, she was merely seen as ambitious, having risen from the status of a lowly actress to marry into the general's residence, becoming a role model for many young women in society and a symbol of positive energy. In summary, the affair between the Shen and Lu families had become a topic of fervent discussion among the citizens. Regardless of the ferocity of the rumors, they did not alter Shen Lanyin's life. Early in the morning, she retrieved her long-locked glass sword from hiding, practicing 2 sets of sword forms until she felt invigorated. Since marrying into the general's residence, Lu Yanchuan had gone off to war, leaving her with ample time to practice swordplay in the courtyard. Madame Lu had chided her numerous times, insisting that a woman should embody grace and decorum, disapproving of any display of martial prowess within the confines of the household. After several admonitions, she grew weary and, opting for harmony, had the sword locked away. This glass sword had been a coming-of-age gift from her master, who had hoped she would grow into a dignified and free-spirited woman. Yet, she had confined herself within the general's residence for 3 long years, separated by mountains and rivers. She could almost hear her master sigh, "Ayin, you have greatly disappointed me." The glass sword had been locked away for 3 years, and her heart had been shrouded for just as long. Now that the sword was once again in her grasp, it was time to settle old scores. From this moment forth, the sky was vast and the clouds high. No one would bind her again. Gripping the hilt, she channeled her inner strength. As the blade sliced through the air, her form spun with grace, exuding an extraordinary presence, causing the leaves around her to tremble with the force. Qing Shui was awestruck. "Miss, you have not practiced swordplay for 3 years, yet you appear to have lost none of your skill." "Still, I am somewhat out of practice. I must train more," she replied. Wei Mama wiped the beads of sweat from Shen Lanyin's brow. "Miss, you have no idea how dreadful the rumors are outside." How could Shen Lanyin be unaware? In her previous life, after being cast out by the Lu family, no one had come to her defense. She faced only endless curses and slander. She had witnessed the most callous faces of humanity. If she were to dwell on past grievances, how could she embrace the future? "First, I shall bathe. My brother and cousin from the Chui family are returning today, and I must go to the city gate to greet them." Qing Shui and Wei Mama exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement. Their mistress had indeed changed. Chapter 20. Is he mad? On a summer morning, a gentle breeze caressed the air. The carriage of the Marquis of Jingyuan sped along, halting just outside the city. Shen Lanyin lifted the curtain, and in the distance, she spotted a carriage approaching the city. Unable to contain her excitement, she shouted, "Brother, Sister Yao." As the autumn waters reminded her, "Miss, the young master and cousin are beyond hearing." Granny Wei lightly patted her hand, dispelling her excitement, as she remarked that our young lady was in high spirits. As the carriage approached, Shen Lanyin finally discerned the figure clad in purple riding beside it, her brother, Shen Lanyin. In her previous life, after being cast out of the Lu family, she had a fleeting chance to see her brother. At that time, the once resplendent air of the Marquis had been reduced to a shadow of his former self. Ragged and battered, stripped of all his former glory. "Ener, has the Lu family treated you kindly? If you can escape this tribulation, live well," he had urged. On the day the Shen family was slaughtered, snow fell from the heavens, and vibrant lives faded before her eyes. She had screamed desperately, exerting every ounce of strength to intervene, yet it was all in vain. At the moment when red and white intertwined, fury surged within her, and she vowed to exact blood for blood from her enemies. Unbeknownst to her, tears blurred her vision. Shen Lanyin had 1,000 words to express, but ultimately could not utter a single one, only whispering, "Brother." Upon noticing her distress, Shen Lanyin immediately dismounted, panic-stricken. He had been away for a while, and Ener had grown. How could she still cry like a child? "Brother, let us stay in the capital from now on and not leave, shall we?" In this second life, Shen Lanyin longed for the warmth of family. Shen Lanyin responded earnestly, "All right." Just as he was about to inquire about the Lu family, Shen Lanyin interjected, "Brother, there is no rush. Let us return home and speak of it slowly. First, let us see Sister Yao." As she spoke, a woman clad in a lake blue dress emerged from the carriage, supported by a matron. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a delicate hairpin that chimed with each step. With every gesture, she exuded grace and charm. Cui Ruoyao, the only daughter of her uncle Cui Jing, had always shared a close bond with her. At this moment, they embraced without hesitation. Upon returning home, Cui Ruoyao eagerly pulled Shen Lanyin into the Yaguang courtyard to share whispers. "Ayan, why are people outside the capital talking about you and the Lu family?"
What?
"Have I brought shame upon myself beyond the city?" Shen Lanyin gasped, recalling how, upon their arrival near the capital, she had overheard discussions alleging that she had absconded with the entirety of the Lu family's wealth, alongside accusations of jealousy, disrespect towards in-laws, and mistreatment of her husband. With no offspring and questionable relations with other men, she had grown weary of such slander. The Lu family could only speak in such a manner. "Ayan, do you know about this?" Cui Ruoyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Shen Lanyin then recounted the events of the past 2 days, of course omitting the fact of her rebirth, as she feared it would frighten her timid cousin. "Ayan, is it truly so difficult for a woman to seek a divorce?" Cui Ruoyao's expression was filled with concern. Shen Lanyin grasped her hand and replied, "Cousin, you are yet unmarried. My experiences can serve as a warning to keep your eyes open. A woman's marriage, if not carefully considered, can lead to irreversible consequences." Cui Ruoyao clasped her hand in return. "Ayan, I have heard you received the jade pendant from the Prince of Zhennan. How could you associate with a madman? You must keep your distance." "Madman?" Shen Lanyin fell silent, recalling the protection he had offered in her previous life and their cooperation in this one, leaving her only with feelings of gratitude. "Ayan, speak. I am not deceiving you. The Prince of Zhennan is truly mad." Shen Lanyin's gaze was resolute. "Cousin, regardless of your misunderstandings about him, please refrain from speaking ill. Setting aside his kindness towards me, he has thwarted the Southern Army multiple times, saving countless lives from peril. You should not tarnish his name." Cui Ruoyao was both aggrieved and anxious. "Ayan, this is a matter of life and death. When he is driven to madness, he could become a killer. Do not doubt me. Why does the Prince of Zhennan not have maidservants, nor does he marry?
Ayan,
You cannot escape the fire pit of the Lu family only to fall into the abyss of the Prince of Zhennan's residence. Moreover, his mother, the De Tai Fei, is not an easy woman to deal with. She is even more insane. In her desperation, she thrust a letter into Shen Lanyin's hands. Is this true?" Shen Lanyin could hardly believe it, for in 2 lifetimes, she had never heard mention of Xie Xun's madness. However, she knew her cousin was always cautious, and the Cui family had channels for gathering information. She recalled hearing rumors in her past life about Xie Xun's violent actions against a maid. Even if she doubted it, there was a strong likelihood of truth. In her memories, The Prince of Junnan, Xie Xun, had remained unmarried throughout his life. Had he not saved her, she would never have known he harbored feelings for her. What a concealed truth it was. A bold thought suddenly struck her. What if Xie Xun had liked her for a long time, but his madness made it difficult to express? In that moment, her heart brimmed with compassion and regret. But was the reality truly so simple? She felt an underlying complexity. Cui Ruiyao shook Shen Lanyin's arm. Ian, cousin, I understand your concerns. The Prince of Junnan is merely a benefactor to me, with no intention of marrying me, and I have no desire to wed him either. You are overthinking it. Seeing Cui Ruiyao about to speak again, Shen Lanyin insisted. To me, Xie Xun is like a brother. Besides, even if I were to divorce in the future, how could I be matched with him? Cousin, please do not worry. Cui Ruiyao could not help but feel sorrowful. Ian, do not say such things. You are the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, and a good person. You will surely find your own happiness. By the way, my grandfather and father sent me here with many items for you, things you can certainly use. As she finished speaking, several large chests were brought in. Most contained gold and silver jewelry, pearls, ornaments, and a banknote worth 10,000 taels of silver. Cui Ruiyao continued. Grandfather said the general's household is struggling, with expenses everywhere, and that Madame Lu and the master are not easy to deal with. But this works out well. These fine items are all yours, Ian, and we shall not let those ungrateful wolves take any advantage. Shen Lanyin had not anticipated that Xie Xun was indeed afflicted, yet she remained cautious. Cousin, please do not speak of these matters with others. Cui Ruiyao, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied, Ian, if someone else had received the Prince of Junnan's jade pendant, I would keep this secret to myself. Read grandfather's letter carefully. It was sent with great urgency, and he wishes for you to understand his concerns. He instructed me to advise you strongly against marrying Xie Xun. It seems he is overly worried. My little sister, you have your own will. Upon returning to Tinglan Courtyard, Shen Lanyin opened the letter Cui Ruiyao had given her. It was densely filled with information about the prominent families in the capital, with Xie Xun listed first. Xie Xun, aged 20, was the youngest son of the late emperor, a skilled warrior who was granted the title of Prince of Junnan at 16. His mother, De Tai Fei, had given birth to him after a day and night of labor, leading to her disdain for him. He had been sent to the empress's palace at a young age, raised by the current empress, who was now the empress dowager. Thus, he shared an exceptionally close bond with the present emperor, Xie Xun, being regarded as brothers, though their relationship resembled that of a father and son. Despite his mother's dislike, he was favored by the late emperor, having been trained in martial skills by him. She recognized her grandfather's handwriting. It was undoubtedly authentic. However, if Xie Xun was raised by the current empress, why had she never encountered him during the visits to the palace with her mother? Was this normal? Chapter 21. A marriage bestowed upon Shen Lanyin. Not dwelling too long on these thoughts, she continued reading to find the letter warned. Xie Xun is exceedingly dangerous. With a penchant for violence, his madness can strike at any moment, and one must not associate with him. He harbors a deep hatred for betrayal. Should he perceive any threat, he will become a killing machine. He is feared in southern Ling, to the extent that even the children weep upon hearing his name. Mothers in southern Ling instruct their children that failure to study well will lead them to the battlefield, where they may perish at the hands of the living Yama. Shen Lanyin did not read further. Her grandfather, like her cousin, was merely advising her against entangling herself with someone like Xie Xun. But what they did not realize was that in her past life, her fate had already intertwined with his. In this lifetime, she has chosen to collaborate with Xie Xun, bound together by life and death. Most importantly, at the end of the letter, written in red ink, were the words, "If Ener wishes, she may leave the capital and join Yaoer in Qinghe. Your grandfather will protect you for a lifetime without worries." The sincere affection of a protective elder leapt from the page, leaving Shen Lanyin so moved that she was at a loss for words. Such a wonderful grandfather. Yet she severed ties with him mercilessly due to Lu Yanchuan. Had she encountered her cousin and seen this letter in her previous life, would the outcome have been different? Alas, life offers no what-ifs. In this lifetime, she vows to safeguard her loving family while remaining steadfast in her promise, eternally loyal to Xie Xun. If Xie Xun is indeed a madman, based solely on the life-saving grace he bestowed upon her in her past life, she would not abandon him. As for marrying him, If he truly means it when he claims that in the next life he shall wed Shen Lanyin, she shall hold on to that hope.
Ayin.
Let me protect you one last time. If his intentions remain unchanged, surely she would not find him intolerable. In the Qianqing Palace, the diligent Emperor Xie Xun rarely relaxed as he engaged in a game of chess with Xie Xun.
Accent.
You must be aware of the recent turmoil involving the Jingyuan Marquis' residence and General Lu's household, which has implicated you. Xie Xun's hand faltered slightly over the chess piece.
Oh.
My royal brother even pays attention to such gossip? Xie Xun chuckled, his authority unmistakable. This realm belongs to me. There is nothing I do not know. He then shifted his demeanor, adopting the countenance of a caring elder brother. However, Lu Yanchuan is still young and in need of experience. Considering his lineage as the sole respectable descendant of the old general, it would be prudent to grant him another chance. His voice was gentle, as if the previous sternness had vanished. Xie Xun's expression turned cold, sensing an ill omen. Indeed, Xie Xun continued, Lu Yanchuan is merely youthful and requires guidance. Even for the late General Lu's sake, he deserves an opportunity. Men will inevitably engage in romantic escapades. Such matters are of little consequence. Xie Xun silently chuckled, recognizing the shift in his relationship with his elder brother. When had it begun to change? He could not pinpoint the moment. Was it when his brother ascended to the throne or after he became the crown prince? His elder brother was well aware that he could not tolerate the Lu family, let alone someone as petty as Lu Yanchuan. He had always believed he held more significance in his brother's heart than the Lu family. At this moment, his heart sank to the depths. After 3 years of warfare for the nation, their blood bond should not have birthed suspicion and resentment over the Lu family. Xie Xun observed Xie Xun's demeanor and shook his head, suddenly inquiring, Ah Sun, what do you think of the Shen family's legitimate daughter? Xie Xun's expression shifted dramatically, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, causing the chess piece in his hand to drop abruptly, producing a sharp sound. He was genuinely alarmed. The youthful emperor beamed, as if he had discovered a most precious treasure. Brother, do you believe Lu Yanchuan unworthy of the Shen family's daughter? Since they're ill-fated, a divorce would be welcome. He discreetly picked up the fallen chess piece. Xie Xun's expression softened once more. Was this his brother's condition? Spare the Lu family in exchange for her freedom? However, he did not dare accept such a sudden proposition. Ah Sun, for these years, you have remained cold and distant. Upon returning from the south, you seem quite interested in this married woman. Xie Xun dismissed the banter. Brother, what do you truly desire? Ah Sun, this is unbecoming, Xie Xun replied. I have watched you grow. What do you want? I merely believe you should take a wife, settle down in the capital, and lead a harmonious life, fulfilling our father's wishes. Seeing his brother smile like a mischievous monkey, Xie Xun could not bring himself to believe in his good intentions. His elder brother never spoke directly. Brother, regarding my ailment. Xie Xun ceased to smile. And what of it? You are my dear brother, the Prince of Zhennan, who would dare to disdain your marriage. Unless, of course, you do not wish for it? Xie Xun fell silent. If it were her, he would gladly accept. Yet the divine physician Yunxue had yet to discover a cure for his madness. Most crucially, Shenzheng was unwilling, and he had promised her never to intrude upon her life again. Until now, he had adhered strictly to this promise, resulting in a lifetime of regret. Yet this time, he felt differently. Safeguarding her return to her residence was one instance, protecting her before the Jingyuan Marquis' gate was another, and agreeing to cooperate with her counted as yet another. By now, he had already violated his promise to Shenzheng 3 times. If he truly provoked her ire, would that not obliterate any chance he had with Yin? Brother, regarding my mother, you must attend the upcoming celebration banquet, as it is a decree from the emperor, Xie Xun commanded. Can you truly remain unmarried for the sake of Empress Dowager Da for a lifetime? Was this the purpose behind his brother's insistence on the Shen family women attending the banquet? Xie Xun nodded. Ah Sun, this banquet is your final opportunity. You should know how to proceed. If Shen Lanyin does not hold enough weight in your heart, consider my words unspoken. After this banquet, I shall arrange a marriage for her. A marriage? Xie Xun's previously profound gaze suddenly flickered with anger. I believe the Empress's younger brother, the heir to the Anping Marquis, Fan Cheng, would be a suitable match. He is a wastrel, and the Shen family's daughter is a second marriage, so they may coexist without disdain for each other. If no one desires her, I shall summon her to the palace and bestow upon her the title of Lan Fei. I do not mind her second marriage. especially since I have heard she has yet to even hold hands with Lu Yanchuan. Your Majesty. Xie Xun could not help but interrupt loudly. You know very well that Nanling is restless. Why must you force my hand? Xie Xun could no longer maintain his facade. Precisely because Nanling is restless and you suffer from madness, I do not wish for you to remain without descendants. If you were to live out your days in solitude, how would I face the late emperor after a century? Xie Xun's fury was palpable. Brother, is this truly how you feel? The hall erupted in chaotic arguments, accompanied by the sounds of falling objects, causing the palace servants, including Xi, to tremble in fear. Only Zhen Nanwang Xie Xun dared to argue with the emperor. That day, Zhen Nanwang Xie Xun emerged from Qianqing Palace, battered and bruised. At the very same time, a decree arrived at the Lu family, awarding them 1,000 taels of gold, permitting Lu Yanchuan to enter the patrol camp, and allowing Lu Yanzhan to train in the military. The scandal involving the actor was not even mentioned. Everyone proclaimed that the Lu family remained in the emperor's favor. Some even said that the emperor was a rare wise ruler who treated loyal subjects well. Lu Yanchuan felt a sense of triumph, convinced that the emperor would not abandon the Lu family nor him. Even if he could not re-enter the military, he remained a pillar of the general's household. Do not worry. I have secured a position, and life in the general's residence has improved significantly. I will give you a grand wedding. Ling Shi hesitated. What about my sister? Forget her. I have already spoken with my mother. You shall be regarded as my distant cousin, my legitimate wife, and shall be treated equally to Shen Lanyin. Ling Shi felt anxious. Who would want to marry you? The task assigned to me is to torment Shen Lanyin and obtain leverage over the Shen family through her. Initially, I considered becoming your legitimate wife, merely to manipulate Shen Lanyin. Now that Shen Lanyin is not returning, what purpose does marrying you serve? Lu Yanchuan perceived her distress as stemming from her identity as an actress and comforted her gently. Do not worry. From this day forth, you are no longer an actress. You are a virtuous woman and my wife. Ling Shi had no choice but to endure, tears welling in her eyes. Husband, I have finally persevered to the day I can marry you. Yet in her heart, she plotted to find an opportunity to inform her master of the current situation, awaiting the next task. For now, she needed to endure the pain and make her way to Chongyuan Temple, where her master had been scheming for many years. And it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 22, Seizing the Actor's Fortunes when the dreadful news reached the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. Granny Wei was so enraged that she nearly ground her teeth to dust, gnawing on a dozen apples in succession and cursing the ancestors of the Lu family repeatedly before she managed to vent her fury. Even the dignified Cui Royale could not help but exclaim, shameless. With Xie Xun's previous remarks in mind, Shen Lanyin felt that such an outcome was not surprising. Regardless of personal inclinations, the emperor would not easily act against the Lu family to preserve his own reputation. He might even lend a hand when the Lu family faced difficulties. She understood this principle, yet her heart felt heavy. In the grand scheme of things, who would care about the fate of a mere woman like her? But was she one to resign herself to fate? Certainly not. Just as she had promised Xie Xun, I shall gallop across the vast sands without regret. What were the minor setbacks she faced now? A gentleman's vengeance is not to be rushed. She would proceed step by step. She had already conspired with Xie Xun to slowly erode the support for the Lu family, like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Once the people's hearts were lost, the Lu family would be a toothless tiger, no longer a threat, even to the emperor. She would patiently await the day when first the Lu family, and then her enemies, would fall one by one. No matter who they were, they would perish. At that moment, Shen Lanyue and Shen Lanfang approached hand in hand. Elder sister, Mother said you and cousin from the Cui family are going to Chongyuan Temple. Can you take me and the third sister along? Since that day, Zhang had indeed been kinder to Shen Lanyin, always prioritizing her when there were good things. Shen Lanyin scrutinized the two girls. Second sister, you may go, but... She turned to Shen Lanfang. Third sister, you have always been delicate and unable to care for yourself. Chongyuan Temple is located outside the city in Suaping Mountain. The journey will take several hours, and we might not return in a day. It will be quite arduous. Are you certain you wish to go? Shen Lanfang's voice was barely audible, like a mosquito's hum. Mother said I should grow closer to elder sister, and Fuer is not afraid of hardship. As she spoke, she presented a sachet she had crafted herself, a gift for her elder sister. Seeing the timid face before her, Shen Lanyin felt a pang of compassion. She recalled a past life where her third sister married the most notorious rake in the capital, Fan Cheng, the heir of the Anping Marquis. The Fan family was the maternal family of the empress, holding a position of great prestige. For her third sister, an adopted daughter, to marry into a marquis family was considered a high match. But what did it matter? Fan Cheng was a man who squandered his time among flower beds, hardly a suitable match. Less than half a year into their marriage, her third sister passed away due to a miscarriage. To her, the third sister was still a child, and the thought of a child dying from a miscarriage was utterly horrifying. This time, she would certainly help her third sister find a good match, ensuring she would not fall into such a fiery pit again. Elder sister, did Fuer do something wrong? Shen Lanyin cautiously probed. Her words jolted Shen Lanyin back to reality. She took the sachet and tied it around her waist.
How could that be?
Third sister's hands are truly skillful, unlike elder sister, who only knows how to wield swords. Fuer wishes to make embroidered pieces for elder sister for a lifetime. The four young ladies shared a carriage, chatting and laughing, making the journey far from dull. What made you suddenly think of going to the temple?
Quiroyao inquired.
Shen Lanyin replied, These past few nights, I have dreamt of mother. I thought to visit the temple to pray for her peace. Indeed, praying for her mother was genuine, but she also had ulterior motives. She recalled that in her past life, around this time, Ling Xiyu had received a great fortune at Chongyuan Temple. Now that she was aware of this in advance, she intended to intervene and redirect this fortune to herself. Her grandfather had said that her aunt was the most outstanding woman of the Cui family, and Cui Ruoyao lamented this sentiment. The carriage paused for a rest outside the city, where Shen Lanyin encountered two friendly acquaintances. One was a girl with delicate features and a generous smile, while the other resembled Shen Lanyin, timid and somewhat reserved. Shen Lanyin introduced them. Elder sister. This is Fan Rong, the legitimate daughter of the Anping Marquis, and this is Yun Tong, the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, a prominent merchant. Both were younger than them, yet not of age. Shen Lanyin then realized that the gracious girl was Fan Cheng's sister, and the timid one hailed from the wealthiest family in the empire, the Yun family. In her previous life, she had known her second sister to be quite the social butterfly. She never expected her second sister to have such connections, even among the Yun family. Now that she had secured Xie Xun's support, if she could also align with the Yun family, her plans for vengeance would be all the more assured. After all, no marquis's wealth could rival that of the richest family. With this thought, she greeted the two younger sisters warmly. Hello, Miss Fan. Hello, Miss Yun. They likely knew of her troubles with the Lu family, as they called her in unison, Elder Sister Shen. Just this form of address endeared them to Shen Lanyin. At the very least, they were not meddlesome. If Fan Rong was so amiable, how could Fan Cheng be such a rake? After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Lanyin moved aside to converse with them, and even the shy Yun girl appeared more vivacious. Elder sister, are these two sisters also going to Chongyuan Temple? Can we? Shen Lanyin inquired. Since the turmoil with the Lu family, she had indeed matured. Shen Lanyin felt a wave of relief, akin to witnessing her sister blossom into adulthood. In her previous life, she and Shen Lanyin had weathered storms together. This time, she would cherish their bond. Do you wish for Miss Fan and Miss Yun to accompany us? This aligned perfectly with Shen Lanyin's intentions. Was this not a case of desire manifesting? Her grand fortune was in need of witnesses. Nodding in agreement, Shen Lanyin beamed, glancing at the two girls in the distance. Elder sister has agreed. So, we can go together. Shen Lanyin engaged in light banter with them, allowing Qiushui to distribute some food before they set off. Upon arriving at Chongyuan Temple, they were greeted by the breathtaking sight of the setting sun casting a dreamlike glow. Shen Lanyin, despite her exhaustion, exclaimed, as the sun sets, distant mountains fade into view. All becomes poetry. Fan Rong gazed at her with a slight smile, a hint of pride in her expression, and nodded gently. Shen Lanyin felt a sense of foreboding. Was her third sister already under the watchful eye of the Fan family? Before she could ponder further, monks approached them. The leading monk addressed them. Amitba, young ladies. Master Liao Chen requests your presence. Chapter 23. An opportunity arises aside from Shen Lanyin. The others were elated. It was known that Master Liao Chen was elusive and hard to encounter. Even the Empress, who had long frequented Chongyuan Temple, had never met him. Today, they were indeed fortunate. Fan Rong and Yun Tong claimed they were not from the Shen family. The leading monk replied, no matter. Master Liao Chen says that meeting is fate. Arriving at the entrance of Liao Chen's meditation room, the young ladies stepped inside. Shen Lanyin remained unconcerned, saying, "Go ahead. I will wait for you outside." Yun Tong was the first to emerge, joyfully exclaiming that it was wonderful for the Yun family to transcend social classes. No longer merely regarded as a despised merchant household. Was she inquiring about the future of the Yun family? Indeed, it was positive. Merchants deserve respect, as their existence is essential for survival in this world. When Fan Rong stepped out, she too was elated. For Master Liao Chen had assured her that her brother's extravagant ways were merely a facade, and he would surely marry a virtuous wife and lead a fulfilling life. A virtuous wife. Wasn't that precisely the third sister? If he were to have a happy marriage, what about her third sister? This assertion was not entirely accurate. Shen Lanyin, content with her own desires, declared that she would find happiness whether she married or not. Shen Lanfu, ever dutiful, inquired about Zhang Shi. How splendid! Their mother was blessed with a long and happy life. However, this statement was also somewhat flawed. Could one truly live to 100? Would that not make one an old hag? Only Cui Rua Yao wore a frown, and Shen Lanyin remarked that she was unashamed to seek a marital union from Liao Chen. Shen Lanyin leaned in, asking her what Master Liao Chen had said. Fortune-telling is not always accurate, so do not fret too much. Shen Lanyin quickly reassured her, "Sister Yao, do not be anxious. You are the legitimate daughter of the Cui family, and your marriage will surely be prosperous." Cui Rua Yao slumped her shoulders. Neglecting even to maintain her composure, Liao Chen said that fate is yet to be determined, and the path to marriage is fraught with difficulties. The group offered comfort. Yet Cui Rua Yao became so distressed that she began to weep softly. After a few sobs, she managed a bitter smile and said, I was inquiring about your marital fate." The others were taken aback, rendered speechless. To think they were on the brink of separation. Yet fate remained uncertain and fraught with challenges. Indeed, Shen Lanyin's marital prospects seemed excessively arduous. A flicker of panic crossed Shen Lanyin's face as she thought of her cousin, Xie Xun. Such ethereal matters should not be taken at face value. Even if it were difficult, it mattered little. If worst came to worst, she would simply remain unmarried, for she cared not for matrimony. This sentiment was not misplaced. Her sole desire in this life was revenge. If it were Xie Xun, due to the bonds of their previous life, she might consider marriage. If not him, living a lifetime without wedlock would suffice. Cui Rua Yao chided. What are you saying? What woman would choose not to marry? I was merely concerned for you. Hence my inquiry into Master Liao Chen's insights regarding your marital fate. I did not anticipate. The thought of causing her cousin worry suddenly ignited Shen Lanyin's anger. Today, she would prove that fortune-telling could not be trusted. She promptly rushed into the meditation room. Just then, the Jingyuan Marquis' residence in the capital welcomed the Liu family. How utterly shameless. How could the Liu family dare to come? Zhang Shi's eyes blazed with fury as she commanded, "Someone, fetch the guards and drive them out." Qiuyu, cautious, interjected, "Madam, it is only the second young mistress of the Liu family, Lady Li." Xinzheng had previously instructed that should the Liu family cause trouble again, they were to be expelled without hesitation. If it were anyone else, Qiuyu would not have reported to Zhang Shi, as the doorkeeper had already made the decision. However, it was well known that Lady Li had a close relationship with Shen Lanyin, and furthermore, this second young mistress had often spoken in Shen Lanyin's defense against her mother-in-law. Since Shen Lanyin was not present in the residence, the doorkeeper could not make a decision and informed Qiuyu, who had no choice but to relay it to Zhang Shi. Whether to see her or not was at Zhang Shi's discretion. "Welcome Lady Li into the main hall. I shall meet her." Upon arrival, the haggard Lady Li approached. "Madam, please allow me to see my elder sister-in-law. I have matters to discuss with her." Zhang Shi adjusted her headdress, raising her chin defiantly. "What elder sister-in-law? My eldest daughter has already divorced Liu Yanchuan. She is no longer your sister-in-law." Lady Li lowered her gaze. "Madam, I wish to see Lanyin." "What is there to see?" Zhang Shi's voice turned icy. "My eldest daughter has severed ties with the Liu family. Any matters are no longer her concern." "Second young mistress, you should return." "Madam, I truly have no other recourse but to seek Lanyin. Please have mercy and allow me to see her." Lady Li's expression was mournful. Her eyes filled with despair. Zhang Shi scoffed. "What? Now you remember my eldest daughter when you need something? Is that actress not capable enough? Is there anything that cannot be resolved by the general's household?" Her anger was palpable. Previously, she had been displeased with Shen Lanyin, yet this girl was, in name, her daughter and a member of the Jingyuan Marquis household. How could they allow outsiders to bully her? Most importantly, the Liu family had jeopardized the marriages of her other two daughters. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated resentment toward the Liu family. In the past, I heard that my eldest daughter treated you as a sister. Now, I do not ask for your gratitude, but I hope you will refrain from adding to her troubles at this critical juncture, all right? The Liu family's favor is abundant. Do you truly need to seek out a weak woman for assistance? Zhang Shi subtly criticized the Liu family, who thrived on the merits of General Liu, wielding power and enjoying the benefits derived from the deceased. Lady Li, desperate, attempted to kneel but was stopped by Qiu Yu, second young mistress of the Liu family. Please return. Our families have long since severed ties. Zhang Shi turned her back. Lady Li's eyes shimmered with tears. Madam, I know Lanyin has treated me well, and I only wish to ask her for one last favor. I have never spoken ill of her. I am not like the others in the Liu family. Unlike Lanyin, who has the Marquis' support, if I am cast aside, I will have nowhere to turn. Zhang Shi was unwilling to engage further. My eldest daughter is not present in the residence. Someone, see her out. She held no regard for such a person. Why should she help her simply because she had once been kind? What kind of reasoning was that? Zhang Shi found herself at a loss for words regarding the Liu family. She could not fathom why Xinzheng had chosen to arrange such a marriage for Shen Lanyin. Meanwhile, at Chongyuan Temple, Shen Lanyin was incensed by Master Liao Chen's remarks. She glared at him and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you can freely meddle in my marital affairs?" Dressed in a coarse robe, Master Liao Chen radiated an air of tranquility, with the gentle breeze stirring the lamp's flickering light. My dear lady, the path to marriage is fraught with trials, as decreed by fate. He suddenly inquired, Lady Shen, did your mother perish during childbirth? In that moment, Shen Lanyin forgot her anger, momentarily stunned.
No.
Then she quickly regained her composure. What kind of master was he? Merely a fraud. Her mother had passed away due to illness, not from childbirth. Master Liao Chen appeared incredulous, persisting with his deductions. It cannot be. The lady's mother died during childbirth, while her father remains alive. Master, what exactly are you trying to convey? Shen Lanyin found his statements utterly bewildering. Master Liao Chen insisted, your mother hailed from a prestigious family and was deeply in love with her husband. What a pity. A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Lanyin's eyes. Master Liao Chen, I respect you, but please refrain from making baseless claims. My mother passed due to severe illness. The woman in the lake blue dress is my mother's niece, and she can vouch for me. Master Liao Chen spoke softly, dear lady, do not be agitated. My deductions have never been wrong. Of course, whether you believe them is entirely up to you. Shen Lanyin clenched her fists tightly, and thinking of her cousin's tears, she could not help but raise her voice. Then may I ask, Master, what does my future hold? The future of my dear lady is beyond my sight. I only know that your path to marriage is fraught with difficulties. Master Liao Chen's expression darkened. Shen Lanyin laughed coldly. Is it that you cannot see? Or is it that your abilities fall short? If I may say, before she could finish, a loud voice rang out. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The crowd hurriedly bowed. Long live the Empress Dowager. Long live. Long live. Shen Lanyin's heart leaped with joy. An opportunity had arrived. Chapter 24. Xie Xun also arrives. The Empress Dowager immediately spotted Shen Lanyin and beckoned her over. Heir, come here to your grandmother. Shen Lanyin looked up to see the Empress Dowager, around 50 years of age, well-preserved, dignified, and possessing spirited eyes, without a trace of gray hair. She appeared as she did in Shen Lanyin's memories. Heir, you truly heartless girl. Ever since you married, you have forgotten about this old woman. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach. Shen Lanyin felt a pang in her heart. The Empress Dowager's concern was unmistakable. In the past, it was the fault of a subject. In the future, this subject would certainly visit the palace more often to see the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager scrutinized her, noting how she had blossomed into an even more captivating figure, albeit slightly thinner. Ina, you must take care of yourself, otherwise I shall have no way to account to your mother, she said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Empress Dowager invited Shen Lanyin to her quarters at Chongyuan Temple for a private conversation. The companions who accompanied Shen Lanyin were also accommodated by the temple staff.
Indeed.
The extraordinary fortune that Lin Xiyu experienced in her previous life was intricately linked to the Empress Dowager. According to the trajectory of her past existence, at noon tomorrow, Lin Xiyu would save the Empress Dowager from an assassination attempt, becoming her savior. It was this very act that allowed Lin Xiyu to escape her identity as a performer and rise above it completely. In her previous life, her relationship with the Empress Dowager was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to that of a savior. It was only moments before her demise that she discovered the assassin targeting the Empress Dowager was sent by Lin Xiyu herself, a mere ruse to deceive the Empress Dowager. This time, she would not allow Lin Xiyu to harm the Empress Dowager, nor would she permit the Empress Dowager to be wielded as a weapon against her. The temple's plain noodles were renowned, and the monks had specially prepared some for the Empress Dowager. She urged Shen Lanyin to join her for the meal.
Yuna.
Do try them. These plain noodles are what I long for most in the palace. The so-called plain noodles were prepared by cooking the noodles in advance, then stir-frying scallions, mushrooms, black fungus, tofu, and dried bamboo shoots, all complemented by a meticulously crafted broth. Taking a bite, Shen Lanyin found it refreshingly simple, akin to consuming the tranquility and zen of time itself. It was exquisitely delightful. One word, sublime. Having been busy throughout the day, Shen Lanyin was already quite hungry and indulged heartily, inadvertently overindulging. She decided to wander around the temple before returning to her meditation chamber. As she strolled through the bamboo grove, she was unexpectedly confronted by a familiar figure, Xie Xun, clad in dark garments, with a stern demeanor. Shen Lanyin was puzzled. Had Xie Xun also come? If he had been present in her previous life, Lin Xiyu would have had no opportunity to orchestrate her grand scheme. Or perhaps, in this life, Xie Xun accompanied the Empress Dowager? It seemed that many circumstances had shifted since her rebirth. Just as she was about to greet him, Xie Xun interrupted. No need for that. I have learned of bandits lying in ambush near Chongyuan Temple, hence my presence with the Empress Dowager. Shen Lanyin was bewildered by how this concerned her. The next moment he called out, Luo Xia, come forth. Pay your respects to your new master. Instantly, a spectral figure appeared, kneeling respectfully before Shen Lanyin. This was Luo Xia, a formidable fighter with some knowledge of medicine, who would henceforth serve her. Xie Xun turned to Shen Lanyin, then addressed Luo Xia. You are to be loyal and dedicated to her. Failure to do so will result in severe consequences. Luo Xia nodded in agreement. Shen Lanyin understood that this was an elite shadow guard trained by Xie Xun, capable of taking on 10 men. With her by her side, she need not worry about safety. She had not anticipated that aligning herself with Xie Xun would yield such significant benefits. As for his apparent madness, she had never concerned herself with it in the past, nor would she in the future. However, since she had acknowledged him as her master, it was only right that she assist him with his ailment, and she would personally consult Yin Shui. Xie Xun was distracted. At that moment, seeing Shen Lanyin reminded him of his encounter with Shenzheng before departing the capital that very day. Shenzheng's first words had been, Do you recall the promise you made to the old minister 3 years ago? He certainly remembered, yet he had no desire to adhere to it. Why should he sacrifice his affections for the unknown? He had relinquished once before, and this time, he would not yield. Regardless of her identity, his heart would always belong to her. Ian. My lord, if I were to have a change of heart, what would you do? Shun Zheng's face flushed. Your Highness, the Cui and Shun families can be at your service, but you cannot be with Ener. You know well that she is not like other women. My lord, you must understand that I am the Emperor's own brother, the son with the highest military achievements of the late Emperor, the southern protector of the Great Sheng. You cannot alter my resolve. Observing Shen Zheng's widened eyes, Xie Xun continued, It would be simple for me to abandon my intentions. Shen Zheng's expression softened slightly. Unless Ayan herself were to reject you, but you can see that she does not despise your advances. After speaking, he turned to leave, yet in that fleeting moment, he noticed the redness around Xie Xun's eyes, ultimately moved. Rest assured, my lord, I vow to protect Ayan for life and never betray her. Even if it means opposing the entire world, I will love her and defend her to the death. Shun Zheng murmured, There are so many women in the world. Why must it be Ener? Indeed, why was it her? He did not know, but he recognized that, my lord, there is only one Shen Lanyin in this world, and in my heart, there will forever only be Shen Lanyin. With so many women in the world, why could it not be her? After the celebration banquet, the emperor decreed that Ayan and Lu Yenchuan would formally part ways. I will come to propose marriage, and I hope my esteemed father-in-law will graciously accept. Shen Zheng gritted his teeth. Xie Xun. As he stormed away in anger, Xie Xun walked along the long corridor, feeling an indescribable solitude. At that moment, Chu Feng rushed over. My lord, it is terrible. The princess has gone to Chongyuan Temple. Xie Xun was momentarily taken aback. Quick, to the outskirts of the city. When he arrived at a gallop, he found Shen Lanyin wandering the temple alone, without even a maid or attendant. In an instant, he resolved to assign his most capable shadow guard, Luo Xia, to her. Returning to his quarters, Qiushui noticed Shen Lanyin had brought back another person, but did not inquire further. After a night of pleasant dreams, when Shen Lanyin went to offer incense at dawn, she spotted Lin Xiyu and Lu Yanchuan hidden among the crowd. Lin Xiyu, dressed in a gown of pink, adorned with a veil, appeared to melt into Lu Yanchuan's embrace. Drawing attention, "Husband, we are to be wed soon. Today, Xiyu has brought you here to offer incense, hoping that the deities will bless our love and ensure we grow old together. If we could receive even a word from Master Chen, we would have no worries." Lin Xiyu's voice was unmistakable. Even if Shen Lanyin wished to ignore it, she could not. Lu Yanchuan was instantly entranced. "Xiyu, your wish will surely come true." He had heard that Master Chen had assigned fates to several women the previous day, which was why he had agreed to accompany Lin Xiyu. At that moment, he had already sent someone to summon Master Chen from the general's residence. "My lord, it is dire news." A servant returned with a worried expression. Chapter 25. Appreciating Lin Xiyu's performance, Lu Yanchuan frowned. "What is it? Is Master Chen not honoring the general's residence?" The servant replied respectfully, "No. Master Chen's meditation chamber is filled with people. We simply cannot get in." Lu Yanchuan retorted, "What does it matter? Bring out the general sign. Who would dare disregard the general's residence?" The servant hesitated. "My lord, those who have come are either wealthy or of high status. They are either from noble houses or royal families. Our general's residence is of no consequence to them." This was certainly true. The capital was indeed a gathering place for the powerful and affluent. The general's residence had only a hint of ancestral favor, lacking in true merit. Especially those who had risen through genuine accomplishments looked down upon the general's residence. Although the emperor had issued a decree, these individuals remained secretly dissatisfied, suppressing their resentment. Relying on the achievements of their ancestors to reap benefits was indeed disreputable. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanchuan grew furious. Why should they not regard the general's residence? Lin Xiyu feigned understanding, her tones sweetly coaxing. "Husband, if you wish to let it go, Master Chen is a transcendent figure. How can he be disturbed by worldly matters?" She was aware that the general's residence was on the decline, yet she had not anticipated that the capital's elite would not even wish to maintain a facade of peace. Lu Yanchuan, who valued his pride, was unwilling to appear weak before Lin Xiyu. "Xiyu, today I will ensure you meet Master Chen. He is just a bald monk. Does he dare disregard the general's residence? The emperor himself must show respect to the general's residence. Can a mere monk rise above the emperor? Those people are merely looking down on us, not acknowledging the emperor." Upon concluding his words, he turned to his servant and instructed, "Go and inform those individuals to clear the way for our general's residence. Should they refuse, remind them of General Lu's valiant sacrifices for the Great Sheng." He continued, "I merely wish to see Chen. I do not seek their lives." The servants exchanged glances, visibly troubled, internally lamenting, "How shameless can you be? We still have our dignity to uphold." This was indeed an unreasonable demand. Shen Lanyin stifled a laugh, pondering whether he cared for his pride or not. Clearly, he sought to maintain his dignity, yet his actions were utterly contemptible. It was no wonder that the Lu family had fallen to such a disgraceful state, requiring royal intervention to salvage their reputation. Ultimately, Lu Yanchuan failed to secure a meeting between Ling Xiyu and Chen. In fact, no one encountered Chen that day. The abbot announced that Chen had embarked on another journey. Lu Yanchuan explained to Ling Xiyu that Chen had been frightened away by the power of the general's residence. Consequently, the two merely offered 3 incense sticks in the grand hall before departing. Shen Lanyin discreetly followed behind them. Ling Xiyu inquired, "Husband, why has my sister not returned? We are to be wed. Should she not be here to oversee our marriage preparations? It is quite inappropriate for the principal wife to be absent on our wedding day." Before returning to the capital, she had hoped to rely on Shen Lanyin's dowry. Even as a concubine, she believed she could manage a respectable wedding. However, Despite the emperor's generous gift of 1,000 taels of gold, life in the general's residence remained exceptionally frugal. Previous creditors were nearly trampling the threshold of the residence, and without sufficient funds, even a lavish wedding would be impossible. She was not particularly concerned about superficial formalities. She merely wished to outshine Shen Lanyin. 3 years prior, her engagement to Lu Yanchuan had stirred the capital into a frenzy. Whenever Shen Lanyin was mentioned, Lu Yanchuan's ire flared. That vile woman dares to look down upon me. She abandoned her family, is unfilial, jealous, and promiscuous. Upon her return to the capital, I shall demand an explanation from the Ho residents. Shen Lanyin chuckled softly. Demanding an explanation is merely a pretext for extorting money, is it not? He has long coveted that dowry. Ling Xiu added, as the principal wife. It is only right that she contributes. After all, should we bear children in the future, she must care for them. My sister cannot remain uninvolved. And what of my second sister-in-law? If we cannot even summon my sister, isn't she supposed to be the closest to her? Lu Yanchuan's anger surged, asserting, she is born of the general's residence and shall die as one. In our marriage, she must contribute. Why should she owe you anything? These words were indeed infuriating. Yet Shen Lanyin had long since become immune to such provocations. She had no desire to linger and listen to their nauseating discourse. She was aware that Ling Xiu would act against the empress, yet she remained oblivious to the specifics of the plan, only able to follow and adapt as circumstances unfolded. Thus, they continued until afternoon. Unbeknownst to her, Ling Xiu cunningly deceived Lu Yanchuan, stealthily slipping away from the meditation room. Was action imminent? Shen Lanyin followed closely behind. What she did not realize was that Xie Xun was carefully trailing them. He had already prepared a plan and was simply waiting for Ling Xiu to take the bait. Now that she had taken the initiative, his priority was to ensure her safety. He discreetly summoned Xu Feng, instructing everyone else to withdraw and to act according to the situation as it unfolded. Shen Lanyin followed Ling Xiu as they exited the Chongyuan temple, arriving at a secluded thatched cottage in the back mountains.
Ah!
With Ling Xiu's piercing scream, Shen Lanyin recognized that the performance had commenced. You wicked villains! Do not bully the old lady. Release her at once. Ling Xiu proclaimed with righteous indignation. Shen Lanyin peeked inside, recognizing the bound elderly lady. Adorned in opulent attire, the empress herself. At that moment, the empress, her mouth stuffed with cloth, was unable to utter a word, her eyes filled with terror, and her hair disheveled, appearing utterly disheveled. The composure she once possessed was nowhere to be found. Ling Xiu had indeed managed to capture the empress ahead of time. Yet, how had she accomplished such a feat while Shen Lanyin had been shadowing her? There could only be one explanation. She had accomplices. To abduct the empress amidst the guards' vigilant presence indicated that her cohorts were formidable. The empress's disappearance had yet to cause an uproar, likely due to her habitual afternoon slumber. Understanding the empress's routine allowed her to spirit the empress away without arousing suspicion. Shen Lanyin increasingly perceived Ling Xiu as an enigma, with those behind her even more so. Perhaps Ling Xiu had come to the capital with intentions aimed at her and the Shen family. The ringleader of the bandits, brimming with swagger, barked, "You little lady. This is none of your business, scram. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take another life." Ling Xiu, both furious and anxious, removed all her jewelry, pleading, "Brave heroes. Your desperate actions stem from greed. Take these valuables and release the old lady. She is elderly and cannot endure such turmoil." The bandits, fierce and imposing, scoffed at the offering. "What is this? If the young lady were to offer herself, we would be more than willing to enjoy ourselves." Ling Xiu's expression was perfectly poised, exuding gentleness and kindness, yet tinged with a hint of shyness. "Please, do not frighten the old lady." Suddenly, her countenance shifted, adopting a resolute demeanor as she shielded the empress. Such a display would endear her to anyone. One must admit that Ling Xiu, with her theatrical background, was a master of performance. It was no wonder that in her previous life, the empress held her in such high regard, nearly inseparable from her. "Should you dare to harm the old lady?" Ling Xiu faltered, embodying the image of a timid yet benevolent woman eager to assist. The bandit slyly interjected, "What of it, little lady?" Ling Xiu, determined, declared, "Then kill me first, and step over my corpse." Clearly, she had not anticipated the man would take her seriously. As soon as her words left her lips, the bandit raised his weapon, preparing to strike. Just as the blade neared Ling Xiu's chest, Shen Lanyin intervened. seizing the Empress and fleeing. Chapter 26. The Empress discovers the plot at that moment. The Empress, having been startled, had already fainted. As Shen Lanyin made her way back to the courtyard, she observed that the guards were all hastening toward the back mountains, with even the influential figures residing in the temple following suit. She secretly chuckled, recognizing this as Ling Xiu's ploy. Even in the act of saving a life, she sought to make it a spectacle, eager for the entire Great Sheng to know, thus gaining the upper hand. This was quintessentially Ling Xiu. What unfolded was a grand performance of rescuing the Empress, garnering Ling Xiu both fame and the Empress's genuine admiration. In her previous life, Ling Xiu had reaped immense benefits from this very act, becoming the talk of the capital. This time, however, it was a pity she had crossed paths with Shen Lanyin. Rescuing the Empress was merely the first step. The ensuing events would not be dictated by Ling Xiu. As the individuals in the thatched cottage began to react, their expressions shifted dramatically. Ling Xiu shrieked, "Where has she gone? Where is she? How can that old crone have vanished? You useless fools! Please spare us, my lord." The bandits all knelt, pleading for mercy. Ling Xiu, enraged and humiliated, commanded, "Why do you not hurry and search? If this matter fails, you shall all perish." Just as success was within grasp, the person had been abducted, and the thought of it sent her into a fury. The old crone's disappearance meant all her efforts had been in vain. This was crucial for her standing in the capital, as well as her subsequent plans. Most importantly, she could not endure her lord's punishment. Each time, she had been bedridden for 3 consecutive days. Unlike Lu Yanchuan, who was utterly ineffectual, Ling Xiu inquired along the way, "Have you seen an elegantly dressed elderly lady?" The passers-by shook their heads. Ling Xiu was on the verge of madness, wondering who dared to abduct her esteemed figure. Someone finally informed her that a woman was seen carrying a fainted elderly lady in that direction. Ling Xiu looked up, realizing it was indeed towards the direction of the pilgrims' quarters. She retraced her steps back to the meditation room, rousing Lu Yanchuan from his slumber. In a moment of bewilderment, he awoke, recalling only the instance of sharing a bowl of vegetarian noodles with Ling Xiu. Following that, darkness enveloped him, leaving him in utter ignorance of subsequent events. "Xiu, the noodles were delightful. You should indulge a bit more," he remarked. Ling Xiu, in tears, cried out, "Husband, just moments ago, I witnessed someone abducting an elderly lady. She seemed so pitiful, and if I do not rescue her, I fear for her life." Lu Yanchuan regarded her with a soft expression, completely captivated by her compassion. This was his Xiu, tender-hearted and willing to extend help to a stranger in distress. "Hurry, summon the guards to assist in the search. If we delay, that elderly lady may indeed perish," she urged, her anxiety palpable. Understanding her urgency, Lu Yanchuan swiftly set out to gather help. Meanwhile, Shen Lanyin carried the Empress Dowager back to her quarters, instructing Luoxia to provide her with medical attention. The heat had been overwhelming, and after nearly draining an entire pot of iced tea, Shen Lanyin finally felt some relief. Following acupuncture, the Empress Dowager slowly regained consciousness. "Einer, where am I? Did you save me?" she inquired. Shen Lanyin nodded. "Your Highness, you are in my chamber. You are now safe. You cannot imagine how terrified I was just now," the Empress Dowager admitted, momentarily reluctant to leave. "What became of that young woman who assisted me? Did you manage to bring her back?" Sighing, Shen Lanyin voiced her suspicions. "Your Highness, you have been deceived. That girl is the leader of the mountain bandits. Her dramatic performance was merely a ploy to gain power and status." The Empress Dowager's eyes widened in disbelief. That cannot be true. She appeared to be a mere weak woman. What power could she wield? "Your Highness, we must act quickly to save her. It may soon be too late," Shen Lanyin urged, understanding the Empress Dowager's perspective. Had she not experienced life anew, she too would have been easily misled by Ling Xiu's remarkable acting skills and cunning manipulation. The Empress Dowager, still in disbelief, insisted, "It cannot be. She seemed so virtuous." The reality was stark. In the previous life, owing to this act of salvation, the Empress Dowager had become a weapon in Ling Xiu's hands, facilitating her malicious deeds, ultimately leading to a rift with the Emperor. What transpired today was orchestrated by her. She saved you publicly to gain renown, thus binding you to her in gratitude. Even as Empress Dowager, you risk becoming her tool for destruction. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted dramatically. "No, she cannot possibly know my identity," Shen Lanyin replied. Your Highness. She is aware, otherwise, why would she have appeared so fortuitously in the rear mountain? Why did those bandits not eliminate her outright but instead toyed with her? Reflect on this. They bore no intent to harm her. Your Highness, she approached you with ulterior motives, aiming to manipulate and exploit you. Though harsh, her words were direct. Shen Lanyin trusted the Empress Dowager would comprehend. The Empress Dowager, already inclined to believe Shen Lanyin, found herself swayed by her arguments.
No.
I cannot allow myself to be reduced to a mere tool for that woman. Turning to Shen Lanyin, she inquired, Did you see that girl? Who is she? She is the actress brought back by Liu Yanchuan, Shen Lanyin replied. This incident had stirred quite the uproar in the city, and the Empress Dowager quickly connected the dots. Allow me to escort you back to your quarters, Your Highness, Shen Lanyin offered. The Empress Dowager shook her head. No. I wish to remain here and observe what that actress intends to do. At that moment, Qiushui rushed in, breathless. Your Highness, miss, it is grave news. The guards are outside, surrounding the entire temple, and no one is permitted to enter or leave. Shen Lanyin recognized Ling Xiu's desperate gambit. She intended to resort to coercion or even eliminate witnesses before being discovered, treating the Empress Dowager as an ordinary elder to be silenced. The Empress Dowager found herself at a loss. Ina, what should we do now? Without hesitation, Shen Lanyin asked, Your Highness, would you be willing to assist me with a task? What is it? She inquired. Shen Lanyin leaned closer, whispering her plan. The Empress Dowager's indignation flared. To challenge me, she must pay the price. Hidden in the shadows, Xie Xun discerned Shen Lanyin's intentions. Quick to act, she sought to exploit the situation. By revealing Ling Xiu's true identity to the Empress Dowager, she aimed to incite animosity towards Ling Xiu and sever her escape route. What she divulged to the Empress Dowager was likely intended to provoke a public confrontation of Ling Xiu's machinations. Courageous and strategic, this was the true essence of Ayin. Realizing this, he felt a wave of reassurance. Ayin, having trained for a decade in the Tsongshan Mountains, was no ordinary woman. He had been overly concerned. Suddenly, he found himself eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Should matters not unfold favorably, he would intervene personally. Meanwhile, Liu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu scoured the temple for the Empress Dowager. Many young lords and ladies had ventured out to assist her, showering Ling Xiu with boundless praise. However, such accolades were fleeting. The more she reveled in her success, the more devastating the fallout would be once the truth emerged. Chapter 27. The devious Empress Dowager, having searched the entirety of the monastery. Ling Xiu grew frantic upon failing to locate the Empress Dowager. The time for her afternoon rest was approaching, and the attendants would soon notice something amiss. She needed to find the Empress Dowager before anyone else did. Why haven't we found her yet? Logically, not even a fly should have escaped. A servant replied, Madam, we have yet to check a few noble residences. Ling Xiu frowned. They could not afford to disturb those quarters recklessly. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences.
Yet.
Her time was running short. Husband, that elderly lady is in dire straits. We must rescue her promptly. However, if those bandits disrupt the nobles, it would be catastrophic. Ling Xiu was astute, her words carefully chosen to achieve her goals while earning empathy. Liu Yanchuan understood her intent. She wished to search the noble residences for the Empress Dowager. Do not worry, Xiu, I will personally lead the search. You can leave it to me. Clearly, he had his own agenda, seeking to forge connections for the military household. With that, he and Ling Xiu set off towards the back courtyard of the temple, where the nobles resided. As word spread about their mission, many offered their assistance, including Yin Tong and Fan Rong, who were skeptical of Liu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu's intentions and sought to uncover their true motives. As time dragged on, Ling Xiu's anxiety intensified. The news of the Empress Dowager's disappearance would soon spread, jeopardizing her plans. Exhausted and panting, Ling Xiu pressed on, touched by Liu Yanchuan's concern. Xiu, you should rest. That elderly lady is blessed and will be fine. Ling Xiu glanced at those following her and gritted her teeth. Husband, I cannot. The old lady is kind-hearted, and the thought of her suffering pains me deeply. I must rescue her, or I shall never find peace. Every moment, she strived to present herself favorably, seizing every opportunity to win hearts. Amidst the praises of the crowd, Ling Xiu began to lose herself in the adulation. She envisioned a future where, beyond tormenting Shen Lanyin, she could manipulate the Empress Dowager. Such power would place her among the most influential women in the capital. With that thought, she swelled with pride. At that moment, Shen Lanyin was in her chamber, attending to the Empress Dowager with tea. Your Highness, allow me to assist you in refreshing your appearance and changing into a new gown. The Empress Dowager had her own intentions. No, this is the perfect opportunity to observe the actress's performance. Shen Lanyin. It turns out that the Empress Dowager has such a side, both good and bad. She is quite fond of it. Xie Xun has brought a specially prepared icy drink, and the Empress Dowager sips it with great satisfaction. Einer, today I owe you a great deal. As soon as she finishes speaking, a loud knock resounds at the gate of the courtyard. Shen Lanyin, Shen Lanfang, and Cui Ruoyao rush out to see what is amiss. The Empress Dowager's eyes light up. It is her moment to shine. She exchanges a knowing glance with Shen Lanyin, who comprehends and steps outside. Take good care of the Empress Dowager, she instructs, and Xie Xun and Luoxia nod in agreement. Shen Lanfang, feeling a twinge of fear, asks, elder sister. There shouldn't be any ill-intentioned people in this temple, right? Shen Lanyin gently pats her little head, reassuring her no. Fuer, do not be afraid. After a long while, the door remains shut and Lu Yenchuan, losing his patience, inquires of the monk guiding him, who resides in this courtyard. The monk shakes his head, explaining that so many people come to Zhongyuan Temple daily that he cannot possibly remember. However, someone mentions that it is reserved by Miss Shen. Lu Yenchuan's anger flares. Shen Lanyin, instead of returning to the general's residence, you come here to engage in an affair. Fan Rong, unable to bear it any longer, retorts, Lord Lu, your words lack fairness. Are all who come to the temple here for illicit affairs? What do you take this holy place to be? She thinks to herself that Shen Lanyin is her newly acquired good sister, and she will not allow anyone to slander her. Yun Tong, typically timid, gathers her courage to add, exactly. Lu Yenchuan instinctively wants to argue back, but someone reminds him that she is the queen's sister and the emperor's sister-in-law, thus untouchable. Another is the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, allied with Miss Fan, making her also beyond reproach. He grits his teeth and swallows his anger. He cannot provoke them, but he will not let it slide. Just then, the gate to the courtyard swings open and Lu Yenchuan strides in. He immediately recognizes the woman clad in red, exuding unparalleled elegance. Lu Yenchuan bellows, Shen Lanyin, it is indeed you. Who permitted you to come to the temple? You are a woman of the Lu family. Can you leave without your husband's consent? Ling Xiu chuckles, directly accusing Shen Lanyin, sister. How could you be so foolish? Does this not reflect poorly on your husband and tarnish the general's residence? From the moment Shen Lanyin departed the general's residence, she no longer had to conceal her dissatisfaction towards Shen Lanyin. Lu Yenchuan, visibly agitated, exclaims, Shen Lanyin, your character is vile, and you refuse to be disciplined. I shall divorce you. These two seem utterly unashamed, making a scene right from the start. Who is truly tarnishing the Lu family's reputation? Pray tell, what have I done? As for the divorce, so be it. Lu Yenchuan, if you do not divorce me today, you are not a man. Shen Lanyin boldly counters. Faced with these two, she fears nothing. Lu Yenchuan's anger intensifies. Shen Lanyin, you have committed 7 offenses, and, according to the rules, you should be drowned in the pond. Someone, take Shen Lanyin back and deal with her according to family regulations. He is utterly triumphant. Shen Lanyin has finally fallen into his hands. Taking her back is perfect. He shall use her life to pressure the Jingyuan Marquis, demanding at least 100,000 taels of gold in return. The general's residence dealing with a poisonous woman is a family matter of the Lu family, and no one can question it. As for Shen Lanyin, she can only be bullied, bearing children for him, and serving the general's residence, like a beast of burden. Shen Lanyin smiles faintly, remaining remarkably composed, unafraid.
Lu Yenchuan.
You dare to rebel, showing such disregard for the emperor. Lu Yenchuan, already aware of her verbal prowess, retorts, what nonsense are you spewing? Someone, silence her. The emperor has summoned me to the victory banquet because he values me. You dare to act against me, showing contempt for the emperor's authority. Upon hearing this, the crowd nods in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Do not delay, seize her. Lu Yenchuan insists. Ling Xiu wears a smug smile, reveling in the moment. How splendid! She has returned to her starting point. Shen Lanyin has once again become her prey. Just as those men are about to seize Shen Lanyin, a woman suddenly appears, swiftly defeating all of Lu Yenchuan's men. Shen Lanyin is utterly astonished. She prides herself on her martial prowess, Yet even she could not discern how Luoxia struck. It is evident that Luoxia's skills are extraordinary. Esteemed guests, I am Shen Lanyin, the legitimate daughter of the Jingyuan Marquis. What Lu Yanchuan has said is pure slander. As for why I am here, it is because Shen Lanyin's words successfully piqued the curiosity of the crowd. Chapter 28. The Show.
The formal debut.
Back at the general's residence, Lu Yanchuan has already suffered greatly at her hands. At this moment, he has no idea what Shen Lanyin will say next. In his anxiety, he even contemplates silencing her himself. His actions betray his guilt. Luoxia. Before he can draw near, Luoxia has already shielded Shen Lanyin behind her. Lu Yanchuan trembles with rage, unable to retaliate. He can only seethe in impotent fury. The crowd begins to murmur. Let Miss Shen finish her words. What is there to fear? Surely, she must have done something wrong to be so hesitant. Shen Lanyin raises her hand to silence the murmurs, turning her gaze to Ling Xiyu. Ling Xiyu feels inexplicably anxious. No, that wretch cannot know anything. I am here because of Ling Xiyu. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiyu's heart drops. That wretch is indeed targeting her. No, I cannot let her continue. Shen Lanyin's lips curl into a subtle smile, as if everything is proceeding according to her plan. You must have all heard, right? She is Ling Xiyu, born of an actress, who previously served as a military courtesan in the army. Ling Xiyu's eyes lower, feigning innocence. Sister, I know you resent me and look down upon my origins. It is of no consequence to me how you treat me. However, you should not involve our husbands or tarnish the general's residence. The descendants of the old general should not be used as tools for your anger. Her words carry a grand sentiment. Here is a mere actress speaking with such righteousness, putting Shen Lanyin in a corner. Yet, Shen Lanyin remains unfazed, revealing what she had discussed with the Empress Dowager. It is this actress who intends to stage a grand performance at Zhongyuan Temple, aiming to ensure that everyone in the capital knows that, regardless of her background, no one dares to speak ill of her anymore. She seeks to infiltrate the circles of the nobility in the capital and manipulate all of you, turning you into her tools for greater ambitions. These are not just words. They are the truth. Concise yet revealing Ling Xiyu's ambitions, they spark the crowd's imagination. An actress wishes to turn the tides? Is she planning a rebellion? Indeed. The world has changed. The actors now hold sway. Ling Xiyu struggles to breathe, panic evident in her eyes, as her heart races. Has Shen Lanyin uncovered her secrets? No. It cannot be. Her identity and secrets are deeply concealed. If Shen Lanyin truly knows something, her master should have sent word. With this thought, she begins to feel emboldened. I do not understand why a weak woman like Ling Xiyu has come here, what grand plans she harbors. I merely came to pray for my deceased mother and thought I would take the opportunity to see what was happening. Shen Lanyin explains her presence here. Praying for her deceased mother is indeed a reasonable excuse. Even the Lu family cannot interfere with that. Most importantly, it is scandalous that Lu Yanchuan's new wife is an actress, and an unruly one at that. Esteemed guests, do not heed Shen Lanyin's slander. She is simply dissatisfied with me, and her words cannot be trusted. An actress is lowly. What can a weak woman like me possibly do? Ling Xiyu's face pales. Clearly flustered, yet she feigns calmness. Fan Rong sneers, pointing at Ling Xiyu. Regarding the matter of saving the old matriarch, what exactly has transpired? Or are you merely fabricating stories to gain fame? Do you take us for fools? Shen Lanyin secretly admires her. Truly, as the queen's sister, she should possess such qualities. Yun Tong tugged at Fan Rong's sleeve and remarked, You claim to wish to rescue an elderly lady, but who has bound her? How was she ensnared? You have said not a word. Yet you expect us to risk our health in this sweltering heat to accompany you, Ling Xiyu, as if we are easily deceived. Moments ago, she had observed Ling Xiyu's compassionate nature as she extended a helping hand to a stranger, the elderly woman, and even attempted to speak a few comforting words on her behalf. After all, Ling Xiyu was an actress, born into a merchant family, often looked down upon, and there existed a sense of mutual sympathy. Now, however, those thoughts had vanished, replaced by the shame of being duped. Yun Tong was not alone in her sentiments. The influential figures who had followed Ling Xiyu under the scorching sun shared the same thoughts. Shen Lanyin noted that as long as Fan Rong was present, Yun Tong showed no signs of timidity. She was indeed a formidable opponent. Ling Xiyu opened her mouth slightly. I happened upon the elderly lady while strolling to the back mountain this afternoon and found her bound by someone. Fan Rong retorted angrily. How dare you, actress? You have repeated this tale many times. Speak. What are your true intentions? The sun is merciless. What do you hope to gain by staging this charade? Just as Ling Xiyu was about to argue, a commanding voice interjected. What she seeks is my elderly woman's gratitude for her rescue. Ling Xiyu instantly lost her bravado. It was over. She had come. After all her efforts, how could this old crone be here with Shen Lanyin? Or had Shen Lanyin been the one to take her away? How could that be possible? Seeing the Empress Dowager emerge in disarray, her face concealed, Shen Lanyin nodded inwardly. This was precisely what she had arranged with the Empress Dowager, to keep their identities hidden in public and observe what tricks Ling Xiyu would employ. Elderly lady, you have been startled. Why do you not rest for a while? The Empress Dowager said affectionately, Ener, it is too noisy outside. This old woman can hardly sleep. This scene pierced Ling Xiyu deeply. Why should her painstaking schemes yield rewards for that vile Shen Lanyin?
No.
She would not allow Shen Lanyin to take advantage of the situation. The old woman had refrained from revealing her identity in public, likely fearing the loss of royal dignity. Moreover, her husband had mentioned that for 3 years after marrying into the general's household, Shen Lanyin had never visited the Empress Dowager. Previously, when Shen Lanyin claimed to have a good relationship with the Empress Dowager, it was a mere facade. The two had long since lost any affection for one another. And perhaps they would not even recognize each other. In light of this, she would not hold back. Elderly lady, you must not trust this woman. She is an expert in deception, and her approach towards you is merely a means to exploit you. The rage from being outsmarted had utterly stripped Ling Xiyu of her reason and judgment. Even her words were riddled with inconsistencies. If she were merely an old woman, what value would such a person possess for exploitation? The onlookers, all of noble birth, recognized the Empress Dowager. Even concealed, they could discern her voice and form. As for the Empress Dowager's claim that Ling Xiyu sought a life-saving favor, they would not question it. Being the savior of the Empress Dowager would bestow immeasurable benefits, elevating entire families to greatness. At that moment, they neither bowed nor spoke, merely wishing to assist the Empress Dowager in her performance. Furthermore, which obedient concubine would dare to be so disrespectful to the legitimate wife in public? Ling Xiyu likely understood this, yet she disregarded all caution. After all, the connection to the Empress Dowager was of paramount importance. Shen Lanyin smirked inwardly. Today, she would ensure that Ling Xiyu lost face before all the influential figures, irrevocably severing her chances of winning favor. The grand performance was officially underway. Chapter 29. The Empress Dowager playing the fool to catch the tiger. The Empress Dowager's gaze shifted back and forth between Ling Xiyu and Shen Lanyin, utterly bewildered. Do you know each other? What animosity exists between you? It appeared the Empress Dowager was unaware of the truth. Everything could still be salvaged. After all, she had just risked her life to defend the Empress Dowager in the thatched hut. In an instant, Ling Xiyu felt a surge of confidence, pointing at Shen Lanyin and launching into her tirade. Elderly lady, you are unaware that this woman blames me for stealing her husband, but in reality, it was she who took my husband from me. My husband and I made our vows in the military camp. Our bond was profound, and it was this woman who, in her recklessness, sought to intrude upon our love and destroy our relationship. Thus, she harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. At this moment, she was solely focused on deceiving the Empress Dowager, forgetting that the onlookers were all members of the capital's elite, skilled in gathering information. Fan Rong and Yun Tong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. What a display of moral inversion. They were witnessing it firsthand. The entire capital was aware of Shen Lanyin's splendid wedding procession 3 years prior. On the day of her marriage, Liu Yanchuan had gone to the southern battlefield, where he met the military courtesan Ling Xiyu and brought her back to the capital. How absurd. She believed she had a legitimate case, and even spoke ill of Shen Lanyin. Deceiving these individuals was one thing, but how could she dare to deceive the Empress Dowager? Did she take everyone for fools? Meanwhile, those in the know regarded Shen Lanyin with sympathy. To be entangled with such a despicable individual was indeed unfortunate. The Empress Dowager feigned belief in Ling Xiyu's words and suddenly declared, "You are the legitimate wife. She is the interloper. The logic is on your side. There is nothing to fear. Simply cast her aside. You have a kind countenance and have assisted this old woman. I believe you are not the kind of malicious woman who would disrupt another's marriage and destroy a happy family. The heavens observe our deeds. Wicked actions will invite retribution. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager mention interlopers, disruptions, and maliciousness, Ling Xiu's eyes flickered. Fortunately, it was Shen Lanyin being referred to, not herself. That old crone's tongue was rather venomous. However, those who recognized the Empress Dowager understood her intent and deemed Ling Xiu utterly foolish.
For now.
Let her revel in her triumph. Once the Empress Dowager ceased her performance, they would see whether she could maintain her smile. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager's favor for Ling Xiu had evaporated. If previously she had only harbored doubts, she was now entirely convinced of Shen Lanyin's words. Though she was aged, her mind remained sharp.
This is not how it is.
I have always been soft-hearted, believing that as women, we should not make things difficult for one another. Ling Xiu remained oblivious, her face flushed with false modesty. Oh, you are truly a virtuous person. This old woman sincerely admires you. Ultimately, it is your lack of capability, wealth, and influence that leaves you at a disadvantage. The Empress Dowager's words struck a painful chord. This was Ling Xiu's greatest vulnerability. Were it not for her reliance on the Shen family's wealth and power, she would not have endured such suffering. Having served as a military courtesan in the southern camp before scheming in the capital, instantly, her eyes turned red and tears threatened to fall. Lu Yanchuan could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to defend Ling Xiu. Coming from a fallen family, he had never seen the Empress Dowager and thus did not recognize her as the elderly lady before him.
You old hag, how dare you speak like that?
Do you not know that Xiu has worried about you? She has braved the scorching sun and toiled for your sake. How can you not even express gratitude? Apologize. I demand that you apologize to Xiu. Lu Yanchuan, raised in a general's household, was accustomed to arrogance and held no one in reverence. Now, seeing his beloved wronged, he was even more incensed. Yet Ling Xiu understood. Her eyes reddened. Husband, it's all right. The elderly lady is of advanced age. We must respect her. The crowd gasped in astonishment. To demand an apology from an actress to the Empress Dowager was truly audacious. Even if he were the descendant of General Liu, respect for the Empress Dowager was paramount. It was said that the late Lady Liu had enjoyed a close relationship with the Emperor of the Great Shang, possessing a sense of propriety and decorum. How had her descendant come to behave in such a manner? The Empress Dowager stood still. And who are you? Are you certain you wish for me to apologize? I am Lu Yanchuan, the eldest son of the general's household, serving in the patrol camp. Are you afraid? If you are, then apologize quickly. Lu Yanchuan replied impatiently. Ling Xiu was anxious, incessantly tugging at his arm. Husband, just let it go. Husband.
Xiu.
Your kindness is your flaw. I will not allow you to suffer, Lu Yanchuan reassured her, holding her hand. No, husband, please don't. Just forget it. Ling Xiu stammered in her urgency. Lu Yanchuan assumed she was merely upset by the presence of the old woman before them. I will say this once more, apologize. Do you know who I am? You dare to demand an apology from me? Lu Yanchuan retorted. I care not who you are. Even if you are the queen mother of the Yaoqi, you shall not trample upon Xiu's sincerity. The Empress Dowager shot him a disdainful glance, finding him utterly intolerable. Lu Yanchuan felt humiliated and was about to teach her a lesson when the Empress Dowager spoke again. My apology? She cannot bear it. Your Lu family cannot bear it either. Lu Yanchuan erupted with laughter. You old crone, who do you think you are? Do you not realize that the Lu family stands alongside the nation, enjoying unparalleled favor in the capital? The Empress Dowager turned to Ling Xiu. My dear girl, do you wish for me to apologize? Ling Xiu's face flushed. No, please, old lady. My husband is simply overly concerned for me. He means no harm. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager devised a new tactic. My dear, I remember how you defended me just now. I shall repay you well in the future. Ling Xiu's spirit soared, her previously dim eyes now sparkling with hope. Is this truly the case, old lady? Indeed, I never speak falsely, the Empress Dowager affirmed. Old lady, my mother passed away early. Since we are fated to meet, let me call you mother. Before she could finish her sentence, the Empress Dowager interrupted. But my dear, you are kind-hearted and do not care for such titles. I believe that in the moment you stood up for me, you did not seek repayment. Ling Xiu's heart plummeted. Was her selfless act in vain? Yet, she had to endure, not wanting the old woman to discern her true nature. Shen Lanyin smiled faintly, first offering her hope and then casting her into despair. Now, the Empress Dowager was playing with Ling Xiu as if she were a mere pawn. Ling Xiu's smile froze. The old lady speaks true. Lu Yanchuan could no longer contain himself. You old crone. Truly bold of you. The Empress Dowager pointed at Ling Xiyu. Do you truly know nothing? Ling Xiyu's heart raced. Shouldn't the Empress Dowager be grateful to her? Where had it all gone wrong? She remained defiant. Old lady. I know not. Shen Lanyin stepped forward. Ling Xiyu, cease your charade. You know very well that this person is the Empress Dowager. Your elaborate scheme was to win her support, was it not? Upon hearing this, the courtyard erupted in astonishment. Chapter 30. A thrilling turn. The performer is slapped in the face. Despite being prepared, the crowd gasped in shock at the revelation of the Empress Dowager's unveiled face. The Empress Dowager. How could it be? To have become the benefactor of the Empress Dowager meant one could stride boldly through the entire realm of Desheng, able to crush anyone beneath their heel. Ling Xiyu, emboldened by audacity, dared to kidnap the Empress Dowager while feigning innocence. She sought fame and fortune, all while scheming against Shen Lanyin, ultimately dragging the others into her plot and using them as tools. Shen Lanyin's earlier words rang true. Ling Xiyu, your calculations are astoundingly clever. This woman is truly formidable. Terrifyingly so. Ling Xiyu's mind spun, utterly at a loss. Having offended the Empress Dowager, she questioned whether she could preserve her life. Yet, she knew this was all Shen Lanyin's doing. Would Shen Lanyin be fearful of a mere performer? Certainly not. Shen Lanyin fixed her gaze upon her, eager to see what tricks she might conjure next. With a thud, Ling Xiyu collapsed to the ground, tears streaming as she lamented. Sister, why do you harm me? I am but a weak woman, newly arrived in the capital, unfamiliar with the Empress Dowager. I merely saw an old lady in danger and sought to help. Shen Lanyin, just because you come from privilege, do you presume everyone shares your fortune? That we can all casually meet the Empress Dowager? Each word dripped with her fabricated innocence, as if she were the most wronged of all. Your Majesty, please believe me. You have been deceived by Shen Lanyin. She pointed accusingly at Shen Lanyin. I wish to ask my sister, what was her intent in abducting the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes, revealing no emotion for a moment. After a long pause, she turned to Ling Xiyu, clapping her hands. Truly, you are a performer. Such a show. But I shall not be fooled by you. Ling Xiyu was bewildered. Why? She always believed that even the strongest feelings would wane over time. Ina has been like a daughter to me, raised before my very eyes. How could I trust you, a mere performer, over her? The Empress Dowager declared loudly. The unwavering trust and protection from the Empress Dowager brought tears to Shen Lanyin's eyes. In her past life, she had resented the Empress Dowager for past grievances. Reflecting now, she realized it was unwarranted. At this moment, an overwhelming humiliation enveloped Ling Xiyu. She turned to reflect. Perhaps the Empress Dowager and Shen Lanyin had anticipated her, setting this trap for her to fall into. The humiliation of being toyed with, of being looked down upon and ridiculed, left her breathless. Shen Lanyin was indeed a demon. Her body swayed, and she ultimately fell to the ground. No, she had only just entered the capital, ready to make her mark. How could she collapse now? She refused to concede defeat, especially at the hands of that wretched Shen Lanyin. Yet, she found herself utterly defenseless. She felt an overwhelming sense of frustration.
Lu Yanchuan,
feigning indifference, remained silent. He was terrified. Just moments ago, he had referred to the Empress Dowager as an old crone and suggested she should apologize to Xiyu.
Now,
the realization hit him. He was truly frightened. He wished fervently for the Empress Dowager to forget his existence. Had he known she was the Empress Dowager, even 100-fold courage would not have compelled him to speak so boldly. All eyes were fixed on Ling Xiyu. Ling Xiyu, she bit her lip, plaintively declaring, Sister, do not force me. Do you not wish for me to perish? I shall fulfill that wish. The crowd was perplexed. What had Shen Lanyin forced her to do? It was clear she had plotted against the Empress Dowager and undermined Shen Lanyin. Before anyone could react, Ling Xiyu hurled herself against the wall. Lu Yanchuan, abandoning his pretense, rushed to stop her. Xiyu, no. I believe in you. Even if everyone forsakes you, you still have me. His swift actions prevented her from harm. But she fainted from the shock. The Empress Dowager scoffed. Such tactics are common. When cornered, one feigns unconsciousness to evade scrutiny. She is merely cruel. It must be said. While such tactics may be effective, they held no power with the Empress Dowager. The crowd nodded, agreeing with her. Yet, Lu Yanchuan was lost in his own thoughts. Xie, awaken. Husband cannot endure without you. He glared at Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin, you vile creature. If anything were to happen to Xie, I shall not spare you. At this juncture, he did not attribute blame to Ling Xie. He believed his beloved Xie had been ensnared by the collusion of Shen Lanyin and the Empress Dowager. Shen Lanyin chuckled. Rest assured, your Xie is no fool. She cannot bear the thought of dying. From this angle, even without your assistance, she would not wish to be harmed. Through their previous interactions, she understood intimately what Ling Xie was. Even if the entirety of Da Sheng perished, Ling Xie would still thrive. Fan Rong looked down upon such tactics, recognizing them for what they were, an act of pretense. Having offended the Empress Dowager, she feared punishment and sought to morally bind the Empress Dowager. Yun Tong echoed, it is no surprise that a performer would resort to such measures. Yet, it is unfortunate that there are those who would believe her. The Empress Dowager was equally incensed. Today has not only been torturous, but I also nearly fell victim to a performer, risking not only the royal dignity, but also endangering Ener. Ling Xie, this actor, is truly despicable. Seeing her motionless, pale as death, Lu Yanchuan was utterly heartbroken. Do you comprehend? You will never fathom how profoundly important Xie is to me. Regardless of Lu Yanchuan's perspective, Ling Xie's reputation has been irrevocably tarnished. Previously, one could argue that Ling Xie and Shen Lanyin were merely embroiled in a rivalry, with the actress audaciously usurping the fiancé of the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' residence, which could have been boastfully recounted. But now, with her cunning schemes, malice, arrogance, and insatiable greed, one cannot even encapsulate her essence with all the negative adjectives imaginable. Such a person is terrifying. Who among the nobility would dare to associate with someone of her ilk? The observing ladies and noble women solemnly vowed never to accept Ling Xie again, nor to mingle with anyone from the general's household. Yet, Lu Yanchuan did not attribute the blame to Ling Xie. Instead, he directed all hostility toward Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin, even if my Xie has erred, do you consider yourself virtuous? Do you dare to swear that today as events bear no relation to you? Your scheming is merely a manifestation of your resentment because I do not favor you. I assent it? Shen Lanyin, I swear here, even unto death, I shall never harbor affection for you, nor shall I cast another glance your way, nor will I go to the Marquis' residence to bring you back. No matter the lengths you go to, I shall remain indifferent to you. He thought this, recalling how, in the past, Shen Lanyin, like a madwoman, adored him to the point of nurturing the general's household for 3 years for just a word from him. According to his parents, during those 3 years, Shen Lanyin had fulfilled every request. The moment he returned with Xie, Shen Lanyin was unable to withstand the blow and underwent a tremendous transformation, resembling a lunatic. Now, driven by jealousy to win his affection, her entrapment of Xie is hardly surprising. Xie is innocent, a victim of his failure to manage his feelings for Shen Lanyin. The onlookers were astounded, whispering amongst themselves. How could the descendant of the old general be so contemptible? Not only contemptible, but also blind and foolish. Enamored of a venomous woman. He had overestimated his own worth. What right did he have to be chosen by the legitimate daughter of the Marquis' residence? The Empress Dowager reproached him, stating, Lu Yanchuan, everything today was orchestrated by that actor, and you dare to defend her? I shall not let you go unpunished. Seize these two. Lu Yanchuan, in a state of confusion, was thoroughly enraged. You claim to be the Empress Dowager, who would believe you. At this moment, the Empress Dowager is clearly napping. Would the Empress Dowager be in such a wretched state? Would she lack attendance? Though he had never encountered the Empress Dowager, he had heard of her habits. No sooner had he spoken than the general's household began to take action, surrounding the crowd. All he knew was that he must protect Ling Xie, preserving her reputation and the dignity of the general's household. The onlookers were bewildered. Did Lu Yanchuan intend to rebel? Shen Lanyin stood protectively by the Empress Dowager, a slight smile gracing her lips. Lu Yanchuan was digging his own grave, which was splendid. If her intuition was correct, he had succumbed to his fate. Just then, a chilling voice resonated. How audacious! Lu Yanchuan, are you rebelling? Following the voice, Shen Lanyin beheld Xie Xun, his aura radiating menace. Even the atmosphere of the courtyard shifted to one of tension upon his arrival. He was the first to bow to the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, I have seen the Empress. Subsequently, the crowd followed suit, bowing to Xie Xun. Only Lu Yanchuan remained, cradling the unconscious Ling Xiu. He could not forget the day he returned to the capital when Shen Lanyin had claimed this man's jade pendant. Xie Xun's eyes were as cold as a frozen lake, his gaze filled with lethal intent, to show disrespect to the Empress Dowager, and to me as well. Lu Yanchuan, does your family truly seek rebellion? Lu Yanchuan regained his senses, carefully placing Ling Xiu on the ground, exclaiming, I dare not. I do not dare. The Empress Dowager scoffed. What do you have to fear? With your actions today, one would think the throne has changed hands, with the Lu family seated upon it. Lu Yanchuan felt a wave of apprehension. He had indeed acted impulsively. Only upon hearing Xie Xun's voice did he realize his folly. At that moment, all irrational emotions dissipated, leaving only profound terror. He trembled, acknowledging his blunder. I failed to recognize the Empress Dowager. It is my fault. I plead for your punishment, Empress Dowager, and for your forgiveness, Your Highness. Just then, Mama Yen, accompanied by palace attendants, arrived in haste. Your Highness, it is terrible. The Empress Dowager is missing. Before she could finish, she spotted the disheveled Empress Dowager and gasped, Empress Dowager, how did you end up here? You frightened me to death. As she spoke, Mama Yen began to weep, lamenting, Empress Dowager, you have suffered. Who dares to bully you? This display of genuine emotion was unmistakable. The other attendants sighed in relief. Had they truly lost the Empress Dowager, they would have faced dire consequences. After much commotion, the Empress Dowager grew weary and could endure no longer. So Xie Xun assisted her back to her quarters to rest. Upon Xie Xun's return, Lu Yanchuan had already morphed into a craven figure, kneeling on the ground, almost begging for mercy. The earlier arrogance and fierce demeanor had vanished completely. Your Highness, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the Empress Dowager. Please spare me this once. Xie Xun looked down upon him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Spare you? Why should I show you mercy? He was also incensed. He had dispatched individuals to follow Ling Xiu and had instructed Ling Feng to secretly protect the Empress Dowager. How had she been abducted? Forcing Ayin to intervene personally. Lu Yanchuan trembled, a sudden thought racing through his mind. Shen Lanyin. He felt that Shen Lanyin and Xie Xun shared a deep connection. During the southern battlefield, Xie Xun had regarded him with hostility. Previously, he had thought little of it. However, Xie Xun had repeatedly aided Shen Lanyin, which warranted contemplation. The esteemed king of the south was infatuated with a woman he deemed beneath him. The mere thought was exhilarating. A sense of triumph surged within him at the notion of standing above the illustrious king of the south. Xie Xun's lips curled into a cold smile, followed by a profound pressure. Repeat that. Lu Yanchuan believed he had misheard and raised his voice once more. Shen Lanyin. If your Highness is willing to let me go, I shall agree to part ways with Shen Lanyin and deliver her to your Highness's bed.
Slap.
Before he could finish, Xie Xun unsheathed his sword, wounding his left arm. Instantly, blood surged forth, staining his sleeve crimson. He gasped in pain, yet the agony coursed through his entire being. He could only bite his lip, stifling his groans. Despite his fury, he dared not utter a single word of reproach. Just moments ago, when their gazes met, he distinctly sensed that Xie Xun genuinely intended to kill him. Xie Xun's hand trembled slightly, desperately suppressing the surging emotions within him. For a fleeting moment, he had truly wished to slay Lu Yanchuan. Initially, his sword had been aimed at Lu Yanchuan's heart. However, upon sensing her gaze, which seemed to implore him to refrain from acting rashly, he redirected the blade, merely wounding Lu Yanchuan's arm. At this moment, she glanced over again. Without uttering a word, she was concerned for him. Her calm and gentle eyes were like a refreshing breeze on a sweltering summer day, soothing the turmoil in his heart. This was his affliction. Anything could trigger the murderous instinct buried deep within him. Moreover, Lu Yanchuan had crossed his boundaries, touching his reverse scale. Not to mention Lu Yanchuan, even the Emperor's second brother would face his wrath for daring to use Ayin as a bargaining chip. Just moments ago, he had been incensed to the point of wanting to kill. Now, all seemed trivial due to her concern. Matters between men must not involve women. This is an explanation given by Xie Xun to the crowd. Lu Yanchuan was sweating profusely from pain. Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please allow me to explain. Lu Yanchuan, how dare you seek mercy after showing disrespect to the Empress Dowager and besieging the heavy Yuan temple? What justification do you have? Upon hearing Xie Xun's words, the crowd began to murmur. His association with that actor has disrupted the tranquility of the Buddhist realm, which is utterly lamentable. Disrespecting the Empress Dowager and surrounding her with troops, what difference is that from rebellion? To save his own skin, he even offers his lawful wife as a shield. Truly disgraceful. No one spoke of Shen Lanyin and Xie Xun. In this situation, people believed Lu Yanchuan was sacrificing Shen Lanyin to shield himself. Yet, in her heart, Shen Lanyin felt an inexplicable stir. Especially at that moment when their eyes met, a myriad of emotions surged within her, difficult to suppress. The thought that had previously arisen wildly in her mind now took hold. Perhaps she had long harbored feelings for him. In her heart, she quietly called out to him, "A Sun." In her previous life, in her last moments, what she saw was a silver figure, pierced by arrows, resembling a hedgehog. Her last words left in this world were a Sun. A Sun was the light in her dark days, a patch of clear sky amidst endless storms. He was also the redemption from her tragic fate. Lu Yanchuan trembled, stammering, "Your Highness, it was Shen Lanyin's jealousy of Xiu that misled the Empress Dowager first." His words succeeded in bringing Shen Lanyin back to reality. "Your Highness, today I accuse Ling Xiu of kidnapping the Empress Dowager with the intent to sell her." As for Lu Yanchuan, Shen Lanyin disregarded the threat in his eyes, shielding Ling Xiu, making her an accomplice, thus implicating the entire general's residence. Lu Yanchuan's eyes blazed with fury. "Shen Lanyin, you lack respect for your husband." "Lu Yanchuan, our fates have long been severed, whether you acknowledge it or not. I have already cast aside our marriage certificate." Shen Lanyin pointed at Ling Xiu. "You have committed countless absurdities for this actor, schemed against my dowry, sought to ruin me, even attempted my life. Just moments ago, you treated me like an object to be handed over to another. Why should I indulge you?" This was the essence of her words. All are human, born equal. Why should Lu Yanchuan be treated as special, deserving of indulgence? Her words were clearly questioning him. Yet Lu Yanchuan, bewilderingly, seemed to misunderstand. He became excited, his face lighting up with joy. Chapter 32. Clinging to the strong Shen Lanyin, you truly lack ambition. No matter how defiant you act, deep down, you still care for me. Otherwise, why would you wish to remain chaste for my sake? After all, I am of noble stature, have achieved military honors on the battlefield, and hold a position in the patrol camp. What woman could resist such a man? The crowd was once again astounded by his audacity. They had never encountered such shamelessness. Lu Yanchuan continued, "Shen Lanyin, if you plead for Xiu, I will go to the Marquis' residence to bring you back. Otherwise, I will grant you no attention, allowing you to suffer the pangs of longing." Xie Xun was nearly amused to the point of anger. Did Lu Yanchuan truly believe Yin cared for him? Ordinary yet exceedingly self-assured, he should not have tarnished his sword over such a trifle, nearly leading him to ruin. Shen Lanyin pointed at the still unconscious Ling Xiu. "Your Highness." She still does not plead guilty, shielding that criminal actor. Yet it is Lu Yanchuan who has committed grave sins. What transpired between her and Xie Xun could wait for later. At this moment, she simply wished to cling to Xie Xun's strength, to interrogate Ling Xiu thoroughly and uncover the mastermind behind her actions. The Empress Dowager was as close to Xie Xun as mother and son. The unseen force that could abduct the Empress Dowager while Xie Xun was present must be investigated thoroughly. She trusted Xie Xun would never use the Empress Dowager as a pawn. If she does not plead guilty, it matters not. Xie Xun quietly observed Shen Lanyin. "Bring everyone from the general's residence here for questioning, one by one." Chu Feng, accompanied by the guards, entered in an orderly fashion, swiftly capturing everyone from the general's residence, including the maids and servants accompanying Ling Xiu, leaving no one behind. Lu Yanchuan was truly panicked. "Your Highness, women can mislead. You cannot solely trust Shen Lanyin's words against the general's residence. How can you command respect this way?" Xie Xun turned to the crowd, who collectively proclaimed, "Your Highness is wise." After this, their gazes towards Lu Yanchuan softened considerably. Since Prince Zhen Nan, Xie Xun returned to the capital to preside over the Dali Temple, rectifying wrongful cases and adjudicating disputes with ruthless efficiency. No one dared to challenge his authority. Unless one wished to court death, seeking a change of fate, any infringement upon the law would be pursued relentlessly by Xie Xun, regardless of the individual's identity or the strength of their background. He was empowered by the emperor himself. Moreover, Lu Yanchuan had committed grave offenses first. How dare he challenge them?
Let them speak.
Xie Xun casually remarked, and the guards accompanying him commenced public execution. The sounds of cracking echoed, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The servants and guards of the general's residence were soon lamenting their fates. Within moments, the air was thick with the scent of blood. The unconscious Ling Xiu awoke. Husband, let us admit our mistakes. Today, we cannot escape. My life is as fragile as paper, and if I die, so be it. Lu Yanchuan embraced her tightly. Xiu, my husband believes in you. You are innocent. You only wished to save the Empress Dowager. Xie Xun fixed his gaze on Ling Xiu. Ling, is it truly so? Ling Xiu steadied her racing heart and nodded. Then who are they? As Xie Xun's words fell, the guards brought in several bandits. Shen Lanyin's heart sank. They were the very ones she had seen in the back mountains, Ling Xiu's accomplices. I do not know them. Ling Xiu bowed her head, shaking it vehemently. Desperate to conceal her panic. Dare to kidnap the Empress Dowager? Execute them all, and before execution, let them experience the 10 most severe tortures of Desheng. Xie Xun's voice remained calm, as if inquiring whether one had eaten. Ling Xiu's eyes widened in terror. What if she were in Xie Xun's place? At that moment, Lu Yanchuan held her tightly, seemingly reassuring her. Xiu, do not fear, I will protect you. The guards around him had returned from the southern battlefield with Xie Xun, accustomed to such scenes. However, the mountain bandits, even if posing as death warriors, trembled in fear, losing control of their bowels and bladders, making a complete spectacle of themselves. Those with any spirit had long since bitten their tongues or poisoned themselves, leaving no one to witness this moment. Those who voluntarily confessed Ling's crimes would be granted a dignified death. One man stepped forward. I confess. I confess. Just grant me a cup of poison. Let me die, with dignity. Xie Xun waved his hand, and Chu Feng seized the speaker, pulling off his black veil. The others were taken away by the guards. And, in that instant, a few more collapsed. Dying like this is better than suffering. Shen Lanyin's gaze fell upon that man, her eyes instantly turning icy. In her previous life, he had been the steward beside Ling Xiu. She and Qiu Shui had endured much suffering at the hands of the steward, starvation, beatings, abuse. And the torment of cruel poisons were commonplace. What angered her most was that he had dared to covet her. Had she not possessed considerable martial prowess, she would have lost her purity. She could not comprehend how some could be born with such malice. The steward declared loudly, I am a mountain bandit from outside the city. Upon hearing that a noble had come to the Heavy Yuan Temple, I sought to make a fortune. But I never expected to kidnap the Empress Dowager. If it were not for this Miss Ling stepping forward, we would have caused a great disaster. Shen Lanyin glared at him, exclaiming, You are lying. She soon realized he was not confessing but rather attempting to exonerate Ling Xiu. He was acting as a witness for Ling Xiu against her. Sure enough, the steward pointed at Shen Lanyin. Initially, we were moved by Miss Ling's kindness and had decided to release the Empress Dowager. It was you who kidnapped her. You are the true villain. Ling Xiu seized the moment to say, Sister, the Empress Dowager has treated you with boundless kindness. How can you be so heartless? Lu Yanchuan also said, Shen Lanyin, if you wish to perish, do so, but do not implicate our general's residence. With Xie Xun by her side, Shen Lanyin felt no fear. Very well, she declared. If I must die, I shall drag everyone from the general's residence down with me. Ling Xiu's face turned pale as she knelt, attempting to cling to Xie Xun's leg. He kicked her away. Ling Xiu lamented, Your Highness, I am wronged. I only sought to save the Empress Dowager. The bandits intended to kill her, and I stood in their way. Afterwards, when the Empress Dowager was seized again, I searched every corner of the temple under the scorching sun. Your Highness, you cannot condemn an innocent. Her statement held truth, yet it was not entirely accurate. On the surface, it appeared so, but these bandits were indeed her allies, a fact she conveniently omitted. Even in this dire moment, Ling Xiu continued to plead her innocence. Desperately struggling. Unfortunately, her scheme was destined to fail. Not everyone remained loyal to her. Another individual, unable to withstand the pain, confessed. Shen Lanyin recognized the person, a familiar face. The tormentor from her previous life, Granny Tian. My dear, for our own sake, confess. Lu Yanchuan felt a surge of panic. Granny Tian, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiu is the savior of the Empress Dowager. What crime has she committed? Do not forget how well she has treated you. Granny Tian, having served Ling Xiu closely, was privy to all her secrets. No, she must not be allowed to speak, otherwise, Xiu would be in grave danger. The emperor would not easily harm him or those from the general's residence, but Xiu would not survive this ordeal and would surely lose her life. Granny Tian could no longer bear it. My lady, you conspired with these mountain bandits. You incited Lu Yanchuan to accompany you to the temple, claiming you had a grand scheme to execute. Once accomplished, you would rise to prominence, ensuring Shen Lanyin's downfall. Just as Granny Tian was about to finish, an unexpected occurrence transpired. At that moment, Lu Yanchuan drew a dagger and plunged it into Granny Tian's heart. In an instant, Granny Tian breathed her last before the assembled crowd. Though Lu Yanchuan was already injured, he fought to maintain his composure. She was merely a servile wretch, biting at her master. Her death is inconsequential. With events escalating, everyone comprehended that Lu Yanchuan had resorted to murder to silence her. Shen Lanyin suddenly laughed, a sharp smile gracing her lips. Lu Yanchuan, do you believe that by silencing her, you can ensure your safety today? Shen Lanyin, you venomous woman. Will you watch Xiu perish without lifting a finger? How heartless you are, to have Xiu regard you as a sister. In this moment, Lu Yanchuan's animosity toward Shen Lanyin intensified. Shen Lanyin retorted, a performer's life is worth less than that of a servant? You may kill at your whim, but a performer is your beloved sister, while I am merely an outsider. Xie Xun commanded, seal off the temple and rigorously investigate all individuals who have had contact with the Lu and Ling families. He then turned to the assembly. A grave incident has occurred here. I appreciate your patience in remaining at this temple. Was there any difference from house arrest? Were they being treated as criminals? Even if resentment brewed within them, the crowd dared not show it, merely nodding in agreement. As for Lu Yanchuan, he disrespected the Empress Dowager and dared to kill a witness, obstructing this prince's investigation. Bind him and await the conclusion of the inquiry for his punishment. Lu Yanchuan fumed. Your Highness, I am of the Lu family. Xie Xun ordered. The emperor's crimes are equal to those of the commoners. The Lu family must adhere to the law and preserve General Lu's reputation. Silence him. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable for Ling Xiu, the steward cried out, Your Highness. Miss Ling is innocent. She was wronged by Shen Lanyin, who took her husband and now faces ridicule due to her status as an actress. Yet she bravely sought to save the Empress Dowager, only to be accused of wrongdoing. What fault lies with her? Xie Xun inquired. What is your relationship with Ling Xiu? The steward, bewildered, replied, None. Today marks our first meeting. Xie Xun continued, If you share no connection, why speak on behalf of the actress? Or, do you claim to be her master? Prompted by Xie Xun's words, curiosity rippled through the crowd. Who was Ling Xiu's master? In such a significant matter, why had her master not appeared? The steward shook his head vigorously. I do not know her well. I was merely moved by her kindness and sought to advocate for a weak woman. Do you believe this prince will be swayed? You do not know her. Yet you know so much about her? Seize him and take him to the Dali Temple prison for thorough questioning. The ally had fallen, and Ling Xiu's defenses crumbled. Sister, I have done nothing wrong. Why do you persist in pursuing me? What have I done to warrant your animosity? Shen Lanyin stepped forward gracefully. Ling Xiu, you should not have served as a military concubine, tarnishing the military's reputation. You should not have acted immorally, seducing married men. You should not have instigated the Lu family to scheme against my dowry or plotted my downfall. You should not pretend to be innocent when you orchestrated all of this. Ling Xiu, your ambition is grand, but alas, you are unworthy. Soon, I shall be the one to trample you beneath my feet. These were words she had long suppressed in her previous life, now finally spoken. Each word pierced deeply, unmasking Ling Xiu and revealing her true nature to all. Ling Xiu seethed with indignation, her eyes filled with resentment. Sister, if that is the case, I shall no longer be courteous. Before her words could finish, she drew a dagger from her sleeve and lunged at Shen Lanyin. Ling Xiu's movement was too sudden for anyone to react, even Shen Lanyin herself. Xiaoxia shouted in alarm. Be careful. Having lived 2 lives, Shen Lanyin perceived Ling Xiu as a fragile woman, lacking martial prowess, having served many men, and weak as a wilting flower. Even preserving a single offspring was a challenge. In her previous life, regardless of how cruel Ling Xiu was, she always feigned innocence. Shen Lanyin never anticipated Ling Xiu would wield a dagger. She had let her guard down. In that moment her mind went blank. As the dagger approached, she knew she must evade, yet her skills seemed to have failed her. A shadow clad in black lunged forward, tackling her to the ground, and in that instant, the guards subdued Ling Xiu. Shen Lanyin was drenched in cold sweat. Had she not underestimated Ling Xiu, viewing her through the lens of her past experiences, she would not have faced such peril. No, she must be more cautious in the future. Your Highness, you may release my lady now. Having narrowly escaped death, Shen Lanyin realized she was being held by Xie Xun and quietly reminded him. Xie Xun's face flushed red, hastily letting her go. Shen Lanyin rose and adjusted her hairpin. I am grateful for your life-saving intervention, Your Highness. In her previous life, she had witnessed Xie Xun's prowess, capable of defeating hundreds. Had he not needed to protect her, he would have carved a path through the chaos and emerged unscathed. This time, she would strive to alter her fate, ensuring Xie Xun would not perish because of her. A faint blush lingered on Xie Xun's cheeks, quickly fading. Miss Shun, there is no need for such formality. Yet, unbeknownst to them, to the spectators, regardless of the reason, they appeared entwined in an embrace before all. Xie Xun's voice turned frigid, devoid of warmth. You audacious assassin! How dare you attempt to strike in my presence? Deliver 30 lashes and send her to the Dali Temple prison. Ling Xiu clenched her garments, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Why did Shen Lanyin possess such fortuity? So close, so very close. She reverted to a pitiful facade. Sister, in light of our shared husband, please spare me. I am frail. The previous 50 lashes have yet to heal. I truly cannot endure more. Shen Lanyin stood silently, then retrieved the discarded dagger, her gaze icy. Ling Xiu continued to plead. Sister, please spare me. For the sake of our husband, if you let me go this once, I will behave and no longer vie for his affection. Shen Lanyin's lips curled into a smirk, acknowledging the theft of her and my triumph. Unfortunately, Ling Xiu trembled all over, sensing the murderous intent in Shen Lanyin's eyes.
You shall die.
Accompanied by those 3 words, a flash of white light pierced through as a dagger plunged into Ling Xiu's chest. The terror of death enveloped her tightly. This was indeed the closest she had ever been to death. 3 years ago, when she entered the military camp, she had contemplated the possibility of being tortured to death. Yet she endured for the sake of her goal. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless. She was unwilling to perish just like this. Just when she thought she was on the brink of the underworld, she felt the excruciating pain and realized she was still alive. Shen Lanyin sneered. Ling Xiu, this is merely the beginning. I shall not allow you to die easily. Lu Yanchuan, having his mouth sealed, widened his eyes and whimpered. Shen Lanyin was well aware that he could only utter curses against her, which she dismissed indifferently. Xie Xun smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. This was the Ain he cherished. At that moment, someone reported, Your Highness, we were ambushed on our way back to the capital. All the prisoners have just been killed. Chapter 34. A big fish is hooked. Xie Xun's gaze turned complex. Were there any survivors? The messenger shook his head cautiously, reporting, No, those assailants came solely for the prisoners, exhibiting no interest in us, striking ruthlessly with lethal precision. Xie Xun's expression darkened slightly, a smirk gracing his lips. All dead? Was it for the Lu family or for the actors? How intriguing. 3 years away, and the waters in the capital have grown increasingly treacherous. The messenger continued. The individual who spoke for the Ling family had just left the temple when this occurred. I also brought him back. Shen Lanyin thought to herself. Isn't that the steward Wang? As long as he remains alive, matters can be handled. Xie Xun commanded. Well done. Guard him closely. Ensure his survival. Prepare to return to the capital and conduct a thorough investigation. Shen Lanyin interjected. Your Highness. The Ling family was armed and is implicated in the case involving the kidnapping of the Empress, with so many prisoners slain. Ling Xiu, on the brink of death, glared at her. That was because your words were harsh first. I acted out of anger. Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow. Ling Xiu, I too believe that a fragile woman like you could not orchestrate a grand scheme. Tell me, who incited you to kidnap the Empress? Who directed you to assassinate me? Ling Xiu, in a panic, responded, I am merely a lowly actress. Who could possibly command me? No. She must endure. She cannot reveal anything. This was a matter of life and death. If she remained silent, her master would find a way to rescue her. If she spoke, everything would be over. Lu Yanchuan struggled fiercely against his restraints, cursing, "Shen Lanyin, do not force Xiu." Before he could finish, Xie Xun's piercing gaze silenced him. Ling Xiu, even after receiving a stab wound, could not escape the severe punishment of 30 strikes. After all, what Xie Xun said was unquestionable. Once the 30 strikes were completed, Ling Xiu was left a bloody mess, unable to even scream. Lu Yanchuan, cradling her unconscious form, wept bitterly, glaring fiercely at Shen Lanyin. Seize Lu Yanchuan and the Ling family, return to the capital and imprison them in the Dali Temple. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Yanchuan's forehead as he gasped, "Your Highness, you cannot treat the Lu family this way." Xie Xun's gaze sharpened. "Your family is nothing. Other military generals risk their lives for merit. Why should you, relying on your ancestors' achievements, enjoy the spoils? Is that fair to others?" Just as Lu Yanchuan was about to protest, Xie Xun interrupted. Silence. When the guards approached to apprehend Ling Xiu, Lu Yanchuan clung to her tightly, refusing to let go. He felt that if he released her, he would never see his beloved Xiu again. That was the prison of the Dali Temple, Xie Xun's domain. Xie Xun favored Shen Lanyin. Would Xiu even survive? The royal brother spoke wisely. However, the old general of the Lu family holds significant importance to the dynasty. My brother believes we should still give the Lu family some face. The crowd turned in surprise. Hastily bowing, we pay our respects to the Prince of Wei. Long live the Prince of Wei. Xie Xun gritted his teeth and called out, "Elder brother." Prince Wei, Xie Qing, was the elder brother of the emperor and Xie Xun, the illegitimate son of the late emperor, enjoying substantial prestige among the princes. Dressed in an exquisite purple-gold embroidered robe, with a golden belt cinched tightly. The jade pendant at his waist jingled softly, exuding an air of gravitas and authority. In her past life, Shen Lanyin had no impression of this Prince Wei, as he had remained too low-key, limited only to her knowledge of the late emperor having such a son. However, she recalled an old story from the Shen family. Her parents had met and fallen in love while traveling through the martial world. During that time, they encountered many like-minded individuals, including the late emperor, disguised and traveling with a child. What connection did the child of yesteryear have with the present Prince Wei? As she pondered this, Prince Wei approached, scrutinizing her for a long time. "You bear a striking resemblance, almost identical to my elder sister from back then." Just as Shen Lanyin was curious about who his elder sister was, she heard him continue. "I was once troubled by how my elder sister's daughter could be as lamentable as rumored. It seems such rumors are truly harmful." It was evident he was referring to her mother, Cui Xian. He was the child the late emperor had brought along. Shen Lanyin bowed in respect. Noticing her demeanor, Xie Qing appeared increasingly satisfied. "For Lu Yanchuan to marry you is a blessing for the entire Lu family. Should anyone from the Lu family dare disrespect you in the future, come find me. I shall do my utmost to assist you." This was a blatant attempt at persuasion. Shen Lanyin had no intention of accepting. She already had a strong ally and would never betray them. "Thank you, Your Highness. The Lu family is of no consequence. Lanyin can resolve matters on her own." This statement was exceptionally astute, rejecting Prince Wei while maintaining decorum. Xie Qing was momentarily taken aback, his gaze laden with meaning. "It seems I underestimated you. Very well, how could my elder sister's daughter be an ordinary woman?" Xie Xun stepped closer. "As for the Shen family's eldest daughter, there is no need for my elder brother to concern himself. This Lu family." Before Xie Xun could finish, Xie Qing urgently interjected, "Royal brother, do you possess direct evidence proving that the Ling family and Lu Yanchuan kidnapped the empress?" Shen Lanyin silently analyzed the situation. Those mountain bandits and Granny Tian had been slain, and Steward Wang was entirely devoted to speaking for Ling Xiu, leaving no physical evidence. Their relationship was well known, and even if she testified, it would not sway the public. As for the empress, she had already inquired and knew nothing, only awakening to the realization that she had been kidnapped. At present, there was indeed no evidence. Xie Xun's gaze remained icy. Lu Yanchuan and the Ling family are highly suspicious, and their offense against the empress is a fact. Just then, Ling Xiu regained consciousness. "Husband, Xiu is in so much pain, so much pain." Seeing Xie Qing advocating for the Lu family, Lu Yanchuan grasped at this lifeline. "Your Highnesses, Xiu's injuries are severe. May we return home for treatment before going to the Dali Temple for questioning?" Otherwise, Xiu may not survive, which would hinder the investigation. Xie Xun and Xie Xun were at an impasse, the tension palpable throughout the courtyard. What does the elder brother think? My brother believes the dignity of the dynasty is paramount. Lu Yanchuan needs to return home for treatment. Xie Xun, dissatisfied, challenged. Why does the elder brother favor the Lu family? I am not favoring the Lu family. It is your lack of evidence that prevents you from treating loyal subjects this way, which would shame the royal family. After a lengthy silence, under immense pressure, Xie Xun suddenly relented. Very well, for my elder brother's sake, let Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu go. If they do not report to trial after their injuries heal, I shall personally go and apprehend them. Xie Xun replied courteously, that is indeed crucial to the case. If these two were to die during treatment. Xie Xun's expression bore no trace of a smile. Royal brother, you jest. Such superficial wounds could not possibly lead to death. While the two conversed, Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu, along with all the Lu family members, supported each other as they departed. Observing their retreating figures, Shen Lanyin pondered. Even with Prince Wei intervening, Xie Xun would not so easily relent. Until she looked up and caught sight of the faint smile upon his lips, she felt reassured. Xie Xun must have devised a new strategy. Everything was under his control. As the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the two of them behind, Xie Xun remarked, a big fish has been hooked. Chapter 35. Do you disdain me? Shen Lanyin understood. Xie Xun shared her thoughts. Prince Wei, Xie Qing, was indeed a significant catch. As for how many other big fish lay beneath the surface, that would require patience and cannot be rushed. Shen Lanyin mused. Prince Wei has arrived at the most opportune moment. Or does he know everything? Ling Xiu was indeed fortunate. It was clear that Prince Wei's intentions were directed towards Ling Xiu, who stood to gain the most from this endeavor. The Lu family merely served as a tool in Ling Xiu's hands, and only Lu Yanchuan and the members of the Lu family remained ensnared in the web of confusion. Unable to see the truth, Xie Xun's gaze wandered, his thoughts already adrift. Miss Shen, with such an adversary, navigating the future will not be easy for you. While he had not felt it moments ago, now that they were alone, his heart surged with restlessness once more. Having resolved to propose, should he not share this with her? Would she be willing? Xinzheng was unlikely to consent, and should she refuse again, all hope would be lost. Yet, he needed to clarify everything before the imperial decree of marriage was issued. At this moment, Shen Lanyin's mind was consumed with thoughts of Ling Xiu. Having faced death once, she feared little, especially since she had long suspected that Ling Xiu and the powerful figures behind the Lu family were anything but ordinary. Moreover, she had always believed that the schemes of her past life were the result of her adherence to her father's wishes, not a reflection of her own capabilities. Her father had hoped for her to marry a worthy man and live a stable life, and so she did. Initially, she had thought that marrying into the Lu family and diligently serving her in-laws, caring for Lu Yanchuan and even Ling Xiu, was fulfilling her father's desires. Eventually, she became ensnared in this vicious cycle, dedicating herself entirely to the Lu family. In the end, it was resentment that consumed her, resentment that her sacrifices yielded no rewards. Her goodwill, however, was exploited by the Lu family, leading to calamity. In truth, did she truly harbor feelings for Lu Yanchuan? Perhaps not. Regardless of her past life or the present, her concerns lay not in the humiliation of a stolen husband, but rather in the indignity of being plotted against and her family's annihilation. Therefore, she was indifferent to the rumors circulating in the capital and could not comprehend Lu Yanchuan's notions of love. If there was anyone she genuinely cared for, it was the man standing before her. My lord, no enemy, no matter how formidable, can surpass you. She had faith in Xie Xun after all. He was the man who had fought fiercely to protect her in her previous life. Xie Xun, his head bowed, absent-mindedly adjusted his sleeve, his eyes brightening at her words. Indeed, with him by her side, she had nothing to fear. They shared an unspoken understanding, choosing not to inquire about the events of the afternoon. Shen Lanyin had already guessed that Xie Xun had followed her, and Xie Xun likely surmised her intentions as well. This was a tacit understanding between them. After an entire afternoon of turmoil, dusk began to settle. Xie Xun's tall figure overshadowed Shen Lanyin as they walked side by side, appearing quite intimate. In the distance, Chu Feng and Ling Feng stood watch. Chu Feng, indignant on Xie Xun's behalf, exclaimed, "My lord, isn't he still holding on? Has he forgotten the humiliation of being rejected by Xinzheng?" Ling Feng wore a worried expression, recalling how 3 years ago, Miss Shen had just come of age. And now, she had become a withered flower, unworthy of the prince. Chu Feng added, "Humph. Shunjing dares to speak ill of our lord. He is simply too concerned about Miss Shen. My lord would dare to challenge even the emperor. What is Shunjung in comparison?" Ling Feng whispered, "What I fear most is the dowager princess. She has never favored our lord, and is close with Prince Wei. If she discovers our lord's intentions, who knows what chaos might ensue." Chu Feng shook his head, recalling that since the last time their lord returned from the palace injured, he had declared Shen Lanyin to be his future princess. Even the emperor had not opposed it, so the dowager princess would be powerless to stop it. After discussing the day's events, Shen Lanyin and Xie Xun sat facing each other in the pavilion, neither daring to speak of parting. After a moment of silence, they both spoke simultaneously. "My lord, Miss Shen." Their eyes met, and they spoke in unison once more. "You first, my lord." "No, you first, Miss Shen." After another prolonged silence, neither knew how to begin. It was Shen Lanyin who finally broke the stillness, lifting her gaze to him. "My lord, I know a divine physician. May I invite him to examine you?" Since learning of Xie Xun's affliction, she had long wished to ask Yun Shui, the divine physician, to help him, but had struggled to find the right words. To speak directly might offend his dignity, yet remaining silent left her deeply concerned. At this moment, she finally summoned the courage to voice her thoughts. Xie Xun slowly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his features. "You know?" Upon seeing his reaction, Shen Lanyin instantly regretted her words. Had she been too hasty? This matter was of utmost importance, concerning his life and reputation. Even with the best of intentions, her abrupt suggestion could surely incite his displeasure and provoke wariness. They had only just begun to cooperate. Such impulsiveness was ill-timed. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shen Lanyin grew anxious and softly called out, "My lord." Xie Xun remained unresponsive. "I was rash just now. Please disregard what I said. I shall take my leave now. And once again, thank you for saving my life today." With that, Shen Lanyin stood to depart. However, in a moment of urgency, Xie Xun grasped her wrist, murmuring, "Ian." Shen Lanyin halted, their gazes locking. Xie Xun, though initially hesitant, found courage in her expression of concern and spoke. "Miss Shen, since you're already aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. The emperor intends to bestow a marriage decree upon us." Shen Lanyin was bewildered. How could the emperor harbor such thoughts? If he wished for her to become a prince's consort, it should have been decided 3 years ago when her father arranged a marriage for her. Why now? At present, her ties with the Liu family were not yet severed. Even if they were, she would be a divorced woman. The emperor's marriage decrees were typically for primary consorts. How could he consider her? Was the royal family truly willing to accept a divorced woman as a primary consort? She felt perplexed and unable to think clearly. While she had secretly contemplated marrying Xie Xun, it certainly should not occur in this manner. At the very least, there should be a process of mutual understanding. In any case, she found the situation strange and abrupt. Xie Xun directly asked, "If I were to marry you, would you be willing?" Shen Lanyin abruptly stood, stammering, "My lord, at present, I am still nominally a member of the Liu family." Was Xie Xun serious or jesting? The emperor would issue a decree allowing you to divorce Liu Yanchuan. After the divorce, would you be willing to marry me? Xie Xun inquired once more. Shen Lanyin found herself at a loss, her heart racing. "My lord, while I recognize you as my superior, I am not well acquainted with you. After turning 5, my father sent me to Tsongshan, and I returned only after coming of age. I am not familiar with the social interactions among the various households in the capital. Moreover, after the divorce, I would be a divorced woman." Xie Xun was exceptional, so remarkable that she felt unworthy, only able to admire him from afar. Recalling her past life, where he had died for her, it felt so real, as if it were a dream. When she was reborn and saw him return to the capital, she had a fleeting impulse to pursue him. However, she understood that she was destined to be a divorced woman. No matter the circumstances, she felt it was an unattainable dream. Before she could truly take that step to pursue him, he had proactively asked her if she would marry him. Naturally, her answer would be affirmative, but in her past life, he had already perished for her. In this life, she wished to avoid dragging him down with her. Although she did not respond, her lack of refusal led Xie Xun to ask again, You are aware of my affliction, and I suspect no woman would willingly accept me. Since you are already aware, may I inquire if you harbor any disdain for me? Chapter 36. Willing to marry him.
Disdain?
How could one possibly disdain Xie Xun? It is she who feels unworthy of such perfection. He is like the moon, distant yet eternal, always shining at the pinnacle of her heart. Upon this realization, she instinctively shook her head. Since there is no disdain, consider my proposal. The emperor is inclined to arrange a marriage for us. And you know well that the emperor's will is not to be defied. This would also allow you to extricate yourself from the troubles of the Liu family. As for me, to take you as my wife has been my long-held aspiration. It would complete my life. Unfortunately, before he could voice this sentiment, Shen Lanyin continued. The prince is the commander of the Southern Expedition Army and has achieved great merit in the south, making him a figure of significant stature. Only by marrying and having children, establishing ties and vulnerabilities, can the emperor be at ease. Xie Xun's eyes dimmed momentarily. She was right, yet not entirely so. His elder brother harbored suspicions about him, but he also understood him best. His elder brother feared he might miss the chance with Ain and remain unmarried, destined for solitude. Proposals for marrying Ain or bringing her into the palace were merely tactics to urge him forward, to fulfill his genuine feelings. He had been raised by his elder brother, akin to a father-son bond. There was still a measure of trust. He had contemplated declining this marriage arrangement, but his elder brother's stance was particularly firm. He could not bear to watch Ain finally escape the clutches of the Liu family, only to leap into another pitfall. Regardless, this marriage proposal was unavoidable. Since she understood it this way, he decided to follow her lead. He would not tarnish his sincere feelings for her, nor allow their union to devolve into a mere strategic alliance. It was imperative to settle their marriage before the imperial edict was issued. Indeed, you wish to part ways with the Liu family, and I wish to avoid the emperor's suspicions, not to mention preserve the brotherly bond with him. The emperor, coincidentally wishing to bless our union, must be fate's design. Moreover, since you have already allied the Shen and Cui families with me, our fates are irrevocably intertwined. Thus, we are the most suitable match. Fearing she might voice a refusal, Xie Xun continued, in the future, should you encounter someone you favor, or if regret creeps in, I shall set you free without a trace of entanglement. Shen Lanyin analyzed the situation carefully. It was indeed reasonable, yet it seemed overly so. For instance, why would the emperor consider arranging a marriage between her and Xie Xun? Why would he not grant Xie Xun the opportunity to seek someone he truly desires? As a prince of noble rank, even with a malady, there would be many women willing to marry him. Why then was she specifically chosen? Shen Lanyin remained uncertain. My lord, are you certain the emperor's intention is to arrange a marriage between you and me, rather than with someone else? Xie Xun was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating her line of thought. It seemed she truly held no romantic intentions for him. In light of this, he could only continue to persuade her. The recent tumult with the Liu family has drawn the emperor's favoritism towards them, leading him to seek recompense for the Shen family. Among all the princes, I am the only one unbetrothed. It would be inappropriate for you to become a concubine. He chose me for another reason, believing me to be upright and noble, ensuring you would not be wronged. The emperor seeks to placate the Shen family, not wanting you to find yourself in a situation akin to Liu Yanquan's, as that would be untenable for the Empress Dowager. Mentioning Liu Yanquan did not faze Shen Lanyin. Rather, she found Xie Xun's reasoning sound. They had already formed an alliance, and marriage would facilitate their communication significantly. As for feelings, they could develop gradually post-marriage. She believed the emperor's intention to appease the Shen family. The Shen family, backed by the Empress Dowager, had the support of all the prominent clans. After all, the recent imperial favoritism towards the Liu family had stirred considerable dissatisfaction among the noble families. The Cui family, being the foremost among them, was also related to the Shen family. The support of the Shen family was crucial for the stability of the Great Sheng. My lord, since I can divorce the Liu family, I do not wish to pursue a divorce after marrying you, lest I tarnish the reputation of the Shen and Cui families and affect the marriages of my sisters. This was the anguish within Shen Lanyin. Since returning to the Shen family, no one had broached the subject, yet she knew it still impacted her younger sister's prospects. Her brother had no plans to marry. Should he propose, it would also cast shadows. Even her cousin was on the brink of marriage. She could never accept that her situation would bring misfortune to her relatives. Otherwise, the emperor would not be inclined to appease the Shen family by arranging marriages for her two younger sisters. Even now, she had found a sense of belonging. Xie Xun strove to suppress the excitement swelling within him. Had she just consented? Did she wish to marry him? Yet he could only feign indifference, fearing to frighten her. Rest assured, since you do not wish for a divorce, I shall ensure it. Marriage is not a trifling matter. The position of the princess of the Southern Protectorate is esteemed, and I hold it in high regard. As long as you do not resent my affliction, we can lead a tranquil life together. Upon hearing him mention his ailment again, Shen Lanyin could not help but wonder what sort of illness the prince suffered. With so many renowned physicians in the palace, how could they not cure him? As their marriage approached, Xie Xun did not wish to conceal the truth from her. In truth, I am not afflicted by madness, but rather poisoned by an unknown toxin. This poison is insidious, typically manifesting at night with excruciating pain. In severe cases, it can drive one to madness, leading to amnesia. Even in daily life, it can render one bloodthirsty and irritable. On the battlefield, this poison transforms me into an unstoppable force, a relentless weapon of war, only ceasing when I am utterly exhausted. This toxin will affect my entire life, and currently, no antidote has been found. Thus, I must ask once more, do you still wish to marry me? Shen Lanyin's heart raced with shock. Poisoned? Who would dare to poison him? Her compassion for him deepened. Despite being poisoned, he still ventured onto the battlefield, achieving countless merits for the great Sheng.
Now,
He considered her feelings, respecting her sentiments. At this moment, she understood. The emperor intended to bless their union, and he need not divulge this to her, yet he did. If all men in the world were as forthright as Xie Xun, how wonderful that would be. Suddenly, she recalled a scene from her previous life, where Xie Xun protected her amidst the encirclement of rebels. Since it was destined for her to marry him, she must treat him well. Xie Xun is worthy. Noticing her silence, Xie Xun urged, Miss Shen, please provide a response. If you truly do not wish for this, I shall, at all costs, refuse this marriage proposal for you. If you are willing, I promise to treat you well. Shen Lanyin's concerns dissipated, and almost instinctively, she replied, I am willing. Xie Xun suddenly broke into a smile. Shen Lanyin looked up, the evening sun casting a warm glow upon him, illuminating his smile. The uncontainable joy in his eyes blossomed, gentle and serene. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of happiness surged within her, and she could not help but laugh alongside him. Subsequently, Shen Lanyin inquired further about matters concerning him. Perhaps her joy was genuine. There was a spark in his eyes, and he spoke freely, leaving nothing unsaid. Even his tone softened. His words were like a gentle breeze, soothing and deep, making her feel an undeniable sense of dependence. When their gazes met, they shared a quiet understanding, instinctively looking away. This exchange of glances seemed to penetrate each other's hearts, drawing them closer, leaving behind unspoken affection. Miss Shen, this is all I have to offer. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask. Chapter 37. What do you think of my son, Xun? After finishing his words, Xie Xun took a sip of the icy drink beside him, finally easing the discomfort in his throat. Shen Lanyin nodded, very well. What he said aligned with what her maternal grandfather had written. His mother was the Tai Fei, and he had a sister, Princess Fu Ning Xieli, who had reached marriageable age. After marrying the prince, his sister would reside in the Southern Protectorate. However, Xieli is quite easy to get along with. And she will not stay long. She will move out once married. Although the dowager is not the most agreeable person, having witnessed the predatory nature of the Liu family, her interactions with them should not be overly difficult. I am willing to marry the prince, but Xie Xun abruptly sat up, waiting for her to continue. The prince must prepare the formalities of courtship to propose to the Ho residents. We must be upright and honorable in our union. Xie Xun felt a tremor throughout her body, suppressing the urge to leap in joy. Does she desire an honorable marriage? Does that indicate her concern for their union? Naturally. We are wedded by the Emperor's decree, a match made in heaven, a golden bond. I shall ensure you suffer no indignities. This was something he had longed for, and now she brought it up. It was truly delightful. Xie Xun escorted Shen Lanyin back to her courtyard and summoned Xu Feng and Ling Feng. What were you two just whispering about? The two exchanged glances, realizing they had overlooked the prince's formidable prowess, fearing he had overheard them. They knelt before him, exclaiming, We acknowledge our fault. It's too late. Let us spar together. With sorrowful expressions they lamented. This was hardly a sparring session, but rather a unilateral torment. Xie Xun's demeanor turned grave. She struck each one a punch, warning them never to speak recklessly again, or she would send them to the land of cherry blossoms to broaden their horizons. Their scalps tingled. The prince is truly ruthless. They would never dare speak out of turn again. In the Great Sheng, everyone knows that the land of cherry blossoms is an isolated island, lacking in resources.
Separated by vast oceans.
One must take a large ship to reach it, and should they encounter storms, they might not survive the journey. Even if they arrive safely, their fate is uncertain. They may never return. The two continued to kneel, pleading for mercy, vowing to never dare again. Seeing their sincere attitude, Xie Xun softened her tone, stating that their earlier discussion must not be leaked, especially not to the princess. Otherwise, Xie Xun made a gesture of execution, her intent unmistakable.
Meanwhile,
Shen Lanyin had just returned to her courtyard. Before she could dine, Granny Yin approached, saying the Empress Dowager had summoned her. She had anticipated this. After the shock earlier, the Dowager would surely have given it more thought and would now harbor suspicions. Fortunately, she had already devised a set of remarks. She would speak the truth. But not entirely. It must be a blend of truth and fiction for the Dowager to believe her. Xiao Shui looked on with concern. Miss Shen Lanyin gently shook her head, signaling her not to worry. She instructed Granny Yen to lead the way. Following Granny Yen, Shen Lanyin proceeded, confident in her ability to handle the situation, refraining from inquiring about the Dowager's sentiments. Instead, she took in the surrounding scenery. The Dowager had long resided in the Kanyuan Temple for Buddhist worship. After the emperor ascended the throne, as a gesture of filial piety, he had constructed a courtyard for her there. Though it was a temple, it boasted pavilions, towers, and an array of exotic flora. Upon entering the courtyard, a wave of floral fragrance enveloped her. The evening glow at the horizon quietly unfurled, and Shen Lanyin felt the air thick with poetic sentiment. Inside, the Dowager sat in a Wangwali chair, adorned in a luxurious dark silk robe, exuding an air of nobility. Compared to earlier that day, her spirit appeared vastly rejuvenated. Upon seeing Shen Lanyin, the Dowager sprang to her feet, her previously dull eyes sparkling with life. "Ina, you've finally arrived. Come here quickly. I have wonderful news to share with you." Wonderful news? Shen Lanyin was perplexed. Shouldn't he, the Dowager, inquire about her and Ling Xiu? Could it be that the Lu family had perished entirely? "I pay my respects to the Dowager." Shen Lanyin advanced to greet her. The Dowager motioned for her to rise, playfully scolding, "Oh dear Ina, you are far too formal, just like Xianer in years past. Come, sit beside me." Unable to refuse the Dowager's warmth, Shen Lanyin complied. In the next moment, the Dowager waved her hand, dismissing all servants, including Granny Yen, and lowered her voice. "Ina, what do you think of my son, Xie Xun?" Shen Lanyin was momentarily baffled by the Dowager's intent, responding candidly. "The Prince of Zhennan is a valiant hero, renowned for his military exploits. A true champion of the Great Sheng." The Dowager's smile faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless. Shen Lanyin, uncertain, wondered if her praise had fallen short. Was the Dowager dissatisfied? After all, the Dowager and Xie Xun shared a bond akin to mother and son. She hastily added, "The Prince of Zhennan is handsome and astute, excelling among his peers. He truly reflects the Dowager's nurturing." The Dowager's disappointment deepened. "Ina, that is not what I meant." Shen Lanyin, confused, finally asked, "Dowager, what is the wonderful news you mentioned?" The Dowager's eyes betrayed her unmasked disappointment. "Since Ina is indifferent, let it be. We shall consider this thought never existed." As Shen Lanyin departed, she felt bewildered. She had not misspoken. Why was the Dowager displeased? Never mind that. Returning to her quarters, she instructed Xiao Shui to prepare ink and paper. Xie Xun's poisoning required the assistance of her former sect for investigation. She had studied in Songshan for 10 years. Despite having lost contact for 3 years, there remained some bond. Particularly in matters of intelligence gathering, it was essential to engage with Longyuan Pavilion in Songshan. She penned a letter, dispatching a swift horseman to request her sect investigate Xie Xun's poisoning, along with inquiries regarding Ling Xiu. She felt Ling Xiu's identity was not simple. Though lacking certainty, a thorough investigation was necessary for peace of mind. Once these tasks were complete, Shen Lanyin finally dined, bathed, and rested, ready to return to the capital at dawn. Initially, she had intended to stay longer at the temple with her sisters. But following the incidents involving the Lu family and Ling Xiu, everyone's enthusiasm waned, and they all expressed the desire to return. Xie Xun also intended to head back to the capital to investigate the case. Shen Lanyin promptly decided to accompany them. As they boarded the carriage, Shen Lanyin Lo and Shen Lanyin Fu clung to Shen Lanyin, insisting on sharing a carriage with her. This drew the ire of others, who also wished to ride with Shen Lanyin. With Fan Rong and Yun Tong joining them, they totaled 6, all squeezed together. Upon leaving the temple, the carriage was soon filled with a strong scent of sweat. However, no one minded, as they gathered to discuss the Lu family and Ling Xiu, making the journey more bearable. Fan Rong scoffed, "It's laughable. Does Lu Yanchuan think he is someone of importance? How dare he show off before the dowager?" Yun Tong also relaxed, proclaiming that the Lu family would inevitably meet their end. Shen Lanyin Lo mimicked Ling Xiu's tone, pinching her voice, "Sister, it is all my fault. My bond with my husband is profound and unwavering," eliciting a chorus of laughter. After the laughter subsided, Cui Ruiyao announced a significant development. Chapter 38. Kneel and plead with me. "Cousin, is it true? Is our grandfather coming? The Cui family is returning to the capital?" Shen Lanyin's hands instinctively rose, her face glowing with joy and surprise. It was known that the Cui family had distanced themselves from the capital for decades. If the Cui family were to return for a permanent stay, her plans for vengeance would be far more assured.
Cui Ruiyao nodded.
Splendid. Were it not for the limited space in the carriage, Shen Lanyin would have leaped in excitement. Cui Ruiyao's eyes sparkled, her features radiating warmth and indulgence, betraying an unmistakable affection. Outside, Jiu Shui, hearing the occasional laughter from within the carriage, shook her head in resignation. The young lady is far too carefree. The Lu family has suffered such a great loss. One wonders how they will retaliate. Why is she not the least bit concerned? As if nothing has happened. This return to the capital is destined to be anything but tranquil. Approaching the capital, Shen Lanyin gently lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. The officials of the Dali temple flanked the sides, escorting Xie Xun, who was heading towards the capital. He remained clad in black, seated majestically upon his horse, resembling an imposing mountain, exuding an aura that could swallow the world. The sound of hooves came to an abrupt halt as Xie Xun suddenly turned his gaze back. The moment their eyes met was like a gust of wind sweeping through her heart. Shen Lanyin smiled faintly. What lies ahead remains uncertain. What of the enveloping fog? With him around, there is nothing to fear. She still harbors hope. By the time they reached the capital, it was already past noon, and everyone was exhausted, returning to their respective residences. Xie Xun personally escorted Shen Lanyin and her sisters to the gate of the Jingyuan Marquis' residence before hurrying away. Observing Xie Xun helping Shen Lanyin down from the carriage, their eyes exchanged tender glances, revealing a deep familiarity. Cui Ruiyao furrowed her brow, a wave of indescribable sorrow surging within her heart. The concerns of her grandfather, father, uncle, and even herself had come to fruition. Even though the Cui family had entered the capital, it could not alter the outcome. Could Xie Xun truly protect her sister, Ayin? Her sister should be marrying into a common household, living a stable life, not in this manner. Shen Lanyue and Shen Lanfang exchanged glances and smiled. There was hope. They would gain a new brother-in-law, one far superior to the previous one. Thus, without uttering a word, Shen Lanyin left her sisters to ponder, a testament to the unspoken understanding among them. As the four were about to enter the residence, they noticed Granny Wei conversing with a plainly dressed woman inside the gate. The woman pleaded desperately, "Please let me see Lanyin. I am truly at my wit's end." Granny Wei responded coldly, "Did I not say our young lady is not in the residence? Why do you persist in bothering us? If it were not for our young lady's connection, the madam and the marquis would have had you removed long ago. Do not return. It is becoming quite embarrassing." Suddenly, the woman spotted Shen Lanyin and exclaimed joyfully, "Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law!" Shen Lanyin protested, "What nonsense are you spouting?
Who is your sister-in-law?"
After a visit to Chongyuan Temple, she had become an ardent admirer of Shen Lanyin. The reason was simple. The eldest sister was formidable, fearlessly confronting actors, wolves, and tigers alike. From now on, she would champion her eldest sister. Shen Lanyin glanced indifferently at Li Shi and instructed Granny Wei, "Please escort her to Tinglan Courtyard. I will see her shortly." Shen Lanyin huffed, "Eldest sister. What good is it to see someone from the general's residence? She is only here for her own benefit." Shen Lanyin shook her head. While Li Shi was indeed somewhat selfish, she was also genuinely unfortunate, unlike others from the Liu family. In truth, her willingness to meet Li Shi stemmed from the kindness Li Shi had once shown her. Once inside, Li Shi anxiously kept glancing toward the door. Granny Wei impatiently remarked, "Our young lady has traveled a long distance. It is already a favor that she is willing to see you. You must allow her some time to rest." With a forlorn expression, Li Shi lamented, "I was too anxious." Suddenly, a figure adorned in delicate attire, strikingly beautiful, appeared before her. The newcomer moved hurriedly, yet retained an air of elegance. Li Shi was taken aback. At that moment, she realized Shen Lanyin appeared even more radiant than during her time at the general's residence. "Madame Liu heir, please speak your mind." Upon hearing this title, Li Shi felt a pang of sadness. However, needing something from Shen Lanyin, she could not voice her discomfort. Today, she had come because her finances were tight, and her elder brother was preparing for a wedding, necessitating a loan to manage expenses. "Since you left, my mother-in-law has made things difficult for me. My dowry has been entirely consumed, yet it is still insufficient." Shen Lanyin smiled. "Is it merely a loan you seek? My mother-in-law's rejuvenating elixir is finished, and my father-in-law's heart condition has worsened, requiring the esteemed Dr. Yun from the Divine Medicine Pavilion."
Li Shi bit.
"My mother-in-law said that if I cannot manage these matters properly, my husband will cast me aside. Lanyin, you know my parents are scholars who value reputation above all. If I am truly abandoned, it would be a death sentence." Shen Lanyin's expression remained calm. She understood Li Shi's predicament, but felt a genuine resentment. "A family that bullies you, and even your own family, does not stand up for you. Cannot you muster some strength? Others deem you ineffectual. Why do you not strive to prove them wrong?" Reflecting on it, was not Li Shi a reflection of her past self? In her previous life, she had had support but still could not stand tall, far inferior to Li Shi. Did Dr. Yin refuse to treat Madame Liu and Old Master Liu? Shen Lanyin found it perplexing. Ever since her fallout with the general's residence, she had not contacted Dr. Yin. Li Shi lamented, "Lanyin, after you left, the Divine Medicine Pavilion refused to sell medicine to the general's residence, and even Dr. Yun has proclaimed he will not treat those with hearts of wolves and dogs." The Divine Medicine Pavilion spearheaded this boycott, and all affiliated clinics followed suit, leaving the general's residence unable to afford a physician. Even if they could, it was unlikely anyone would accept the position. Listening to Li Shi's words, Shen Lanyin gazed toward the direction of Songshan, a wave of indescribable emotions swelling within her. The resistance from Dr. Yun and the Divine Medicine Pavilion against the general's residence was undoubtedly her master's intention, a way for her master to vindicate her. Even after 3 years of silence, her master still cared for her. Songshan was the foremost sect in the Great Sheng, renowned and transcendent. It possessed unfathomable medical skill, exceptional martial prowess, and immense wealth. Among its vast holdings, the most famous were the Divine Medicine Pavilion and Longyuan Pavilion. The master of Songshan, Hong Chun, though a woman, was unparalleled in the world. She possessed striking beauty, unmatched intelligence, and extraordinary martial arts. Even the empress praised her as the greatest woman of the Great Sheng. She was the cherished disciple of Hong Chen, inheriting her master's martial arts. Her master held high hopes for her, gifting her the Liuli long sword. Yet, upon returning to the capital at the age of 15, she married and lost contact for 3 years. The only time she reached out was to seek assistance from the Divine Medicine Pavilion for old Master Lu's heart condition. Now that she had been reborn, she could not afford to disappoint such a remarkable master. "Lanyin, are you listening?" Li Shi's words interrupted Shen Lanyin's thoughts. Seeing her anxiousness, Shen Lanyin nodded. Li Shi had helped her, and they had coexisted in the Liu family for 3 years. She was willing to extend this courtesy to Li Shi. "As for the matters regarding the Divine Medicine Pavilion, I will not involve myself. I can lend you money, but—"
Li Shi,
having just breathed a sigh of relief, heard Shen Lanyin continue, "That couple must kneel and plead before me." Chapter 39. A mutual pursuit of divergent frequencies. Li Shi stepped back slightly, her entire being engulfed in a moment of disbelief. She seemed to struggle to find her voice. Stunned into silence. Was this still the cautious sister-in-law she knew? Suddenly, she felt her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest. Perhaps she ought to embody such strength, confidence, brilliance in her gaze. Granny Wei, irate, declared, "What does the general's residence's financial troubles have to do with our young lady? Moreover, It is Dr. Yun who looks down upon the general's residence, not our young lady. Why then do you come to her? Li Shi felt aggrieved, Lanyin. For the past 3 years, we have shared a harmonious relationship. As for the matter of the actor, I assisted you. It was precisely because I spoke up for you that I faced difficulties from the Lu family. Now, is it wrong for me to seek your help? Shen Lanyin was aware of Li Shi's past support during the turmoil within the general's residence. For that, she was deeply grateful. Yet, to voice it now would only complicate matters. Li Shi, fully aware of the animosity between her and the Lu family, knew she wished to avoid entanglements with the general's residence. She should not have come, yet she did, and now. Granny Wei mocked, truly. You are from the general's residence. Just because you spoke a few words of justice, you wish to coerce our young lady? You are no different from those heartless wretches. For 3 years, your every need was met by our young lady, and for her to say a single fair word should not be a burden.
Li Shi.
Unable to contend with Granny Wei, wept in desperation, Lanyin, please help me just this once. Shen Lanyin insisted, if you need money for yourself, I will provide whatever you require. However, for the sake of the general's residence, that couple must come to plead before me. The matter of whether Dr. Yun and the Divine Medicine Pavilion would treat individuals from the general's residence was of no concern to me. Upon hearing this, Li Shi lowered her gaze, then lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly, clearly having made a decision. Initially, there were some matters she intended to keep to herself. At this moment, there is no room for hesitation. It has reached a point where I must speak. Lanyin, it is you who has been heartless. Have you forgotten? The matter of Ling Xiu was concealed from you by the entire Lu family, and I, risking being cast aside, was the only one to reveal it to you. Only to receive such an outcome? The arrival of an actor in the capital and the ensuing chaos ultimately rests upon your shoulders. And I too have been ensnared by your actions. While I may stand alone, how can a distinguished lady of the Marquis household allow herself to be trampled upon by a mere actor? Nurse Wei could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming loudly, if you truly cared for our young mistress, you would not utter such words that wound her heart. Hearing this, Shen Lanyin waved her hand, silencing Nurse Wei.
Li Shi.
In her current state, was as unyielding as before, unable to absorb any words of reason. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade a dying ghost. That is precisely Li Shi now. Yet, Li Shi was not entirely wrong. She had indeed informed me prior to Lu Yanchuan's return to the capital. At that time, however, I was skeptical and only remembered my promise to Lu Yanchuan to safeguard the Lu family until his return. Thus, I had long anticipated that Lu Yanchuan would bring Ling Xiu back with him. My stubbornness led me to believe that he, like me, was a man of his word. After all, he was the only suitor who vowed never to take a concubine, pledging a lifetime of fidelity. My father was moved by this, and I too found him exceptional, leading me to accept the marriage proposal. Little did I know that both my father and I had misjudged him. This misfortune is something I acknowledge. In my past life, I remained ensnared in the dream of Lu Yanchuan's sweet promises, deceiving myself throughout my existence. Fortunately, in this life, I have awakened and even found unexpected joy. Remembering that Xie Xun expressed his desire to marry me fills me with delight. Even if his intentions were to utilize me or avoid suspicion from the emperor, I am still overjoyed. Xie Xun is forthright. He promised to treat me well, and I believe he will fulfill that promise. I shall be devoted to him, caring for him diligently, and strive to be a worthy princess of Zhangnan. Despite the hours of travel, Xie Xun left the Marquis residence invigorated. From this day forth, or perhaps from yesterday, he is indeed a married man, and to the very woman he has long desired. To me, Ain is still a stranger, but that matters not. He will treat her exceptionally well, and they will grow familiar with each other in time. With this thought in mind, he instructed Xu Feng to retrieve an item from the residence while he entered the palace alone to wait. The afternoon sun blazed intensely, and both Emperor Xie Xun and the Empress Dowager shared a habit of napping. After some time, when Xu Feng returned with the item, Xie Xun finally made his way into the Qianqing Palace. Upon entering, he performed a deep bow, kneeling with utmost solemnity and respect. He then got straight to the point. Second brother, Ain has agreed to marry me. Xie Xun was moved by this brother who had bowed to him with such sincerity for the first time. She has truly agreed? He asked, incredulous before inquiring. Should I issue a decree in advance? Xie Xun shook his head. Whether it be a divorce or a marriage decree, It indeed requires patience. At present, the gossip among the people and the aristocracy, even within the royal family, surrounds Yin and the Lu family. He shared Yin's sentiments. Let them gossip. The more they talk now, the greater the surprise will be when the decree is finally issued. This would be a fortuitous turn for Yin, allowing her to make a remarkable comeback. Additionally, it would be intriguing to see which other individuals might emerge beyond his elder brother. Following this, Xie Xun discussed the matter of the Chongyuan temple with the emperor. Although the memorial regarding this incident had been sent to the capital overnight, the complexities involved required more than a single memorial to clarify. The two brothers needed to deliberate further. Most importantly, they must reach a consensus on how to handle the Lu family. Xie Xun recounted all matters concerning the Chongyuan temple, concealing any prior arrangements he and Shen Lanyin had made, stating only that Shen Lanyin visited the temple to pray for blessings and that he coincidentally followed her there. Xie Xun was equally incensed, declaring that the Lu family could not be allowed to remain. "When did my favor become so undervalued?" he exclaimed, noting their audacity to disregard even the Empress Dowager of Desheng. Previously, he had been concerned about his reputation and had reluctantly issued that decree to assist the Lu family. While it appeared to benefit them, it also served as a warning. He believed the Lu family should have understood their limits, yet they had proven unworthy, displaying disloyalty. He cared little for the Lu family, finding an opportunity to nullify the blank decree that had been issued to them. However, Lu Yanchuan was utterly mistaken to insult his mother. During their father's reign, although the empress was indeed the empress, the inner palace was akin to a battlefield, fraught with peril. As such, the empress did not have an easy life, often teetering on the brink of disaster. Despite this, she shielded him and his son from storms and tribulations. After he ascended the throne, the empress's life improved. He thought he had finally provided her with stability, yet she was abducted and faced danger, not to mention the humiliation inflicted by Lu Yanchuan. Ling Xiu, too, an unworthy actress, harbored delusions of grandeur, wishing to deceive the empress and claim the title of her adopted daughter, aspiring to be his sister. That would have required his approval. The empress had no intention of accepting any adopted daughters. If she were to consider it, it would have to be under different circumstances. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have issued that decree, which now left him regretting his decision and jeopardizing the pure bond he shared with his son. Xie Xun urged, "Mother also perceives that this matter is deeply entangled. I hope second brother can exercise patience and refrain from hastily punishing the Lu family. We must cast a long line to catch a big fish. When the time is right, we will capture them all at once." Xie Xun hurled the memorials on the table to the floor, lamenting, "A son. My heart aches for our mother. The disgrace she suffered pains me deeply. It is a minor matter to injure the royal family's dignity." He paused, filled with melancholy. "A son as emperor. How can I not protect our mother?" Xie Xun resonated with this sentiment. Life is seldom free of discontent. Though born into royalty, he lacked nothing. There were things he desired but could not attain, people he loved but could not have. Fortuitously, the one he yearned for has finally agreed to marry him. With her by his side, even if life is fleeting, he feels no regrets. Yet, he wishes to be a little greedy, hoping for more time together, wishing for an eternity, until the heavens and earth cease to exist. The case of the Empress Dowager's abduction was entrusted entirely to Xie Xun. He felt assured of his brother's capabilities. Subsequently, the two brothers discussed Prince Xie Qing. Their views on this elder brother were aligned. A cold smile graced Xie Zhan's lips, indicating his lingering dissatisfaction. Xie Xun remarked, "It is only natural. After all, he is our father's most favored son, always by his side, even when incognito." He added sternly, "If he is implicated in the abduction of the Empress Dowager, I shall punish him without hesitation." The sharpness in Xie Zhan's gaze was unmistakable. After discussing all matters, Xie Xun performed another deep bow, assuring the emperor that he would provide timely reports, and then withdrew. Xie Zhan was momentarily taken aback, a wave of inexplicable disappointment washing over him, leaving him feeling empty. Xun had grown more mature than before, yet they seemed to drift further apart. After bidding farewell to Xie Xun, Xie Zhan sighed. "Xun has indeed grown distant from me, his second brother." Gong Si she chuckled and offered comfort. "Not at all. Just the other day, didn't the prince engage in a spar with you? Afterward, it was as if nothing happened. No grudges were held, and everything resumed as it should, even among common brothers. Such intimacy is rare." Xie Xun chuckled softly, acknowledging the truth in those words. Indeed, that impudent boy had struck with surprising severity, leaving wounds on his face that had yet to fully heal even now. Contemplating this, he opened the wooden box left by Xie Xun, and, to his astonishment, he discovered the tiger talisman of the Southern Expedition Army. His father had clearly stated that this talisman would forever belong to a son, serving to protect the Great Sheng. Yet he voluntarily surrendered it. At this moment, a single thought echoed in his mind, born of the same root: why must we harm one another so hastily? He recalled how, during their father's grave illness, a son had returned from Songshan and pledged to be the guardian general of the Great Sheng, vowing to prevent the enemy from encroaching even an inch of its land. A son had fulfilled this promise admirably, while he, upon ascending to the throne, had allowed his thoughts to waver. It was his failing as an elder brother. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his face was etched with profound remorse and self-reproach. In this world, he could trust no one but a son. The pain evident in Xie Xun's eyes was unmistakable. 3 years prior, the daughter of the Marquis of Jingyuan was to be wed, causing a stir among the capital's elite, including a son. However, with the invasion of Nanling, a son had to fight for the country. Even so, he had seized the opportunity to visit the Shen family before leaving the capital, seeking to marry their daughter, only to be rejected by Shen Zheng, who instead married Shen Lanyin to that scoundrel Lu Yenchuan. He could not fathom why his brother was deemed unworthy. Marrying his brother would have been an elevation for the Shen family. Why did Shen Zheng disdain it? If he believed a son, a military commander, would instill fear in his daughter, then Lu Yenchuan was also a military man. She slightly bowed, sensing the emperor's desire for retribution on behalf of the prince, thus ensuring that Lu Yenchuan was dispatched to the battlefield on the wedding night, where he remained for 3 years. Xie Xun rubbed his forehead, still feeling dread at the thought. Had he not issued that decree, Lu Yenchuan, that ungrateful scoundrel, would have benefited. She looked up, noticing the emperor's genuine emotions, and cautiously spoke. "Your Majesty, I know the reason." Your Majesty, back then, suitors trampled the threshold of the Marquis of Jingyuan's residence. But only Lu Yenchuan promised never to take a concubine, swearing his devotion solely to Shen Lanyin. Perhaps Marquis Shen believed that since Shen Lanyin grew up in Songshan, she was unfit to manage household affairs. The implication left unsaid, but understood by Xie Xun, was that Shen Zheng considered the Shen family already noble and did not wish for his daughter to seek higher status, preferring her to lead an ordinary life. Yet, was it truly so simple? Xie Xun furrowed his brow. The descendants of the old general were indeed declining, ignorant of their place, vying for a woman and then failing to cherish her. For a moment, she felt lost amidst the clouds. The emperor clearly valued the Lu family. So, why did his words now convey disdain? These matters were concealed from him by a son, his second brother. Even if he wished to intervene, he feared making things worse. Even with Shen Zheng, he felt it inappropriate to lay blame. During those 3 years in the south, he refrained from mentioning it, fearing to hurt a son. Fortunately, all had come full circle, and a son was reunited with Shen Lanyin. A son had a princess, someone who understood his needs, allowing him to rest easy. She quickly remarked that this indicated a fated union between the prince and the daughter of the Shen family, one that could not be taken away by anyone. This statement greatly pleased the emperor. Indeed, having stolen his brother's sister-in-law, even heaven could not stand idly by. Suddenly, he thought, since his son had gifted him such a substantial token, he must reciprocate. As he spoke, his fingers lightly tapped the table, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth before it vanished just as swiftly. She, convey the edict. The daughter of the Marquis of Jingyuan, having saved the Empress Dowager, has rendered a service to the state and shall be granted the title of Princess of Chongning, with an estate of 500 households. Although Shen Lanyin had saved the Empress Dowager, such matters concerning the royal face could not be publicly proclaimed, necessitating a different rationale. Since Shen Lanyin was to marry a son, and a son had surrendered the tiger talisman, the couple was united in purpose. And thus Shen Lanyin could also be regarded as having contributed to the stability of the realm. She understood that this was quite generous for an emperor known for his frugality. However, the voluntary surrender of the tiger talisman by the Prince of Zhennan was indeed a significant contribution. One could argue that she deserved not merely the title of princess, but even that of a royal princess. The emperor, however, was still not sufficiently magnanimous. At this moment, Shen Lanyin was busy attending to the Li family, completely unaware of her new title as princess. Chapter 41. Let us await the outcome, Li Shi, in a desperate plea, exclaimed Lanyin. I truly have no other options. It's all my fault, so let me beg you. Please don't let my elder brother and sister-in-law kneel. I will kneel first. With that, she attempted to actually kneel before Shen Lanyin. Wei Mama, quick to react, supported her, saying, Madam Lu, what does my young lady owe you? Is it my lady who has asked you to kneel? If word spreads, how will you teach her to behave? Now, a performer is your sister-in-law? Why not seek out a performer instead? The general's household is pressuring you. You have done your part. Just go through the motions. Is the Lu family your ancestors? What gives you the right to act this way? What power does a weak woman like you possess? Li Shi sobbed loudly, her voice fragile and sharp. Lanyin, I know I am in the wrong, but I truly have no way out. You know what the Lu family is like. I am terrified of being discarded. If I am cast aside, I truly will have no way to live. Can't you help me? You are the only one left who can assist me. Shen Lanyin felt a pang of empathy. She increasingly recognized that Li Shi was a reflection of her past self. Back then, when her father witnessed her plight, he must have felt the same pain. Shen Lanyin was aware of Li Shi's family background. Both of Li Shi's parents came from humble beginnings, especially her father, who had struggled to become a Jinshi and secured a modest position in the capital, valuing reputation above all. If Li Shi were truly divorced, her father would not tolerate it. Lanyin, do you know? After you left, the Lu family was on the brink of ruin, but the emperor issued a decree, granting them positions and bestowing riches. My parents believe the Lu family has changed and is now among the most powerful in the capital. Recently, my mother often mentions that she looks down on me and my third sister-in-law, wanting to replace us with daughters from high-ranking families. Shen Lanyin found it amusing. If Madame Lu did not even value someone from a scholarly family, what made her prefer a performer? Li Shi was momentarily stunned, then her eyes glimmered with envy. Of course, I am dissatisfied. But my elder brother fights fiercely for me, declaring he cannot live without that performer. Shen Lanyin perceived that Ling Xi's confidence within the Lu family stemmed from Lu Yenchuan's brainless affection. Even if she failed to save the Empress Dowager this time, she could still remain secure within the Lu household. This also suggested that as long as her husband mindlessly defended her, even the most malicious and troublesome in-laws would find it impossible to trouble their daughter-in-law. It turned out that Lu Yenchuan was capable of caring for women, but only for that performer. She recognized that Li Shi spoke the truth. Despite the public spectacle of past events, the emperor's decree led the Lu family to believe their status remained unaffected, and they were poised to regain their former glory. Thus, they felt emboldened, not only planning a grand wedding for Lu Yenchuan and Ling Xiu, but also insisting on replacing their daughter-in-law, with even the two legitimate daughters in the household scheming for advantageous marriages, particularly with the second son, Lu Yanan, entering the military and inheriting the title of general. Their prospects were limitless. They believed Li Shi no longer matched Lu Yanan's status. Yet, Lu Yenchuan and Ling Xiu returned overnight, arriving in the capital before her. Did the Lu family not know about the events at Chongyuan Temple? It seemed that Lu Yenchuan and Ling Xiu had not yet dared to speak to their family about it. Naturally, if they did not mention it, they remained the pillars of the Lu family. If they spoke, they would become nothing. The incident at Chongyuan Temple concerned the Empress Dowager and the royal family's dignity. Xie Xun had already sealed the information, forbidding any indiscriminate talk. Those who had gathered to witness the events were sensible enough to discern what should be said and what should not, unwilling to offend the royal family. Hence, as long as Lu Yenchuan and Ling Xiu remained silent, the Lu family would remain in ignorance. Since that is the case, let us wait and see. However, if we wish for the Li family to recognize the gravity of the situation, a potent remedy must be administered. With this thought in mind, Shen Lanyin spoke without mercy. You have aided me, and for that, I am grateful. Yet, you are well aware of the nature of those from the general's residence. Given my abhorrence for them, you should not impose upon me. I understand your difficulties, but do you not think mine are equally burdensome? Madame Lu, as women, we ought to comprehend the challenges that we face in a world that often belittles us. It is imperative that we support one another rather than speak disparagingly. Your words not only demean yourself, but also undermine the path of resilience for all women. In that moment, Li's eyes widened and her pupils trembled, suggesting she grasped the essence of what was being conveyed. This was the first time she had heard such words, and the shock within her heart was palpable. Before she could respond, Shen Lanyin continued, "Your lack of conviction, your readiness to yield, and your passive acceptance will only lead others to label us as weak and deserving of mistreatment. Even if I assist you in overcoming the current tribulations posed by the Liu family, what will happen next? Can you always rely on me? Gratitude can be ephemeral. Is it truly worth exhausting our bond for the sake of the Liu family? One must rely on oneself, for leaning on mountains may lead to their collapse, and relying on others may lead to abandonment. Only by seizing one's own fate can one find true security. Reflect on this, and I hope that when we meet again, you will have transformed." Li's eyes sparkled with a newfound understanding, and she raised her head slightly, as if contemplating something. Her gaze dimmed momentarily as she murmured, "Lanyin, I comprehend this principle, but what should I do?" Shen Lanyin illuminated a clear path for her. "From what I understand, your husband treats you well, albeit he is somewhat timid. If you were to express the desire to separate from the Liu family, you could gain the support of the Prince of Zhennan." "The Prince of Zhennan?" Li responded, disbelief evident in her tone. Shen Lanyin nodded.
Li tremblat.
As if the fog that had clouded her mind for so long was finally dissipating. "Lanyin, thank you. I now know what I must do." With that, she turned and departed, her steps light, revealing the joy and satisfaction within her heart. "Miss, I do not understand. Wei Mama interjected. Li spoke disrespectfully to you. Yet you still come to her aid? Li is a good person. She did not conspire with the Liu family to deceive me regarding Ling Xiu. For that alone, she deserves a chance." Shen Lanyin's intentions extended beyond merely assisting Li. Having an ally within the general's residence is advantageous. This is a strategy to infiltrate the enemy from within. As for the promises I made to Li, they are sincere. I would never mistreat my own. As for gaining Xie Xun's support, after all, she intended to marry him, and as husband and wife, they would be united. She believed this minor matter would not trouble him. While Li may appear timid now, she is intelligent and knows what actions to take. Just as Li departed, Xiao Shui hurriedly entered. "Miss, the Marquis and the young master await you in the study." Chapter 42. Dare to cause trouble? Then let us continue. Upon entering the study, Shen Lanyin did not conceal anything. She recounted the events that transpired at the Chongyuan temple as well as Xie Xun's proposal. Shen Zheng appeared distracted, seemingly indifferent to Shen Lanyin's words. In contrast, Shen Zheng wore a grave expression, his concern palpable. After the last encounter with Xie Xun had ended on a sour note, he realized he could not evade the inevitable. He had not anticipated Xie Xun's swift actions. Just a visit to the temple had sufficed to secure Lanyin's agreement. Fate is fate. One cannot force it. The Cui family had already arranged for Lanyin's entry into the capital, and he could only hope for protection in the future. Father, brother, marrying the prince is the best choice. I do not wish to be suspected by the emperor, and I need to distance myself from the Liu family. It is mutually beneficial. Shen Lanyin explained with a smile. The prince is honorable, and I admire him greatly. Marrying him is preferable to marrying anyone else. Shen Zheng wished to resist further. Lanyin, do not be so optimistic. The waters of the Zhennan prince's residence run deeper than those of the Liu family. Every prince in this capital keeps concubines, often more than one. The prince of Zhennan will likely be no exception. Your thoughts are naive. You cannot navigate those entanglements. He recognized that his words might come off as ungentlemanly, but he could not suppress the underlying reasons for his concern. He hoped to thwart this marriage to spare Lanyin future distress. Shen Lanyin retorted, "The prince has promised me he will not part from me. Thus, whether he takes multiple concubines or not, it matters not." At that moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that her statement would lead to her being reprimanded by Xie Xun time and again in the future. Matters not? Shen Zheng's gaze grew vacant, astonished. You cannot bear the thought of Liu Yanchuan having one, yet you would allow the prince to take dozens? Suddenly, he felt a significant portion of his resentment dissipate. He would not disclose the events surrounding Xie Xun's initial proposal 3 years prior, considering it a lesson for Xie Xun and allowing him to continue his pursuit. Not long after, Xie Xun at the Prince of Zhennan's residence sneezed violently. "Your Highness, the princess mentioned her desire for you to take many concubines," Chu Feng reported respectfully. "What?" Xie Xun's complexion darkened, his teeth clenched. "Did she truly say that?" "Yin, you will pay for this." Shen Lanyin argued. "It is different. Liu Yanchuan made a prior promise he did not keep. The prince has never claimed he would not take concubines. Upon hearing this, Shen Zheng's eyes burned with fury. Yin had devoted herself wholeheartedly to Lu Yanchuan, yet he had treated her in such a manner. How infuriating. Years ago, he had proclaimed, "Marquis, I will only love Yin in this life and wish to accompany her. Even without heirs, I shall never take a concubine." Those words had indeed left a profound impact on him. In an effort to rid himself of the burden that was Xie Xun, a month later, the legitimate daughter of the Jingyuan Marquis was married off to the general's residence. Reflecting now, he could only feel a sense of irony. Yin, you must make your own decisions. Father does not wish to burden you. But if you suffer any grievances, remember to inform me. Even if Xie Xun is a prince, both your father and your maternal grandfather will dare to confront him. Suddenly, Xinzheng felt that as long as the matter remained concealed, Yin's marriage to Xie Xun might not be entirely disadvantageous. Xie Xun was upright and of noble status. Yin marrying him would elevate her to the esteemed position of a royal princess, thereby striking a blow to those who looked down upon her. As for the notion of him taking numerous concubines, that was merely a figment of Yin's imagination. Yin was unaware that Xie Xun had long cherished her. His feelings deep and sincere. At present, the capital buzzed with rumors that even if Yin successfully divorced, she would find it impossible to remarry and would only be relegated to a life of singlehood or lowly marriage. Yet, the reality was that before Yin could even finalize her divorce, she had already been claimed by the Prince of Zhennan. Shen Lanyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with emotion yet unspilled. She recognized that her grandfather, father, and even her cousin did not genuinely wish for her to marry Xie Xun. Previously, her cousin had advised her against marrying him, which she understood was also her father's sentiment. Yet, because she had agreed to Xie Xun, her father had relented. In truth, it was not that Xinzheng was willing. He simply recognized the futility of resistance and accepted the situation. Brother Shen Lanyin suddenly realized her brother had not spoken a word from the beginning. What is it? Shen Lanyin looked toward Xinzheng. Xinzheng nodded, and Shen Lanyin understood that this indicated her brother was aware of everything. The day her brother returned to the capital, they had initially planned to converse. But upon hearing about Xie Xun, she had become flustered and neglected to seek him out. Afterward, she had gone to the Chongyuan temple. So much time had passed. Her father must have informed her brother about the events of her rebirth.
Beware, gather yourself.
It has been several days. You should come to terms with this. Xinzheng urged. Shen Lanyin clenched her fists tightly, disbelief etched across her face. Yin, have you truly lived again? Brother Shen Lanyin softly called out. Shen Lanyin understood the gravity of the situation. An impossible occurrence had transpired concerning his sister. He realized why Lanyin had wept upon their return to the capital and why she urged him to remain there. Over the years, he had roamed the world, reveling in his freedom. Although he bore the title of heir, he had contributed little to the Shen family. However, that would change henceforth. It was his duty to protect his sister and the Shen clan. The burden of the Shen family now rested upon his shoulders. Lanyin, with your brother by your side, this time will be different. Shen Lanyin declared resolutely. By the way, on this trip, I met a friend in the south named Xie Xun, a man from the capital who is yet to take a wife. He could be introduced to you. Before Shen Lanyin could finish, Xinzheng interjected, no need for introductions. You speak of the Prince of Southern Town. Henceforth, he shall be your sister's betrothed. The Prince of Southern Town? Shen Lanyin was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that he was indeed a prince, that scoundrel deceived me, pretending to be my brother while secretly coveting my sister. Xinzheng could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, from tomorrow, no, from this very moment, the management of the Marquis falls to you. Must I even mention the princess' name? He has not concealed his identity. It is you who are foolish. The prince doesn't even bother with an alias, indicating that he is indifferent to the matter. It is my fault for indulging you, letting you roam freely while neglecting the responsibilities of the capital. Look at the mess you've made. Xie Xun was truly cunning to win Lanyin's affection. He would resort to any means, even ensnaring my foolish son long ago. Shen Lanyin thought it was quite a coincidence, truly fate. Suddenly, Butler Shen rushed in, flustered. It's bad. Madame Lu has come with people to demand justice.
Kick them out.
Xinzheng bellowed in rage. He was already troubled about how to teach his foolish son, and now the Lu family added to the chaos. Shen Lanyin mused, well, I haven't saw you out yet. You dare to cause a scene? Who is afraid of whom? Let us continue. Chapter 43. The clash begins. Butler Shen frowned. My lord, it won't be easy. There are many from the Liu family, and they are armed. Father, brother, you should do what you need to do. I will handle this, Shen Lanyin declared, stepping forward. What has gotten into Lanyin? Shen Lanyin stammered, astonished at her sudden fierceness. For some reason, he felt as though she were a tiger. How fierce! She was so changeable. Moments ago, she was gentle and soft, now transformed entirely. Xie Xun would indeed have a challenging time ahead. Shen Zheng sighed. Lanyin will not suffer. He had witnessed firsthand what his daughter was capable of when enraged. He feared for the Liu family instead. As Shen Lanyin strode into the front courtyard, the Liu family was busy banging on the door. Open up. Let them in. Butler Shen hesitated, reminding her, Miss, they are armed. Shen Lanyin smirked coldly. Let them in. As long as they don't disturb the back courtyard, we shall see. They've come to the Marquis. They cannot leave unscathed. The moment the gates opened, a throng of bodyguards escorted a lavishly dressed, jewel-adorned lady into the estate. Judging by Madame Liu's attire, the Liu family was not short on wealth. Why then were they pressuring the Li family for loans? If that were the case, the Liu family ought to repay the 30,000 taels they owed. Due to the elder General Liu, the family had the right to maintain soldiers. This was why they dared to obstruct her from taking her dowry. This time, Madame Liu had brought a significant portion. Was she provoked? You shameless harlot! It is one thing to cavort with a man at the Jingyuan temple, but how dare you injure my son and Xiu? Madame Liu's voice was sharp and loud. Shen Lanyin raised her gaze, her eyes icy as she met Madame Liu's glare. Is that what they told you? Have you lost your senses? Did they command you to eat excrement, and you complied? Madame Liu's face flushed crimson with rage, the wrinkles on her aged visage contorting grotesquely, her makeup streaking down, rendering her comical. Shen Lanyin, it is indeed true that you have been gallivanting with men outside. Today, I shall take you back according to the Liu family's laws, into the depths. As Shen Lanyin was about to respond, Zhang Shi, along with Shen Lanyue and Shen Lanfeng, approached, boldly. Who dares to take my daughter away? Zhang Shi exclaimed, furiously shielding Shen Lanyin as if she were a chick. Bring forth swords. Blood must be shed today. Shen Lanyin brandished a sword, echoing, yes, mother. Who fears whom? Not even the king himself can take my elder sister away today. Shen Lanfeng removed the golden hairpin from her head, gripping it tightly, trembling with fear yet summoning courage. If anyone dares to harm my elder sister, I will stab them. I truly will. It will hurt. With tensions high, neither side was willing to yield. Madam, although you are a secondary wife, you are still a noble Marquis' wife. What kind of propriety is this? Madame Liu shouted indignantly. Zhang Shi clenched her fists, cursing furiously. Who speaks of propriety? I only know that Lanyin is my daughter. No one is allowed to take her away. Madame Liu retorted. She is not even your flesh and blood. Why are you so agitated? Then she turned to Shen Lanyin. Do you dare deny that you met a man at the Jingyuan temple? Shen Lanyin remained calm, a serene smile gracing her lips. Of course I met him. I have already agreed to marry Xie Xun. Shen Lanyin continued. What can you do to me? Madame Liu stomped her foot, feeling as if she had gained the upper hand, and turned to Zhang Shi. You hear that? Your daughter admits it. She is still a member of the Liu family, mingling with outsiders. How can that be tolerated? Women who marry must follow their husbands. Losing their purity warrants punishment. How dare you speak of my daughter in such a manner? Is your son any better? Zhang Shi refused to budge, fearing that if she retreated, Shen Lanyin would truly be taken away. Realizing this, she tugged at Shen Lanyin's sleeve, whispering, My eldest daughter, if you are displeased with me, now is not the time for grievances. Please say less. This punishment is no jest. If life is lost, everything is lost. Shen Lanyin could not help but stifle a laugh. Though Zhang Shi displayed a hint of childishness, her concern was genuine. Her two younger sisters felt the same. In her past life, she had endured countless torments and cold glares, witnessing the harsh realities of the world. At this moment, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart, a warmth only family could provide. Although she possessed the ability to handle the situation, the feeling of being defended by her family was truly blissful. Zhang Shi urged, Eldest daughter, why are you still laughing? Don't you realize that the punishment could mean death? Mother, do not worry. No one will take me away, Shen Lanyin reassured her, her eyes conveying a profound meaning. They would never let me die. Madame Lu proclaimed fervently, her voice strong. Shen Lanyin, you wretched harlot, mingling with outsiders brings disgrace to the Lu family.
Today,
You shall be punished. I trust you have nothing to say. Zhang Shi's face turned pale with fear, tightening her grip on Shen Lanyin's hand. Shen Lanyin quietly observed Madame Lu, who continued, if you can hand over your entire dowry, I will plead with the elders of the Lu family to spare your life, reducing your punishment to 30 lashes. And then what? Shen Lanyin followed her line of thought. Will you then say, Shen Lanyin, using your entire dowry to save your life is quite generous. You should be grateful. Yes, that is precisely the point, Shen Lanyin. It would be best if you understand. Madame Lu coughed, lifting her head. Let us go to the back courtyard and gather the dowry. Once we finish, we will leave. You consorted with outsiders and injured my son and Xiu. Cannot all be forgiven? Not only did she demand the dowry to compensate the general's residence, but she also sought to humiliate Shen Lanyin with 30 lashes. It must be said, the Lu family's tactics were indeed vicious. If this were another woman, facing punishment from her in-laws, she would likely be too ashamed to show her face again. However, Mrs. Lu had her own schemes. By sparing Shen Lanyin, she could secure wealth for the Lu family and capture Shen Lanyin to serve her as she had for the past 3 years, subservient and obedient. Most importantly, her husband would be pleased. Ever since that wretched Shen Lanyin had brought up her youthful indiscretions, her husband had grown increasingly displeased with her. If she could accomplish this, he would surely be delighted and more affectionate towards her. The very thought was exhilarating. Not killing Shen Lanyin was undoubtedly a foolproof endeavor. Madame Zhang was furious. An arrogant and greedy old woman. It was as if she were urging money for a coffin before she had even passed. As tensions escalated between the two factions, Shen Lanyin interjected, stating that her mother was not entirely correct. Mrs. Lu was indeed hastening to procure coffins for her son and that actor. After all, her son did not have much time left to live. It was rather pitiable that she remained oblivious to it all. Witnessing the drastic change in Mrs. Lu's expression brought Shen Lanyin immense satisfaction. This was merely the beginning. Those who dared to provoke her would bear the consequences of her wrath. Even if the Lu family was under the emperor's protection, she would not hesitate to press them. Furthermore, everyone knew of the emperor's filial piety. After the events at Chongyuan Temple, it was uncertain whether the emperor would still support the Lu family. A true confrontation was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 44. Bringing reinforcements to aid my wife in battle. Madame Zhang was already aware of the situation at Chongyuan Temple and deemed the Lu family reckless. Shen Lanyin felt a surge of disgust at the memory of her former affection for Lu Yanchuan and her fantasies of marrying into the Lu family. Wretched woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Cursing my husband out of jealousy is a grave sin. I could just as easily drown you. Mrs. Lu's demeanor became frenzied, her eyes gleaming with madness. The scoundrel and the actor would both face punishment. The thought thrilled Shen Lanyin. Mrs. Lu, do take good care of your son and that actor. Once they recover, they must turn themselves into the Dali Temple. I wonder, if they end up battered and bloodied, will their injuries have been in vain? Mrs. Lu was filled with dread, realizing the enormity of the disaster that had led them to the Dali Temple. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu had been stabbed and received 30 lashes, lying weakly on the bed. Husband, although my sister has harmed me, I cannot bear the thought of her dying. Will mother truly drown her? Lu Yanchuan gently stroked her hair, replying, Xiu, you are far too kind. That wretched woman and the empress conspired against you and grievously injured you. She deserves to die. You still wish to plead for her? Ling Xiu, with an air of gentle sorrow, responded, Husband, just have mother bring my sister back. After all, she is your rightful wife. My minor injury is inconsequential. If Shen Lanyin did not return, how could her plans proceed? A faint rustling sound caught her attention. Ling Xiu discreetly glanced in the direction of the noise. Husband, I am tired and wish to rest. Once Lu Yanchuan left, a cloaked figure knelt before her. Young mistress, your mission is changed. The master and the powerful figure behind him are preparing to enter the capital. Ling Xiu was pleasantly surprised. Is that great figure truly coming? The cloaked figure nodded, presenting her with a vial of medicine. This is a healing elixir prepared by the master, sourced from the divine physician's pavilion. Though it is costly, its effects are remarkable. What of this matter? Young mistress, the master said it is not your concern. Shen Lanyin and the empress are too cunning, and you are not to blame. Ling Xiu felt emboldened. Once that great figure arrived in the capital, how would Shen Lanyin dare to be so arrogant? At that point, not even the Empress would stand in the way of Prince Wei. The master also indicated that Prince Wei's assistance in rescuing you deserves recognition. And that powerful figure is willing to share the world with him. I am the line that divides scheming from innocence. Shen Lanyin observed Mrs. Lu's expression closely, feigning shock. Mrs. Lu, did they not inform you? Your actor daughter-in-law has committed a grave offense. Your son, in protecting her, has once again offended the Duke of Zhennan and the Empress, likely even the Emperor himself. Your Lu family is in dire straits. Mrs. Lu's eyes widened, as if she had suddenly lost all sensation. Nonsense. You lie. Xiu is frail. What could she possibly have done? Shen Lanyin knew Mrs. Lu was anxious, but refrained from revealing the specifics, relishing the frustration it caused her. If you doubt my words, you may inquire at the Anping Marquis' residence or the Yun family. Your actor daughter-in-law is quite capable, even daring to provoke the Emperor, potentially creating a considerable scandal. Offend the Emperor? Mrs. Lu instinctively took a few steps back, her earlier bravado dissipating. No, that cannot be. Xiu is merely an actor, delicate and incapable of managing on her own. Realizing this, Mrs. Lu felt she had been deceived by Shen Lanyin. Wretched woman, do not change the subject, surrender the dowry, or face the consequences. Shen Lanyin regarded her as if she were a simpleton, lamenting how easily her son and daughter-in-law had duped her. Suddenly, she added, Mrs. Lu, does your actor daughter-in-law treat you with filial piety? Does she attend to your needs at dawn and dusk? Mention of this made Mrs. Lu seethe with anger. It was one thing for Ling Xiu to be an actor, but she was utterly unfilial. What dawn and dusk? That is non-existent. Aside from her sweet words of mother, she wouldn't even deign to visit my courtyard. Attend to your needs? Don't be absurd. Then came the explosive question, Mrs. Lu. Do you know how many men your son has been with since that actor? Mrs. Lu was momentarily taken aback. How many? Shen Lanyin blinked innocently. I asked you because I do not know. Do you know how many men have been with your actor daughter-in-law? No offense intended. I am simply curious. A burst of laughter escaped Shen Lanyin, and the factions surrounding them struggled to contain their amusement. The atmosphere in the courtyard became considerably less tense. In the shadows, Chu Feng gaped, turning to Luo Xia. Your Highness, is she always like this? Luo Xia remained expressionless, casting him a sidelong glance. The princess is graceful and gentle, modest and restrained, the epitome of propriety. Suddenly, a cold male voice interrupted. Chu Feng. When we return to the palace, you will receive 10 military sticks.
Chu Feng shuddered.
Forcing a pained smile. Your Highness, why are you here? This trivial matter does not require your intervention. It seems the princess can handle it herself. Why then, would he still face punishment? The prince is becoming increasingly difficult to please. I fear for Ah Yin's well-being. I have brought 1,000 men to assist. Xie Xun's expression remained unchanged. Upon leaving the palace, he had heard that the Lu family was causing trouble at the Marquis' residence and thought he should at least come to take a look. It appeared he had no opportunity to intervene. At this moment, he wished the Lu family would display some spirit, granting him a chance to be a heroic savior. Fear for the princess's well-being. Chu Feng's expression faltered, realizing the one at risk was the Lu family. Xie Xun gazed into the distance, captivated by the delicate figure before him. She smiled gently, her eyes deep and encompassing all the tenderness of the world, including his own. Mrs. Lu's expression shifted from shock to a mixture of shame and anger, nearly tearing apart the handkerchief she clutched. Wretched woman. Is this how you conduct yourself as a legitimate daughter of the Marquis' residence? Shen Lanyin retorted. And you, as the wife of a general. How can you so crudely call me a wretched woman? Mrs. Lu wished to shift the topic, but was most concerned with what trouble the actor had caused. Initially, it was merely a matter of the actor creating a scandal. Her son might have only spoken out against the Empress, but regrettably, in his own moment of peril, he chose to support the actor, even encircling the Empress and numerous noble ladies and gentlemen. Mrs. Lu nearly lost her footing. He scolded the Empress? And surrounded her? This was beyond comprehension. Shen Lanyin continued, Your son, for the sake of the actor, disregarded the lives of the entire Lu family. Such devotion is truly moving. If it were not for the gleam of anticipation in Lady Lu's eyes, and if it were not for King Wei, your son and that actor would likely have returned home yesterday, and the entire Lu family might have already faced imprisonment. Lady Lu, terrified, collapsed to the ground, feeling as if a mountain of weight pressed upon her. What has the Ling family done? Shen Lanyin replied earnestly, colluding with bandits, intending to kidnap the empress, and foolishly wishing to become her adopted daughter. The Lu family erupted in chaos. Does that actor wish to endanger our lives? Would he dare to kidnap the empress? Is he courting disaster? Lady Lu chuckled, as if she had heard a jest. Shen, you overestimate that actor. Shen Lanyin smirked. Why not ask him when you return? Chapter 45. I usually do not act this way. Lady Lu's hands unconsciously clenched her clothing, her eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. Shen Lanyin secretly laughed. It was merely a facade of composure. After a moment, Lady Lu changed her demeanor, rising with poise, her expression devoid of any tremor. Wretched woman. There are matters within the residence today, so I shall let you go. Shen Lanyin narrowed her eyes. Leave quickly. I shall not see you off. Given the uproar of today's events, it will not be long before the entire capital hears of it. After all, what Ling Xiu has done has already become an open secret among the elite. The Lu family believes they are on the brink of prosperity. But it is merely an illusion. Since Lu Yanchuan assisted Ling Xiu in encircling everyone at Chongyuan Temple, the Lu family's fate has been sealed. Once everyone had departed, Shen Lanyin discovered that Xie Xun was also present. A wave of panic surged within her. When had he arrived? Had he heard everything? Had he seen it all? Xie Xun observed her reaction, his tone steady. I have been here since your discussion with Lady Lu about whether to sleep or not. Shen Lanyin's ears flushed crimson. Her gaze lowered, her breath quickening, revealing a blend of shyness and anxiety. It was over. The beautiful impression she had in Xie Xun's mind had shattered. At this moment, she feared nothing more than a misunderstanding on his part. Suddenly, her voice trembled as she attempted to explain. Your Highness, allow me to clarify.
I usually do not act this way.
After that, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she explain? He had seen it with his own eyes. Xie Xun's gaze was tender as water, fixated on the blushing figure before him. In this vast world, from beginning to end, his concern lay solely with her. Whether she was gentle and dignified, fiery, or a bit unhinged, none of it could alter his affection for her. Wherever she was, she commanded all his attention. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he could no longer contain the fluttering in his heart. His fingers gently grasped her disheveled hair, tenderly tucking it behind her ear. The warmth of his touch sent shivers through Shen Lanyin's heart. Surely, he could not harbor any disdain for her? Even after witnessing her earlier demeanor, he did not seem to dislike her. Noticing her stillness, Xie Xun summoned his courage, gently taking her hand, and slowly spoke. Do not be afraid. I understand everything. His voice was soft, filled with deep affection and understanding. This gentle touch ignited a greed within him. The initial encounter amidst the Tsongshan Mountains, the rejection during the marriage proposal 3 years ago, the solitude and longing on the southern battlefield for 3 years, all combined with the softness of her hand, made his heart ache for more, for fulfillment. Thinking of their future marriage, he decided to indulge in his desires. Ignoring the sharp pain in his arm, he pressed on, greedily savoring the warmth of her hand, slowly filling the void in his heart. Upon hearing this, Shen Lanyin's heart grew more chaotic. He knows everything? What does he understand? Does he perceive her as a wicked woman? Or does he empathize with her? Or perhaps, does he care little about it all? No. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart racing fiercely, as if his grasp on her wrist tightened. Your Highness, how? A wave of heat surged to her cheeks. The overwhelming warmth spread throughout her body. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never been this close to a man. In her fluster, she hastily withdrew her hand, seeking to escape this sudden intimacy that left her unsettled. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. In truth, she did not find it unpleasant, but rather felt flustered and disoriented. However, when her gaze fell upon his hand, a wave of astonishment surged within her. He was injured? Just moments ago. That hand that had held her so tightly was now stained with fresh crimson blood. The vibrant blood trickled down his fingers, staining his garments and the ground, piercing her heart with pain. Her feelings of shyness and anxiety dissipated in an instant, replaced by an irreplaceable sorrow. Then, anger surged within her. Your Highness, since you are injured, why did you not rest at home? Why did you not speak of it? Indeed, why did he not say anything? Had he spoken up, perhaps she would not have instinctively resisted, nor would he have sustained a more severe injury. Your Highness, please come with me. Shen Lanyin grasped his wrist. They walked side by side, disregarding the murmurs of the servants, arriving at the Tinglan courtyard. Shen Lanyin instructed Granny Wei to bring medicine, clean water, and gauze, then dismissed everyone else. Chu Feng stood at the door like a sentinel. Your Highness, I will guard you well, ensuring this woman does not harm you again. Xie Xun could no longer endure it. Get lost. Return to the palace and take 100 military lashes. Chu Feng was left helpless, pondering why the prince was growing increasingly irritable. Was his madness about to resurface? Ultimately, it was Luoxia who pulled him away. Luoxia, do not pull me. I must protect the prince. Silence, or I shall strike you. Luoxia, you are as fierce as the princess. It hurts. Luoxia ceased her strikes, claiming it was not her ferocity, but rather the princess's. Following that, the sound of fists striking echoed through the air. With the door closing, their voices were silenced from the outside. Shen Lanyin lowered her voice. Your Highness, please remove your upper garments. Xie Xun paused, his eyes scanning her figure, wondering what she meant. Realizing her implication, Shen Lanyin's face flushed crimson. I wish to examine your wound, Your Highness. No need to remove your clothes. Xie Xun's face reddened, and he rolled up his sleeves, revealing only a small area on his arm. The rest was unharmed. Shen Lanyin then saw clearly, peeling back the bloodied gauze, revealing a deep wound on his arm, as if it had been cut by a dagger. A dagger? She suddenly recalled that it was Xie Xun who saved her when Ling Xiu attempted to kill her. Could this injury have been sustained for her sake? Seeing her distress, Xie Xun's expression softened. This minor injury is nothing. So severe. Does Your Highness truly consider it minor? It could leave a lasting disability. Even if it merely leaves a scar, it would not be pleasing. Shen Lanyin's eyes watered, filled with anger and urgency. Your Highness. Xie Xun shifted the subject. Do you dislike scars? If so, I fear I shall disappoint you. I bear many injuries upon my body. Your Highness, that is not my intention. Shen Lanyin's heart brimmed with guilt. Your Highness, your wounds were sustained in defense of the great Sheng. They are your medals of honor. For my sake, they are not worth it. Xie Xun sighed. Are you angry? Shen Lanyin's emotions were complex. Yes, she was somewhat angry, but not at Xie Xun. Rather, she was frustrated with herself. It was her injuries that had led to this, and her presence had only exacerbated the situation. With this thought, she hesitated not, carefully cleansing his wound, reapplying medicine and bandaging it. Although she was no physician, having grown up in Songshan and observed her master and fellow disciples practice medicine, she had learned some skills. Thus, she handled it with relative dexterity. Xie Xun watched her tender demeanor, feeling his heart melt. This injury was well worth it. With repeated applications of medicine, it would be even more worthwhile. Shen Lanyin's eyes glistened with moisture. Your Highness, you have helped me time and again, saving my life once more. I remember all of it, and I shall repay you well in the future. Xie Xun gazed at her quietly, speaking earnestly. I do not require your repayment. Simply refrain from referring to yourself as a subject in the future. If one truly wishes to repay, it would be to cherish and care for one another in the future, especially after marrying me. A tremor coursed through Shen Lanyin's heart as she pondered. Your Highness, why do you treat me with such kindness? Chapter 46. Retaliation. A demand for payment. Xie Xun's gaze wavered, a hint of tension flickering across his face. How should he articulate his thoughts? He had promised Xinzheng that there were certain matters she must not know, nor should outsiders be privy to them. After a prolonged hesitation, he spoke. You are my fiancé. We have agreed to share our lives together. Therefore, it is only natural for me to treat you well. A shadow of disappointment settled in Shen Lanyin's heart. She had hoped that, like in her previous life, he genuinely wished to marry her and would fight for her. Alas, it was merely a matter of obligation. She had been overly sentimental. Nevertheless, even if it was out of a sense of duty, she would still care for him. Even if he would not love her as he had in her past life, she was willing to be good to him and gladly marry him. I will also treat your Highness well. These words came from her heart, embodying her eternal promise. Sensing her unease, Xie Xun inquired, Ayan, what do you desire? What do I desire? This was the second time he had posed this question. Shen Lanyin turned her gaze toward the direction of the general's residence. Previously, she had yearned for revenge, wanting her enemies to repay their debts to her. The sins of her past life must be settled in this one. Yet now, her greatest wish was for Xie Xun to live well in this life and not perish because of her. Does it hurt? Xie Xun was momentarily taken aback.
What?
He saw the woman before him in tears. Such deep wounds, combined with those from her past, must surely cause her immense pain. This was the first time someone had inquired about his feelings. His mother wished he had never been born. The Empress treated him well. Yet he had to constantly guard against hidden arrows and schemes, leaving no room for tenderness. As for his second brother, Xie Xun, they shared a close bond. But being men, there was always an undercurrent of interest and suspicion. Displaying vulnerability in front of his brother felt overly sentimental. During his time at Songshan, he preferred solitude while practicing martial arts. Aside from his master, Hongchen, he had little interaction with others from his sect. However, with so many disciples under Hongchen, the attention he received was minimal. Only Ayan, even when she was displeased with him, would still show such meticulous care and concern for him, feeling his pain. It does not hurt. He then subtly pinched her nose, teasingly remarking, "What happened to your fierce demeanor when facing the Liu family? Have you turned timid now?" Shen Lanyin turned her head away, and when she looked back, there was no trace of tears. "I am not timid." After Xie Xun departed, Shen Lanyin had her meal and went to bed. She dreamt sweetly that night, awakening refreshed and full of vigor. Today was the day to accomplish something significant. The Liu family had come to her twice to create trouble. It was time for her to strike back. Otherwise, they would think her a soft target, easily bullied. "Wang Mama, assemble our forces. We are going to the Liu family to demand payment." Today, if she did not turn the general's residence upside down, she would not bear the surname Shen. Yesterday, Xie Xun had already expressed his support, standing behind her. She remembered many of his words. He had said that in his presence, she could be herself without concern. He had promised to be her sword, a vow that would always hold true. He also assured her that he would always be there whenever she needed him, that he would be present for everything. If that were the case, it would be a disservice to her second chance at life and to Xie Xun to allow herself to be bullied. Xiao Shui and Luo Xiao approached, saying, "Miss, we wish to join." "Very well, let us go." With a single command, Shen Lanyin led everyone toward the general's residence. They were going to confront the Liu family, where true strength would be revealed through their fists. According to rumors from Li Shi, the Liu family was currently in chaos. Arriving at this moment was fortuitous. Yesterday, Madame Liu had returned home in a panic, bursting into the main courtyard. Without uttering a word, she slapped Ling Xiu twice. "You foolish actress! Have you caused a great calamity?" Ling Xiu, filled with grievance, buried her head in Liu Yanchuan's chest, murmuring, "Husband." Liu Yanchuan gently patted her back to reassure her, then struggled to rise and addressed Madame Liu. "Mother, Xiu is my wife, your daughter-in-law. How can you treat her so roughly? You are not merely striking Xiu, but also disrespecting me." Madame Liu's disheveled hair, enhanced by the white powder, made her appear sinister and terrifying as she shouted hoarsely, "My son, do you know why the founding emperor of Desheng decreed that noble children should not marry actresses? If actresses merely entertained on stage, perhaps it would be excusable. At worst, they are deemed lowly and unworthy of respect. But look at what has happened since this actress entered our home. Our family has been thrown into disarray. Wake up. Ling Xiu is an actress, and she is a threat to the Liu family." Liu Yanchuan, bewildered, replied, "Mother, what are you saying? I do not understand." "Yes, Xiu is an actress, but she brings me the greatest joy." Madame Liu laughed bitterly, tears streaming down her face. "Hasn't this actress caused chaos at Chongyuan Temple? The Prince of Zhennan, the Empress, and even the Emperor. Has she not offended them all?" Liu Yanchuan frowned. He initially did not wish to speak on the matter, but now it was unavoidable. "Mother, did that wretched Shen Lanyin say something to you? She is a habitual liar, and you should not believe her." Knowing her son well, Madame Liu recognized that his evasive eyes indicated that Shen Lanyin's claims were likely true. It was her son who had been dishonest with her and his father, attempting to bring ruin to the entire Liu family. "Are you trying to lead your father and me to our doom?" Liu Yanchuan felt a pang of guilt. He knew he should confess, yet he did not want his family to worry. He thought he could hide the truth for a while. But everything had been ruined by that wretched Shen Lanyin. His hatred for her deepened. "Mother, do not listen to Shen Lanyin's nonsense. She is simply jealous of Xiu, unwilling to relinquish her dowry, and is deliberately concocting lies to sow discord between us." As he spoke, Liu Yanchuan noticed the red marks on Ling Xiu's face. and his heart ached. Mother, though Xie Yu's status is low, she is still a person. You must not act this way again. If you truly care for me, you should also extend that compassion to Xie Yu, otherwise. Madame Lu's eyes widened in shock, feeling a chill in her heart. Otherwise, our relationship will end here. At that moment, a furious voice erupted, unfilial son. The voice belonged to Lu Zhen. He had been waiting in the courtyard for his wife to return with a dowry, but instead, he received news of her empty-handed, deranged return. Upon entering the main courtyard, he witnessed this scene. Is it really worth it for an actress? My eldest son has been bewitched by her, and is utterly beyond help.
Father, you have arrived.
I need not repeat myself. Treat Xie Yu well, or I shall be unfilial. Lu Zhen and Madame Lu exchanged glances, both feeling a profound chill. Their son cared for an actress. Who would care for them?
Lu Yanchuan.
Are you truly willing to disregard the lives of your entire family for the sake of this actress? Are you willing to jeopardize the favorable position our ancestors secured by refusing noble titles? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yanchuan uttered a remark that made Lu Zhen wish he could drop dead on the spot. Had I known this would happen, I should never have given birth to you. Chapter 47. What of sacrificing the family for an actress?
Father, how can you say that?
Xie Yu is my wife. She is family. If she is heired, we must bear the consequences together. A family should share both joy and hardship. Xie Yu cannot be blamed for this incident. What else can she do? Standing tall, Lu Yanchuan held his head high, a determination shining in his eyes. For Xie Yu, even if it means sacrificing our entire Lu family.
So be it.
Madame Lu, overwhelmed with emotion, trembled violently and fainted. Lu Zhen's face turned ashen, pointing at Lu Yanchuan, unable to utter a single word. Consumed by a desire to annihilate everything, his gaze towards Ling Xie Yu was filled with fury. If he confirmed that she had indeed caused a great calamity, she would be cast out of the Lu family. Yes, he regretted it. He should never have allowed his eldest son to bring back an actress. Ever since this actress returned to the capital, the Lu family's misfortunes had been unrelenting. The emperor had issued a decree to protect the Lu family, but that was merely out of respect for their ancestors and had nothing to do with this actress. What was even worse was that this actress had cast a spell on his son, making him see no one but her, not even recognizing his own parents. He regretted even more having schemed against Shen Lanyin for Ling Xie Yu. She was merely an actress, a fleeting amusement. Were all women not similar? Why was there a need to humiliate the daughter of the Marquis for the sake of an actress?
Had it not been for this,
Shen Lanyin would not have caused a scene and returned to her family. News from the palace had also emerged, indicating that the emperor intended to grant Shen Lanyin a divorce. How could this be tolerated? With Shen Lanyin's grievances, the Lu family was connected to the Jingyuan Marquis' household, which still held some prestige. Without Shen Lanyin, the Lu family would truly be nothing. Yet, his eldest son was utterly infatuated with the actress, disregarding everything else. Therefore, this calamity named Ling Xie Yu could not be allowed to remain. He would not permit the entire Lu family to be doomed by a lowly actress. Ling Xie Yu gazed at the enraged Lu Zhen, her eyes filled with coldness. Since this old fool was such an obstacle, he should be eliminated. The Lu family needed only Lu Yanchuan. Everyone else was superfluous. Aware that their mother had fainted from anger, Lu Yanxi and Lu Yannan both arrived. These two young ladies were mere tools for the Lu family's alliances, raised with pampering and accustomed to arrogance, yet they were also astute and selfish. Previously, their amicable relationship with Shen Lanyin was solely for the sake of money, jewelry, and fine clothing. However, after Shen Lanyin's departure and Ling Xie Yu's arrival, they were not even given a handkerchief. Lu Yanxi remarked, "Elder brother, you are truly foolish. What use is marrying an actress? She cannot contribute to our household and is of poor health, with costly habits." Lu Yannan added, "Exactly, elder brother, mother intends to send me to the palace. And both sides require funds for arrangements. What strength can this actress provide? It would be better to expel her and save on one person's provisions." Lu Yannan was somewhat more alluring than her sister, and given the Lu family's decline, old Master Lu entertained thoughts of sending his youngest daughter to the palace. After all, there had yet to be a woman in the palace capable of bearing an heir for the emperor. If his daughter were to enter the palace and give birth to a son or daughter, the entire Lu family would benefit. What was lacking now was money. Lu Yanchuan was furious, exclaiming, "You two incessantly speak of money. Have you learned to be so corrupt under that wretched Shen Lanyin over these 3 years? You only care for those mundane possessions. You are the legitimate daughters of a general. Should you not have some dignity? Must you adopt the ways of that wretched woman? When had they ever endured such indignities? They immediately retorted, engaging in a heated argument with Lu Yanchuan. Lu Yanchuan was full of vigor. With both parents and two younger sisters disliking Xiu, he felt even more pity for her, compelled to protect her. It was time to display his resolve before his beloved. What kind of family was this? His father suffered from heart disease, his mother was a concubine, his second brother had seized his chance to become a general, and his third brother was incompetent and indulgent. How dare these two financial burdens mention money? No matter what, he had been on the battlefield, risking his life, and was still receiving a salary from the patrol camp. What qualifications did they have to criticize him and his sister-in-law? Lu Yanchuan's words insulted the entire Lu family, effectively alienating everyone. Lu Zhen could no longer contain his rage, raising his hand to strike Lu Yanchuan, shouting, "Unfilial son, be silent." Lu Yanchuan felt wronged. "Father, on what grounds do you strike me? Do not forget, I have duties in the patrol camp." Without hesitation, Lu Zhen yelled, "Get out. I have 3 sons. I do not need you. Since you are so dissatisfied with the Lu family, leave and live on your own. Why should I be the one to go?" Lu Yanchuan also had his own reasoning. "For the sake of the Lu family, you have forced me to bow to Shen Lanyin multiple times." I complied. "And what was the result? Did that wretched woman show any gratitude? I am truly fed up." Lu Zhen's fury escalated as he glanced at his fainted wife. His 2 daughters demanding money, and his eldest son, who had lost his senses. He could no longer control himself and kicked Lu Yanchuan again, shouting, "Get out! Get out!" Lu Yanchuan was equally exasperated. Uninjured, he seized a nearby teacup and hurled it. In an instant, the unprepared Lu Zhen was struck, blood streaming from his head. Ling Xiu could hardly believe it. Did Lu Yanchuan truly intend to inflict harm upon his own father? Lu Yanxi and Lu Yannan were both stunned. Once they regained their composure, they hastily sent servants to summon a physician and fetch bandages and medicine. The physician could not be summoned, and only some medicine could be administered. Lu Yanchuan also came to his senses, while his father was in the wrong. How could he have let emotions drive him to violence against his father? Seeing the murderous glare from Lu Zhen, he felt frightened, bracing for a tempest. Little did he know that Lu Zhen had remarkably calmed down. Yet, this calmness was steeped in dread. In truth, his heart was filled with despair. He was utterly disappointed in Lu Yanchuan. That evening, Madame Lu awoke from her faint and called for Li Shi, instructing her to summon Shen Lanyin back, stating that the household could not do without her and needed her to manage important affairs. If Shen Lanyin did not return, Li Shi would be left to handle the household matters. Previously, she had contemplated sinking Shen Lanyin into the pond, but now, she felt that Shen Lanyin must not die. What would become of the entire Lu family if she were gone? As long as Shen Lanyin was willing to return and shoulder the burdens of the Lu family, she would even consider her own demise. Lu Zhen was gravely injured, and by the late hours, his heart condition flared up. A servant with medical knowledge attempted acupuncture, but to no avail, stating that only the renowned Dr. Yunxue could remedy the situation. The entire Lu family turned pale. Let alone calling for Dr. Yunxue, even finding an ordinary physician for the general's household was exceedingly difficult. "Wretched woman!" Madame Lu cried out in frustration. "Do you dare utter another word?" Li Shi surprisingly refused to go. The matron cautiously mentioned that the second young mistress claimed she had no standing and no face to invite the eldest young mistress back. "Refuse to go? I shall have my son divorce her, and see what she is left to be arrogant about." Madame Lu raged. The second young mistress retorted, "I have not erred. You have no right to divorce her. If there is to be a divorce, it is up to the second young master to decide. You are nothing." The matron whispered, "Unfilial." Li Shi had also become corrupted, daring to defy her mother-in-law, demanding that she leave the general's household, declaring, "I will have her divorced today." Just then, a gentle yet resolute female voice interjected, "Mother-in-law, whom do you wish to divorce?" Chapter 48. Bringing people to kill at the door. Madame Lu's face twisted in rage. Her teeth clenched. "Wretched woman.
Divorce you."
Shen Lanyin dared to defy her and still relied on her family background. What was Li Shi? Even if from a scholarly family, it was a minor household. What right did she have to challenge her as the matron? Truly, the heavens had turned upside down. Li Shi replied calmly, "Mother, you must be tired. Your mind is not clear, speaking nonsense. You servants, hurry and attend to your mother so she can rest."
Li Shi.
Why do you not summon Shen Lanyin back? Do you not listen to your mother's words? You are unfilial. The general's household has every reason to divorce you. Madame Lu fumed. Li Shi's previously gentle demeanor turned ashen. Reflecting on Shen Lanyin's words, she felt enlightened. As long as she was willing to grow strong, no one would dare bully her at will. In marrying into such a family, if obedience led to abuse, then she would emulate Lanyin, fearless, confident, and determined to carve out her own space. Moreover, she was not alone. Lanyin had reminded her that her relationship with her husband had always been good over the years since she entered the general's household. She had her own confidence. Upon recalling the heartfelt letter received from her husband stationed at the military camp, she felt a surge of sweetness. Each night, as the stars twinkled brightly, her longing for him surged like a tidal wave. Despite being an old couple, her husband remained unabashedly affectionate. However, she pondered, what grounds did he have to expect her return? Was she to return merely to tidy up the mess at the general's residence? Did she owe them anything? Madame Lu reprimanded loudly, declaring that whether Shen would return was her own affair. If you choose not to invite her back, that is your issue. A mark of filial disobedience. I shall divorce you. This is the Lu family. What right does an outsider have to remain here? Since I have married into this family, unless I choose to leave, you have no authority to expel me. If you doubt it, try to see if the Lu family can successfully cast out a faultless daughter-in-law. The world shall know who truly lacks face, and whose backbone shall be pierced. After delivering her words, regardless of Madame Lu's fury, Li turned on her heel and left. Initially, she had no intention of coming, but she feared being used as a pawn. Having fulfilled her public duty of filial piety, no one could claim otherwise, allowing her to avoid further indignation. Her husband had also mentioned in his letter that as long as she fulfilled her responsibilities to her mother-in-law, she need not overly concern herself with other matters. Clearly, her husband was genuinely worried about her. With this thought, Li hastened her steps. She needed to write back to her husband promptly to discuss the matter of separating their households. She had conversed with Lanyin, who indicated that the fate of the Lu family was destined for tragedy, prompting them to sever ties early to avoid being entangled. Upon returning to her courtyard, she requested paper and ink to write a letter back to Lu Yan'an, meticulously detailing all that had transpired in the household, including the conditions of Ling Xiu and Lu Yanchuan's injuries, as well as Lu Yanyan's intention to enter the palace. Having resolved to ally with Lanyin, she was determined to earn her complete trust. The line drawn between last night and this morning was significant. At that moment, as Shen Lanyin made her way to the general's residence, she too felt that forming an alliance with Li was advantageous. She spared the Lu family no dignity. Articulating all that needed to be said, Li, being astute, would surely perceive her intent to sever ties with the Lu family entirely. Even if there were elements of manipulation involved, for Li, aligning with her was the most prudent choice. After all, the benefits she could offer were substantial. Wealth, her husband's prospects, and power, none of which Li would willingly decline. Although a bit timid, with her guidance, Li would undoubtedly transform. Moreover, having endured many years in that oppressive environment, the resentment and dissatisfaction she harbored would soon erupt once she gained clarity. In her previous life, the general's household relied entirely on Lu Yanchuan for advancement, with Lu Yan and Li living off others' generosity. Li suffered greatly and passed away in despair within half a year of Ling Xiu's arrival in the household. This time, with Lu Yan and receiving the opportunity for military training, and with her encouragement, things should be different. As for the Lu family's scheme to have Lu Yanyan enter the palace as a consort, she was confident it would not escape Xie Xun's notice, nor the attention of the emperor. Even the Anping Marquis' residence would likely be concerned, considering the empress had no offspring, which would unsettle the Fan family. Engrossed in her thoughts, Shen Lanyin was gently reminded by Granny Wei, "Miss, besides reclaiming the 30,000 taels, is there anything else we must attend to today?" Shen Lanyin, snapping back to reality, tightened her grip on her handkerchief, resolved to repay grievances and injustices in kind. She then inquired, "Did we bring along the gentleman from the money house?" Granny Wei responded, "Last time, when the money house's manager came, the Lu family had already been frightened away by the Prince of Zhennan. This time, I sent someone early to summon him. He should be nearing the general's residence by now." Pausing for a moment, Granny Wei continued, "We have also invited the official in charge of the dowries. Aside from the 30,000 taels, there are numerous dowry items that have passed through the official's hands, such as jewelry, fabrics, and precious medicinal materials, which we must also reclaim. Shen Lanyin nodded in agreement, urging, "Let us have more people stationed outside the general's residence to listen. Otherwise, today's splendid show may go unnoticed." Granny Wei beamed with pride, saying, "Is this something for the young lady to worry about? I have already made arrangements. I will personally see to it, ensuring everything is handled properly." The carriage sped along, drawing ever closer to the general's residence. Ling Xiyu wept in Lu Yanchuan's embrace throughout the night, leaving him distressed. "Xiyu, do not cry. With your husband by your side, no one shall dare harm you. Your parents are not dissatisfied with you, but rather with their daughter-in-law. Even if I were to marry a princess, they would still find fault. Ultimately, it is merely their insatiable greed. Shen Lanyin has been dutiful and generous towards them, yet they nitpick and trouble her, failing to treat her as a person. Otherwise, she would not have left so decisively." He spoke of his own actions without a hint of acknowledgement, shifting all blame onto his parents. Ling Xiyu seethed at the thought of Lu Zhen, especially when he mentioned Shen Lanyin, but maintained a gentle facade. "Husband, I understand. I only worry for you, not wanting you to bear the stigma of opposing your parents, especially since the emperor values filial piety above all." Lu Yanchuan's appreciation and love for Ling Xiyu reached new heights. "Xiyu, your kindness is too profound. Once we return to the capital, I shall be your only support. If I do not assist you, who will? Xiyu, I would do anything for you." Perhaps moved by Lu Yanchuan's sincerity, Ling Xiyu suppressed her pain and leaned closer. "Husband, in the future, I will ensure you are not wronged. I will help you restore the general's residence to its former glory. So you will no longer be the subject of ridicule." While she knew these were mere comforting words, Lu Yanchuan could not help but believe them. "Xiyu, you are the very best, without exception." The two wounded souls embraced, lost in each other's depths, relishing the sweetness of their moment together. Yet at that very instant, a cacophony erupted. Sounds of clamor, breaking objects, and clashing swords filled the air. The entire general's residence descended into chaos as Shen Lanyin and her entourage stormed in. Chapter 49. Continue to slap the face of the actors this time. Shen Lanyin had brought with her a cadre of highly skilled guards, directly clashing with the general's household protectors and guards. When reason fails, strength becomes the most effective form of retaliation. Faced with true power, the guards of the general's residence were utterly ineffective. She led her men straight into the main courtyard, exclaiming, "You truly are sickeningly sweet, making one want to vomit." Lu Yanchuan, furious and embarrassed, shouted, "Get out. Who allowed you to enter?" Shen Lanyin surveyed the room, noting it was largely unchanged since her departure, though now it felt somewhat empty. Indeed, the furniture was of little worth. However, she noticed that the dazzling ruby headpiece she had gifted Madame Lu had somehow found its way to Ling Xiyu. Madame Lu, calling her a wretched woman, had even given away her possessions as gifts. If she were truly noble, she would have returned those items long ago. There were also precious silks she had previously bestowed, now all in Ling Xiyu's possession. Merely contemplating this made her stomach turn. "The money and items the general's residence owes me must be repaid. Since you refuse to acknowledge this, I have no choice but to come and collect," Shen Lanyin said, her lips curling into a sardonic smile, her eyes glinting with mockery and coldness. "Even if you lack shame, your entire family seems to share that trait. I am truly enlightened." Upon realizing Shen Lanyin's intentions, Lu Yanchuan argued, "The items we gave away cannot be reclaimed. For the past 3 years, you were my wife, caring for the entire family and spending on the general's residence. It is only right you bear the costs. The 30,000 taels will not be returned to you." At that moment, Shen Lanyin found the man before her utterly repugnant. He coveted a woman's belongings, showing no semblance of dignity. She turned to Ling Xiyu, saying, "In the past, I was your wife. What then does that make her?" Lu Yanchuan's face flushed as he replied, "She is the one I love most. As for you, you merely held a title, a mere auspicious charm kept at home to fulfill my filial obligations."
Shen Lanyin scoffed.
"And what gives you and your family the right to covet my possessions? Today, you must repay, whether you wish to or not," Lu Yanchuan asserted with unwavering resolve, claiming he would not return what was owed.
What could they do to him?
He acknowledged his wrongdoing, his guilt, yet he defiantly declared, "I shall not repay."
"It will infuriate you. Ha ha ha, even if you plead with me, I will not comply."
"What can you do to me if I refuse to return your possessions? Shen Lanyin, if you have the courage, go ahead and kill me." He believed that the wealth and items he possessed, acquired through his own grievances and unfortunate marriage, were rightfully his due. Why should he return them? His beloved Xie had suffered so much humiliation on account of her, and she ought to compensate him. He demanded not much, just the entirety of her dowry along with an additional 50,000 taels. Only then would he begrudgingly accept her back and grant her a semblance of dignity by taking her back to the Marquis' residence. What is Shen Lanyin, after all? The mere fact that he chose not to pursue her for embracing Xie Xun in public was already a display of magnanimity. Furthermore, Xie Xun, being the emperor's younger brother, held a lofty status. His interest in Shen Lanyin was merely a fleeting infatuation, a momentary distraction. What sort of woman would a prince not be able to have? Would he truly take Shen Lanyin as his wife? There existed no precedent in the royal family for marrying a second wife as the primary spouse. Even if, in the future, Shen Lanyin were to sever ties with the general's household, who would dare marry a woman who had once been embraced by a prince? Shen Lanyin was, at best, a mere heap of refuse. Had she possessed any wit, she would have known how to choose wisely. Yet, she obstinately thwarted his desires. Then I shall take what is mine, she commanded. Bring forth all the possessions of the general's residence. Sell every deed and property to settle the debts. Upon the utterance of her command, chaos erupted, with the Marquis' men clashing with those of the general's household. The noise was thunderous. It resembled a raid rather than a mere debt collection. Lu Yanchuan, alarmed, babbled incessantly, Shen Lanyin, do not act impulsively. I know you have feelings for me. Just have them stop, and I will share my affection for Xie with you. Do not force my hand. Love cannot be coerced. I recognize your kindness towards me, but I cannot betray Xie. Please stop. Is it not enough that I do not seek your compensation? Is it worth it to act so irrationally for a man who does not love you? At that moment, he realized the futility of his attempts to soften her resolve. It was too late. Shen Lanyin had come with a purpose, since the Lu family could not avoid being raided. She had arrived first to seize what was rightfully hers. If she delayed, surely there would be nothing left. Lu Yanchuan, you hold yourself in far too high regard. Who do you think you are to believe I care for you? Lu Yanchuan, taken aback, instinctively retorted, do you not care? Is that why you act like a rabid dog, clinging to the Lu family? What do you mean? Shen Lanyin turned to the Marquis' men, work swiftly. Let us return to celebrate our triumph. With gritted teeth, Lu Yanchuan exclaimed, do not push your luck. Wretched woman, cease this disturbance. I have truly begun to pay attention to you. Shen Lanyin shot him a scathing glare. Conversing with this deranged man was utterly futile. Lu Yanchuan felt affronted. Slamming his hands against the table, Shen Lanyin, your behavior is becoming increasingly intolerable. Is it worth causing such a commotion over these trifles? Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow. A hint of amusement in her gaze. Do you realize that the ruby alone is worth over 10,000 taels of silver? The silks and satins were bequeathed to me by my mother, each piece valued at 100 gold. Not to mention the pearls, luminous pearls, ginseng, and deer antlers I previously gifted to your mother and sister. Lu Yanchuan stood in disbelief, unable to fathom that the past Shen Lanyin could be so generous. Had he unknowingly married a wealthy woman? Ling Xiu lay in bed, unable to rise, weakly saying, Sister, we are family. Why must we bicker over such matters? Lu Yanchuan glanced at Shen Lanyin, scoffing. Xiu understands. If you had any sense, you would not find yourself in such a humiliating predicament today. In the capital, who does not gossip about you? Shen Lanyin regarded the two with derision, finding them laughable. You both share the same shamelessness. Neither of you hesitates to take from others. Truly a matched pair. I wish you well. May you too, a wretch and a cur, endure together, and do not bring misfortune upon others. Truly, you are an actress. Earlier, you would have gladly seen me dead, yet now you can smile at me? Is maintaining your facade not exhausting? The typically composed Ling Xiu could no longer feign a smile. She had long wished for Shen Lanyin's demise, harboring hatred since the events at Chongyuan Temple. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall proceed as previously arranged with my husband. Their eyes met in understanding, and Lu Yanchuan grasped her unspoken intent. A new plan for revenge was set into motion. Sister, your husband has yet to become intimate with you. How pitiful. At your age, you have yet to experience the pleasures of a man. Shen Lanyin was left bewildered. Ling Xiu continued, unlike me, who enjoys the company of my husband almost daily. Such happiness may forever elude you. Shen Lanyin, recognizing the boastfulness, replied calmly, "What relevance does that have to me? Before you encountered your husband, were you not cherished by numerous men daily? Should you not be numb to it by now? Why concern yourself with your husband?" Ling Xiu found it perplexing. Generally, a woman would either go mad or become incensed upon hearing such words. Why was Shen Lanyin different? Did she dare to unearth her past indiscretions? Once a military courtesan, who among us does not have a past to regret? Why was Shen Lanyin so relentless in her pursuit of her vulnerabilities? No, Shen Lanyin must be feigning indifference. Deep down, she is undoubtedly in agony, pretending not to care. Ling Xiu was determined to shatter this shameless woman's facade. On the day of your wedding 3 years ago, when your husband departed for battle, he did indeed have time to consummate your union. Do you wish to know why he did not touch you? Lu Yanchuan chimed in. Following Ling Xiu's lead, it is simply because you are utterly dull. You failed to pique my interest. Shen Lanyin, let me be frank. My parents orchestrated the proposal to the Marquis' residence. It was never my desire. The refusal of concubinage was also their directive, and marrying you was not my choice. Why would I wish to engage with you? My departure for battle was merely an excuse to avoid you, yet you believed I held affection for you. Dedicating 3 years to the general's household. He relished the thought of manipulating the Marquis' legitimate daughter, finding the experience exhilarating. Shen Lanyin, do not place blame. If you must fault someone, blame your own folly. Lu Yanchuan's demeanor was haughty, arrogant. He regarded her with disdain, oblivious to the truth that he was nothing in comparison to her. He had merely aspired to be with Shen Lanyin. The day he and Xiu became one was filled with anticipation, whereas Shen Lanyin endured the burden of maintaining the general's household while he reveled in pleasure with Xiu. Shen Lanyin, relinquish any hope. Even if every woman in the world perished, I would not touch you, nor would I consider you a true wife. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Ling Xiu, wishing to meld into her very being. This was something Shen Lanyin had already surmised, even as Lu Yanchuan voiced it. Her heart remained unperturbed. The moment she opened her eyes in this new life, Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu could no longer wield any influence over her. You are truly repugnant, Shen Lanyin declared, her words ringing true. Discussing such intimate matters in public was nothing short of vile. Lu Yanchuan persisted, as I previously stated. You must surrender all your dowry and provide an additional 50,000 taels. Only then will I return to the Marquis' residence for you. Upon your return, you may remain in the rear courtyard, doing nothing but waiting for Xiu to bear children for us. As long as you remain obedient, I shall not mind providing you with a meal. Beyond that, you shall have no further involvement. Something felt amiss. Shen Lanyin sensed an underlying motive. From the moment she stepped into the room, both Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu seemed to have a hidden agenda. Regardless of the debts owed or the intimate matters discussed by Ling Xiu, as well as the suggestion that she should raise children, Shen Lanyin's mind raced. It seemed as though all of this was orchestrated to provoke her. But what advantage would her anger bring? Shen Lanyin recalled the agreement between Xie Xun and Wang Wei, that after her injury healed, they would go to the Dali Temple together. Could it be that these two intended to exploit her to evade their impending misfortunes? The commotion caused by Madame Liu at the Ho residence suggested that their intentions were far from simple. It was not merely an attempt to shift all blame onto her. The implications grew increasingly sinister. Ling Xiu and Lu Yanchuan were indeed malicious. Seeing that Shen Lanyin did not react as expected, Lu Yanchuan suspected she was feigning indifference. After all, he was the most capable heir of the general's residence, a dream suitor for countless young maidens before his marriage. He could not believe that Shen Lanyin could be indifferent to him. Lanyin, your jealousy blinds you. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that all of this is a debt you owe to Xiu. You have taken Xiu's husband and must pay the price. In the future, when you find yourself alone and desolate, caring for Xiu's child will serve as your consolation. You should learn to be grateful. After hearing Lu Yanchuan's shameless words, Shen Lanyin became even more convinced that this couple was indeed trying to incite her wrath. They hoped she would be so enraged that she would fall ill, allowing them to seize everything she owned and raise the future child of this actress in her name, thereby ensuring their claim to all that the Ho residence would grant her. They aimed to exploit her further, avoiding any consequences at the Dali Temple. Such a plan was truly audacious. Yet she refused to be provoked. She intended to live her life fully. Wasn't their aim to have her return with the dowry, becoming their family's bank for any monetary demands? They wanted to ensure that when it came time to raise their child, it would be under her name, inheriting everything that would come her way. Shen Lanyin saw through their machinations. They had calculated her every value, leaving not a shred behind. Even the remnants of her worth were to be swallowed whole, crushed, and spit out to create a set of mahjong from her bones. Despite reaping all the benefits, they would turn around and berate her for being unlucky and distasteful. Where in the world could one find such a bargain? Lu Yanchuan interjected, "What a pity. Everything you possess belongs to the illustrious general's residence, and you should consider it an honor." There was one thing he could grant them. Shen Lanyin smiled, indicating that she could indeed allow them a measure of suffering. Lu Yanchuan, feeling an inexplicable fear, warned Shen Lanyin, "Do not act impulsively. What do you intend to do? You are a woman of the Lu family. Sacrificing for the family is your honor and your fate, whether you acknowledge it or not."
Guards.
Surround Shen Lanyin and her companions. Since she dares to come here, she shall not leave. As for the others, their lives were of no concern. Shen Lanyin herself would first be deprived of her legs, forced to confront the Ho residence for repayment. "I intend to ask Duke Jingyuan how he raised such an ungrateful daughter." Ling Xiyu continued to stoke the flames. "Sister, do not make a scene. Kneel before me, and I implore you not to resist. Surrender willingly." Shen Lanyin did not waste words, accepting the glass sword handed to her by Xie Xun. Coldly, she gazed at Lu Yanchuan. "You have injured one of my arms. I will spare you one hand. Come and take what you desire. If you defeat me today, I shall comply with your wishes." Lu Yanchuan burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. "Shen Lanyin, are you certain you wish to fight me? I am a general of Dajing. Defeating you would be unworthy of my skill. Do not deny it." Ling Xiyu too perceived Shen Lanyin's audacity. Setting aside the natural disparity in physical strength between men and women, Lu Yanchuan had trained for years in the military and was exceptionally skilled. To think that Shen Lanyin would dare to challenge him was sheer folly, and she would not deter him. "Enough talk. Prepare yourself," Shen Lanyin declared with fierce determination. Lu Yanchuan approached with a playful demeanor, but as he leapt into the air, ready to strike her face, the long sword sliced through the air with precision. He quickly realized he had to take her seriously, and within 3 exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. "Unfair. I require a weapon as well," he exclaimed, summoning another long sword. "One must wield a sword with one hand. Only then is it fair." Shen Lanyin infused her sword with inner strength, launching a series of attacks that left Lu Yanchuan gasping for breath. Despite his rapid strikes, the blades seemed to target his face relentlessly, and for reasons unknown. He could not evade her. Before he could fully comprehend her movements, he felt a sharp pain and, upon inspecting his wound, realized he had been injured. The woman before him smiled with an air of tranquility. "Lu Yanchuan, since you have no sense of shame, I shall mar your visage today, and you shall have no words to defend yourself." Chapter 51. The Lu family faces great misfortune. "Why you know martial arts?" Lu Yanchuan could not ignore his injury, his eyes wide in disbelief. Shen Lanyin replied with a faint smile, "Just some rudimentary skills." Lu Yanchuan was even more astonished. Indeed, he heard her continue, "It is sufficient to deal with you." At this moment, Lu Yanchuan's defenses crumbled. His only thought was to overpower her, to ruthlessly trample her, even to kill her. "Come again," he shouted, his sword once more aimed at Shen Lanyin. His movements were swift, but Shen Lanyin effortlessly evaded. With just a glance, she discerned that he was unleashing lethal strikes. Even when he exerted all his strength, he could not graze a single corner of her garment. Lu Yanchuan's sword traced an arc in the air, believing she could not escape. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Lanyin smiled coldly and, channeling her inner strength, sent her sword slicing toward him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him no room to evade. Her elegance was unparalleled, her grace transcendent. This was a side of her he had never witnessed. It dawned upon him that he had never truly understood Shen Lanyin. She was remarkably exceptional. The legitimate daughter of the Ho family, with a powerful background, a substantial dowry, and unparalleled beauty. Now she also possessed martial prowess that surpassed his own? How could the woman he had always underestimated be so remarkable? No, he could not allow himself to be distracted by any woman other than Xiyu. Ling Xiyu, observing Lu Yanchuan's expression, grasped his thoughts and inwardly cursed, "Wretched man." Fortunately, her relationship with Lu Yanchuan was merely a fleeting farce. Meanwhile, Lu Yanchuan struggled against Shen Lanyin, and when he regained his composure, he found that she had injured the other side of his face as well. The wounds on his face were now symmetrically positioned, not deep but bleeding profusely, giving him a terrifying appearance. Xiao Shui cast a triumphant glance at Ling Xiu and exclaimed, "My lady's skills are unparalleled." Luoxia remained silent, secretly lamenting. With such martial prowess, does the princess even require protection? Lu Yanchuan found himself in a perplexing daze. How could Shen Lanyin possess martial skills? And why had he been unaware of this? Initially, his parents had informed him of her esteemed lineage, her gentle disposition, and how easily she could be manipulated. As he reached marriageable age, he had obediently approached Xinzheng as instructed by his parents, never anticipating that their words would hastily lead to the marriage of the legitimate daughter of the Hou family. At that time, he thought marrying the daughter of the Hou family was exceedingly simple. Among the city's elite, Xinzheng had overlooked every worthy suitor, yet had chosen him. He believed that marrying Shen Lanyin was akin to acquiring a mere ornament to display in his home, until he encountered Xiu. Xiu was an actress, a military courtesan, of humble origin. Yet even so, she had not relinquished her hope for life and had fought against the odds to survive. He had noticed Xiu's frailty, her inability to make decisions, yet she still found time to mend his battle armor, wash his clothes, and prepare his meals. This was the very quality that captivated him. He realized that a woman could be so close to him. He experienced, for the first time, the warmth of having someone care for him, a profoundly blissful feeling. Even though Shen Lanyin was admirable, her absence rendered her mere memories in his mind. He truly fell for Ling Xiu because she expressed that, regardless of her humble status, she still found hope in life. Despite her frail constitution, she resolved to live well. Thus, during 3 years of hardship on the battlefield, it was Xiu who endured the trials with him and cared for him. In contrast, Shen Lanyin was merely a parasite enjoying peace in the bustling capital.
Now,
reflecting on it, he realized his previous thoughts were misguided. Over these 3 years, Shen Lanyin had steadfastly upheld everything in the general's residence for him. He suddenly recognized that this trinket, which he had never valued, was indeed priceless and radiant. Today, Shen Lanyin showcased her prowess. No matter how much he deceived himself, he could not deny the indelible mark she had left in his heart. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize what was rightfully his. Shen Lanyin, why have you deceived me? When I married you, why did you not reveal your martial abilities? What dignity is there in a woman wielding weapons? How about this? I shall not make things difficult for you. I will add an additional 50,000 taels, and I will go to the Marquis' residence to fetch you back, granting you the dignity due to a legitimate wife. Upon hearing this, Shen Lanyin merely smiled, without annoyance. But then, with a swift motion, she unleashed a surge of internal energy that rendered him unable to grasp his sword. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Lu Yanchuan, humiliated, erupted in anger, declaring that she was not permitted to leave the general's residence today. Shen Lanyin found the situation amusing. I won't even speak of myself. The people I brought today are all formidable. By what right do you think you can detain me? Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the furious voice of Emperor Xie Xun echoed, "What? Say that again? What has happened to Miss Shen?" Subsequently, the shadow guards relayed the events unfolding at the general's residence. Your Majesty, Miss Shen has gone to the general's residence to demand her dowry and has yet to return. Lord Lu is threatening to sever her legs and is extorting 100,000 taels. The imperial pressure intensified as the shadow guard wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued, "Yesterday, Madame Lu also caused a scene at the Marquis' residence, making threats against Miss Shen." What do you mean by that? Your Majesty, the shadow guard spoke cautiously. Xie Xun ground his teeth in anger. The descendants of General Lu are indeed audacious, kidnapping my mother, humiliating my sister-in-law, and treating me as if I were nothing. I was pleased with the new shadow guards, thinking they understood my preferences, but this is far too direct, too provocative. I have no fear that Shen Lanyin will suffer. I have already acknowledged her as my sister-in-law. The actions of the Lu family are a blatant disrespect to me as emperor and to the royal family. It seems they believe they can manipulate me. Even after committing such a crime, they still show no sign of restraint. Since my ancestors stated that the Lu family must coexist with the nation, mustn't I allow them to breathe? That would not be a slight against my forebears. With this realization, he summoned Xie Xun, issuing a decree to bestow the title of Princess Chongning upon Miss Shen. Has she not yet left the palace? Xie Xun respectfully shook his head. Then leave the palace immediately and convey my decree. Xie Xun, surprised, thought, could it be that the emperor truly intends to take action against the Liu family? If this decree is issued, the Liu family will face dire consequences. Xie Xun continued, go now, without delay, and deliver the decree to the Liu family as well. She exited the hall, unable to suppress a laugh. The benefactor's daughter is to become a princess, and in the future, she may even become a noble consort. The Liu family is nothing. Chapter 52. Capture Shen Lanyin. Chuaner, my dear Chuaner, what has happened to you? As a mournful voice echoed, Shen Lanyin recognized Madame Lu's arrival. This morning, Lu Zhen had awakened, and he must have learned of the events transpiring in the residence. His survival was indeed remarkable. He had endured such peril and emerged unscathed. Now, he had summoned Madame Lu, likely seeking to retreat into a shell once more. But that would not do, today. Her visit was not merely to collect debts but also to probe the depths of the Lu family. When Madame Lu had visited the Marquis' residence yesterday, she had specifically mentioned Prince Wei. Judging by Madame Lu's demeanor, she was unfamiliar with Prince Wei. Therefore, the only possible collusion was between Ling Xiyu and the individuals behind her. However, this remained merely her conjecture. Moreover, she sensed that the Liu family possessed a trump card beyond the empty promises and blank edicts mentioned by Xie Xun. Otherwise, why would Ling Xiyu go to such lengths, even becoming a military courtesan, to get close to Lu Yanchuan? Although they had just quarreled over a performer, blood ties remained strong. As Madame Lu gazed at Lu Yanchuan, bloodied and battered, her heart nearly shattered, and she felt faint. At that moment, Lu Yanchuan also began to register the pain. What had initially felt numb now seared like fire across his face. How could two shallow wounds cause such agony? He glared fiercely at Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin responded with a smile, as if to say, it was I who did this. What can you do about it? My son, how will you recover from this injury to your face? You cannot be a general if your face is marred. It will ruin your prospects for a lifetime. Who has dared to harm my son? Madame Lu approached, gently wiping the blood from his face while instructing someone to fetch a servant skilled in medicine. Quickly, bring me the finest beauty balm for my room. If his face is ruined, it will be the end. She also demanded that the master of the house be summoned, for such a significant incident required his guidance. At Madame Lu's insistence, the servants were thrown into a frenzy. Ling Xiu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yanchuan and fell silent. Shen Lanyin, you are truly insane. Do you realize that injuring my husband is a grave offense? Lu Yanchuan shouted. Shen Lanyin glanced at the sword in her hand, unfazed, and replied, and what of it? I still wish to kill you. Do you think your useless people can stop me if I decide to? She had a genuine desire to slay Lu Yanchuan, but she understood that such an act would only provide momentary satisfaction. If Lu Yanchuan died, the enemies of the Shen family would remain, and their lives, along with her own and Xie Xun's, would still be in peril. However, keeping Lu Yanchuan alive would allow her to discover the true adversaries. Only by exposing the actual enemies could the crisis be resolved. As for Lu Yanchuan's facial injuries, they were beyond healing. Just earlier, she had dispatched Xie Xun to the capital's renowned medical hall to procure a potent medicine. She had lingered with that pair of scoundrels merely to await this concoction. Once applied to the sword, the moment it drew blood, the wound would inevitably fester. No amount of beauty elixirs would be effective. Lu Yanchuan's face was doomed. She could not kill him, but she could certainly make him suffer. Madame Lu pointed at Shen Lanyin, her voice shrill. You are truly a vengeful woman. It is you who has harmed my son. Shen Lanyin's previously gentle demeanor turned indifferent. Since you wish for me to be a vengeful woman, I shall make your wish come true. Would you like to experience the taste of this sword? Lu Yanchuan instinctively stepped in front of her. Shen Lanyin, your face still hurts, doesn't it? You have no shame. It's just a face wound, and at worst it holds no value. Perhaps your own parents will cast you out. Shen Lanyin replied calmly, observing Ling Xiyu's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing that Lu Yanchuan might be expelled, Ling Xiyu's complexion shifted. Despite her attempts to mask it, a hint of panic flickered across her features. Ling Xiyu was genuinely alarmed. She had gone to great lengths to entice Lu Yanchuan to accompany her to the general's residence in the capital. Not only for Shen Lanyin's dowry but also for something hidden within the Lu family. If she were truly cast out of the Lu family, she would lose all opportunity. All the humiliation and torment she had endured would have been in vain. Furthermore, someone was set to arrive in the capital. There could be no room for error. Husband, your sister has suffered grievances. It's only natural to harbor some resentment. It was your sister who caused your injury, but she will certainly find a way to save you. For instance, let us summon the renowned healer, Yun Shui. Lu Yanchuan pondered deeply over Ling Xiu's words. They held merit. Shen Lanyin. If you request Yun Shui to heal the wounds of our Lu family, I shall refrain from pursuing legal action against you. However, Shen Lanyin would not comply so easily. Lu Yanchuan, you agreed to spar with me. You are injured and must accept the consequences of your wager. Lu Yanchuan gritted his teeth. While Madame Lu harbored a desire to eliminate her, a stern voice emerged, commanding the soldiers, see Shen Lanyin for causing a disturbance in the residence. Lu Zhen was furious. Just yesterday, he had hoped that Shen Lanyin would return to handle matters in the household. But today, upon her intrusion, he realized that Shen Lanyin's discontent with her failed marriage was merely a pretext. She truly aimed to annihilate the Lu family. The demand for 30,000 taels in compensation, the mortgaging of the general's estate, and the desire to ruin Chuan's appearance were intolerable. No matter how lacking Chuan might be, he was still the most talented of the younger generation in the Lu family, with an imperial appointment to boot. How dare Shen Lanyin act so boldly? Moreover, if Shen Lanyin spoke the truth, the actress had indeed stirred up a great calamity. Even with a blank imperial edict, the Lu family could not expect to emerge unscathed. In light of this, it would be better to take the initiative. As Lu Zhen's words fell, guards surged in, encircling Shen Lanyin. She understood that all 800 guards of the general's residence had been mobilized. It appeared that Lu Yanchuan was correct. She would not be allowed to leave today. Qiu Shui and Luo Xia stood protectively before Shen Lanyin. Wei Momo exclaimed, "You must not act recklessly. Is there no law left?" Lu Yanchuan scoffed, asserting that it was Shen Lanyin who had instigated the chaos. His father merely sought to impart some wisdom to her, devoid of malice. Wei Momo, though somewhat apprehensive, raised her voice. "Is this not malicious? What do you take my young lady for?" Lu Zhen's impatience grew. He felt an unsettling sense of urgency, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. Capturing Shen Lanyin and exposing her disturbance to the public would also favor the general's residence. The emperor feared the Shen family. He would not side with Shen Lanyin against the Lu family. Besides, it was a fact that Shen Lanyin had intruded upon the Lu household and harmed his son. "Seize Shen Lanyin. I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry." Lu Zhen's confidence surged. Ling Xiu displayed a malicious glee, as if she had already witnessed Shen Lanyin's demise. Luo Xia sensed that it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed today. She had already identified the opportune moment and was prepared to protect Shen Lanyin and fight her way out. Unfazed, Shen Lanyin remained composed, feeling as though everything was within her control. The individuals arranged by Wei Momo had discreetly sent a message to the prince of Zhennan's residence, and Xie Xun's people should be arriving soon. Yet, what she heard instead was an exclamation from outside. The imperial edict has arrived. Chapter 53. The dual edict. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. How could there be an imperial edict? The Lu family was elated, their brows adorned with boundless joy. Could it be that the emperor was bestowing another reward? Lu Zhen was the first to react, exclaiming, "What a fortuitous event!" Quickly, prepare the incense altar to receive the edict. The servants hurriedly set to work. By the time the members of the Lu family reached the front courtyard, Xie Xun and the guards had just entered. The Lu family, led by Lu Zhen, knelt in unison to receive the edict. Xie Xun surveyed the scene, inquiring, "Where is Miss Shen?" "The emperor is aware that she is present in the residence. Quickly summon her to receive the edict." Lu Zhen's heart jolted. How could the emperor know? No, wait. Shen Lanyin had instigated the trouble first. Why should he feel guilty? Since there was an edict for Shen Lanyin, perhaps the emperor, in his wisdom, sought to rectify the grievances against the Lu family. With this thought, a smile crept upon Lu Zhen's lips as he instructed someone to fetch Shen Lanyin. Madame Lu, anxious to dissociate from the situation, reasoned that the emperor must have learned of Shen Lanyin's disturbance and was preparing to deliver a decree of punishment. Please inform His Majesty that Shen Lanyin has long ceased to be associated with our Lu family. My son divorced her on the very day he returned to the capital but refrained from making it public due to the influence of the Marquis family. See, she cast a glance at Lu Yanchuan, remaining silent. Lu Yanchuan, unable to discern the contents of the edict, nonetheless felt it was likely a reprimand for Shen Lanyin. After all, she was at fault for today's events. Thus, he could not help but add, "Though I married Shen Lanyin, I have never recognized her as my wife." If we speak of divorce, Xie, with a cold tone, interrupted, do not speak further, the emperor will make his own decisions. When Shen Lanyin arrived, there was nothing amiss. Xie secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On her way, she had encountered the people from the Prince of Zhennan's residence, who informed her that Shen Lanyin was surrounded and had rushed to rescue her. Hence, he had been anxious and worried throughout the journey. Xie raised the edict and proclaimed loudly, by the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Lu Yanchuan of the general's residence, who disregards the imperial favor and is blind to royal authority, is to be dismissed from his post in the patrol camp and remain at home to reflect on his actions. Lu Zhen, as a father, has failed in his duty to educate his son and shall have all his official powers revoked. All salaries and benefits for the Lu family shall be suspended, effective immediately. Lu Yanchuan's legs buckled, and he stumbled. Since returning to the capital, despite his misfortunes, he had always felt secure in his position. He was the most capable descendant of the Lu family, and the emperor would not trouble him, given his ancestors' legacy. Previously, the emperor had granted him a position in the patrol camp, leading him to believe he was in the right, thinking the emperor was benevolent and approachable. Now, could it be that he had misheard? How could the emperor take away his position? Could the emperor truly be so ungrateful? He yearned to inquire if the emperor remembered the promises made to the Lu family by the founding emperor. He had committed no wrongdoing. He merely wished to be with Xie and had spoken unflatteringly of the Empress Dowager in ignorance, drawing attention from her and many powerful figures in the capital. Ultimately, he had not caused any tangible harm. The actions he took were merely unseemly. They should not warrant such retribution. How could the emperor be so ungrateful? Did he not recall that if not for General Lu, there would be no founding emperor or prosperous dynasty, nor would he have had the opportunity to be born? Did the emperor care so little for the reputation of the Lu family? Was it Shen Lanyin? Yes, it had to be Shen Lanyin's doing. That woman was ruthless and mad. She could commit any act. Surely, she had enchanted the emperor, compelling him to issue this unjust decree. Lu Zhen, too, found it hard to accept. How could this be? The emperor, fully aware of the circumstances, should have dealt with the Shen family, not targeted the Lu family. The Lu family was already on a downward slope. His life had been one of mediocrity and fear, unable to gain military experience, relying solely on the merits of his ancestors to secure a nominal position and salary. Now, how could the emperor strip him of even that? Without a nominal position, with salaries and benefits suspended, how would the general's residence survive? The 800 guards all needed to be fed. All blessings, both thunder and rain, are the grace of the sovereign. Even in discontent, he represented the Lu family and respectfully received the edict. From this day forth, the entire capital would know that the Lu family had lost imperial favor. Madame Lu was on the verge of collapse, nearly fainting with rage. Others appeared ashen. Could they not endure this? There was more to come. Xie, pretending not to see, produced another scroll of the edict and proclaimed loudly, by the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the legitimate daughter of Marquis Jingyuan, Shen Lanyin, has rendered service to the state, possesses a virtuous character, is both wise and capable, compliant and courteous, and displays admirable virtue. She is to be conferred the title of Princess Chongning and granted an estate of 500 households. Shen Lanyin was taken aback. She had not anticipated being bestowed the title of princess by the emperor. It was known that the Dasheng dynasty had not conferred the title of princess in a long time, and even those who did were of royal blood. She could only think of Xie Xun. He must have assisted her, intending to marry her as a princess in the future, hence the elevation of her status. After all, marrying a divorced woman as a prince's consort would invite considerable controversy. Even so, she was elated and graciously accepted the edict. Becoming a princess would surely enhance her chances of vengeance. Lu Yanchuan could not fathom why the emperor would commit such a folly. He heavily punished the descendants of loyal subjects while elevating Shen Lanyin to the status of a princess. According to the customs of Dasheng, a woman's title was tied to her husband's position. Even a royal princess's rank was contingent upon her spouse's status. Regardless of the reasoning, he could not comprehend it. Shen Lanyin is his wife, and now that he has lost his official position, it is likely that she will face punishment as well. How then could she possibly become a princess? Although a princess may not be of significant standing, it is nonetheless a title of nobility. Losing such a remarkable husband is undoubtedly a loss for Shen Lanyin. He simply cannot accept this. His own life is in disarray. Having lost his position is one thing, But why should Shen Lanyin be faring better than he? Lu Zhan suddenly had an epiphany. Judging by the emperor's recent actions, it was evident that the performer had indeed stirred up considerable trouble and lost the emperor's favor. This was likely just the beginning, merely a warning. Historically, those who caught the emperor's attention rarely met with a favorable outcome. While this emperor may appear benevolent and kind, it seems that only the second son, Lu Yanran, can bear the weight of the Lu family's future from now on. The most distraught was undoubtedly Ling Xiu. It should have been her who was conferred the title of princess. It was Shen Lanyin who had usurped what rightfully belonged to her. How could that wretched woman outshine her? Were it not for that so-called objective, she, born into wealth in Jiangnan, would have been worthy of even the title of princess. Shen Lanyin was only fit to be her foot-servant, fetching her water for foot baths. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely within her. What does a title of princess signify? The true competition lies ahead. Madame Lu, with affectionate intent, reached out to grasp Shen Lanyin's arm, exclaiming, "My dear daughter-in-law, you have soared to the heights of becoming a princess, but do not forget to support your husband and family." Shen Lanyin retorted, "Just a moment ago, did you not say that you had already divorced me?" Madame Lu chuckled awkwardly. "It seems I have misunderstood, my dear. Please forgive your mother this once." Shen Lanyin took several steps back, distancing herself, remarking, "The entrance to the general's estate is too grand for me to aspire to." After speaking, she turned to Xie Xun, saying, "I appreciate your hard work on this journey. Should you find yourself free to visit the Jingyuan Marquis' residence, allow me to treat you to tea." At the same time, she discreetly slipped a purse into Xie Xun's hand. The people of the general's estate felt punished and disregarded their dealings with those from the palace, unaware of the significant status of the person before them. Chapter 54. Xie Xun did not come. She was aware that Xie Xun had served the emperor for many years and was deeply trusted. It would be advantageous to cultivate a good relationship with him. Xie Xun accepted the purse and addressed Lu Zhan. "The emperor has been informed of today's events and has commanded the general's estate to return 30,000 taels of silver to the princess, along with the gifts she previously presented." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Why would the emperor intercede on behalf of Shen Lanyin? Lu Zhan remained silent for an extended period, prompting Xie Xun to remind him, "Lord Lu, are you aware of this?" Lu Zhan nodded affirmatively.
Xi XI.
With an air of authority, said, "Then what are we waiting for? Act swiftly. If you surrender voluntarily, it will save us from taking action, and you won't lose face." The moneylender and the officials responsible for marriage dowries had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that the Lu family was finally cooperating, they swiftly concluded the transactions. Once everything was settled, Xie Xun departed with the guards. Shen Lanyin also instructed her attendants to pack the returned items, preparing to return to her residence. Ling Xiu could no longer contain her emotions. She rose in pain and rushed out. "Shen Lanyin, you have stolen my life-saving grace from the Empress Dowager. How can you be the princess while I am branded a sinner?" Shen Lanyin replied coolly, "Do you dare question the emperor's decree?" Lu Yanchen hurriedly came out to support her, saying, "Shen Lanyin, you are truly reckless. First, you consorted with the king of Jiangnan, and now you dare not spare even the emperor. Mind your words." Shen Lanyin retorted loudly. She felt wronged, having lived 2 lifetimes without even meeting the emperor. Yet now she was accused of seducing him. Nonetheless, she had to admit that this emperor seemed more favorable than the last and treated her justly. Lu Yanchen continued, "Shen Lanyin, Xiu's status is lowly. She is merely a concubine and cannot affect your position. Why can you not accept this?" Shen Lanyin smiled. "Lu Yanchen, do you wish for me to remind you of what you previously said? Who was it that busied himself with marriage matters? That was just a moment of emotional outburst. It cannot be taken seriously," Lu Yanchen replied, his face displaying awkwardness, and combined with his injuries, it looked exceedingly unappealing. Shen Lanyin could not be bothered to argue further. She had been out since early morning, and now the sun was already high. Her cousin and sisters must be quite worried. Lu Yanchen leapt forward, blocking her path. "Shen Lanyin, for the past 3 years, you were so fond of me. What caused you to suddenly lose interest?" Shen Lanyin scoffed. "How dare you ask? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror and see what about you is worthy of affection." After finishing her words, she turned to leave. Madame Wei, observing her demeanor today, felt a sense of relief. The young lady she had protected had finally grown up. "Miss, let's depart quickly. This place is too filthy." Upon returning home, We must also cross the fire basin to dispel any ill fortune. Lu Yanchen wished to detain her, but felt he lacked the standing to do so. Initially, he had sought her hand in marriage and made promises of everlasting devotion. He was also the one who had brought Xiu back. To claim that there was no connection between their families seemed disingenuous. It was he who had cast aside Shen Lanyin. Could it be that he truly had erred? No. He could not possibly be at fault. Setting aside the facts, even if he were wrong, did Shen Lanyin bear no blame? Moreover, he had not yet lost. At the celebration banquet of the king of Zhennan, he would still have his chance. Having lost so many times mattered little. Winning once would suffice. In that case, what was Shen Lanyin to him? Xiu, take care of yourself. On the day of the celebration banquet, your two sisters will take you. Ling Xiu gasped, husband, may I truly attend? Upon witnessing this, Lu Yanchen's pride was bolstered. It appeared that someone did rely on him. Of course, it is your first visit to the capital, and you should experience the banquet. Ling Xiu frowned slightly, husband. It seems that my two sisters do not particularly favor me. Lu Yanchen, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied, we are one family. When one flourishes, all flourish. Having one more person increases our chances. They are clever. What they did not know was that these words had been overheard. Once they departed, the listener hurried toward the courtyard where Li Shi resided. Upon returning to the Marquis' residence, Shen Lanyin found Zhang Shi and her cousins waiting at the door. As she approached, Shen Lanyin exclaimed, I knew elder sister would return safely. Mother worried too much. Zhang Shi's face flushed with joy as she smiled. It is good that the eldest daughter has returned. Today, I personally prepared a feast to celebrate your triumph. Shen Lanyin hesitated. Mother cooked for me?
Shen Lanyin quietly explained, elder sister.
Mother began preparing as soon as it was light, saying there was great joy in the house today. Reflecting on Zhang Shi's steadfast support, Shen Lanyin felt warmth and softly called, Mother. Zhang Shi's hands trembled slightly, and she nearly dropped the handkerchief she held. She understood that this call of mother was heartfelt. After everyone had finished lunch, Zhang Shi specifically invited the embroiderers from the Yunxia workshop to measure the four young ladies for new garments in preparation for the celebration banquet. Upon arriving at the Tinglan courtyard, Shen Lanyin followed closely behind Shen Lanyin, asking, Elder sister, have you truly become a princess? The emperor even granted you 500 food fiefs. Is this the joyous occasion mother spoke of? Will I have to call you Princess Chongning from now on? And must I perform a bow? Yet, Shen Lanyin was unconcerned with such matters. Her thoughts were occupied with Xie Xun. After leaving the general's estate, she noticed visitors from the king of Zhennan's residence, but did not see Xie Xun. Had he not come due to some pressing matter? Or had his injury on his arm worsened? She considered sending someone to inquire at the royal residence, but decided against it, knowing she was currently in a precarious position. As dusk approached at the king of Zhennan's residence, chaos reigned among the servants. Quickly, the prince is about to have an episode. Chu Feng and Ling Feng hurriedly directed people, quickly, assist the prince to the secret chamber. He may not emerge this night. Also, swiftly go to the palace. Inform the emperor, and summon the court physicians. Ling Feng suddenly had a thought. Shouldn't he seek the assistance of the renowned physician Yin Shui? Xie Xun's gaze was icy. At this moment, it was imperative not to disturb Yin Shui, for doing so would only create turmoil in his own emotions. After Yin departed from the general's residence, she would undoubtedly prioritize her relationship with Songshan. If Yin Shui were to arrive, it would certainly alarm her. He did not wish to burden her with worry. Even if she were to witness his illness, it must be at a time when the situation had stabilized. Yin had significant matters to attend to and could not afford any distractions. Ling Feng was anxious and wished to say more. What? Do you dare to defy the command of this prince? Xie Xun's voice grew even colder. Chu Feng trembled, feeling a sharp pain in his back. He decided to heed the prince's words. Xie Xun had another concern. He did not want her to see him in such a pitiful state. Others may fear him, but he did not want her to share that sentiment. Upon reaching the secret chamber, Xie Xun ordered everyone to withdraw, consumed the medicine prepared by Yin Shui, and awaited the onset of night. Chapter 55. Increasingly enigmatic, the door to the secret chamber was thoroughly sealed. No matter what transpired thereafter, no innocent soul would be harmed. Time passed without notice, as darkness gradually enveloped the world. Xie Xun's moment of darkness was drawing near. A rasping sound echoed. A wave of excruciating pain washed over him. and he recognized the familiar sensation approaching. A storm was imminent. Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss in advance and had prepared accordingly. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought of not visiting Ain today. He wondered how she was faring. Would she think of him? In the blink of an eye, all else faded from his mind. The heart-wrenching agony, the penetrating chill, spread throughout his being, devouring his willpower. He struggled to remain conscious, yet succumbed to the destructive nature of his own being. His blood surged, a searing heat enveloped his chest, and he felt as if he would be torn apart. His body alternated between burning like fire and freezing as if trapped in an ice cellar. Gradually, he lost his vision, finding himself engulfed in darkness, desperately attempting to escape this predicament. But the more he struggled, the more intense the pain became, dragging him deeper into despair. A voice within urged him to surrender, to yield, for it would be more bearable. He gritted his teeth in a futile attempt to maintain control, though he could no longer see himself. With a taste of blood filling his mouth, he realized that his tongue had been bitten, rendering him almost mad. Before losing consciousness completely, his thoughts turned to Shen Lanyin, his Ain, the one he had long cherished. Thankfully, she had not witnessed his current state. If she had, would she still wish to marry him? She had once said that even if they were to part, she would be nothing more than a divorced woman, unworthy of him. She was mistaken. It was he who was unworthy of such a beautiful soul. Meanwhile, outside the secret chamber, Chu Feng and Ling Feng intermittently heard sounds of raucous laughter, followed by mournful wails akin to wild beasts, and then the sound of something violently crashing against the walls. Ling Feng, unable to contain his anxiety, declared, "I must go in and see. The prince is suffering, and this night has only just begun." Chu Feng seized him, saying, "Are you out of your mind? If something were to happen to you, what would the prince do upon awakening?" Ling Feng's eyes turned red with urgency, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he halted his steps. Years ago, the prince had also locked himself away, and a female spy from Nanling had unwittingly entered, resulting in a gruesome end. I say, let the enemy's female spy perish. Once the prince awakens, he will surely feel remorse for the life taken. Chu Feng sighed. The tale had somehow spread, claiming that the prince had gone mad and killed the maid who had succeeded in seducing him, tarnishing her innocence. Little did they know that our prince had remained virtuous since meeting the princess in Songshan. Ling Feng added, "These rumors have been most distressing for the prince. Since then, there have been no maids in the residence, and the tales have only grown more absurd." As they conversed, a sudden, violent crashing noise erupted from within, followed by an unsettling silence. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "I cannot wait any longer. I must see what has happened." "Chu Feng, equali unsetin, viplit." "Let us go together. The prince must have fainted." With that, he kicked open the door to the secret chamber. Upon entering, they were met with an alarming sight. Xie Xun lay helplessly on the ground, bloodied and torn, with some areas still oozing blood. His hairpin was nowhere to be found, and his disheveled hair nearly obscured his entire face. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" they called out repeatedly. Ling Feng trembled as he reached out to smooth Xie Xun's hair and checked for his breath. "This is bad. Quickly, summon the imperial physician." Chu Feng was equally perplexed. It was still dark outside. How could the prince have fallen unconscious? Even if injured, it should not have been this severe. "You fool, do you not understand? The prince has been pushing himself and has harmed himself in the process." Ling Feng scolded urgently. The imperial physicians rushed in, taking pulses, examining him, and tending to his wounds in a frenzy. After a quarter of an hour, the lead physician shook his head, declaring, "The prince is gravely injured and in a perilous state. We will require many rare medicinal herbs, and the chief physician must personally attend to him." Ling Feng made an immediate decision. To the palace. In Qianqing Palace, Xie Xun paced restlessly, his steps rapid and slow, his silhouette elongated by the flickering candlelight. Since the emissaries from the southern town king's residence had come to summon the physician, he had felt a sense of unease, skipping dinner altogether. "Your Majesty, preserving your health is of utmost importance. The prince will surely be blessed by heaven." Just as Xie Xun was about to respond, urgent news arrived. The southern town king is gravely ill and has sought medical attention at the palace. "What?" Xie Xun stumbled, steadied by the assistant beside him, and ordered the chief physician to stand by in Qianqing Palace, instructing them to bring a sun to his quarters. The messenger quietly reminded him, "Your Majesty, This is against protocol. What protocol? Saving my brother is paramount. Begone. At the palace gates, guards knelt on the ground, respectfully welcoming the southern town king back to the palace. That night, Qianqing Palace was ablaze with light, and Xie Xun found himself sleepless. Meanwhile, within Wei Wangfu, a shadowy figure stealthily entered. Xie Qing awoke from his slumber, displeased at the disturbance of his dreams. The visitor knelt, reporting, "My lord." The carriage from the southern town king's residence entered the palace under the cover of night. Xie Qing fell into deep contemplation. Why would Xie Xun arrive at the palace at such an hour? Could it be that his madness had worsened? This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. The imperial physicians should investigate thoroughly, and in turn, inform Lu Yenchuan. Whether Lu Yanxi and Lu Yani could ascend to greater heights would depend on this celebratory feast. The kneeling figure nodded in acknowledgement, then continued. Xie Xun secretly met with Miss Shen at Chongyuan Temple. Xie Qing chuckled coldly. Isn't Xie Xun known for his fondness for men? How amusing that he met with Shen Lanyin. Suddenly, he recalled something. Have you arranged the matters I instructed you to? The messenger nodded, replying, "My lord, we have scoured the realm and found 10 suitable young ladies who will soon be transported to the capital for your enjoyment." With that, he turned to leave. Xie Qing, now wide awake, rose and lifted a wine cup, drinking deeply. Moments later, the rich scent of alcohol filled the air. He seemed to sense something. The Qinghe family was entering the capital, and the virtuous Wang from Nanzhou would also come to pay tribute in person. With Xie Xun's madness exacerbating, the capital was growing increasingly lively. His opportunity had arrived. Sister A. Xian, if only I could have offered the entire world to you back then, would you not have seen me as just a child? I am the dividing line of perversion. Xie Xun, in a daze, had been ill throughout the night and experienced a prolonged dream. In this dream, chaotic armies surged like a tide. Ain was gravely wounded, and he fought valiantly while carrying her until there was no path left. He set her down, carefully shielding her behind him. Her voice was weak as she repeatedly implored, "Your Highness, do not concern yourself with me. Flee. Today, I have avenged my great grievance and die without regret." But how could he abandon Ain? The enemies multiplied. Arrows fell like rain. Even with his exceptional martial skills, he could not deflect them all. When a fatal arrow flew toward them, he instinctively pushed her down. The arrow pierced his armor, penetrating his flesh and striking a vital point. He could no longer heed that promise, and he uttered his desire. "In the next life, I shall surely take Shen Lanyin as my wife." In a daze, he heard her respond, "All right." Was that an affirmation? How wonderful! He collapsed, still haunted by the thought that his beloved Ain would be slain. His gaze grew unfocused, utterly shattered, as he expended his last vestiges of strength. Ain! Ain! Do not harm my Ain! When he awoke, he beheld a hazy figure clad in a dragon robe. Second brother? Xie Xun's face was haggard, his expression wrought with emotion. "A son, you have finally awakened. You truly frightened your second brother last night." "Second brother, I have worried you," Xie Xun replied with sincerity. Xie Xun sighed, observing his frail sibling, memories flooding his mind like a tide. Chapter 56. Remembering him years ago. A palace maid brought forth a plate of poisoned osmanthus cake that nearly cost Xie his life. The emperor and empress scoured the entire harem, uncovering a connection to a neglected concubine, Zhen Pin. Following the incident, Zhen Pin and all associated with her were executed. Yet, the poison that afflicted Xie remains unsolved even to this day. Subsequently, the emperor secretly sent Xie to Songshan to evade calamity. Only he and Xie knew that the osmanthus cake was initially meant for him, but Xie, in his hunger after a day of martial training, insisted on eating it. His brother had always indulged him, thus relinquishing his share. In the end, Xie had shielded him from disaster, enduring the suffering on his behalf. "How much time do I have left?" Xie's words jolted him back to reality. "How can you speak such despairing words?" "I shall certainly find a way to save you." The court physician respectfully stated, "Your Highness, your condition has improved. As for the rest..." He hesitated. Xie Xun's gaze turned sharp, suffocating in its intensity. "I demand an answer, speak." After a moment of hesitation, the physician stammered, without an antidote, "Your Highness, you may have but 2 years left." With a loud crash, the teacup shattered, and Xie Xun erupted in fury. "Nonsense. My brother is robust. He has just won a victory at Nanling. How can he only have 2 years? He continued, should anything happen to my brother, I will have you all buried alongside him. The court physician fell to his knees. Your Majesty, unbeknownst to you, the poison has already seeped into his lungs. Xie Xun, enraged, commanded, get out. You are useless. Once everyone had retreated, he turned to Xie Xun. Xun, do not listen to the physician's empty words. I will scour the realm to find the snow Ganoderma to save you. In stark contrast to Xie Xun's breakdown, Xie Xun remained composed. Second brother, I am most aware of my own condition. Even when father was alive, we searched for years without success. Finding the snow Ganoderma is no simple feat. In this life, to have Ain is enough for me. If I depart, you must treat Ain kindly. Xie Xun felt a pang of discomfort. You must recuperate in the palace. You are not to leave. He had spoken of making Shen Lanyin a favored concubine, but that was merely idle talk. After Xie Xun left, Xie Xun surveyed his surroundings, lost in contemplation. In truth, he knew the whereabouts of the only snow Ganoderma in the realm. However, regarding the 2 years, he felt it was sufficient, not a loss. Yet upon thinking of Ain, he felt that 2 years was far too fleeting, vastly inadequate. Since returning from the general's residence, Shen Lanyin had not heard a whisper of news from Xie Xun. Not a single word had reached her. Anxiety gripped her heart, prompting her to inquire with Luo Xia. The prince has sent someone to follow you. I am now yours. I am unaware of the prior master's affairs. In truth, she knew. The prince had likely fallen ill again. Yet, she could not speak of it. Shen Lanyin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. If you do not know, then so be it. Is it too soon to address me as princess? Later, she sought to inquire with Shen Lanyin. Brother, is the prince not your close friend? Has he sought you these past few days? Shen Lanyin's previously carefree gaze suddenly grew inscrutable, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Is he not your betrothed? In theory, you should be inseparable, sweet as honey. Shen Lanyin's face turned crimson, and she felt too embarrassed to pursue the matter further. 3 days passed, and she felt utterly defeated. Would Xie Xun renege on his promise to marry her? She had encountered men who spoke empty promises before. Yet, she reflected that Xie Xun was not such a person. Her worry transformed into dread. Had something happened to him? The intertwining emotions of anxiety, longing, and uncertainty tormented her relentlessly. Previously untroubled, the sudden silence gnawed at her. His visage lingered in her mind, his bloodied countenance from the last life. The fleeting glance she caught of him at the general's residence, and his coldness juxtaposed with his warmth. She had even sent someone to discreetly gather news from the Zhen Nanwang residence, but the gates remained firmly shut. She called for Luo Xia once more. Princess. The prince is steadfast in his promises. Once he has chosen you, he shall not waver. Shen Lanyin's expression turned serious. Luo Xia, do you understand the consequences of betrayal? Speak plainly. What has befallen the prince? Luo Xia lowered her head, rendered mute. Shen Lanyin had no choice but to seek a more feasible approach. You should still be able to deliver messages to the prince, yes? Luo Xia nodded. Then please convey a message for me. If the prince has had a change of heart, I shall not hold it against him. Luo Xia pondered. Should she deliver such a message? If so, how should it be phrased? On the day of the celebration feast, Shen Lanyin rose early, donning the splendid attire of a princess, exuding nobility and grace, as if she had stepped from a painting. As a newly appointed princess, she was required to enter the palace to express her gratitude, necessitating her early departure. Her cousin and 2 younger sisters awaited the appointed time to attend the celebration feast. As she and Luo Xia exited the gates of Ofu, she spotted Xie Xun. Clad in dark garments, with his sword-like brows and piercing eyes, adorned by a jade belt, he appeared even more distinguished, though his complexion had grown paler. He remained silent, merely gazing at her. Shen Lanyin turned to look for Luo Xia, only to find her vanished. After a lengthy pause, he spoke softly. In recent days, the palace has been inundated with trivial matters, and I have been residing within its confines, unable to leave. So, he had been in the palace. No wonder she had received no news. But wait, was he offering an explanation? What of the message she asked Luo Xia to convey? Shen Lanyin instinctively bit her lip. Prince, are you here to find my brother? He is in the residence, but father has been pressing him to deal with affairs of the estate, and he cannot leave. Xie Xun stepped closer, grasping her hand. I shall escort you to the palace. Prince. Shen Lanyin struggled to break free, her gaze darting around, relief flooding her. If anyone were to witness this, who knows what kind of uproar it would incite? Unbeknownst to her, a figure concealed within a nearby carriage had witnessed the entire scene. Inside the carriage, Lu Yanxi's complexion was pale, her eyes brimming with jealousy. In the past, when the Zhen Nanwang had gone to war, she caught but a distant glimpse of him. Since then, she had been unable to forget him. She longed for his return, yearning to become his woman. While she dared not dream of becoming the primary consort, she could at least vie for the position of secondary consort or concubine. Just now, she had seen that wretched woman attempting to seduce the Zhen Nanwang. Yes, that wretched woman. Once that vile creature relinquished all ties to the general's residence, she would no longer be relevant. Shen Lanyin, that mad and despicable woman, thought herself worthy? With this thought, Lu Yanxi's resolve for her plan solidified. Initially, she had hesitated, for such a method could tarnish her reputation. Now, she believed that marrying the Zhen Nanwang was worth any scandal. Chapter 57. Do you know Fancheng? Seeing her expression, Ling Xiyu surmised part of the truth. Moments earlier, Lu Yanxi had opened the carriage curtains and spotted the Zhen Nanwang's carriage, prompting her to follow. Instead, she found herself at the gates of Jingyuan Ho's residence. So, the Zhen Nanwang had come seeking Shen Lanyin. She could not comprehend what was so admirable about Shen Lanyin that the Prince of Zhen Nan would keep her in mind. Suddenly, she recalled that if it weren't for Xie Xun at Chongyuan Temple, Shen Lanyin would have long since met her demise. There must be some collusion between those two. It seems Shen Lanyin is not as innocent as she appears. Lu Yenyang also witnessed this and cursed under her breath. Wretched woman. Today, she had not intended to set off so early, but her disappointing elder brother insisted on departing at dawn, and to make matters worse, they encountered such an unpleasant sight. She felt utterly embarrassed to be accompanying an actor, yet her brother, for reasons unknown, had unexpectedly struck fortune by aligning himself with Prince Wei. Who is Prince Wei? He is the eldest son of the late emperor and his most favored child, once just a step away from the highest position. Even the current emperor must show him deference. With his connections, gaining entry to the palace would be merely a matter of a few words. After all, being selected through the palace's selection process is far different from being recommended. According to the rules, if she entered the Shuxiu Palace for selection and was fortunate enough to be chosen by the emperor, she would only start as a lowly consort. The risks are immense. The emperor would prioritize marrying off his minister's daughters from the Shuxiu Palace. Without sufficient funds, her chances of staying in the palace would be slim. If Prince Wei were to speak a word on her behalf, the emperor, out of familial affection, would at the very least grant her the title of consort. Transitioning from a mere consort to a noble lady is something many women spend their entire lives trying to achieve. What Lu Yenyang was unaware of was that her ambitious schemes had already been discovered, and she was being manipulated for a new plan. The carriage from the Zhennan prince's residence advanced towards the palace. It was spacious within, yet felt almost desolate with just the two of them inside. Shen Lanyin sensed an oppressive atmosphere, heavy with tension. After Xie Xun had pulled her into the carriage, he fell silent. Eventually, Shen Lanyin could no longer contain herself and spoke. Your Highness. Xie Xun's voice was frigid. Since we have agreed to marry, there is no need for such formalities. He was somewhat irked. Only his second brother knew that after hearing the news from Luo Xia, he nearly wreaked havoc in Qianqing Palace. What did it mean that he regretted it? After finally coaxing her into agreeing to the marriage, how could he possibly have second thoughts? Ain knew precisely how to stab him in the heart. In her presence, he had tried his utmost to restrain himself. Shen Lanyin nodded. Your Highness? Xie Xun, growing weary of the conversation, thought, what is the difference between your Highness and Prince? Are you familiar with Fancheng? Is he truly as debauched as the rumors suggest? Shen Lanyin inquired. The atmosphere grew, even more oppressive. She felt overwhelmed and sought a topic to discuss, recalling the matter of Shen Lanfang and Fancheng. Her relationship with Fan Rong had improved, especially since returning from Chongyuan Temple, where they had been in frequent contact. Afraid of misunderstandings, she could not directly ask Fan Rong, and thought to inquire with Xie Xun instead. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Xie Xun's clenched fists, his eyes glinting with coldness. Your Highness, Fancheng is the brother of the Empress, as you should know. Xie Xun could no longer endure it. He coldly interjected. Miss Shen, Has no one informed you that discussing other men in front of your fiancé is quite improper? Even though he knew she meant no harm. Her mention of Fan Qing irked him. Even if it was unintentional, her words struck a sensitive chord within him. I am sensitive, he thought. Where has the Prince of Xie Nan gone? A group of inept individuals who cannot keep track of one person. After the morning court session, Xie Xun returned to Qianqing Palace only to find that Xie Xun was missing. He ordered the palace attendants to search inside and out, yet no trace was found. Bring Chu Feng here, Xie Xun commanded, then suddenly recalled. Oh right, Chu Feng is injured, fetch Ling Feng instead. As soon as Ling Feng arrived, Xie Xun did not wait for him to bow and immediately demanded, Where has your master gone? Ling Feng knelt respectfully, to speak frankly. Or else I shall have your head, Xie Xun threatened. I dare not deceive your majesty. Today, Miss Shen is entering the palace to express her gratitude, and my master. Xie Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with mischief. So, he has gone to find Miss Shen? To court a bride? What about the injury on your master's arm? Ling Feng trembled slightly. Your majesty, I cannot say. Was it for Miss Shen? Xie Zhan asserted. Does she know? Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. She knows. He then recounted the events of that day at Chongyuan Temple when Ling Xiu had attempted to harm Shen Lanyin and Xie Xun had been injured in her defense. He dared not withhold the truth. The consequences of silence could be dire, and he believed it best to disclose everything. Xie Xun fell silent, absently stroking his chin. Deep in thought. Since Miss Shen is aware, has she done anything for your prince? Or has she simply treated it as if nothing happened? Ling Feng felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. She did apply medicine for the prince once. What? Only once? Xie Xun contemplated, resolved to maximize the benefits. If Miss Shen could not be persuaded to do something, then his brother's injury would be in vain. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, his frown lifting as his expression brightened, seemingly struck by a new idea. Shen Lanyin exited the carriage, gazing at the majestic yet familiar palace, her heart heavy with emotion. In her youth, her mother often brought her here, and she had taken it for granted. This time, however, it marked her first return after her rebirth, and she could not shake the weight of her thoughts. Despite the emperor's benevolence, he could not escape the adage that serving the emperor is akin to courting danger. Although one might enjoy brief wealth and glory, a single misstep could extinguish all chances for redemption. In her past life, the Shun family faced annihilation, partly due to their overwhelming power provoking the emperor's suspicion. Liu Yanchuan presented the so-called evidence that aligned perfectly with the emperor's desire to suppress the aristocracy. Moreover, the Shen family lacked a truly powerful ally. While all the families in Desheng depended on the Shen family, their only support was a superficial empress. Furthermore, this support waned due to Ling Xiu, who shifted her loyalty to the Liu family. In this life, she aligned herself with Xie Xun, actively fostered relationships with the Fan and Yin families, and even thwarted Ling Xiu's ascent to empress. Surely, this time would be different. I shall take you to Fenghuan Palace, Xie Xun stated. Shen Lanyin felt her heart settle. This was the advantage of aligning with the powerful. Soon after this celebratory feast, he would no longer merely be her ally but her husband, her lifelong support. As they walked together, Xie Xun prepared to leave upon reaching the palace gates, instructing Luo Xia to head to Qianqing Palace. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Xia, who had been absent, appeared before Shen Lanyin. Even Shen Lanyin, skilled as she was, could not help but marvel at the stealth of the shadows. As for meeting the empress, she felt no trepidation. Although she had never encountered her, she knew the empress was Fan Rong's sister. Given Fan Rong's amiable nature, the empress was likely no different. As the palace doors slowly opened, a solemn aura enveloped her. Yet it did not disturb her tranquility. Chapter 58. Seeking further support to provoke the scoundrel Miss Shen Lanyin pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May the Empress live long and prosper. Shen Lanyin had learned her etiquette from Granny Wei since childhood, her movements graceful and precise, leaving no room for criticism. The Empress, somewhat incredulous, found this portrayal to be quite different from her expectations. Rumors depicted her as submissive and bullied, even claiming she was jealous, disrespectful to her in-laws, and had a temper as fierce as a tiger, with an appearance as unseemly as a she-demon. Yet upon meeting her, the Empress believed her sister Rongrong was indeed correct. Shen Lanyin was radiant and graceful, yet possessed an undeniable elegance. The queen grasped her hand, scrutinizing her closely, and Chongning felt a sense of estrangement. Since you have befriended Rong, I shall naturally consider myself as your elder sister. Shen Lanyin was taken aback. She had not anticipated such an affable demeanor from the queen. Clearly, Fan Rong must have spoken highly of her. Otherwise, given the rumors, the queen would have either made things difficult for her or looked down upon her. At this moment, the queen's eyes reflected only admiration and satisfaction. Thank you, your majesty. Subsequently, the queen invited Shen Lanyin to sit beside her and directly inquired, Changning, are you aware of Lu Yenyang? Shen Lanyin furrowed her brows momentarily, then adjusted her hairpin, maintaining her composure. This seemed well within her expectations. She had anticipated that the matter of Lu Yenyang entering the palace could not escape the notice of the Fan family. The queen's inquiry was not born from ignorance, but rather a desire for her stance on the matter. This directness was commendable. It spared them from suspicion. Your Majesty, I have severed ties with the Lu family, and I hold the same sentiment towards Lu Yenyang. The queen's smile grew even warmer, revealing a depth of hidden secrets beneath that veneer of warmth. She merely believed that an enemy's enemy is a friend, particularly since she intended to cultivate a relationship with the Fan family, not solely due to their connection to her maternal lineage, but also because she found Fan Rong to be a person worthy of friendship. The conversation soon shifted to Lu Yenyang, and Shen Lanyin recounted all that she knew before expressing her confusion. Your Majesty, can you truly not prevent Lu Yenyang from entering the palace? The queen sighed softly. The emperor intends to elevate the Lu family. What difference does it make if there's one more or one less person in the harem? Once one enters the palace, it is like plunging into an ocean, where many matters are beyond one's control. As a woman herself, Shen Lanyin understood this all too well. Was this the reason her father opposed her marriage to Xie Xun? Xie Xun, being a prince, would surely take many wives in the future. A pang of pain pierced her heart. Years ago, Lu Yenchuan had pledged a lifetime of companionship, a promise that had not only moved her father, but had also resonated within her. Yet, she chose to marry Xie Xun instead. He was indeed a good man. She could not ask for more. What perplexed her further was that the emperor had already decreed punishment upon the Lu family. How could he allow a daughter of the Lu family into the palace? After the events at Chongyuan Temple, she could not believe that the emperor genuinely wished to elevate the Lu family. Was it for the sake of reputation? Or was there a deeper meaning? The emperor's heart was as profound as the sea, difficult to fathom. As Shen Lanyin exited the queen's chamber, intending to join Zhang and the others at the Zhaoan Hall for the celebration banquet, she sensed something amiss. Though the person before her wore a mask, her intuition told her otherwise. Lu Yenchuan, what brings you here? Lu Yenchuan stood before her, blocking her path, his gaze revealing an inquisitive nature. If previously Shen Lanyin had left him in awe, today she undeniably captivated him. Adorned with jewels and elaborate makeup, she wore a vibrant princess gown that suited her perfectly. From a distance, his eyes were fixed upon her. In the past, he had never regarded Shen Lanyin with much esteem. However, after witnessing her talent that day, he had come to genuinely admire her. Knowing she would visit the queen to express her gratitude, he had deliberately awaited her arrival here, while the skilled companion by her side had been discreetly sent away. Even if the Lu family has fallen from grace, our foundation remains intact. Why should I not be here? Shen Lanyin shot him a disdainful glance and attempted to walk away, only to be halted by Lu Yenchuan. Shen Lanyin, in the truest sense, you are still my wife. Not for long, she retorted, feeling a wave of disgust. Lu Yenchuan continued unabated. You marred my face, causing the general's residence to lose face. I do not blame you, but I hope you will continue to conduct yourself as you have for the past 3 years. Should you agree, after the banquet, I will fetch you from the Marquis residence. How despicable. Your late affection is worth less than grass, she exclaimed. In truth, his so-called affection was merely the realization of his dependency on her. Without her, he would struggle to navigate life. This was Shen Lanyin's current sentiment. Should I be grateful to you then? Shen Lanyin could no longer contain her laughter. You intend to take me back, but what of your beloved performer? Does she wish for me to return as well? Lu Yenchuan replied earnestly, Xiyu is willing, but upon your return, you cannot reside in the main courtyard. She is unwell, and I ask that you do not disturb her. Each of you shall lead your own lives without interference. Shen Lanyin scoffed. How magnanimous of you to tolerate sharing a husband with me. Recalling Xiyu's previous words, Lu Yenchuan felt a swell of pride. Though Xiyu was distressed, She had always been understanding. Even if you return to the residence, I will prioritize her and make amends, ensuring she feels no neglect. Then I shall return with you. Shen Lanyin began, but Lu Yanchuan interjected, I knew it. Regardless of how strong you appear, you cannot escape being a coward at heart. He wore a facade of triumph. However, his satisfaction was short-lived as she continued, what would I gain from returning with you? To be with someone disfigured and unattractive? To be involved with a man of peculiar tastes who favors performers? To be with one who has sullied himself with a performer and carries an unsavory reputation? Or perhaps to associate with a family in dire financial straits? Or to be reminded that you are my defeated foe? Or is it merely because you are inadequate? The last remark shattered Lu Yanchuan's composure. Upon returning to the capital, it was indeed true that he was somewhat impotent in that regard. How did Shen Lanyin come to know this? Following the principle of courtesy before aggression, since she had shown him no respect, he would extend none in return. Both of his younger sisters and Xiyu had witnessed Shen Lanyin publicly entangled with Xie Xun. Shen Lanyin, do not think that by severing ties with me, you can ascend to greater heights. Do you believe you are worthy of Xie Xun's status? I can barely endure having Xiyu alone. What makes you think you could fit into Xie Xun's world, where he will likely marry numerous wives? You dare to threaten me. If Xie Xun takes a concubine, you should demand a divorce. Shen Lanyin had not intended to disclose her relationship with Xie Xun prematurely, but since he had broached the subject, she seized the opportunity to invoke his name, hoping to deter this unsavory individual. Since you are aware, then be gone. If you possess any sense, remember to keep your distance from me. Should you attempt to tarnish my reputation again, it would be akin to opposing the Prince of Zhennan. With that, Shen Lanyin flicked her sleeves, recalling that during her last visit to Chongyuan Temple, under the Empress Dowager's arrangement, she had already met with the prince and found him to her liking. The prince had also declared them a match made in heaven, and the Empress Dowager herself would personally advocate for their union. Lu Yanchuan stood in stunned silence, his expression vacant. How could this be? Did Xie Xun truly wish to marry her? Even if he did, would the emperor allow it? No, Shen Lanyin must be deceiving him. Yes, she was surely fabricating the story. Xie Xun had yet to marry at the age of 20. He was simply too discerning to settle. He could not believe that Xie Xun would consider Shen Lanyin an exception. In the past, he had suspected Xie Xun harbored interest in Shen Lanyin, but he had always thought it was merely curiosity. How could it have escalated to discussions of marriage? She must have seduced him. No wonder she, who had never believed in Buddha nor ventured outside the estate, would visit Chongyuan Temple. It was clear now, she had betrayed him long ago. Just days after her public demand for a divorce, she was already seeking a new partner? Previously, he had felt guilt over Xiyu, but now, all that remorse evaporated, leaving only a seething anger behind. No, you belong to me. Without my consent, you are not permitted to. Chapter 59. The joy of being confessed to by one's wife. Shen Lanyin interrupted him. Not permitted to what? What else can you do besides rage infinitely? During this time, she had contemplated the Empress Dowager's question, what do you think of my son, a son? She had come to understand that the Empress Dowager was intentionally trying to match her with Xie Xun. On that day, the Empress's demeanor was not one of insistence. Perhaps she simply believed that she and Xie Xun were well-suited and whimsically wished to bring them together. At the time, she did not grasp the Empress's intentions, inadvertently disappointing her noble intentions. Thus, one could say she was not entirely boasting. Bringing up the Empress would likely yield a more favorable outcome. Unfortunately, Lu Yanchuan was not one to play by the rules. Upon hearing this, Lu Yanchuan became unexpectedly calm. The eyes behind his mask suddenly gleamed with intensity. Shen Lanyin, I never anticipated you would become a princess and still harbor such foolish thoughts. It was one thing to be mad before, now, resorting to the petty tricks of a woman who cannot hold her own? If you wish to play the game of retreating to advance, you must choose your opponent wisely. Who do you think you are? How could the Prince of Zhennan ever take a liking to you? Before you boast, consider the consequences. What man does not have women vying for his attention? But one must possess self-awareness, and you are the least qualified among them. With the Empress as matchmaker and the Emperor bestowing marriage? Allow me to remind you, tread carefully, or you may find yourself in dire straits without knowing how it came to pass. This is precisely the reason why Xie Xun would never marry Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin still fancied him, unable to let go, deliberately using Xie Xun to provoke Lu Yanchuan. In the shadows, Luo Xia could no longer remain silent. A figure clad in dark attire intercepted her. Trust her. Luo Xia felt a surge of frustration. She had been waiting outside Fenghuan Palace, only to be suddenly led away by a group of skilled individuals. As the most formidable shadow guard under the prince, she found herself outmaneuvered today. After finally shaking off those pursuers, she returned only to find the princess entangled with that ill-fated man. Ironically, her prince showed no urgency, merely observing. At this moment, Xie Xun was completely absorbed in the joy of her confession. She expressed her fondness for him. Even if there was an element of deceiving Lu Yanchuan, it was nonetheless spoken. His brows relaxed rarely, a faint smile gracing his lips, and his usually profound eyes sparkled with a starlit glow. Only he understood that when she declared her affection, it felt as if all his worries had vanished. Even now, he felt an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. Shen Lanyin maintained her calm demeanor. Yes, greetings to you and your family. Her voice carried a hint of sarcasm, yet Lu Yanchuan remained oblivious. His vanity was satisfied. Knowing this was enough. Since you dare to utter such words, it signifies that you and the Prince of Zhen Nan share some connection. My skills remain intact. If you can plead on my behalf to the Prince of Zhen Nan, allowing me to rejoin the southern expedition as a general, I shall believe your words. Shen Lanyin was both amused and angered. Did he truly regard her as so insignificant? What did she owe him in proving herself before such an average man? Why should I aid you? Because you plotted against my dowry? Because you fancy an actress? Or is it because you seek my life? Lu Yanchuan, enraged and humiliated, retorted. Do not forget, we have not truly divorced. Only when I prosper can you thrive. Shen Lanyin pierced through his pretense. Even if you were reinstated as a general, the only company you would enjoy would be that actress. What concern is that of mine? Lu Yanchuan, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, You are merely jealous. I assure you, I shall never agree to a divorce. I intend to cling to you for life. Young Master Lu, is this how you converse with a princess? By protocol, as a man without a position, you ought to pay your respects to me, Shen Lanyin said with a smile. What if I refuse? She threatened. I shall beat you until you comply. Lu Yanchuan pondered for a long time before bowing his head once more. This act of submission, having occurred multiple times before, flooded him with humiliation, causing his eyes to redden. From now on, he vowed to serve Prince Wei diligently, to rise above and trample Shen Lanyin beneath him. Upon returning to the capital, various misfortunes beset him, leaving him unable to lift his head. The sole stroke of fortune lay in the favor of Prince Wei. He never imagined that during his lowest state, Prince Wei would personally summon him. Prince Wei stated that he held no ulterior motives. He simply could not tolerate Xie Xun's mistreatment of loyal subjects and wished to assist the Lu family. Even the invitation to today's celebration banquet had been arranged by Prince Wei, who had taken care of matters in advance, ensuring it reached the Lu family. If it were not for this invitation, his parents would have surely cast him and Xiu out. Prince Wei was truly magnanimous, possessing a broad mind and noble character. Shen Lanyin observed all of Lu Yanchuan's expressions. Unfazed, she resolved to gradually torment them, making them endure life's hardships. When they were at their most desperate, she would guide them to the place they deserved, atoning for their past misdeeds. She feared not the Lu family's uproar. The more they stirred, the more they would suffer. Shen Lanyin smiled slightly. Do not feel wronged. Simply present your family's ancestral blank imperial edict, and everything will be resolved. Your family will live well, for the emperor will protect you for the sake of the founding monarch. Suddenly, Lu Yanchuan's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. How do you know this? You actually know? The blank edict was a closely guarded secret, one he was not originally privy to. However, due to his status as the most powerful among the younger generation of the Lu family, his father had disclosed it to him. The Lu family possessed a blank imperial edict passed down through generations. The founding emperor had promised the Lu family enduring prominence, and this edict served as the foundation of that promise. It was also the root of the Lu family's privileges through the ages. This was precisely why, when Xie Xun had previously barred him from becoming a general, he felt no fear. The emperor could issue decrees punishing the Lu family, but would not dare easily undermine their foundation, thanks to the edict's influence. In truth, the blank edict concealed a tremendous secret, and this secret he could never reveal, even at the cost of his life. Yet now, Shen Lanyin had somehow learned of the blank edict. How much did she truly know? Seeing Lu Yenchuan's agitation, Shen Lanyin understood that the secret behind it was significant. It's nothing, I misspoke. General Liu has made such great contributions to the Desheng. I just assumed your family would possess it. Shen Lanyin smiled brightly. It seems you do not. Lu Yenchuan, relieved that it was merely a careless remark, thought perhaps it was a coincidence that she had stumbled upon the truth.
Fortunately,
he managed to maintain his composure and said nothing. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Yet even so, he could no longer face Shen Lanyin and had no choice but to turn and leave. Shen Lanyin mused. It seemed she must send word to Songshan again to thoroughly investigate this blank edict. Chapter 60. The emotional assist strikes back once Lu Yenchuan departed. Shen Lanyin sensed something amiss. Just moments ago, she had been wholly focused on him, oblivious to the movements behind her. Now, she realized there were others nearby.
who were they?
How long had they been there, and what had they overheard? Lost in thought, Xie Xun appeared. Thank heavens it was Xie Xun, or else your highness. Miss Shen. After a long silence, Shen Lanyin took the initiative. Earlier, I spoke of our marriage. Before she could finish, Xie Xun interjected eagerly, I know. What you said is all true. Shen Lanyin instantly relaxed. Interacting with someone like Xie Xun was easy. If she overlooked his occasional air of menace and the inexplicable awkwardness from earlier in the carriage, it was indeed quite comfortable. Whatever needed to be said could be laid bare. Even without words, she felt he understood her. Just like the matter of the blank edict, it went unsaid. Yet they had already established a tacit understanding. This feeling was familiar and comfortable. Once, she had a friend in Songshan who shared a similar temperament with Xie Xun. Rarely speaking, he could always anticipate her thoughts. Xie Xun, restraining the stirrings of his heart, gently remarked, the festivities at Zhaoan Palace are quite lively. You should hurry along, lest others grow impatient. Shen Lanyin nodded, suddenly recalling, Your Highness, what of Luo Xia? Do you know where she has gone? As her words fell, Luoxia reappeared, as if by magic. Shen Lanyin and Luoxia made their way toward Zhaoan Hall, swiftly vanishing from sight. Xie Xun stood rooted in place, gazing intently, reluctant to withdraw his gaze. Isn't it beautiful? Second brother thinks so too, but merely admiring it is of no use. Action is required. Suddenly, a teasing voice jolted Xie Xun back to reality. Second brother tells you that to foster a good relationship with your spouse, it's not enough for him to arrange the marriage. You must summon the fervor he had when pursuing your sister-in-law. After all these years of marriage, your sister-in-law is utterly dependent on me. Ah Sun has excellent taste. Miss Shen is a fine girl, well suited for you. Being with her is a blessing. You must strive to keep her close. The first time I laid eyes on your sister-in-law, I was smitten. To win her heart, I cannot count the times I scaled the walls of the Anping Marquis. Xie Xun remained silent, yet Xie Zhan was not annoyed, growing more animated as he spoke. Who would have thought that at this moment, Xie Xun suddenly interjected, so, even now, the walls of the Anping Marquis are the highest among all estates in the capital. Xie Zhan rubbed his nose. Second brother is instructing you to take the initiative. I've heard that aside from Lu Yenchuan, many talented gentlemen in the capital have their eyes on Miss Shen, eagerly awaiting her to officially part from her husband. Not to mention, she has 2 cousins in the Cui family and fellow disciples from Songshan. Ah Sun, you must take this seriously. If you are not inclined to scale walls, consider writing love poems, gifting jewelry, or offering hot spring resorts and shops. Do not be stingy with these trifles. I have plenty. Women adore such things. Your dullness won't suffice. If necessary, act as you did during your few days in the palace. Tell her you are unwell or injured, and let her feel concern for you. Do you not have a voice? What good does smashing second brother's chambers do? Really, you finally have someone you fancy, and she is willing to. Do you wish to waste another 3 years? Can you afford to wait? When he finally looked up, he found Xie Xun's resolute back. Do not disregard second brother's words. Ignoring them will only lead to your own misfortune. Truly, the emperor is not anxious, but you will be the one to suffer.
Bah!
I am the emperor. I am the emotional support for you. On the way to Zhaoan Hall, Luoxia recounted how she had been led away by numerous skilled individuals. Shen Lanyin's resolve deepened. The Lu family possessed hidden cards beyond the blank imperial edict. Otherwise, why would so many experts assist Lu Yenchuan?
Lu Yenchuan.
A man without a post and of poor character. What merit does he possess that warrants such aid? Unless It appears that the emperor's invitation for a young lady of the Lu family to enter the palace may harbor ulterior motives. In the summer, the season of blooming purple wisteria, fragrant flowers filled the air, bursting forth like poetry, exuding the warmth of the season. Immersed in it, Shen Lanyin felt much of her own sullied aura dissipate. As they drew closer to Zhaoan Hall, the sounds of laughter, conversation, and string music grew louder. No wonder Xie Xun claimed this place was bustling. Upon entering, she immediately began searching for Zhang and the others. Lacking experience in banquets, she felt the need to find her kin to feel at ease. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, a wave of mocking voices assailed her.
Oh,
Is this not the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Shouldn't she be addressed as Princess Chongning? I hear your husband has been punished, and he has lost his position. Yet you still have the heart to dress so flamboyantly for the banquet? Shen Lanyin looked up and recognized the speaker, Qiyu, the daughter of the Grand Master Qi, who was close to the Lu family as Lu Yanxi and Lu Yani. Qiyu's words were intended to elevate Lu Yanxi and Lu Yani at Shen Lanyin's expense. Have you heard? This Princess Chongning is quite fierce, relying on her martial prowess to insult her in-laws, and has repeatedly beaten her husband, leaving his face disfigured. This person, Shen Lanyin also recognized, was Ningyuan, the daughter of the Duke of Ningguo. What use is fierceness if one is still taken by a performer? Retreating back to her family's home? That young Master Lu would rather degrade himself with an actress than even touch her. Speaks volumes about how wretched this Princess Chongning must be. What a coincidence. Shen Lanyin recognized another, Xiao Yan, the daughter of Grand Tutor Xiao. The three families Ning, Qi, and Xiao were all complicit in the Shen family's downfall in the previous life. She had taken note of it all. Thus, she would settle the score one by one. Starting with Qiyu, Miss Qi, your interest is quite extensive. All the Lu family members are here, yet I, the princess, cannot attend? Moreover, upon encountering me, you do not even wish to offer a greeting. Do you harbor discontent with the emperor? Qiyu was momentarily at a loss, reluctantly bowing. I pay my respects to Princess Chongning. The other two exchanged glances and also offered perfunctory greetings to Shen Lanyin. This is the advantage of nobility. Even if they disapprove, they must comply. Qiyu, having been put in her place, looked to the higher status Ningyuan's sister Ning. The two Lu sisters are correct. This Princess Chongning is indeed sharp-tongued and calculating. Though Ningyuan was not a princess, she was the legitimate daughter of a duke and believed herself to be of higher standing than a marquis's daughter. With a stern expression, she admonished Chongning, "You have been married, and you are not young. How do you still not understand decorum?" Shen Lanyin retorted without hesitation, "Miss Ning, you seem to know proper manners. Yet why did you not take the initiative to pay respects to me just now? As a princess with a fief, destined to become the future princess of Zhennan, she could not afford to appear weak. Otherwise, Xie Xun would also lose face. Miss Ning, you claim I disrespect my in-laws and assault my husband. Did you witness this with your own eyes?" Naturally, Ningyuan had not seen it. She had only heard it from Qiyu, who in turn heard it from the two misses of the Lu family. Casting a subtle glance at Qiyu, she was about to defend herself when Shen Lanyin made a shocking statement. "Miss Xiao, do you speak on behalf of actors? Is your desire to become one of them? If so, you might as well seek out Ling Xiyu and become sisters. You could learn the arts of seducing men from her." Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed, her eyes flickering with indignation, the shame within her rendering her speechless. She was the daughter of the Grand Tutor. How could she associate with an actress? Unless she wished to remain unmarried, her own sister's futures would also be affected. Shen Lanyin truly had no bounds. The other two girls, equally embarrassed, took up their handkerchiefs, unable to utter a word. Among the three families, the Ning family held the highest status. They bore no grudge against the Shen family, only a lack of familiarity. In the previous life, when the Shen family faced calamity, the Ning family could have chosen to stand by idly due to their position, but chose instead to kick the Shen family deeper into despair. This grudge remained etched in Shen Lanyin's heart. When it came time to settle accounts with the Lu family, the Ning family would be included. She was disinclined to linger with the three, turning to bypass them toward the seating area. As she brushed past, Ningyuan, forgetting her shyness, blocked her path. Shen Lanyin, curious, asked, "What is it? Does Miss Ning still have something to say? If you wish to learn about the Lu family, you can seek out that actress for a good chat." To her surprise, Ningyuan dared to speak. Shaking her head, her blush deepening, she said, "No. I merely heard that you received the jade pendant from the Prince of Zhennan. May I inquire if you could gift it to me?" Shen Lanyin was taken aback. Was she about to gain a rival? If you desire the pendant, you may seek it from the Prince of Zhennan. What use is it to come to me? Ningyuan's gaze faltered, slightly turning away. I am not like you, shameless. She then gestured to Qiyu. Qiyu seized her, Sister Ning. I have said this Shen Lanyin is no good. How could she possibly give you the Prince of Zhennan's pendant? Xiao Yan also chimed in, Sister Ning. Let us go. She will eventually hand it over herself. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Help! Help! For some reason, Ningyuan stumbled and fell into the nearby lotus pond. Sister Ning.
Ningyuan.
Quickly, someone help. After much turmoil, it was with great difficulty that Ningyuan was finally rescued. Qiyu, instead of offering her comfort, indiscriminately accused her, saying, Princess Chongning, you have no grievances with Ning's sister. How could you push her into the water? Xiao Yan chimed in, Princess Chongning, how could you have pushed Ning's sister into the water? That is truly wicked. Shen Lanyin gazed silently at Ningyuan. Miss Ning, what do you say? Do you also believe that I pushed you? Servants draped a cloak over Ningyuan, who shivered slightly. I did not see clearly, but someone did give me a shove. Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow. It appeared she was in a predicament. Meanwhile, the male guests in the distant pavilion were abuzz with chatter. Isn't that Miss Shen? She actually came. One exclaimed. Her audacity is remarkable. Another added. What nonsense. She is now a princess. Though that title was obtained by stepping on the family of her husband. Someone noted, Miss Shen never attended banquets before. Why is she here now? Haven't you heard? Miss Shen has unilaterally divorced young Master Lu and is here at this celebration to seek a new husband. We must be cautious. If we're not careful, our reputations may be at stake. Rumor suggested that Shen Lanyin had a barrel-like waist and elephantine legs, her beauty likened to that of a fierce demon. Her portrait serving as a talisman against evil. Yet from a distance, she didn't seem so bad. Even if she looked passable, what of it? Young Master Lu would rather favor an actress than her. That was an undeniable fact. The laughter of the men echoed through the air. Fan Cheng frowned. As Fan Rong and Shen Lanyin were friends, and their family intended to ally with the Shen family, he had hoped to defend her. At that moment, the heir of Duke Guangyang, Su Zimo, spoke up first. It is unchivalrous to speak ill of an innocent woman behind her back. He pointed out that Shen Lanyin was indeed the legitimate daughter of Qi Taisher, Xie Xun, and Qiyu's elder brother. Influenced by Qiyu, he held a poor opinion of Shen Lanyin. Besides, the Shen and Lu families had created quite the scandal. What was wrong with him chatting with his friends? Even if Shen Lanyin was a princess, was she made of gold and immune to criticism? Yet Su Zimo was foolishly stepping in to shield her from harm. The more he thought about it, the harsher his words became. Young Master Lu was extraordinarily handsome and had earned merit on the battlefield. Even if he faced punishment, he was unique in the capital. Why should Su Zimo not consider why young Master Lu would prefer an actress over the legitimate daughter of a marquis? Miss Shen had never attended banquets before. Surely she understood the implications. Su Zimo's words bore no concern for the truth, only for restoring his own dignity. Especially when he saw Su Zimo's face turn red with anger, he felt even more triumphant. All men, he thought, surely Su Zimo harbored some feelings for Shen Lanyin. Su Zimo, now enraged, rolled up his sleeves. Xie Xun, even if your family is powerful, the Duke Guangyang's estate is not to be trifled with. How dare you casually slander me? You ruin Princess Chongning's reputation, and do not fear offending the Shen family? Xie Xun was seething with rage. We are discussing Princess Chongning, who called for you to intervene. With that, Xie Xun raised his fist and swung it towards Su Zimo's face. As a fight seemed imminent, the onlookers anticipated the spectacle. Just then someone shouted, Look, Prince Wei is coming this way. Xie Xun and Su Zimo abandoned their fight and turned to see where the person pointed. Ningyuan suddenly changed her tune. Princess Chongning, I saw it clearly. It was you who pushed me. Shen Lanyin was taken aback. Was she truly trying to pin this on her? Do not remain silent. It was you who pushed me. Miss Qi and Miss Xiao can testify for me. Upon hearing this, Qiyu and Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. At that moment, many noble ladies and matrons gathered around, pointing fingers at Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin secretly chuckled. Pushed into the lotus pond, they sought to blame her instead of finding the true culprit who harmed her. She would not take the fall for this. Miss Snink. Today is the first time I meet you, and it was you who blocked my path. Even if I had grievances with you, I would not resort to such petty tricks. Since you say I pushed you, As she spoke, Shen Lanyin concentrated her inner strength into her palm, causing ripples to form in the pond. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the men in the opposite pavilion were equally shocked. Miss Ning, if I truly pushed you, you would scarcely have the life to argue with me. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Shen Lanyin demonstrated her ability to manipulate objects from afar, plucking leaves and flowers with ease. Su Zimo, observing from the pavilion, smiled slightly. He had known all along that Princess Chongning was not that sort of person. Suddenly, Shen Lanyin caught sight of a purple gold embroidered robe. It was Prince Wei, who approached surrounded by his guards. Your eyes are blind. I can see clearly. Miss Qi. How can you blame others for your own actions? Miss Ning, you know precisely who pushed you. Why do you protect the one who truly harmed you? Chapter 62. Prince Wei extends an olive branch. The crowd hastily turned to bow. We pay our respects to His Highness, Prince Wei. Shen Lanyin looked up. Prince Wei's attire today was no different from that day at Chongyuan Temple, equally splendid and imposing. Ningyuan clearly did not expect Prince Wei's arrival, her fear evident as she trembled. Your Highness, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. Qi Yu and Xiao Yan trembled in fear, repeatedly apologizing. This is interesting. You did not conspire against me, so why apologize? Prince Wei smiled slightly, his smile laced with veiled threat. The three women knelt toward Shen Lanyin and pleaded in unison. Please forgive us, Princess Chongning.
Spare us this time.
After speaking, Qi Yu and Xiao Yan helped Ningyuan to leave, but Shen Lanyin coldly interjected. What? Are you leaving just like that? Qi Yu stepped forward and huffed. Princess, we have already apologized. I do not accept your apology. Shen Lanyin enunciated each word clearly. Xiao Yan arrogantly remarked, Princess Chongning, one should spare others when able. We have apologized. What more do you want? Shen Lanyin smiled. Nothing more? Then step aside. You have nothing to lose, so do not create a fuss. A princess should possess the demeanor of a princess. Qi Yu laughed dismissively. Have you considered that if I had truly pushed Ningyuan into the water today, would you forgive me? Would you calmly accept my apology? Qi Yu and Xiao Yan were taken aback. How could they ever let Shen Lanyin off the hook? They would relish in the chaos. Ningyuan verkligen tortet. We would not be so petty and narrow-minded as the princess. Luo Xia, throw them into the water. As Shen Lanyin's command fell, Qi Yu and Xiao Yan found themselves in the water, screaming for help. Prince Wei, seemingly favoring Shen Lanyin, remained silent, and no one dared to jump in to save them. Qi Yu and Xiao Yan struggled in the water. After a while, Shen Lanyin nodded, and Prince Wei said, That is enough. The two women, exhausted and on the brink of fainting, were finally pulled ashore. Yet it was not over. Shen Lanyin coolly stated, I personally witnessed Miss Ning push you into the water. The crowd echoed in agreement. What the princess says is reasonable. We all saw it. Qi Yu and Xiao Yan were at a loss for words, forced to swallow their grievances, while only Ningyuan protested, crying out in innocence. Please forgive me, Miss Ning. I have wronged you. Ningyuan's eyes widened, her lips pressed tightly together, seemingly holding back something. Shen Lanyin looked down at her. Miss Ning, how does it feel? Savor it well. News will spread throughout the capital from today onward. Princess Chongning is not to be trifled with. She will seek vengeance on the spot. The men in the distant pavilion resumed their discussions. In Su Zimo's eyes, there was an unmistakable glint of admiration, his smile deepening with each passing moment. As his sister faced misfortune, Qi Xian's countenance grew dark, unleashing a torrent of invectives toward Shen Lanyin, calling her a wretched woman. Yet, as their gazes clashed, the intensity of Su Zimo's eyes silenced him. After the recent altercation, he understood that Su Zimo was not one to shy away from confrontation. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Shen Lanyin found respite in a pavilion, instructing Luoxia to seek out the whereabouts of the Zhang family. Listening intently to her surroundings, she calmly addressed, If His Highness Prince Wei has something to say, let it be known. A faint smile lingered in Prince Wei's eyes, a testament to the fact that she was indeed her mother's daughter, decisive, formidable in martial prowess, and astute. Yet, the mere mention of her mother elicited an odd sensation within Shen Lanyin, a blend of discomfort and distaste. Noticing her aloof demeanor, Prince Wei remarked, I understand that you hold grievances against me due to the matter concerning Chongyuan Temple, but I have assisted you today. Shouldn't you offer a smile in return? According to the information relayed by the Li family, Prince Wei had aligned himself with the Lu family, thus what merit was there in extending him courtesy? She had once perceived him as a mere puppet of Ling Xiu, even testing Lady Lu in the process. However, with Prince Wei's support for Lu Yanchuan, particularly in light of today's events, her suspicions grew. It seemed they were working in tandem, one infiltrating from within, the other extending favors from without. All aimed at the Lu family. What did the Lu family possess beyond the blank imperial edict? Clearly, after this banquet, she would need to convene with Xie Xun for a thorough discussion. Shen Lanyin felt the enigmatic nature of Prince Wei, whose intentions eluded her comprehension. Even his so-called assistants today felt like a potential trap. Thus, she inquired, "Your Highness, do you truly support the actions of the Lu family? Or is there something of value they possess that warrants your interest?" She scrutinized him closely, ensuring not to overlook any subtle shifts in his expression. His gaze flickered momentarily before he replied with a gentle smile, "I merely admire General Lu and wish for his descendants to fare well. As for anything beyond that, it has not crossed my mind." He continued, "I harbor no ill will towards the Shen family. Your mother once bestowed kindness upon me, and I shall always remember that. I would never repay kindness with enmity." Shen Lanyin remained silent. She was uncertain of Prince Wei's sentiments towards the Shen family. Yet his support for the Lu family was evident. Regardless, she refused to believe that he was simply idling away his time, acting out of pure benevolence. He added, "Chongning, I reiterate, should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If you wish to part ways with Lu Yanchuan, I can even petition the emperor on your behalf. I have never been your enemy nor that of the Shen family." The more he spoke, the less she trusted him. Suddenly, a guard interjected, "Your Highness, the banquet is about to commence." Prince Wei, displeased, replied, "I am well aware." Turning back to Shen Lanyin, he warned, "If you remain skeptical, I would inform you that today's festivities will not unfold peacefully. What has transpired thus far is merely a prelude to what is to come. And I eagerly await your subsequent performance. Remember, it is easier to evade a direct assault than to guard against hidden treachery." After Prince Wei departed, Shen Lanyin remained seated for an extended period. Following the events of her previous life, she was acutely aware of the multitude of adversaries plotting against her and the Shen family. Moreover, she was the first princess granted a fief in nearly a decade. During the carriage ride, Xie Xun had already cautioned her. Jealousy and envy stirred among some, while others sought to ingratiate themselves, inevitably leading to those who wished her demise. The recent actions of Miss Ning, Qi, and Xiao were merely trivialities. However, why did Prince Wei feel the need to warn her? If his intentions were genuinely protective, he could have intervened directly. This seemed insincere. It appeared that understanding the emperor's heart was challenging, but deciphering Prince Wei's motives was equally elusive. Just then, Luoxia hurriedly approached. "Princess, we must hurry. The festivities are about to begin, and the emperor and the prince are nearly here." In a rush, Shen Lanyin took her place beside Cui Royale, only to hear the voice of the eunuch Cece declaring, "The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. Prince Shen Nan has arrived." As the announcement concluded, the emperor and empress walked in tandem, followed closely by Xie Xun. Shen Lanyin discreetly stole a glance. The emperor was tall and imposing, nearly matching Xie Xun's height, with facial features bearing a striking resemblance to his, sharp brows, bright eyes, a high nose, yet with an air of authority that Xie Xun lacked, who exuded a palpable aura of violence born from bloodshed. In contrast, Prince Wei's countenance bore a gentler demeanor. As the trio took their seats, everyone bowed in reverence, chanting long lives for the emperor, the empress, and Prince Shen Nan. Just as the emperor gestured for them to rise, an individual rushed forward. Kneeling in the center of the hall, voice piercing, "Your Majesty, please render judgment." Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow, sensing that this individual was targeting her, and that it was not merely a personal vendetta. Chapter 63. Princess Chongning's arrogance, all eyes fixated on the woman clad in pink at the center. Who could she be? Recognizing her as Lu Yani, the second daughter of the Lu family, murmurs of apprehension rippled through the crowd as she continued. "I accuse Princess Chongning of leveraging her position to bully the weak and commit numerous wrongs. I beseech your Majesty to take action." Bullying the weak. Such a phrase was audaciously employed. Lu Yani proceeded to recount how Shen Lanyin had demanded 30,000 taels of silver, marred Lu Yanchuan's visage, and had even involved the general's residence in the matter. Those privy to the truth began to sense the discrepancies in her claims. Princess Chongning had done nothing wrong. After all, it was the general's residence that had acted improperly, with Shen Lanyin having no faults over the past 3 years. while the Lu family had concealed the presence of actors and sought to usurp her authority. Logically, given the circumstances, they should have returned what was owed. The general's residence not only failed to do so, but had also plotted against her dowry. If there was to be any disturbance, it was the general's residence that had instigated trouble at the Marquis' residence first. With the emperor remaining silent, their stance unclear, the crowd refrained from interjecting. Lu Yanni's narrative favored the general's residence, her tears evoking sympathy and compelling the ignorant to feel pity. Shen Lanyin observed. Even the emperor's gaze toward Lu Yanni became somewhat entranced. Lu Yanni shot Shen Lanyin a triumphant glance, relishing in her perceived victory. Indeed, men were often swayed by beauty. Xie Xun and Xie Xun exchanged glances before turning their attention to Empress Fan, suggesting that, regarding the matter of the younger daughter, it would be best for the Empress to make a decisive call. Empress Fan, however, turned her gaze to Shen Lanyin, choosing not to speak hastily. The wife of Duke Ning, anxious, interjected, "Your Majesty, today is the celebration banquet for Prince Jingyuan. Let's not allow these domestic matters to dampen the festivities." The wife of Grand Tutor Qi echoed, "On such a joyous occasion, let us refrain from addressing these sordid affairs." Lady Xiao bluntly proposed, "Let us expel Miss Lu from the palace to spare the emperor's eyes." Shen Lanyin stifled a laugh, recognizing that the three families were indeed in cahoots. Their outward concern for her well-being was merely a guise to cement the accusation of bullying the weak. Should they proceed in this manner, her already tarnished reputation would be irrevocably ruined before the banquet concluded. Just as she prepared to speak, a familiar, resonant voice interjected, "I find no issue with this. Perhaps we should allow Miss Lu and Princess Chongning to confront one another directly." Empress Fan agreed, "Your Highness speaks wisely." Turning to Shen Lanyin, she inquired, "Chongning, do you wish to confront Miss Lu directly?" This was precisely what Shen Lanyin had hoped for. She knew that dealing with Xie Xun required little effort. He always understood her desires intuitively. Lu Yanni trembled involuntarily. Contemplating the words of the actor, she could not shake the sense of confusion. With all the nobility of the capital watching, surely Prince Jingyuan would not show favoritism. Cui Ruoyao cast a worried glance at Shen Lanyin, expressing her unease about a persistent twitching in her eyelid. "Yin, I feel quite unwell," she remarked. Shen Lanyin gently patted her arm, reassuring her, "Cousin, do not fret." She then took a few steps and approached Lu Yannian. "Miss Lu, the Emperor has issued a decree for the general's residence to return everything I previously gifted. If I am not mistaken, that hairpin atop your head appears rather familiar." Lu Yanyan's face flushed crimson as she hastily removed the pin and tossed it to the ground. "Here, take it back. Who would desire such a trivial item?" That day, she indeed returned all the garments, jewelry, and ornaments. Yet this banquet celebrating the southern town prince was of great significance. She thought retaining a single hairpin would be inconsequential, but to her dismay, Shen Lanyin noticed it. Such a calculating little wretch, who would care for her possessions. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. "Indeed, the general's residence has no shame," another added. "Not only are they lacking in decorum, but they also bully others with their ancestral power." Yet, some defended Shen Lanyin, arguing that even if the general's residence had erred, Shen Lanyin was overly meticulous. In a quarrel over divorce, should one not take everything? After all, they were once family. What harm was there in being a little lenient towards those of the general's residence? Ningyuan, having changed into a fresh gown, sat down and remarked, "As a noble princess, how can you concern yourself with such mundane possessions? Must you push your husband's family to the brink over trivial matters?" Her disdain for Shen Lanyin had escalated from a prior annoyance due to Lu Yanxi and Lu Yannian to outright hatred following the recent incident of falling into the water. Hearing this, Lu Yanyan's confidence surged as she provocatively glanced at Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin understood that human nature often favors the weak. The general's residence already held the people's favor and had now faced punishment, so naturally, there were many willing to speak on their behalf. Fan Rong, known for her fiery temper, could hardly tolerate this. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Lanyin interjected. "May I ask, Miss Lu, why did this princess leave the general's residence and create a ruckus there? Surely, you are the one bullying others without cause." Calmly, Shen Lanyin continued, "How curious it is. If you are here to accuse me, it would only be proper to clarify the events leading up to it." Lu Yannian, knowing she was in the wrong, dared not respond. "Today, Her intention was not to seek retribution against Shen Lanyin but to tarnish her reputation and gain favor in the emperor's eyes. To this end, she had consulted an actress who advised her that to leave a lasting impression on a man, one must elicit sympathy and display their most exquisite traits. Thus, she had chosen a dress that accentuated her figure, showcasing her beauty. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Jiawan Hall grew tense. Empress Fan spoke up, "Miss Lu, if there is a grievance, it would be prudent to elucidate the circumstances surrounding it. Even in chaos, there must be a rationale." Lu Yanyan, flustered, realized that regardless of the reasons, the Princess of Chongning should not have brought people to create disturbances at the general's residence. Ultimately, it was her fault. Shen Lanyin remained unperturbed, smiling as she said, "Very well, Miss Lu, I wish to inquire if you would cause a disturbance at the Jingyuan Marquis' residence without justification?" Lu Yanyan found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she had previously done just that. But it was understandable as Shen Lanyin had initially brought her dowry back to the Marquis' residence. Yet, she knew she could not confess this. For doing so would reveal her own fault. Madame Qi, anxious, interjected, "Miss Lu would not do such a thing unless the Marquis' residence had first wronged her," forcing a weak woman into a corner. Shen Lanyin retorted with sarcasm, "Precisely, I too would not create a disturbance at the general's residence without cause. It was the Lu family that acted wrongly from the outset." Madame Qi's face flushed, her makeup beginning to run. "I have fallen into the trap of this little vixen. Miss Lu, if you cannot clarify the circumstances, how can you accuse me before the emperor? Are you aware that making false accusations can lead to imprisonment?" In that moment, no one knew what to say. Those familiar with the truth, who had witnessed the events at Chongyuan Temple, felt Shen Lanyin was justified. Conversely, those unaware believed Shen Lanyin was indeed bullying Lu Yanyan to the point of tears. Just then, Xie Xun spoke up, "I can testify." The crowd murmured in confusion, wondering what the Prince of Southern Town had to do with this matter. Shen Lanyin was intrigued by what he might reveal as he stood up, bowed to the emperor, and continued, "Your Majesty, imperial sister, I can attest that on the day the eldest son of the Lu family brought an actress back to the capital, I happened to be at the general's residence handling a case, where the staff of the general's residence were bullying the weak princess of Chongning, even deploying guards to seize her dowry. I gifted the princess a jade pendant in hopes that the Marquis' family would show restraint, but the Lu family disregarded my efforts. Subsequently, Madame Lu led her entourage to the Marquis' residence to cause trouble not once, but twice, and I happened to be present both times. The first incident at the Marquis' gate was witnessed by many, and I have gathered several witnesses. On the second occasion, Madame Lu even resorted to using her household soldiers to capture the Princess of Chongning, threatening to drown her. With Xie Xun's esteemed status, his words were taken seriously by all present. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In the realm of Desheng, where the principles of propriety and chastity were highly esteemed, a woman deemed unclean could face severe consequences. However, such actions had never been truly carried out in history. Taking a life was ultimately against the natural order. Most believed that even if a woman were truly unclean, the worst that could happen was being cast aside. Such an act of drowning would be utterly excessive. Moreover, the Princess of Chongning had devoted 3 years to her household, diligently fulfilling her duties without fault. The old General Lu was a figure of reverence, and no one could fathom that his family would stoop to such vile acts. Most importantly, the soldiers of the Lu family were a privilege granted by the founding emperor of Desheng, meant to protect the realm, not to bully vulnerable women. Many mothers who had raised daughters trembled at the mere thought of their beloved children facing such a fate. After this incident, it was believed that no one would dare to marry their daughters into the Lu family. Even those who had once supported the Lu family began to turn in favor of Shen Lanyin. "I never imagined that General Lu would have such descendants," they remarked. "The Lu family initiated these wicked deeds. I must say, Princess Chongning is truly merciful. If it were me, I would have annihilated the Lu family without hesitation." How could Lu Yanyan find the words to respond? It was evident she was in the wrong. Even if Princess Chongning had gone to the Lu residence, it was merely to reclaim her own belongings. How could that be considered causing trouble? Lu Yanyan's face drained of color, but recalling her purpose for the day, she forced herself to remain composed and knelt properly. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, Xie Xun interjected once more, "Miss Lu, if I recall correctly, you were present at the disturbance outside the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. If you wish to accuse Princess Chongning, then I, too, shall bring charges against the Lu family for attempting to take a life. I preside over the Dali Temple, and based on the evidence currently available, it is Miss Liu who made the initial false accusations. As his words concluded, Xie Xun summoned witnesses to the court, including numerous commoners and individuals brought by Granny Wei. They all recounted that the Liu family had instigated the trouble first. Liu Yanyan frantically adjusted her gown, stammering, "Your Highness, I was merely accompanying my mother out of filial piety. I did not engage in any wrongdoing. Today, I spoke in error and wrongfully accused the princess." She understood that after today, the Liu family's reputation would be utterly tarnished, especially as she felt the scornful, sympathetic, and hateful gazes of onlookers upon her. The shame was nearly unbearable. Qiyu felt mortified, covering her face with a handkerchief. The Grand Tutor's wife wore a grim expression, while Madame Xiao stamped her foot in agitation. The Lady of Ningguo turned her face away, casting a venomous glare at the Prince of Wei. The prince's countenance darkened. Why did the young emperor remain inactive? Had Xie Xun forsaken his affection for women? Xie Xun glanced at Xie Xun, beseeching the emperor to issue a decree for a thorough investigation of the Liu family. Liu Yanyi felt utterly drained. How could the current Liu family withstand such scrutiny? Not to mention the heinous acts of the second and third branches, which included the abduction of common women and the loss of many lives. Even her hands were not clean. Realizing this, she closed her eyes, ready to gamble everything by invoking the ancestors. "Your Highness, I merely spoke in error, after all." The Liu family holds a transcendent status in the Great Sheng. Seeing that Xie Xun was not swayed, she seized the opportunity to cling to Xie Zhan's leg. Unfazed, he discreetly kicked her away. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. The Liu family is wronged. Does the prince not fear alienating the military generals by favoring the Princess of Chongning?" Liu Yanyi cried aloud. Before the emperor could respond, Xie Xun declared, "I knew you would cause a stir. Bring Miss Liu to the Dali Temple." Liu Yanyi shouted, "I am wronged. Your Majesty, I am wronged."
Hold on.
Xie Zhan waved his hand. He then turned to Xie Xun. "Since our ancestors have spoken, it is indeed inappropriate to investigate the Liu family, nor should we treat their daughter so harshly. I am willing to vouch for the Liu family." Xie Xun's expression turned ashen. Especially when he noticed Liu Yanyi calmly resuming her seat, he surveyed the room and proclaimed loudly, "I must assert that the Princess of Chongning is under my protection. Anyone who opposes her is my enemy." With that, he departed without further ado, leaving the Empress Dowager to clean up the mess. Fortunately, once the emperor withdrew, the courtyard buzzed with excitement. The banquet officially commenced, and Fan Rong and Yun Tong approached. Fan Rong smiled, "Sister Chongning, I truly worried for you today. Please allow me to toast you to calm my nerves." Yun Tong followed suit, offering a cup of fruit wine. Shen Lanyin hastily returned the gesture. Shen Lanyin joined in. "Elder sister, this new brother-in-law is quite commendable. He stands up for you so boldly. You are truly fortunate." Shen Lanyin had not anticipated that Xie Xun would clarify matters for her and defend her so staunchly. Even if it was due to their impending marriage, Xie Xun's attentiveness was remarkable. Shen Lanyin teased, "What? Are you eager to wed?" "Not at all," Shen Lanyin replied. Her face flushed. It is clearly the third sister who is to marry first. At that moment, Fan Rong cast a knowing glance at the silent Shen Lanfang, hinting at the elder's intentions to forge a marital alliance with the Shen family. Hearing this, Shen Lanyin felt a surge of emotions, recalling events from the previous day. Chapter 65. Did Xie Xun get tackled? Zhang stated that she worried the emperor might arrange a marriage at will, and had already communicated with the Anping Marquis estate about marrying the third sister to the Fan family. Knowing the events of her past life, she naturally opposed it, especially since Fan Cheng's reputation was not commendable. However, Zhang insisted this was her third sister's own desire, and that their father supported it as well. She could not comprehend why, having been reborn, the third sister would still be entangled with Fan Cheng. In the past, the emperor's decree was an unavoidable fate. But what of this time? The elders were facilitating the union, and even their father was agreeable? She had to inquire with her third sister. "Third sister, do you wish to marry Fan Cheng?" Shen Lanfang lowered her head, gripping her hands tightly, and nodded slightly. Observing this, Shen Lanyin realized her sister was content with the arrangement. Some words were hard to express. "Elder sister, I heard Fan Cheng is the most notorious dandy in the capital." Before she could finish, Shen Lanfang anxiously explained, "Elder sister, a Cheng has clarified. He is not like that. There are deeper reasons behind his reputation." "A Cheng?" For some reason, She felt as though her sister had caught the attention of a pig. Without any hesitation, she rushed to defend him. Moreover, she had already guessed how they met. It must have been through the second sister's friendship with Fan Rong, leading the third sister to the Anping Marquis estate, where Fan Qing took notice of her. Thus, the third sister had been seduced. If you knew marrying him would lead to a difficult life, would you still wish for it? Shen Lanyin, her cheeks flushed, replied softly yet firmly, "Who can predict the future? Elder sister, I am willing now. A Chung says he will treat me well." Upon reflection, Shen Lanyin realized that aside from Fan Cheng's dandy reputation and a past misfortune, there was little to criticize about their match. A legitimate daughter marrying high, a loving couple, amiable in-laws, and a sister-in-law who was the empress and a confidant. Yet, despite this, she still felt Fan Cheng unworthy of her gentle, sweet, and talented sister. Wait a moment, her third sister had a valid point. Who can truly foresee the future? This thought awakened her. Having been reborn, the trajectory of destiny would also change. Through her efforts, she had left the general's estate, allied with Xie Xun, and seized the fortune of Ling Xiu. Even Xie Xun sought to marry her. Did this not imply that the second sister, the third sister, their father, and their brother, along with many others connected to her, would all usher in a completely new outcome? The events of the previous life could only serve as a reference. The path of this life required adaptability. Since she was aware of the risks her third sister faced in marrying, she could simply ensure that the Divine Physician's clinic paid extra attention. The more she contemplated, the more sensible it seemed. Just as she was about to speak, someone shouted, "Oh no! The Prince of Zhen Nan has been tackled." Tackled? Was it what they thought it was? This was explosive news, sure to overshadow the disputes between the Shen and Lu families and become the latest sensation. The noble ladies were eager to witness the commotion, and Shen Lanyin was pulled along by Fan Rong and Shen Lanyin. Upon arrival, they discovered the situation was far from what they had anticipated. The truth revealed that Lu Yanxi had attempted to tackle Xie Xun but had failed, resulting in her falling to the ground instead. Here's how it unfolded. After Xie Xun departed, he made his way directly toward the Qianqing Palace. Midway, Lu Yanxi suddenly emerged, lunging directly at him while shouting loudly to attract attention. Just as she was about to tackle Xie Xun, onlookers braced themselves for the spectacle. If Xie Xun truly succumbed to her, would he not be compelled to marry her? This Miss Lu was indeed rather. Ultimately, Xie Xun evaded her with ease, leaving Lu Yanxi sprawled on the ground. He offered her not a single glance as he continued on his way. When Shen Lanyin and the others arrived, they found Lu Yanxi lying on the ground feigning injury, while Xie Xun conversed with the emperor, appearing to be in an argument. With nearly all the banquet attendees present, Lu Yanxi felt even more aggrieved. She had thought Xie Xun would show her some compassion as a woman, yet he was so cold-hearted. She was so close. So very close to marrying the prince. At the critical moment, the prince unexpectedly evaded. It is clear that the prince has a weakness for women, as evidenced by his interactions with the madwoman Shen Lanyin. Why then does he refuse her touch? Facing the madwoman's sparkling eyes only amplifies her humiliation. Could it be that the madwoman has discerned her thoughts? Here she is, sprawled on the ground, observed by all, with no one offering to assist. Not even her sister, who hides amongst the crowd, feigning ignorance. This is Miss Lu, shameless enough to provoke the Prince of Southern Town? It seems she is courting disaster, considering everyone knows the prince has dispatched even the maidservants who dared to approach him. The fact that he has not taken her life is already a sign of his leniency. Just moments ago, Miss Lu II falsely accused Princess Chongning. And now Miss Lu the eldest seeks to tarnish the prince's reputation. The Lu family truly is a perplexing lot. Let's not forget the eldest son of the Lu family, who has bullied and plotted against Princess Chongning. The Lu family is shameless and thoroughly rotten. Yet the emperor seems intent on protecting them. One can see how angered the prince is. Before that person could finish speaking, they were silenced. How reckless to discuss such matters. Even the emperor's decisions are wise. Initially, it did not seem so, but upon seeing Shen Lanyin approach, Lu Yanxi felt increasingly embarrassed. She desperately sought to explain. "I did not mean to, I simply did not see the prince." Yet, her words only provoked more scorn from those around her. No one would believe her. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Lu Yanxi felt humiliated, her entire being uncomfortable. After barely escaping earlier, she wished for people to forget her. Yet now, her sister finds herself in trouble again. Her elder brother and the actor seemed to have vanished, leaving her here to face disgrace. Enough is enough. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yanxi stood and rushed into the crowd, pulling Lu Yani out. Sister, please help explain. You know I am not like this. Lu Yani understood her sister's affection for the prince, but she never imagined her sister would act in such a manner. Her brows furrowed, anger evident on her face. It was clear there was nothing more to say. They should leave quickly. Did her sister not feel embarrassed enough? Lu Yanxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, when you were the one causing a scene, I did not chastise you. We are family. What is there to be embarrassed about? Lu Yani felt equally helpless. Today, she had already lost face, and now, due to her sister, she faced ridicule again, especially while witnessing Shen Lanyin, clad in resplendent garments, standing in the sunlight. Exuding radiance, it only fueled her anger. Sister, let us depart. Lu Yanxi gazed at the distant Xie Xun, inspiration igniting within her. No, she would not concede. She still had a chance, a final attempt. After today, even her own sister would look down upon her. It would be difficult for her to marry. Marrying the prince was her only option. Even as a concubine or a servant, it was better than being unwanted. An uncontrollable desire emboldened Lu Yanxi. And while the crowd was distracted, she lunged once more toward the tall figure clad in black. This time, she successfully fell into a warm and strong embrace. Initially, she believed it to be Xie Xun, but to her astonishment, it was the emperor. Before she could comprehend, she found herself tumbling back onto the ground. This time, everyone clearly saw that it was Lu Yanxi, lacking in dignity, who had sought to embrace the prince of southern town, only to be caught by the emperor instead. The notion of such a woman entering the palace was indeed perplexing. Shen Lanyin instinctively glanced at Empress Fan, noting her calm demeanor, which brought her relief. Such antics were nothing new to the empress. Just a moment prior, when Lu Yanxi lunged at Xie Xun, an inexplicable rage surged within Shen Lanyin. How dare she covet her man? Observing this, Luoxia quietly remarked, "The prince is innocent." Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow. Is it that obvious? When she lifted her gaze, Xie Xun had already pulled the emperor far away. Lu Yani, reacting instinctively, stepped forward and slapped Lu Yanxi across the face. You shameless harlot! A seductress! She truly could not fathom how her sister could be so brazen to engage in such behavior, especially in front of her. Moreover, this time, the affront was directed at her. Did she not understand the principle that one must not covet their sister's husband? Or was she simply mad with desire? Fury clouded her judgment, and she yearned to deliver a harsh beating to this shameless woman before her. Lu Yanxi was not one to back down. When her sister struck her once, she retaliated with 2 slaps. In a whirlwind of fists, hair pulling and kicking, the two were locked in combat, their hair flying in the air. No one intervened, not even the emperor and empress, who merely watched the spectacle. In less than a quarter of an hour, both had disheveled hair and bruises, even their dresses torn. Whispers circulated among the crowd. The women of the Lu family are like tigers. One must steer clear of them. Were women so fierce in battle? Sister against sister, there could be no mercy. The incident had occurred suddenly, and others did not fully comprehend. But Shen Lanyin saw it all clearly. It was not that the emperor wished to embrace her. Rather, Xie Xun had pushed him forward in a moment of reflex, leading to the emperor's instinctive grasp. One must admit, he was quite unfortunate, even to be caught in such a predicament by his own brother. After being beaten to a pulp, Lu Yanxi knelt on the ground, declaring, Your Majesty, I have feelings for the Prince of Southern Town and wish to become his consort. I implore you to grant me this wish. Gasps of surprise filled the air. The emperor had become entangled in such a scandal. Yet this Lu family girl was not satisfied. How brazen to covet her man so openly. Shen Lanyin lost interest in merely watching. It was time for action. As Shen Lanyin approached, Lu Yanxi felt a wave of dread wash over her. The madwoman was about to unleash her fury. Unfortunately, it was too late. Your Majesty, you are being scorned by Miss Lu. In an instant, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. This was the truth, yet no one dared to speak it. Yet Shen Lanyin had the courage to do so. Lu Yanxi's heart sank. She had known this woman was mad. Your Majesty, I did not mean it that way. Lu Yanxi repeatedly bowed in apology, her sincerity evident, even drawing blood from her forehead. Shen Lanyin would not let her off so easily. If that is not your intention, then return to your residence. Whether the emperor desires you, a wretched person, is uncertain. How dare you provoke the prince of southern town? Xie Xun remained silent. He had heard of Shen Lanyin's exploits. This was his first encounter, and it was refreshing. The woman whom Ah Sun favored was indeed remarkable, unwilling to accept fate, brave, decisive, and unafraid to speak what others feared to voice. He would quietly watch her performance. Lu Yanxi closed her eyes, seemingly making a resolution. Your Majesty, I truly have feelings for the Prince of Southern Town. I wish to marry him for the rest of my life. Be quiet. If you wish to marry the Prince of Southern Town, you must first ask if he is willing to marry you. Xie Xun quickly interjected. Miss Lu, have I not made my feelings abundantly clear? I utterly despise you. Shen Lanyin felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Yes, this was her Xie Xun. She shrugged, quite helplessly. Miss Lu, this is simply the situation. The prince despises you. Thinking that Lu Yanxi would finally concede, she unexpectedly made an even more provocative statement. Your Majesty, I know in your heart you love me. Otherwise, you would have killed me long ago instead of repeatedly avoiding me. You said you despise me, yet you never said you would not marry me. Shen Lanyin's inner thoughts were a cacophony of disbelief. One could not deny she was utterly appalled. Fan Rome could no longer contain herself. Alu, do not hold me back. I must strike her. Tear her mouth apart. She deserves it. At that moment, everyone felt that Lu Yanxi deserved a beating. Lu Yanxi, you are truly laughable. Does the prince have a mental illness to consider marrying you? Upon hearing Shen Lanyin's words, Xie Xun's lips twitched. Indeed, that was how she was so direct. Perhaps this was the persona she was meant to embody. With this thought in mind, he subtly signaled to his second brother, Xie Xun, who acknowledged it and settled in to enjoy the spectacle. This was far more entertaining than the stories recounted by his previous hidden guards. Truly delightful. Lu Yanxi felt utterly humiliated today. She had laid everything bare and cared for nothing. The prince had previously promised to be with her, yet Shen Lanyin, consumed by envy and jealousy, had deliberately misinterpreted his intentions. Her voice carried a hint of shyness, even though nothing had truly transpired. To the uninformed observer, it would indeed appear as if Xie Xun and she had shared an intimate moment. Am I envious or jealous of you, Shen Lanyin? Lu Yanxi scoffed, incredulous. If you believe the prince harbors feelings for you, then why has he not taken you as his bride? Must you resort to underhanded tactics to entice him? Her words resonated with the crowd, striking a chord of agreement. In a fit of anger, Lu Yanxi proclaimed, Shen Lanyin, I shall ensure the prince brings about your demise. Xie Xun interjected, I shall not heed your words. Well, that is fortunate, Lu Yanxi retorted. Your Highness, everyone is watching. Could you not afford me a modicum of dignity? The onlookers were taken aback, their moral compass shaken. This celebration had proven to be quite the spectacle. Miss Lu, do you truly believe I would be enamored by a pretentious woman who clings to every man? Xie Xun did not even glance her way. Lu Yanxi decided to employ her most sincere plea. Your Highness, all women fear you, yet I am the only one who genuinely adores you. Xie Xun's gaze turned frostbitten. You ought to consider your worthiness. Incensed, Lu Yanxi resolved to escalate her efforts. Your Highness, if I, a virtuous woman, am unworthy of you, then what of Shen Lanyin? As a prince, you cannot simply favor someone like her. Her audacious claim left the crowd in shock. The prince has a penchant for married women. How exhilarating. What did you just say? Xie Xun's teeth clenched, his eyes glinting with ire. Unperturbed, Lu Yanxi continued. Your Highness, I witnessed everything at the entrance of the Jingyuan Marquis' residence today. You saw that? You are courting death. His voice was low and gravelly, resonating with an ominous authority. And his hand instinctively reached for his sword. The tension escalated, and the crowd gasped. Had the Prince of Zhennan truly lost his mind? In the public eye, was he about to commit murder? Xie Xun realized the gravity of the situation. Xie Xun, still recovering from a recent ailment, was evidently agitated and provoked. Very well, let the wretched woman perish. I shall take care of the aftermath. Yet, just as Xie Xun pointed his sword at Lu Yanxi, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 67. My harem shall not harbor trash, the crowd observed as Shen Lanyin stepped forward, approaching the Prince of Zhennan and whispering something. Miraculously, the bloodthirsty prince calmed. Lu Yanxi had narrowly avoided death. She understood that the prince had genuinely intended to kill her. However, she would not express gratitude to Shen Lanyin. as her belief solidified that Shen Lanyin was the one who had bewitched the prince and obstructed her path to the royal palace. Shen Lanyin, by what right do you presume to stand in my way? Consumed by resentment, she bit her lip until it bled, crimson droplets cascading forth, painting a sinister picture. Your Highness, do you truly harbor feelings for Shen Lanyin?
Speak.
The assembled crowd was equally eager to know the answer, their gazes fixed upon Xie Xun. Even Shen Lanyin's heart raced. What would he reveal? Xie Xun first cast a complex glance at Shen Lanyin, then proclaimed, "Whom I favor is my private affair and none of your concern. Who do you think you are to meddle in my matters?" Shen Lanyin exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had remained silent. The time was not yet ripe. The decree for divorce had yet to be issued. Should Xie Xun speak, it would serve as irrefutable evidence, tarnishing his reputation for eternity and possibly inscribing his name in the annals of history. Yet, she could not shake the sense of disappointment that lingered within her. Your Highness, I am a daughter of the Liu family. To wed me would be to your advantage. Liu Yanxi felt a surge of confidence. The assembled ladies and noble women scoffed in disbelief. What reputable maiden would force a man into marriage? Henceforth, I must keep my distance from the Liu family. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Xie Xun exhibited an air of detachment. No, I would be at a loss. Not merely a loss, but a catastrophic one. He then turned to his brother. Second brother, you embraced her. Do you intend to take her into your harem? Xie Zhan's expression was complex. My harem shall not harbor trash. With that utterance, Liu Yanxi's escape route was irrevocably severed. What man would dare marry a woman who had been embraced by a prince? Though Liu Yanxi felt aggrieved, she quickly regained her composure, ready to confront Xie Xun once more. Your Highness, the Liu family shares an extraordinary bond with the royal family. Marrying me is not only a union, but also a repayment of gratitude. Xie Zhan's eyes held an inscrutable depth. On this day alone, Liu Yanxi had invoked her family name twice, brazenly in public. Did the royal family not possess any sense of dignity? Did they truly wish to coerce a prince into marrying a woman he did not desire, leveraging the merits of their ancestors? Clearly, the toxic influence of the Liu family had reached a point where it necessitated removal. Just as Xie Xun was about to speak, Shen Lanyin preempted him. Her voice icy and resolute. General Liu, with his unwavering resolve, achieved countless victories and rescued the founding monarch of the Great Sheng from peril. This debt of gratitude shall forever be remembered by the royal family and by every citizen of our land. Since the establishment of the Great Sheng, the royal family has treated the general's household with the utmost respect. Only recently, the emperor bestowed generous rewards upon them. Moreover, the citizens, in their gratitude to General Liu, have consistently supported his family. Countless soldiers have willingly laid down their lives to protect the heirs of the Liu family. Do the lives of these ordinary soldiers not count? Even my father, 3 years ago, entrusted my marriage to the general's household, confident in the character and legacy of General Liu. Liu Daji, the eldest son of the Liu family, led a life of debauchery on the battlefield, corrupting the military's morale. Had he been an ordinary man, he would have faced dire consequences long ago. Out of respect for General Liu, the Prince of Zhennan merely administered 50 lashes. Furthermore, no matter the nature of the favor, the emperors of the Great Sheng have devoted their hearts and souls over decades. Surely, it is time to repay that debt. We shall forever remember the accomplishments of General Liu, but that does not entitle the descendants of the Liu family to wield his legacy as a weapon, nor to coerce the monarch and the prince in public. Many have long harbored disdain for the Liu family, and they cried out in unison, "Indeed, that's the truth." Which dynasty has not produced meritorious founders? Why should the Liu family be afforded special treatment? The Liu family is simply avaricious. Shen Lanyin continued, in his pursuit of glory. General Liu risked his life on the battlefield, alongside the founding emperor, to overthrow the tyrants of the pre-Qin era. After the establishment of the Great Sheng, he eschewed power, repeatedly refusing noble titles, his virtues standing tall like a mountain, deserving of admiration. As a daughter of the Liu family, you must conduct yourself with caution, cultivate virtue, and uphold the legacy of General Liu. You should not tarnish his esteemed name. As a woman, you must respect and cherish yourself, harbor benevolence, in order to earn respect. Your actions not only disgrace the perception of women in the eyes of men, but who would ever regard you with esteem? Shen Lanyin locked eyes with Liu Yanxi, each word resonating with authority. Today, she intended to lay bare the truth, placing the Lu family under scrutiny and severing their opportunity to exploit their ancestors' achievements for moral coercion. The crowd was captivated by Shen Lanin's fervor, yet Lu Yanxi remained defiant, clamoring for a confrontation. Undeterred, Shen Lanyin pressed on. I do not seek to deny General Lu's contributions to the Great Sheng, but I cannot abide by the Lu family's descendants using his legacy as a threat. Not only do you tarnish his posthumous reputation, but you also trample upon the sincerity that the entire Great Sheng has shown towards the Lu family. Lu Yanxi's complexion turned pale, first overtaken by panic, then indignation. Shen Lanyin, you madwoman, what nonsense are you spouting? My ancestors endured countless hardships. What is wrong with us enjoying their rewards? If the entire Great Sheng truly treated the general's household well, why has our situation grown increasingly dire each year? If you truly cherish the virtues of our ancestors, you should not cause a ruckus over my elder brother's desire to take a performer as his wife. Nor should you abscond with all the dowry. It must be that you do not wish for me to wed the prince of Southern Town, fabricating tales to persuade me to relinquish my aspirations. Lu Yenyang found her sister's reasoning compelling, standing united against Shen Lanyin. It appears, Shen Lanyin, that you have forgotten your roots. You have enjoyed the splendid situation that my ancestors fought for with their lives, yet you dare to criticize the Lu family. Shen Lanyin had articulated her thoughts, ceasing her attempts to reason with the Lu family. It is well known that the Lu family has not fared well due to their own misdeeds. In both this life and the last, she has been devoted to the Lu family without a shred of remorse. If anyone owes a debt, it is the Lu family that owes her, and she intends to reclaim what is rightfully hers. Xie Xun's formerly gentle gaze turned icy in an instant. The Lu family's daughter was indeed a challenge to his imperial authority. This solidified his resolve to eradicate the Lu family, not for the sake of the Great Sheng dynasty alone, but also to alleviate the grievances he and his son have endured. The Lu family's time has come to an end. However, before that, they must surrender the blank imperial edict, along with the secret that threatens the very foundation of the Sheng dynasty. Empress Fan understood the implications, her expression darkening as she commanded, "Take the two young ladies of the Lu family and throw them out of the palace." The use of throw made it evident how disgraceful the day's events had been. The two Lu sisters were not to be trifled with. Without expelling them, the day could not conclude satisfactorily. Soon, four burly matrons, accompanied by a group of palace attendants, politely escorted Lu Yanxi and Lu Yenyang out. Lu Yanxi was in tears, believing her ancestors' merits should have guaranteed her a place with the prince of Southern Town. This was not the ending she deserved. All of this was the fault of that vile woman, Shen Lanyin. The celebratory banquet continued, with Empress Fan adding more personnel to oversee the ladies from various households, fearful of further disturbances. Unknown to all, in a secluded side hall, Qiyu found Ling Xiyu. Sister Xiyu, the current situation is quite unfavorable for the Lu family. The two conspired, preparing to unveil a more significant scheme against Shen Lanyin. Chapter 68. The affection between Sun and Yin grows. Sister Chongning, how imposing you are! Fan Rong exclaimed, seated beside Shen Lanyin, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Not only Fan Rong, but also Cui Ruoyao and others shared the sentiment. The previous remarks made against the Lu family resonated deeply with them. Many were silently cheering. The achievements of the old general of the Lu family were undeniable, yet the decline of the Lu family over generations was a harsh reality. Most notably, the Lu family often flaunted their ancestors' accomplishments, claiming moral superiority, leaving others unable to retaliate, resulting in numerous hidden grievances. Their implication was that anyone who opposed them was an irredeemable villain. Yet, this time, the Lu family had suffered a significant setback and gained nothing. Especially those who had previously endured losses felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was truly gratifying. These scoundrels should not be indulged. Shen Lanyin waved her handheld fan, gossiping. Elder sister, what did you say to brother-in-law that caused him to change so suddenly? The others widened their eyes in curiosity. Shen Lanyin patted her head. You should worry about yourself. Unlike our third sister, you have no suitor yet. If the emperor bestows a marriage upon you, you cannot escape. Shen Lanyin smiled. But I have you and brother-in-law, right? I just want to know what you did to him. He was about to kill someone and suddenly became calm. We were all terrified. Even the emperor dared not approach. Shen Lanyin smiled playfully. You wish to know? Shen Lanyin nodded eagerly. I won't tell you, Shen Lanyin teased, lightly twirling the jade bracelet on her wrist. The group of ladies enjoyed their banter, and Shen Lanyin found an excuse to take Luo Xia outside. Just then, Xie Xun had sent Luo Xia to relay a message that he wished to meet her in the front courtyard. Sure enough, upon arrival, Xie Xun awaited her alone. "I pay my respects to the prince," Shen Lanyin greeted first. "Prince? Just a moment ago, Miss Shen did not address me in such a manner," Xie Xun remarked with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "From now on, there is no need for formalities. Simply address me as such." Shen Lanyin felt her cheeks flush, gripping her handkerchief tightly. After a while, she suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with his fervent stare. In that moment, she saw his eyes shining like stars in the night sky, each glimmer reflecting deep affection. Throughout their multiple encounters since her rebirth, she had never before felt such gentleness emanating from Xie Xun. It was no longer the cold, distant demeanor he once exhibited, tinged with awkwardness. In this warmth, there was joy, anticipation, and a sense of attachment. Suddenly, she pondered the possibility that he might have liked her all along. Perhaps it was not just a possibility, but a reality. Shen Lanyin found herself ensnared in these thoughts, unable to distinguish between her past life and this one, between the summer cicada song and the rhythm of her heartbeat. Just as she had called out in urgency, a son, in her previous life. The moment Xie Xun fell for her, she had called his name countless times. At the rebirth temple, she had silently uttered that name she held dear. Regrettably, he had never heard her. But just now, he had heard her, suppressing the uncontrollable madness and violent impulses within him for her sake. He had said she could address him in such a manner from now on. Her heart raced wildly. Did this mean that he would not reject the idea of them becoming a true couple, partners for life? No concubines, no secondary wives, no separations. Only the two of them, united for eternity. She began to envision the life she would share with him. On a summer afternoon, the gentle breeze caressed her, and the cicadas sang on. As time flowed in this serene moment, Xie Xun was overjoyed. What had begun as mere speculation was now confirmed. A warmth spread within him, and happiness surged forth. Upon learning of her impending marriage, his heart had felt like ash, prepared to sacrifice himself on the battlefield to the south. Yet, fate took a turn. Not only did he return safely to the capital, but he also discovered that the woman he cherished, Ayin, wished to part ways. More importantly, even without words, she understood his longing for her. Though he had intended to wait, he could no longer contain himself, nor was he satisfied with merely maintaining a respectful distance, coexisting in a hollow semblance of life together. Time was fleeting, and he desired a little more. He wanted his second brother to issue an edict soon, granting Ayin a divorce, and to publicly declare their relationship. He wished to boldly tell her that he had loved her for many years, that he could not live without her, and that he genuinely wished to take her as his wife. Moreover, he harbored a significant secret he longed to share with her. Just moments ago, he could not recall exactly what had transpired. Lu Yanxi had mentioned witnessing something at the Jingyuan Marquis' residence, and he had disregarded everything else. He would not allow anyone to harm Ayin. It was also his fault for being too eager to explain himself to her, neglecting to bring any guards, allowing the Lu family to exploit the situation and find a means to attack Ayin. He only knew that she had looked at him with concern, and in her moment of desperation, she had called out, "A son, don't." Coming back to his senses, he realized he nearly made a grave mistake. Lu Yanxi's misfortune was inconsequential. For her, relinquishing everything he currently possessed was not worth it. Xie Xun felt his mind blanking, a dizzying sensation overwhelming him, and he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. She nestled her face against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. Their heartbeats synchronized, mingling with the cicada song, weaving the most beautiful melody. As they stood entwined, all words became superfluous. When Shen Lanyin returned, she noticed that most of the guests had already departed. Back at the Zhaoan Palace, she felt the probing gazes of her sisters and lowered her head in fluster. She must be unwell to feel such inexplicable emotions. Fortunately, Xie Xun was not entirely composed either. They were in this together, and neither would mock the other. Shen Lanyin reassured herself, feeling somewhat better. Just then, a young palace maid, tasked with serving fruit wine to the ladies, stumbled unexpectedly, nearly losing her balance. A whole pot of fruit wine was splashed in the direction of Shen Lanyin, who was already lost in thought, and became completely stained, rendering her attire unpresentable. Cui Riao hurried over. "Ayin, what are you thinking about? Look at your dress, it's all dirty." The young palace maid, aware of the trouble she had caused, knelt trembling on the ground. "Your Highness, I am guilty." As she spoke, she continuously slapped her own face. Shen Lanyin snapped back to reality. How audacious. The banquet is nearly over, and yet the schemers behind the scenes remain restless. This method is far too cliched. It is but a remnant of others' tricks. First, they tarnish my dress, and next, they will resort to foul drugs to ensnare me. However, I find myself unexpectedly curious about what is to unfold. Qiyu approached. "Princess Chongning, let me assist you to the side hall to change your attire. It is indeed unbecoming to appear in such a state." Shen Lanyin, aware of the events that transpired before the banquet, retorted without hesitation, "Step aside. Do you truly possess such goodwill?" Fan Rong added, "We need not your assistance. We can help Princess Chongning change. What business is it of yours?" Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow, gazing meaningfully at Qiyu. "Very well. We shall accompany Miss Qi for a stroll and see what mischief she harbors." Qiyu appeared momentarily taken aback. Her scheme with Ling Xiu was to lure Shen Lanyin to compel her return to the general's residence. To ensure success, they had intentionally chosen a time when the emperor and most nobles had withdrawn, leaving only a few gossiping young ladies. If all were to attend, it wouldn't be impossible either. The thought was exhilarating, yet it would merely benefit that wretched Lu Yanchuan. Seeing her silent, Shen Lanyin pressed, "Is that acceptable, Miss Qi?" "Certainly. Let us head to the side hall together and take a moment to rest before departing the palace," Qi replied with a silvery laugh, her eyes sparkling with flattery. She then led the way, with Shen Lanyin and the others following closely behind, eager to uncover her ulterior motives. Chapter 69. Fantasies of one man and 6 women hidden in the shadows. Prince Wei observed the distant figures of the group, his gaze lifting slightly. Cold as a mountain pool. A storm was brewing, and it remained to be seen who would emerge victorious. After all, Shen Lanyin was the daughter of his elder sister. And despite his reluctance, for the sake of grand ambitions, what sacrifices could not be made? Was it not Shen Lanyin's disobedience that led to this? As the sun dipped lower, the palace was adorned with exquisite scenery. Shen Lanyin found herself calming down, genuinely appreciating the beauty along their path. Qiyu suddenly inquired, "Chongning, I have heard that you are on good terms with the king of Zhennan. What sort of person do you believe he is?" "A good person," Shen Lanyin replied dismissively. Qiyu found it amusing. It was the first time she had heard anyone label the king of Zhennan as such. Although everyone feared him, many women admired and were enamored by him, herself included. Lu Yanshi dreamed of marrying the king of Zhennan, and she believed her chances surpassed those of Lu Yanshi. Given her family's favor, unlike Lu Yanshi, she would not seek to repay kindness with threats. She would simply treat the prince well. She then turned to the others. "What do you think of the king of Zhennan?" The group fell silent, shaking their heads. Shen Lanyin's intention to marry the king was an open secret among the sisters, and thus they would not easily express their opinions. "Well then, you must not compete with me," Qiyu exclaimed joyfully. Shen Lanyin found the situation amusing. "Why would I compete with you? What benefit would that bring us?" Qiyu hesitated for a long while before finally stating, "After today, I can persuade my brother to marry you all." Fan Rong covered her mouth, laughing. "Do you think we need to marry into the Qi family? We all hail from fine backgrounds, with family support. As long as the emperor does not arrange marriages for us, we could live our lives unmarried, without issue. Even if Shen Lanyin has been divorced. Residing in the Marquis' residence would mean she would never want for food or clothing. Besides, what is the Qi family? Merely a pawn reliant on the Ningguo Duke's house and Prince Wei." As they approached the side hall, Ling Xiu stationed outside felt perplexed. Is it not just Shen Lanyin? Why are there 1, 2, 3, 6 of them? Can Lu Yanchuan handle this? Excitement sparkled in Lu Yanchuan's eyes. What a gathering. The 3 young ladies of the Shen family, the legitimate daughter of the Cui family from Qinghe, the second legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Anping, and the emperor's sister, have all arrived. Ling Xiu harbored disdain in her heart, but maintained a composed demeanor. Today's priority was to sway her sister back to the Marquis residence, while the others were merely embellishments. As Shen Lanyin caught sight of the side hall ahead, Qiyu announced, "It is right up ahead. You may enter on your own. I have a stomachache." She then instructed her maid to lead Princess Chongning and the other young ladies inside. "Is that all?" Shen Lanyin thought to herself, finding the ploy dreadfully cliché. Yet, one had to admit it was effective. Had it been the old her, she might have fallen for it today and faced ruin for a lifetime. Qiyu feigned a stomachache and staggered away. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is you who have offended powerful figures. If you do not cooperate, I shall be the one to suffer. Luo Xia approached. Miss, that side hall looks strange. It may harbor foulness. It would be better not to enter. In front of everyone, Luo Xia still referred to Shen Lanyin as Miss. Shen Lanyin boldly declared, we have come this far. We should at least take a look. The others readily agreed. Even the typically reserved Shen Lanfang remarked, I would very much like to see the world. Fan Rong directly seized her hand. Sister-in-law, you should stick close to me. Shen Lanfang, fingers combing through her hair, blushed, feeling unprepared. Inside the side hall, precious jewelry and adornments were displayed abundantly, with an array of exquisite garments. On the surface, everything appeared flawless. The palace maids even served summer refreshments and chilled watermelon, their demeanor exceedingly attentive. Once the young ladies finished their refreshments, Shen Lanyin spoke, you may all leave. I wish to change. The others, lacking enthusiasm, had anticipated something extraordinary but found nothing of interest, and thus departed. Fan Rong expressed her concern. Sister Chongning, I should stay to accompany you. We are both women, and it would be more convenient. Shen Lanyin remained composed. I prefer to change alone. She then instructed Qiyu's maid and the palace maids to withdraw, leaving her solitary. Shen Lanyin meticulously searched the hall and indeed discovered incense burning in the corner. Her keen sense of smell alerted her the moment the strange scent wafted in, prompting her to send her sisters away. Attempting to open a window, she found it sealed from the outside. Suddenly, a man with a grotesque visage pushed the door open and entered. It was Lu Yanchuan. He wore no mask, and the scars on his face appeared even more severe than before, crisscrossing like leather singed by fire. His voice dripped with lewdness. Shen Lanyin, come forth. Your husband has come to cherish you. Outside the hall, Ling Xiyu and Qi lurked stealthily, timing the moment. They anticipated that the potent jade maiden's laughter had been ignited. Their master had said that the incense was exceedingly potent, and once ensnared, few women could withstand it. Those who fell victim to the jade maiden's laughter would transform from virtuous maidens into wanton women, far exceeding the effects of the previous Hehuan incense. Soon, the hall echoed with intense sounds, interspersed with muffled cries. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Their scheme had succeeded. Lu Yanchuan was indeed indulging himself. Today was truly advantageous for him. I feel dizzy, Ling Xiu suddenly remarked, sensing something amiss. I do as well, Qiyu admitted, clutching her head. Inside Zhaoan Hall, the remaining ladies were gathered in small groups, laughing and chatting. Suddenly, a young palace maid burst in. This is bad. A grave situation has arisen. Fan Rong was the first to react. What has happened? At this moment, the highest-ranking individual remaining in the hall was the Duchess of Ningguo, and all urged her to step forward and take charge. She did not decline, scolding the young maid. What a clumsy fool. What disorder is this? The young maid, anxious and sweating, stammered, Princess Chongning, Princess Chongning. Fan Rong stepped forward, slapping her. Sister Chongning, what has happened? Speak swiftly. The young palace maid appeared quite troubled and hesitated for a moment before finally resolving to speak. She revealed that during Princess Chongning's change of attire in the side hall, she had engaged in inappropriate conduct with a man. Fan Rong, furious, slapped her again, exclaiming, You speak nonsense. You tarnish my sister Chongning's reputation, and I shall ensure you are punished. The maid, visibly distressed with clear marks of the slap on her face, wept with reddened eyes, evoking sympathy from onlookers. The crowd erupted in commotion, astonished that as they were about to leave the palace, they could witness such a scandalous affair. Truly exhilarating. This celebration, hosted by the Duke of Zhennan, was indeed extraordinary. Lady Ningguo stepped forward, questioning why Miss Fan was making things difficult for the maid. Is it not better for us to ascertain the truth ourselves? Someone in the crowd suggested. Miss Fan should not bully the maid simply because she is the queen's sister. The maid is also a person. Recalling the incident in the side hall, Fan Rong felt an unsettling intuition. The matter of the palace should still be reported to Fenghuan Palace for her sister's judgment. Lady Ningguo interjected, Is this trivial matter worthy of the Empress's attention? Besides, such scandalous affairs, Miss Fan, do you not fear tarnishing the Empress's ears? At that moment, the men in the loft began to murmur again. How thrilling! 2 women with 1 man. What a scandal! They commented. Princess Chongning, how could she behave this way? She may be beautiful, Yet such reckless abandon in the palace is unacceptable. One wonders why the Duke of Zhen Nan would protect such a woman. Before he could finish speaking, another man cried out in pain, Su Zimo, why did you hit me? Because your words are foul. Su Zimo shot back. The man retorted, do you think this will make the princess notice you? Perhaps she isn't even aware of your existence. Someone pulled him back. Enough. Su Zimo is like a mad dog today. It's best not to provoke him. Amidst the chaos, Empress Fan arrived in haste, surrounded by palace maids, without even her hairpins, indicating her urgency. What happened to Ro? She inquired, as Fan Rong pointed to the kneeling maid and then turned to Lady Ningguo, recounting the entire incident. Having served the emperor for many years, Empress Fan was well-versed in various schemes and quickly grasped the underlying conspiracies at play. As Lady Ningguo suggested, I shall accompany you to investigate this matter, she declared, her expression darkening. If I uncover anyone scheming in the palace, I shall not let it go unpunished. She shared Lady Ningguo's concern for Shen Lanyin, having heard from her husband of his intentions to bestow Shen Lanyin upon the Duke of Zhen Nan, and advised her to maintain a good relationship with her. Lady Ningguo's expression stiffened. Your Majesty, such a trivial matter shouldn't trouble the Empress. We should first ascertain whether this maid is simply spreading falsehoods. Empress Fan shot her a disdainful glance. Do not act coy. Everyone knows the Ningguo family has long allied with Prince Wei, making you the enemy. Should anything happen to Princess Chongning, you shall bear the responsibility. Feigning innocence, Lady Ningguo replied, if anything happens to Princess Chongning, it is her affair, not ours. How dare you question me? Empress Fan retorted coldly, her authority palpable. Lady Ningguo, attempting to defend herself, insisted that they should clear Princess Chongning's name, as she had always been virtuous. You lead the way, the Empress commanded, pointing at the kneeling maid. Lady Ningguo was displeased. How could the Empress treat her this way? Showing such disregard for the Ningguo family? The further they walked, the more anxious Fan Rong and the others became, realizing they were retracing the path they had just taken. Cui Royao nervously gripped her handkerchief, unable to believe that her sister, Ain, could be guilty of wrongdoing. She suspected foul play. As they neared the side hall, loud sounds erupted from within. Many ladies passing by discerned what was happening, their faces flushing as they fanned themselves. The hall doors were tightly shut, with no one guarding inside. Lady Ningguo called out, Princess Chongning, are you there? Empress Fan, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, you claim it is Chongning. But I suspect you wish for it to be her. I was mistaken, Lady Ningguo admitted, her expression darkening. This is truly excessive. It's as though you are trampling the dignity of the Ningguo family. The commotion within grew louder, filled with both anguish and excitement. Even some men from the loft joined in, watching the spectacle from a distance. Su Zimo's expression was conflicted. He hoped it was not her. He had rarely acted justly before and prayed not to be disappointed. The commotion even made the Empress uneasy, wondering if Chongning had truly succumbed to such disgrace. She had just seen how admirable the woman was. What a pity. The Emperor had finally made plans for marriage, and now this scandal in the palace would be difficult to explain. It seemed the inner palace required a thorough cleansing. She had always been kind, treating others gently since marrying her husband, yet as the eldest daughter of the Fan family and the mother of the nation, she was no pushover. People began to murmur among themselves, beginning to label Princess Chongning as depraved, silenced only by the Empress's fierce gaze. Lady Ningguo, now at a loss, urged, Your Majesty, break down the door. The Empress commanded resolutely, bring it down. Lady Ningguo's face lit up with satisfaction. What could the Empress do?
She would have to comply.
Fan Rong was anxious, pleading, Sister, please don't. Cui Royao joined in, Your Majesty, I implore you, let us pretend this never happened. Lady Ningguo taunted, but such a significant event occurring within the palace cannot simply be disregarded. You dare to stand against the Empress's decree? Lady Ningguo's countenance darkened. Your Majesty, we must not open the door. Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out. What a crowd. Why is everyone gathered here? Are you all here to watch me change? Ain. With Cui Royao's exclamation, the crowd recognized the newcomer. Lady Ningguo looked as if she had seen a ghost. Princess Chongning, why are you outside? Shouldn't you be inside? Shen Lanyin smiled. Why would I be inside? Is today as affair related to Lady Ningguo? Lady Ningguo fell silent. Empress Fan turned around to see the radiant figure and secretly sighed in relief. Since it was not her, she felt free to command the door be broken down. Considering the modesty of the women inside, she instructed several maids to assist in breaking the door. Now it was Lady Ninghua who panicked, fearing they could not proceed. She had an ominous feeling. If the person inside was not Shen Lanyin, it meant failure. Cui Royale boldly retorted, "Could the woman inside be your legitimate daughter, Miss Ning?" This statement ignited fresh discussions.
So, it is Miss Ning.
Surely, as the legitimate daughter of a duke, she would not engage in such acts. Miss Cui, you speak nonsense. My daughter fell into the water and has long returned home. Lady Ninghua snapped, her expression darkening further. The crowd murmured, to be associated with Shen Lanyin, one can only be considered lowly. Since it is not the case, why does the Duchess of Ning intervene? Cui Royale, unafraid, had already severed ties. She must defend her sister, Ayin. No, this lady believes that the scene within is utterly disgraceful and detrimental to the eye. The Duchess of Ning, feeling guilty, murmured. Fan Rong retorted, just moments ago you thought the people inside were Sister Chongning. Why not say so?
Ah!
With a sharp scream, everyone turned to look.
Miss Xiao, what are you shouting about?
The Duchess of Ning admonished. I just realized it seems Sister Qiyu is not here. Has she returned to the manor? Xiao Yan, rather foolishly, spoke out. Shen Lanyin smiled faintly. She said she felt unwell and went to the restroom. With a loud bang, the door to the side hall swung open. Onlookers exclaimed, "A man and two women, how thrilling!" Chapter 71. He is angry. Just as the Duchess of Ning intended to rush in to stop it, it was too late. The crowd witnessed a spectacle of a man and two women that was utterly shocking. Some remarked, "Isn't that Miss Qi? That wild man is young Master Lu, disfigured and ugly." Who is the other woman? I've never seen her before. The other is an actress. Young Master Lu schemed against Princess Chongning for her sake. A man and two women. This is preposterous, especially within the palace. Yet, no one commented on its inappropriateness. Everyone was captivated by the scene. Some noble ladies, feeling shy, covered their eyes with handkerchiefs, peeking through narrow gaps. After all, opportunities to witness such thrilling spectacles are rare. They had to seize the moment and look as much as possible. The three within were engrossed, oblivious to the disturbance, unaffected in the slightest. Knowing the people inside were not Shen Lanyin, Cui Royale and the others turned away, they had no desire to witness such filth. Lady Qi hurried over, and upon seeing the scene, cried out "Yuer!" several times before fainting. The Empress, unperturbed, commanded her to be escorted out of the palace. Today's events required a proper discussion with her husband. The Ning, Qi, and Xiao families, relying on the protection of Prince Wei, were excessively bold, directly encroaching on the palace. If not for Chongning's cleverness, a far greater disaster could have ensued. The Duchess of Ning shouted, "Close the door.
Close it now.
You all must leave, quickly. Stop watching." Yet, with the Empress present, no one heeded her words. "Your Majesty, many are unmarried women. Do you not care?" The Empress dismissed her concerns, stating, "I believe watching the excitement is harmless and brings joy to all." The Duchess of Ning realized deeply that this wretched woman was doing it deliberately, refusing to give her face. Her eyes were filled with coldness. How could a superficial princess and a duchess be so oblivious? Humph, wretched woman. Let us see who holds the power in the end. Princess Chongning, do you not fear retribution for your vile deeds? The Duchess of Ning glared fiercely at Shen Lanyin. Though Qi was not her daughter, she had watched her grow up. How could she be so ruined? Besides, Qi still held great potential. In the future, she could be married into the Prince of Zhennan's household. Now, a valuable piece on the chessboard has been destroyed. It is all Shen Lanyin's fault. It must be a conspiracy orchestrated by her and the Empress. Xiao Yan was equally furious. "Chongning, you have ruined Sister Qiyu. Our Xiao family will not let this go." Shen Lanyin was utterly unafraid. She had committed no wrongdoing. It was these vile individuals who had plotted against her first. She merely turned the tables on them. Could she not resist being schemed against? What kind of world is this? If she had lost her purity, these people would have trampled her into the dust and cast her into an abyss. The men watching also accused Shen Lanyin of malice, but they were swiftly rebuffed by Su Zimo. Does this have anything to do with Princess Chongning? You assumed the victim was the princess. Now that it is not, you shift the blame onto her. She did nothing wrong. How can she bear such a heavy accusation? The princess is too innocent. Shen Lanyin asserted. What are you all thinking? I am quite aware, but this matter does not concern me. This is the palace. What can a frail woman like me do? Regardless, she would not admit to any wrongdoing. Moreover, this incident involved. Saying this, she turned her gaze to the Duchess of Ning. Today's events are suspicious. You initially claimed the people in the side hall were me, and later stated that all of this was arranged by me. Duchess of Ning. I would like to ask you, what is your true intention? The Duchess of Ning's expression changed dramatically. Yes, she had participated, but her role was merely to bring people to watch the excitement. Other matters were beyond her knowledge. Logically, it should have been Shen Lanyin who was fooling around with Lu Yanchuan. Then, she could use this incident to coerce Shen Lanyin into bringing a dowry back to the Lu family, thus fulfilling a grand scheme. She had no idea which part of the plan had gone awry. This prince also wishes to ask, Duchess of Ning, what is your true intention? A familiar voice rang out, causing Shen Lanyin's heart to tighten. It was over. He would go mad. Xie Xun, accompanied by guards, arrived in a cold fury.
Exuding à mur de roura.
He dared not imagine what he would become if Shen Lanyin were successfully schemed against today, how bloodthirsty and violent he would be. Fortunately, everything was still salvageable. All irrelevant persons, withdraw. The Dali Temple is about to investigate. Xie Xun commanded icily. Just as Shen Lanyin was about to turn and leave with her sisters, she heard him say, Princess Chongning, stay. Apprehend the Duchess of Ning. The Duchess of Ning protested. But Xie Xun would not show her any mercy. As for the little palace maid who reported the incident and Qi's maid, they had already been captured. With Xie Xun's arrival, the Empress felt relieved to withdraw. Otherwise, given the involvement of the previous dynasty, she would find it difficult to handle and decided to leave everything to Xie Xun. He would not let go of those behind this. Before leaving, her sisters surrounded Shen Lanyin, telling her to return quickly. While the imperial physician treated the three in the side hall, Xie Xun and Shen Lanyin conversed in a pavilion. Shen Lanyin noted his high nose, alluring thin lips, but his eyes, once gentle in the afternoon, now blazed with fury. Sun, are you angry? Xie Xun's expression was somber. Luoxia had already warned him that something was amiss in the side hall. Why did she still go? Or did she think her purity was unimportant, and that our marriage was insignificant? Upon hearing Luoxia's report, he felt uneasy, especially when he learned she had disregarded his advice and insisted on going to the side hall. He nearly lost his mind. Despite employing lightness in his movements, he was still a step too late. Ain had been confined. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, throwing Ling Xiu and Xiu inside to rescue Ain. After confirming her safety, he had Ling Feng fetch the guards. Since Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu could already create a disturbance in the palace, it indicated that their injuries had healed, and it was time to report to the Dali Temple. This time, not even the King of Heaven could stop him. He knew their relationship had improved somewhat. He should not speak so harshly. Even if she had encountered trouble today, he would not change his mind. He would only feel more heartache for her. Yet, the thought of her engaging in such dangerous acts, even using her purity as bait, ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Why are you silent? Without me, how would you have resolved today's situation? Shen Lanyin restrained her unusual feelings. He was so fierce. This was the first time he had been stern with her. Xie Xun urged, speak. I am skilled in martial arts. Even if you had not come, I could have. Before she could finish, Shen Lanyin sensed something was amiss. If she told the truth, would he only become angrier? Today, she had initially planned to escape through the window and bring Ling Xiu and Qiu along. As a result, Sun had thwarted her entire plan. This could not be said. After all, men care about their pride. Upon this reflection, Shen Lanyin shifted her tone, acknowledging that had Sun not arrived, she would undoubtedly have met her demise today, all thanks to him. Strangely, as soon as she uttered these words, she felt a surge of warmth within her, an inexplicable impulse coursing through her veins. Chapter 72. Venting. The betrayal among villains. Did she depend on him? Xie Xun gazed at her radiant smile, at the treetops alive with the sound of cicadas, and felt his heart swell with joy. He thought to himself that he would never forget this summer of the year. The fury that had once marred his countenance softened instantly. Ain, today the methods aimed at you are numerous. Although they are mere schemes of the women of the inner quarters, the struggles behind them are life and death battles, where a single misstep could lead to utter ruin.
Ayin?
Hearing him call her by that name made Shen Lanyin feel the warmth within her intensify, her desires growing ever more insistent. At that moment, The judge of the courtyard arrived, announcing, "Your Highness, the three have awakened, and they have been afflicted by the Jade Maiden's laughter." The Jade Maiden's laughter? It seemed the forces behind this were employing truly grand tactics against her. Xie Xun naturally took her hand, saying, "Ain, let us go and see." Although Shen Lanyin was still somewhat unaccustomed to it, she did not pull away. She reasoned with herself that his arm was still healing, and she could not let him be hurt further. Qiyu had regained consciousness, but was still dazed. What had just transpired? It hurt so much below, a pain unbearable. Memories flooded back like a tide. It seemed she had served Lu Yanchuan alongside an actor. Qiyu cried out, "Sister Qiyu, I am in so much pain." Yet Ling Qiyu showed no pity, retorting, "What is there to cry about? It is your first time. You'll get used to it." The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. To her, such matters were commonplace, devoid of the need for tears. But for Qiyu, she felt she had lost her most precious possession, while Ling Qiyu remained unsympathetic. Ling Qiyu remarked, "How is it that your purity is valued, yet mine is not? You are merely an actress." Ling Qiyu found it unjust. Did being an actress render one inferior? Did it mean one should forfeit their virtue? Then she advised, "What has happened has already occurred. Dwelling on it is futile. You should consider what to do next." "Lu Yanchuan," Qiyu retorted. "Do not speak of him. The mere thought of that hideous creature makes me want to vomit." Now, Qiyu remembered everything vividly, the details and sensations returning to her. In truth, later on, she had experienced joy with Lu Yanchuan. Despite his disfigured face, his physique remained. Suddenly, she thought of the Prince of Zhennan, undressed. He would surely surpass him by 1,000-fold. Qiyu laid the blame for everything that had happened squarely on Shen Lanyin's shoulders. "Shen Lanyin, it is all your fault. Today, you should have been the one to lose your purity. Why should it be this lady?" Qiyu and Ling Qiyu turned toward the voice, realizing the door had opened, and there stood Shen Lanyin, smiling at them. "Qiyu, you have lost your purity. You can no longer marry the Prince of Zhennan." Qiyu gritted her teeth. "You vile creature. You swore you wouldn't compete with me." Shen Lanyin, whether sincere or merely seeking to provoke her, replied, "I do not compete, but the Prince of Zhennan is indeed my man." Not far away, Xie Xun's demeanor noticeably brightened, radiating an aura of happiness.
Ah.
The thought of her sullied body made Qiyu's blood boil. Shen Lanyin remained unscathed and sought to compete for a man with her, solidifying her hatred. "Shen Lanyin, I shall kill you. I will surely kill you one day." Chasing Shen Lanyin out of the room, Qiyu saw that the entire courtyard had been surrounded by guards, and Xie Xun was among them. She also spotted Lu Yanchuan, bound, along with the wife of the Duke of Ning, her maid, and a palace maid. Lu Yanchuan was evidently gravely poisoned, his face flushed, still not fully conscious. The Duchess of Ning, unwilling to accept the disgrace of this incident occurring in the palace, insisted that the prince suppress it and prevent any rumors from spreading. Suddenly, Shen Lanyin felt that peculiar sensation return, stronger than before, accompanied by dryness in her mouth and weakness in her limbs. Thankfully, she could still endure. Especially, she felt an overwhelming urge to be near Xie Xun, yearning to feel the coolness of his touch. When she regained her composure, Xie Xun spoke, "I will only investigate the case. Other matters do not concern me." Shen Lanyin thought it shameless to hope for a resolution to such a grand incident. Qiyu's heart fluttered. He had spoken. His voice was so melodious. Shen Lanyin turned to Lu Yanchuan. "Lu Degongzi, why are you silent? How do you intend to settle matters with Miss Qi?" Lu Yanchuan looked bewildered. He and Qiyu were from two different worlds. How had they become entangled? They had clearly agreed upon Shen Lanyin. How had it turned into Qiyu? There were other options, such as the legitimate daughters of the Cui family, or the Anping Marquis, or even the Yun family. How could it be the least valuable Qiyu? Shen Lanyin continued, "Lu Yanchuan, conveniently, your household is in need of a legitimate wife. Why not marry her?" "What did you say?" "I only love Qiyu." Lu Yanchuan finally grasped the situation. Shen Lanyin smiled, choosing not to respond. This was the effect she desired. The Qi family may not be of the highest status, but they were certainly not to be insulted in such a manner.
Lu Degongzi.
"I have yet to speak of you. You have already expressed disdain?" Qiyu's face turned pale with anger, her eyes wide with rage. Lu Yanchuan was equally incensed. "Miss Qi, just moments ago were you not calling for more?" Qiyu pointed at him. "You debauched man, I would never marry you. I only want my Qiyu." What are you even worth? Their exchange continued, a back and forth of mutual disdain. Shen Lanyin found amusement in their quarrel, as it seemed that neither would marry, leading either to an early demise or a life of celibacy. How pitiable! Qiyu trembled with rage, knowing Shen Lanyin spoke the truth. After today's incident, not only would she be unable to marry the Prince of Jinnan, but it was likely no one in the capital would consider her. The marriage prospects of other women in the Qi family would also be affected. With this realization, she suddenly rushed before Xie Xun, kneeling, "Your Highness, have pity on a poor girl. I was schemed against by Chongning. She ruined me. You are fair and just. You must help me." Xie Xun scoffed. "Is it not clear who orchestrated this? The maid who led the princess to the side hall was from your Qi family, and the palace maid who cried out in chaos at Zhaoan Hall is also linked to your family." Xie Xun fixed his gaze on her. "Miss Qi, you are not innocent. You know the truth of the matter." Qiyu felt even more aggrieved. "Your Highness, I truly am innocent. I do not know how this happened. It is all Chongning's fault." Her purity destroyed, she had resolved to drag Shen Lanyin down with her. Only in this way would it be justified. Shen Lanyin shook her head. No. The strange sensation within her was intensifying. Soon she would be unable to stand. It was so hot. She felt as if she might strip off her garments. This sensation was wrong. Could it be that she too had fallen victim to the Jade Maiden's laughter? At that moment, seeing Ling Xiyu's provocative gaze, she seemed to grasp something. Was it not merely the fragrance? Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in, shouting, "For the sake of the Qi family's reputation, the Qi family girl is willing to take her own life." Chapter 73. Ayin, I am a man following the voice. Qiyu called out pitifully, "Father." She could hardly believe that her doting father would utter such callous words. Only then did Shen Lanyin realize the newcomer was Qi Taisher. "Do not call me father. I have no daughter as debauched as you." After the reprimand from Grand Master Qi, he addressed Xie Xun, saying, "Your Highness, please understand that Qiyu has been expelled from the Qi family and is no longer a member. Her actions were entirely reckless and have nothing to do with our family. Moreover, she has resolved to end her own life to preserve her reputation." Xie Xun raised an eyebrow, gently caressing the teacup. "Grand Master Qi, your ruthless disavowal of kin is reminiscent of beasts, and I must admit, I am somewhat impressed. But what has your family truly done? Do you genuinely believe I am easily deceived?" The Lady of Ningguo also felt that matters within the inner chambers should not escalate to such fatal extremes. "Grand Master Qi, why have you come? Miss Qi is still your daughter. She should be allowed to live, at least to be sent to the estate for care. Since Qi has already been cast out, Grand Master Qi seemed to lack the authority to force her to take her own life." With a grave expression, Grand Master Qi replied, "This is a matter for the Qi family alone. You, an outsider, have no say. The rules of the Qi family are determined by me." Seized Qiyu. Qiyu protested, "I do not wish to die. I am innocent. This matter has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for my father." Before she could finish, Grand Master Qi ordered her mouth to be silenced. Shen Lanyin struggled to contain her rising agitation, realizing something was amiss.
No.
Grand Master Qi intends to silence her permanently. However, she felt so distressed that she dared not speak, wishing to remain unnoticed. Xie Xun had indeed been angered, and it was her negligence that had led to this predicament. At this moment, she yearned to seek out Xie Xun and inform him. Xie Xun seemed to sense Shen Lanyin's thoughts. "Seize Qiyu and that actress, bind them, and have them sent to the Dali Temple for strict custody. I will personally interrogate each one of them. If another incident of human trafficking and murder occurs, you will all pay with your lives." Unable to contend with Xie Xun, Grand Master Qi collapsed to the ground. The Lady of Ningguo appeared to accept this fate, growing quiet. Once everyone had retreated, Xie Xun approached Shen Lanyin and softly called, "Ayin." Shen Lanyin let out a silent sigh of relief, her face flushed and speechless. "Ayin, what is wrong?" Xie Xun inquired patiently. Shen Lanyin remained silent, and he noticed something was indeed amiss. Fortunately, he had dismissed everyone. Her cheeks were flushed, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. It was evening. The heat should have subsided, so Ayin should not be in this state. As he pondered this, he reached out to touch her forehead. "Why is it so hot?
Ayin,
Have you suffered from heat stroke?" In the next instant, he realized it was not so. Perhaps sensing the coolness of his hand, Ayin let out a sigh of relief. When he looked at her again, her eyes shimmered with tears, and her face was even redder. Ayan, you have also fallen victim to the seductive effects of the Jade Maiden smile.
He spoke with certainty.
Shen Lanyin endeavored to maintain her composure, realizing her dress bore traces of the Jade Maiden smile. She had been on high alert, yet somehow still fell prey to it. Only this dress had been worn. The effects had merely been delayed. Clearly, those behind this had made double preparations for her. Eventually, she could no longer restrain herself, her reason entirely consumed by the heat and impulse within her. Thankfully, Xie Xun was present. Prepare the carriage. We must leave the palace. Also, summon Luoxia. Soon, the carriage was ready. Luoxia immediately sensed something was amiss. Has the princess been drugged? You are responsible for her care. We must leave for the divine physician's clinic and seek Yunshui. Xie Xun lifted Shen Lanyin into the carriage, but as soon as he released her, she clung to him, refusing to let go. Ah Sun, please don't. She felt unwell all over, and only by being close to him, touching his coolness, did she feel a little relief. Luoxia helplessly waved her hand. It seems the prince should take care of her. The princess doesn't seem to want her subordinates' assistance. Xie Xun had no choice but to stay in the carriage with her. Ling Feng temporarily assumed the role of coachman, remaining outside the carriage with Luoxia. Your Highness, your marriage with the princess is a foregone conclusion. There's really no need to detoxify her. We can just consummate the marriage early. Luoxia remained silent, but shared the same thought. Xie Xun's only response to Ling Feng was a sharp nonsense. As night fell, the carriage from the town South Prince's residence sped down the street. Inside, Shen Lanyin had completely lost her senses, her body pressed against Xie Xun's, desperately tearing at her dress. Xie Xun grasped her hands to stop her, only to elicit more vigorous struggles from her. Coincidentally, her hands inadvertently brushed against his most sensitive areas. Time and again, Xie Xun's body stiffened. He was not averse to women, but that did not mean he was entirely unaffected, especially since the person before him was the one he had longed for. Ayan be good. Although he knew she could not hear him, he still spoke soothingly. Ah Sun, it's so hot. So very hot. In his arms, she felt as soft as spring water, igniting a similar heat within him. Furthermore, her exposed pink skin made it increasingly difficult for him to restrain himself. In truth, Ling Feng was correct. No, he shook his head vehemently. Taking advantage of someone in distress is not the conduct of a gentleman. Thankfully, there were prepared icy drinks in the carriage. He downed 2 large pots before regaining some clarity. Today, Ayan had truly tormented him. He vowed to reclaim it when they wed. Ayan, just hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Once the poison is resolved, everything will be fine. The woman in his embrace clung to him like a bomb, feeling so comfortable and cool. Xie Xun attempted to ignore her, exerting all his strength to push her away, refusing to hold her anymore. Yet she appeared aggrieved. Ah Sun, don't abandon me. Then, she leaned closer to him, gazing into his eyes. Ah Sun,
I feel so unwell.
please help me. Xie Xun could no longer contain himself, completely losing the ability to think, casting everything aside. He leaned into that warm, humid embrace. Although it was his first time, he felt immense satisfaction, finally drawing near to the one he cherished. With countless longings and enduring hardships, he had finally held the beloved in his arms. Tasting the sweetness, Shen Lanyin craved more, even tugging at Xie Xun's outer garments, seeking to delve deeper. Xie Xun grasped her firmly. Ayan, stop this. I am a man. Shen Lanyin had long since lost her reason and did not listen. Ah Sun, I am willing. Xie Xun struggled to endure, beads of sweat streaming down, his voice hoarse. Ayan, just hold on a little longer. Once you regain your senses, you want to wish for this. Ayan will arrive shortly. Yunshui will surely have a way to save you. It doesn't have to be this way. Immediately, he bellowed. Ling Feng, hurry. Ayan can't hold on much longer. Ling Feng quietly remarked, the judge of Changyuan can also detoxify. Why must the prince seek Yunshui outside the palace? Once he meets Yunshui, he cannot conceal the matters in Songshan. Luoxia patted his head. Having spent too long with Chu Feng, you've become foolish. Because of the Jade Maiden smile, it must be resolved through the union of man and woman, or else one will perish. Earlier, the judge of Changyuan could provide an antidote because those 3 had sacrificed themselves for the princess's life, and the prince had no regard for himself. Moreover, the prince had not intended to hide these matters. He saw an opportunity to inform the princess. Ling Feng remained perplexed. How do you know?
It's just a guess.
With that, Luoxia instructed the accompanying guards to clear the way, ensuring they reached the divine physician's clinic as swiftly as possible. What usually required half an hour was completed in less than a quarter. At this moment, Shen Lanyin's complexion was flushed, her attire disheveled, utterly weak. Inside the clinic, the portly shopkeeper remarked, "Your Highness, you are here to find divine physician Yunshui, correct? He is currently out on a house call and has yet to return." What has happened to her? Chapter 74. The Peculiar Preferences of a Pervert. Xie Xun's expression darkened. Do not speak of what should not be said. Quickly find Yunshui. Otherwise, prepare to be sent to the land of cherry blossoms for gilding.
I dare not,
said the shopkeeper, hastily employing his lightness skill to dash away. Xie Xun carefully placed Shen Lanyin on the bed in a private room upstairs. Within the span of a single tea's brewing time, the shopkeeper returned, carrying Yunshui. The portly shopkeeper, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow with his sleeve. Fortunately, he encountered Yunshui on the way back to the city. Otherwise, delaying the matter could have offended the leader of the Red Dust sect, leading to dire consequences. Yunshui merely cast a glance, shook his head, and exited the room, stating that he did not require the assistance of an old man like him for detoxification. Xie Xun seized him by the arm, inquiring, "Yunshui, what is the matter? You are well aware of her identity." Yunshui shot him a fierce glare, interrupting him. "If the prince is aware, why does he still employ the jade maiden smile? As fellow disciples, why does the prince engage in such grandiosity and then seek my help?" Xie Xun furrowed his brow, his tone softening. "It was not my doing. I implore the divine physician to intervene." Yunshui's expression softened somewhat. "Your Highness, do not blame this old man for his urgency. The world knows that the Jade Maiden Smile is more potent than ordinary Hihuan San, yet they are unaware that its effects are exceedingly strong. If not alleviated within 6 hours, it could lead to death, and a moment's carelessness could render a woman unable to bear children. If this matter comes to the attention of the Red Dust sect leader, no one will escape unscathed. Most critically, the Jade Maiden Smile is a secret medicine of the Divine Physician's Pavilion. How did it end up outside and harm our own?" Xie Xun's expression turned grave. This indicates that there are traitors within the Divine Physician's Pavilion, perhaps even within Songshan. If you were to personally handle the detoxification, what are the chances of success? Yunshui sighed in resignation. Detoxification is not the issue. It is merely that the body requires proper recuperation. In the future, progeny may be difficult. Xie Xun stepped out of the room, instructing Ling Feng, "Take action. First, teach the Prince of Wei a lesson." This incident may not have originated with him, yet he is not without culpability. Ling Feng accepted the order and departed. Midway, Xie Xun called him back, assigning him additional tasks. Ling Feng, upon hearing, felt vindicated. It was only right to teach these three how to raise a daughter and not provoke everyone. Xie Xun stepped out, standing quietly by the window, his silhouette elongated by the light outside. As night fell, the orange glow gently enveloped the streets, warm and tranquil. His brow furrowed and relaxed intermittently, his mind awash with endless thoughts. The Prince of Wei, Xie Xun, his elder brother, was a riddle he understood all too well. In the past, their father favored Xie Xun as the most suitable heir, not the second brother. Had it not been for their elder brother's mother being of lowly status, while the second brother was the legitimate firstborn, the throne would not have been out of reach for the second brother due to the pressure from the court officials. What troubled him most was that his mother was distant towards him and his sister, yet favored the Prince of Wei, his elder brother. Xie Xun appeared affable, yet he was deeply calculating, harboring ambitions for the throne and committing numerous nefarious acts behind the scenes. Moreover, he had a peculiar obsession, having constructed a forbidden courtyard in the back, imprisoning numerous beauties he had procured through various means. If he found a woman to his liking, he would keep her for some time. If not, he would subject her to cruel treatment until death. Just days ago, Xie Xun had sent 10 women to the capital. Xu Feng had once infiltrated and observed that all the women bore a striking resemblance to Wei Yin. No, they all bore similarities to a Yin's mother, Cui Xian. Thus, it was no wonder that the Prince of Wei sought to ingratiate himself with Wei Yin. It was merely due to her appearance. However, Xie Xun's obsession made him deeply uncomfortable. What difference was there between this and coveting Wei Yin? Yet, these matters remained concealed, known only to him and the second brother. How did he know? Because he had trained in Songshan, where the Red Dust Master entrusted him with the secret management of Long Yuan Pavilion. In matters of great significance, there was scarcely anything he was unaware of. During their father's lifetime, Xie Xun had been compliant, embodying the virtues of a good son. He was an exemplary elder brother to his younger siblings. However, after their father's passing, Xie Xun's behavior grew increasingly outrageous. Upon returning to the capital, he had already conspired with the second brother to teach their elder brother a lesson, reminding him not to covet what did not belong to him. In any case, he held no affection for the Prince of Wei. As for Xie Xun's peculiarities, he was well aware of them. Xie Xun's infatuation with Cui Xian was not mere admiration but rather an obsession. The people of Desheng knew well that Cui Xian, the daughter of the Cui family from Qinghe, was breathtakingly beautiful, as vibrant as summer blossoms. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, the spring breeze caresses the railings. And the dew is rich, her radiance was unparalleled, a beauty that could make hearts tremble. She resembled a fairy clad in ethereal garments. Who could resist such allure? Even their father had nearly succumbed to her charm. Regrettably, Cui Xian ultimately chose the most ordinary of men, Shen Lanyin. Their father had once jested that as a child, Xie Xun had expressed a desire to grow up quickly and marry Cui Xian. Everyone had assumed it was a mere jest. Even Cui Xian had dismissed him as a child. At that time, no one had known that Xie Xun had genuinely developed feelings and had continued to hold on to them. Xie Xun was indeed infatuated with Cui Xian, but this earnestness only manifested after their father's death. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated resentment toward Shen Lanyin, wishing to eliminate him and his family. Furthermore, according to Chu Feng's prior investigations, the rumors surrounding Ayin were all orchestrated by the Prince of Wei. The Lu family, aside from the empty imperial edict and the 800 soldiers, was utterly incapable of anything. It was clear that the fault lay with the Lu family and the entertainers. Yet he blamed Ayin for her supposed incompetence, leading many in the capital to mock her. On the surface, he feigned camaraderie with Ayin, frequently recalling Cui Xian's past kindness, while behind her back, he schemed to harm her. Today's incident, which was evidently linked to him, saw him shamelessly wielding the three vulnerable women, Ning, Qi, and Xiao, as scapegoats, all while playing the benevolent figure before Ayin. Such duplicity was most detestable. What he found utterly unacceptable was Xie Xun daring to make a jest of a yin's purity. That evening, after conversing with Empress Fan, Xie Xun returned to the study to review memorials late into the night. He had intended to host a grand celebration for a son, yet so many obstacles had arisen. What a stroke of misfortune. Suddenly, someone rushed into the palace to report. "See," she scolded, after a chaotic day. "The emperor has finally settled down to attend to state affairs. Any matters can wait until tomorrow." The messenger exclaimed, "Your Majesty." The Prince of Zhen Nan has sent word that there are developments regarding the attack on the Dali Temple guards and the assassination and kidnapping of the Empress Dowager, which is closely tied to the Prince of Shou. It is urgent.
Si undicesimo.
Let him in. Xie Xun halted, his brush poised above the memorial, ink dripping onto the document in glaring splotches. Upon hearing the report, the composed young emperor slammed the table, anger coursing through him. The timid Prince of Shou had audaciously conspired with the Prince of Wei, committing such heinous acts in secret. See, she trembled in shock, "Your Majesty. While it is indeed hard to believe, the news from the Prince of Zhen Nan should not be in error. Of course, I know, he is my only devoted brother. As for the others..." Xie Xun waved his hand, sighing deeply. "Ultimately, it is the fault of my brothers. My elder brother is ambitious, and the Prince of Shou is no less troublesome." At the scene of the attack, a Sun had even discovered the token of the Prince of Shou's guards. How could there be any mistake? I shall see what other demons and monsters are entangled in this matter. As he spoke, Xie Zhan's breath quickened, his chest rising and falling violently, revealing his genuine ire. He had considered the possibility of outsiders harming his mother but had never anticipated that the major players caught in this web would be his own brothers. As for the Ning, Qi, and Xiao families, they were merely small fry, incapable of stirring significant waves. Observing this, Xi first poured a cup of cool tea and then soothed him. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health." Xie Xun fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, he still felt a lingering fear. The Prince of Shou, Xie Yang, was notoriously timid, overly kind-hearted, and the most low-key of his many brothers. Even in the unfortunate event of stepping on an ant, he would offer prayers and make amends to the heavens. If it were not for a Sun personally investigating the matter, He would scarcely believe that such a person could be involved in the abduction of the Empress Mother, even going so far as to send someone to murder the bandits who acted alongside the actors. If the timid and compliant Xie Yang felt this way, what could be said of others? Xie Xun rubbed his forehead and summoned Prince Shou to the palace that very night, intending to personally inquire whether he harbored rebellious intentions to usurp the throne. At that moment, within the Prince Shou's residence, Prince Xie Yang reclined upon a sumptuous couch, indulging in the services and offerings of a bevy of beauties, while observing a gruesome game of stabbing occurring before him. The scent of blood was thick in the air, and the louder the cries for mercy grew, the more excitement he felt. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a prestigious guest arrived at the Prince Shou's residence, Prince Wei. Xie Xun. The newcomer strode directly towards the couch, seized Prince Shou by the collar, and delivered 2 resounding slaps while berating him as a fool. Xie Yang refrained from retaliating and merely inquired, "Elder brother, what brings you here? Have I done something wrong?" Xie Xun then turned his gaze towards him and demanded, "Why did your guards take a token to kill those mountain bandits at Lingyuan Temple? Did you not realize this would provide Xie Xun with leverage against you?" Xie Yang felt quite wronged. "Elder brother, I did not. Though I may be foolish, I understand this principle." "You fool. I instructed you to eliminate those bandits. Yet you acted too hastily, leaving one alive and providing Xie Xun with ammunition against me," Xie Xun shouted. "Had it not been for me, even the princess might have fallen into Xie Xun's hands." He was filled with righteous indignation and failed to notice the hatred reflected in Xie Yang's eyes. Initially dismissive, Xie Yang thought, "What sort of princess is she?" Yet his demeanor shifted to one of deference. "Regardless of whether you believe it, my guards at the Prince Shou's residence are under your command. They would never bear the palace's token." He sensed something amiss. "Elder brother, how do you know about this matter?" "I had no idea." Xie Xun sighed in exasperation. "Xie Xun's people have already entered the palace and reported you. Were it not for my allies within the palace, you would not have known how you met your end. Your penchant for showing off must change, or you will jeopardize everything. Do you not see how the person above will torment you?" Panic-stricken, Xie Yang fell to his knees. "Elder brother, I am loyal. You must save me. If the second imperial brother learns of this, he will surely kill me." Xie Xun replied coldly, "I cannot save you. The palace guards are already en route. I came to inform you that you are the son of the emperor. He will not kill you. You must discern what to say and what to withhold, or else." He made a gesture across his throat. A glimmer of hope shone in Xie Yang's small eyes. "Elder brother, I can leave. I will go to South Prefecture. Surely that person will shelter me." He paced back and forth, weighing his options, convinced that leaving was his best course. "Elder brother, I will depart at once. Once I am gone, no one can touch me." Xie Xun's expression remained indifferent, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You leave now, and before you reach South Prefecture, you will meet your end. Even if you arrive there, do you think that person would want a useless creature like you?" Xie Yang was thoroughly alarmed. "Elder brother, what should I do?" Xie Xun answered calmly, "You should go meet your second imperial brother. Rest assured, your life is not in danger. He must consider his own reputation before moving against you." Considering this, Xie Yang found truth in his words. No matter how wretched he might be, he was still the son of the late emperor, a prince of the great Shang dynasty. Who would dare to harm him? Xie Xun cast a final glance at him. "Remember, do not speak of what should not be spoken." Xie Yang nodded obediently. "Elder brother, do not worry, even under severe torture. I will not divulge anything to Xie Xun." Xie Xun turned away, dusting off his brocade robe before exiting through the secret passage. In the Divine Physician's pavilion, Xie Xun remained by the side of the unconscious Shen Lanyin, unwilling to leave. Yun Shui had already administered medicine, and when she awoke, she would be fine. Just moments ago, a Yin's unconscious dependence on him made Xie Xun wonder if she had feelings for him. The thought ignited a rush of excitement within him, causing his breath to quicken. His heart felt like a fragile boat swaying in turbulent waters, seeking stability. Prince Wei was restless, Prince Shou had emerged, and the Ning, Qi, and Xiao families had all made their moves. The virtuous king of Xian and from South Prefecture was about to enter the capital. How many more conspiracies lay hidden behind these developments? Even he knew that only through a desperate struggle could he carve out a path for survival. Yet, even with such efforts, the outcome would be inevitable. Without the Zuolingzi, he would succumb to poison. He was acutely aware that the current situation was far from stable, and marriage was not a judicious choice. Nevertheless, Ain held immense significance for him, so much so that he was willing to forsake everything for her. If given a chance, he truly wished to walk alongside her. Shunzheng was right. If he truly loved Ain, he should distance himself from her rather than marry her, placing her in even greater peril. However, he also felt that Shunzheng was mistaken. If he were to abandon her entirely, he would never find peace in his heart. Therefore, this time, he chose to protect her openly and take her as his wife. Ain was unlike ordinary women, but he possessed the strength and confidence to safeguard her for a lifetime. Even if one day her secrets were exposed, he believed he could still protect her. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a gentle gaze suddenly enveloped him, pulling him back to reality. Had she awakened? Before he could ponder further, he heard her familiar voice call softly, "Xie." Chapter 76. Ain, you have touched me. You must take responsibility. Xie Xun followed the warm candlelight and beheld a yin's radiant face appearing before him, like a myriad of stars twinkling with eternal light, illuminating his path forward. At that moment, he realized how foolish he had been to align himself with Shunzheng's perspective. The events of the past had proven Shunzheng wrong. While he meant well, he had ultimately harmed Ain. In this instant, Xie Xun's resolve strengthened. No matter what lay ahead, nothing and no one could deter him from being with Ain. He sought to embrace his star, his hope. Ain, he called out, his voice brimming with anticipation and surprise. Yun Shui had mentioned that Ain might not awaken until dawn, yet here she was, awake so soon. Hearing the tenderness in his voice, Shen Lanyin recalled how he had unconsciously called her name during the day. In a previous life, he had risked everything to protect her. In this life, she longed to throw caution to the wind and rush into his arms. Whether it was the lingering effects of the poisonous elixir or an uncontrollable yearning, Shen Lanyin unhesitatingly rose and dove into his embrace. "Xie, you are still here. How wonderful!" Xie Xun was momentarily taken aback. The warmth on his previously gentle face deepened into a blush, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. Ultimately, he decided to extend his arms, enveloping her securely in his embrace. "Ain, are you well?" This was the only question on his mind. He sought clarity on whether her feelings were genuine or merely a product of her intoxicated state. Most importantly, he believed that even if Ain truly had feelings for him, she would not take the initiative to embrace him. At that moment, Shen Lanyin buried her head against his chest and earnestly declared, "Xie, I am quite clear-headed, whether you believe it or not. I genuinely have feelings for you." She had become cautious, recalling how he had previously stated that he wished to marry her to avoid suspicion from the emperor. Xie Xun had intended to explain but was interrupted as she continued, "I am delighted. I sincerely wish to marry you. Xie, I know I am unworthy. Yet I must express that I do not wish to merely be your wife in name. I desire to be your true spouse." At this point, Shen Lanyin clung to Xie Xun with increasing fervor, her eyes remaining tightly shut. She feared that her desires might lead to a fate akin to that of Lu Yanxi and Qiyu: humiliation, rejection, disdain. Even the wedding that has yet to truly commence may be beyond preservation. "Today, I would rather you return the jade pendant you gifted me. Lu Yanxi professes her desire to marry you, Qiyu admits her affection for you, and my heart is heavy with disappointment and jealousy. I long to declare to them that you are my man. I wish to openly express my feelings for you, just as they do." Were it not for the looming uncertainty, Shen Lanyin would not dare voice such sentiments. At this moment, she is gambling, wagering her entire dignity on an unknown possibility that Xie Xun has long harbored feelings for her. Since her rebirth, Xie Xun has treated her with utmost kindness. Even if he does not love her, he at the very least regards her as someone special. Had he not embraced her today, instilling her with courage, she would not have dared to be so audacious. Earlier, she dreamt once more of the scenes from her previous life. Upon seeing Xie Xun again, she yearned to seize all that was before her. Shen Lanyin's words were candid, and Xie Xun, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to her, yet she buried her face deeper. Before he could finish, Shen Lanyin interrupted, "Xie Xun, please do not hastily reject me. Allow me to finish. Today, I am at fault for saying many things I should not have, but my feelings are sincere. Xie Xun, I simply wish to convey that, regardless of what lies ahead, I desire to face it with you. Meeting you has been my fortune. You once expressed your willingness to be my sword, and I too can be your blade, accompanying you along the journey. As long as you are willing, I pledge to follow you for a lifetime, hand in hand, witnessing the splendor fade and the clouds shift, growing old together year after year. Upon uttering these words, it felt as though she had exhausted every ounce of her strength. Shen Lanyin was at a loss for further words. Today, she stood before Lu Yanchuan with unwavering confidence, though internally, she felt uncertain. All that needed to be said had been articulated. The remainder rested in his hands. At this moment, Xie Xun's heart brimmed with joy. There is no greater happiness than mutual affection. Two lovers, traversing time and space, crossing mountains and rivers, striving towards one another. It dawned on him that as he fervently approached her, she too was racing towards him. He truly felt like the happiest person in the world. Previously, he had envied the relationship between his second brother and sister-in-law, but now he found no cause for envy. How could they compare to the bond he shared with Ayan? Xie Xun's thoughts and reason were in disarray, having not heard her speak for quite some time. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he forcefully freed her from his embrace, only to find her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Had she truly cried? What merit did he possess? Her voice was hoarse, tinged with sorrow. Xie Xun, it is my fault. I've been too greedy. Shen Lanyin had waited long for him to speak, regretting her impulsiveness. Yet at that moment, Xie Xun suddenly moved, gently wiping away the tears that had fallen. Ayan, these words should have been spoken by me. I am unworthy of someone as wonderful as you. Shen Lanyin's heart quivered. Did this imply that he did not harbor disdain for her? Indeed, considering Xie Xun's character, if he were displeased, he would have outright rejected her. In a state of confusion, she felt an overwhelming urge to reveal everything to him, including her rebirth. However, she heard Xie Xun say, Ayan, do you remember? Just now in the carriage, you touched me. If you like me, you must take responsibility. Shen Lanyin looked up in shock, meeting his gaze, a blend of amusement and seriousness. Simultaneously, the scene from the carriage flashed in her mind. She had indeed touched Xie Xun, his chest, arms, waist, and even lower abdomen. She could hardly believe it. Xie Xun. But Xie Xun would not let her escape so easily. I know, Ayan, that your actions stem from your affection for me, that you covet my form. Observing her shyness and tension, particularly in her sparkling eyes, he found her utterly charming. Ayan is truly wonderful. Despite her fears, she remains brave for me. I just fell victim to the charm of the Jade Maiden, Shen Lanyin quietly explained. I would not act so lightly. Xie Xun jested. What? Once under the spell, can you indulge without accountability? He asserted confidently, rolling up his sleeves. Ayan, these marks are your doing. The scratches from your nails and the pinches you inflicted, these are all evidence. Then, he tugged at his collar, revealing an unmistakable red mark on his neck. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Lanyin trembled as she spoke. I will take responsibility. I shall be cautious in applying medicine for the prince. Silly Ayan. Do you misunderstand what responsibility entails? Xie Xun sighed. I shall not jest further. Ayan, since my return to the capital, have you not felt it at all? Chapter 77. With passionate hearts, we raced towards each other. Shen Lanyin was momentarily dazed, lightly covering her lips with her fingers, gripping her sleeve tightly, secretly anticipating Xie Xun's next words. Xie Xun, equally nervous, was not a man of many words. He loved Ayan, and that love was simply that. He had never considered articulating it, only focusing on showering her with kindness and desiring to make her his wife. Now, reflecting on it, he realized he had never asked Ayan how she felt, nor had he ever voiced his affection. Back then, as he prepared for battle, he had only visited the Jingyuan Marquis' residence to see Shenjung. Upon expressing his wish to marry Ayan, Shenjung had erupted in fury, declaring it impossible. Not only could he not marry Ayan, but he was also forbidden from any form of contact. Confounded, he wondered if it was due to his status as a military man or the belief that entering the palace was akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. At that time, he had promised that whether Ayan bore children or not, he would not take a concubine. Yet Shenjung had only become more enraged, stating that he and Ayan were natural enemies and lamenting having sent her to Tsongshan. He had intended to distance her from turmoil, yet had instead invited calamity. Regardless of how beautiful the promises made, they would turn into daggers, piercing Ayan's heart when the truth was revealed. It was only when Shenjung divulged Ayan's secret that he began to comprehend. Yet, he believed this was not an insurmountable issue. What he loved was Ayan as a person. Everything else was inconsequential. However, Shen Zheng remained unconvinced and promptly married Ayan to Liu Yanchuan. Previously, he chose to distance himself from Ayan, not due to any concern over her secret, but rather to avoid disrupting her tranquil life. Believing it to be for her own good, he thought Ayan could find a normal person and live a stable life, leading to happiness.
Now,
He believed Shen Zheng was mistaken, and he himself had been utterly wrong. Ayan, being with someone as beastly as Liu Yanchuan, could only suffer immensely, living a life worse than death. Fortunately, there was always room for redemption. After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly. Ayan, can you not sense the special regard I hold for you? In the past, I feared you would know. Now I fear you may not. Shen Lanyin, incredulous, lifted her gaze, meeting Xie Xun's gentle eyes.
when?
I have never seen the prince before. Indeed, when could that have been? This was a perplexity for Shen Lanyin. How could he possibly harbor feelings for her if they had never met? In her previous life, how could he have sacrificed himself to save her? Xie Xun gently clasped her hand, their fingers entwined, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Ayan, you grew up in Songshan, and so did I. I am your senior brother, and a disciple of the Red Dust Master. However, due to my poison, I was not able to be with you. It is understandable that you have not seen me. Shen Lanyin felt as though she had been struck by lightning, rendered immobile. Grew up in Songshan? Suddenly, everything became clear. Why had she never seen Xie Xun in the Empress Dowager's palace? Why did he harbor feelings for her? Was it the kinship of fellow disciples? The Moon-Gathering Pavilion. Shen Lanyin exclaimed, you are the senior brother residing in the Moon-Gathering Pavilion. When she first arrived at Songshan, her master had never restricted her, only advising her not to disturb her senior brother during his training. Xie Xun must have been poisoned at such a young age, resulting in him being assigned separate quarters. Afterward, she had never ventured up there. Moreover, the Moon-Gathering Pavilion was situated on a solitary mountain, accessible only by those skilled in martial arts. In her childhood, she was unable to ascend. Later, when she could, she still remembered her master's words and refrained from doing so. Xie Xun nodded slightly. Ayan had spent 10 years honing her craft on Tsong Mountain, returning to the capital just before coming of age. I, too, ventured to Tsong Mountain at the age of 5, but my stay was brief, lasting only 5 years before I was thrust into the battlefield for my training. After that, my visits to Tsong Mountain became infrequent. Ayan was aware that my poison could harm others, which is why Master forbade me from practicing alongside you and sharing accommodation. Shen Lanyin felt a surge of surprise. Could it be that the one she admired was her senior brother? They had known each other since childhood. So why hadn't Xie Xun disclosed this before? If only he had spoken up sooner. Xie Xun's gaze dimmed slightly. In truth, there was more to it than that. But it was best left for another time. What mattered now was for Ayan to understand his feelings. Ayan, from the very first day you arrived at Tsong Mountain, I took notice of you. Before Xie Xun could finish, Shen Lanyin exclaimed excitedly, I remember. It was just after my birthday when my father took me to Tsong Mountain for a visit, and unexpectedly, I ended up staying for a decade. The day I ascended the mountain was a snowy one, coinciding with the blooming of the plum blossoms. The snow falling amidst the blossoms was extraordinarily enchanting, truly a sight to behold. When my father stealthily slipped away, I cried for days, insisting on finding him. Master Hongchen comforted me, promising to treat me well, as if I were his own daughter. Because of this, my senior brothers and sisters teased me for many years, calling me Snotty Worm. Yet, they also envied me, as Master had never held them, often treating them like footballs, much to their chagrin. As Shen Lanyin spoke of her experiences on Tsong Mountain, her enthusiasm was palpable, and she went on and on. Xie Xun, though anxious, listened patiently, his eyes filled with affection. He, too, reminisced about those times, which felt so wonderful. A petite pink bundle had appeared in his world, etching herself into his heart. Time passed swiftly. Their youthful selves had matured, arriving at the age of courtship. Suddenly, Shen Lanyin felt a pang of realization. Did that mean her childhood embarrassments were known to the prince? How much had Master Hongchen revealed to him? Xie Xun shook his head. I spent my time alone atop Lanyue Tower, rarely interacting with anyone aside from Master. I could only watch from afar, as you all played and practiced. Shen Lanyin furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with compassion. She could imagine Xie Xun standing solitary in the distance, observing them, deprived even of the joys of childhood. It must have been incredibly painful. Xie Xun's heart was tumultuous. He had silently pursued her every move, feeling his heart rise and fall with her joys and sorrows, watching her grow day by day. Year by year, the plum blossoms on Song Mountain bloomed and withered, only to bloom again. He wished for the woman before him to find enduring peace and boundless joy. When did his feelings begin to change? He could not tell. He only knew that love had inexplicably taken root, deepening with each passing moment. He had loved her, and regardless of the past or future, only Ain could occupy his heart. When his father was alive, he urged him to marry, but he refused, wanting to wait for her to mature. Later, without anyone's prompting, he yearned for marriage, yet Xinzheng was unwilling, intending to marry her off to another. There was no greater agony than to see the one he loved wed to another man. The news of her impending marriage reached him while he was on the brink of death, surrounded by the Southern Ling army. It was this painful stimulus that awakened the poison within him, allowing him to create a miracle and rise from the dead. Ain, I only wish for you to know that I too harbor feelings for you, a sentiment that has endured for many years. Before he could finish, Shen Lanyin tenderly pressed her fingertip against his lips. Sun, I understand. Xie Xun softly called out, Ain, feeling an indescribable joy and impulse surge through him. At last, his long-hidden affection had been acknowledged by her. He could no longer contain himself as he gazed at the woman before him. She had settled upon the bed, watching him in return. In that fleeting moment, Xie Xun felt time stand still. All beauty resided in her, making it unbearable to let go. Sun, her call drew their hearts ever closer, igniting a true mutual pursuit. With love in their hearts, they journeyed together toward a world adorned with blossoms. Despite the heights of mountains and the depths of waters, their hearts were entwined, promising to cherish this love throughout their lives. Seated together on the bed, their emotions surged, drawing them nearer to one another. Even in silence, the passage of time spoke volumes. Just then, a rustle from outside broke the moment, followed by Ling Feng's voice. Your Highness, young Master Shen has come to escort the princess. Chapter 78. Xie Xun's wish fulfilled. Hearing Ling Feng mention her brother's arrival, Shen Lanyin trembled in fright before quickly regaining her composure. She lowered her eyelids, biting her lip, her gaze evasive, feeling immensely guilty. As if she were a child caught sneaking sweets by her older brother. Earlier, I sent word to the Marquis residence. I suppose the Marquis is concerned and has specifically sent Lanyu to fetch you home, Xie Xun explained with a smile. He noticed that Ain remained somewhat reserved in his presence, and he wished to alleviate her fears, wanting to be gentler. He turned to give instructions outside. Tell him that Ain is still asleep and to have him wait. Ling Feng promptly complied and retreated, the sounds of his departure fading into the distance. Shen Lanyin's mouth parted slightly, her entire being momentarily frozen. He had just spoken such nonsensical fabrications with utmost seriousness before her. Confirming that they were undisturbed, Xie Xun once again took Shen Lanyin's hand. Ain, I will come to propose as soon as possible. Once you return, await my arrival with assurance. I understand that the Marquis does not wish for our union, but I shall not easily give up. If need be, I will make multiple visits until the Marquis recognizes my intentions toward you. Our marriage shall be conducted openly, as you previously suggested, following the traditions of parental consent and matchmaking. All formalities will be observed. Ain, I will not let you suffer. From then on, we shall spend our lives together, never parting in old age. At this juncture, Xie Xun had reached his limit. Hearing him mention their impending marriage again made Shen Lanyin's heart race wildly. Previously, their agreement to wed had felt like a mere collaboration or alliance. This time was different. They had affirmed their feelings, uniting their hearts in a promise of lifelong companionship. In that moment, countless images flashed through Shen Lanyin's mind, weaving together memories from both past and present. The figure before her merged with the silver silhouette from her recollections. A heart that vowed to protect her and love her fiercely. In an instant, she lost all restraint, no longer hesitating, and voiced her heartfelt wish. Through the seasons, may our hearts bind together, and from this moment on, let us be inseparable. Sun, I will wait for you to propose. Each word fell into Xie Xun's heart, stirring deep emotions within him, and he could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Years of silent guardianship and concealed affection had finally borne fruit. He had achieved his wish. With you by my side for the rest of my life, no matter the trials and tribulations, I shall face them without fear or regret. From now on, My night sky shall be adorned with stars, walking amidst radiant brilliance, surrounded by fragrant blooms. Ain, this is what I have longed for, he thought. Meanwhile, Shen Lanyin waited outside, growing increasingly anxious. It was late, and it was not proper for a young woman to remain alone with a man. Having known each other for years, he understood Xie Xun's temperament. Should he provoke Xie Xun's wrath, it would spell trouble for him. Inside, the two remained oblivious to Shen Lanyin, still with much to discuss. Xun, do you believe in past lives? Shen Lanyin finally asked after being interrupted earlier. Xie Xun trembled slightly, his lips quivering with excitement, unable to articulate a response. He believed. How could he not? The experiences of the past were vividly etched in his mind, every detail clear as day. Xun, what if I had met you in a previous life? Xie Xun leaned back slightly, seemingly wanting to take a step back, yet he remained rooted in place, astonished. In the previous life, I encountered you on the southern battlefield.
Exa.
At that time, the Shen family had been annihilated, and I was but a discarded wife of the general's estate, seeking vengeance.
Exa.
You were a lofty prince, the god of war for the great Sheng. Xie Xun could no longer bear to listen. He was well aware of these matters. They haunted his dreams, and in the dead of night, his greatest concern was for Ain. Ain. Only then did Xie Xun realize that she was akin to him. Just as he was about to explain, Ling Feng's voice rang out again. Your Highness, it is nearing the hour of Xie. Young Master Shen cannot wait any longer and insists on barging in. Due to Shen's special status, his subordinates dared not stop him. They warned him to wait, stating that if he dared to intrude, he would never see Li Er again in this lifetime. Shen Lanyin was taken aback. Li Er, Princess Funing? She and my brother. Initially, she and Lan Lo had been expelled from the general's estate, tirelessly seeking aid from all the influential families in the capital. Everyone regarded her as a calamity to be avoided. Only Princess Funing, Xie, was willing to extend a helping hand to vindicate the Shen family. After the Shen family's demise, Xie had cut her hair and left her home, claiming to have seen through the worldly affairs. This incident had stirred great turmoil, inciting the emperor's wrath. Could it truly be related to my brother? Regardless of them, Ain, please tell me what you meant earlier, Xie Xun urged. Shen Lanyin made an effort to disregard the commotion outside. Xun, you can never comprehend how significant you are to me. In her past life, she endured profoundly dark moments, the humiliation of being demoted from wife to concubine, the hatred of her family's destruction, which tortured her beyond recognition. It was only upon arriving at the battlefield in the south and encountering Xie Xun that hope and light were restored to her. After slaying Ling Shiyu and Lu Yanchuan, she was battered and surrounded by heavy troops, having long since lost the will to live. In her final moments, it was Xie Xun who offered her hope and light. He vowed to rescue her and to restore the Shen family's honor. She asked, Your Highness, why would you go to such lengths for me and the Shen family? He replied, Miss Shen, I am merely doing what is right. If a woman like Li Er can stand against the power of the entire capital, I shall not falter. No sooner had he finished speaking than he blocked a fatal arrow meant for her. No one knew the shock that coursed through her heart when she first saw Xie Xun again at the entrance of the general's estate upon her rebirth. Connecting this with Xun's mention of their childhood acquaintance, she patted his shoulder. Xun, it is too late today. I must take my leave. When the time is right, I shall reveal everything to you. Xie Xun nodded gravely. Ain, I am aware you harbor secrets, and I shall not press you. However, Shen Lanyin looked up to hear him continue. I want you to understand that I will always be your support. You are safe with me. Ain, I shall see you out. Xie Xun endeavored to grasp the implications of Shen Lanyin's words. Past and present lives? There could only be one explanation. Ain was like him. In a fleeting moment, clarity washed over him. Why had Ain sought divorce from Lu Yanchuan? The affairs of the general's estate recognized him as the master. Yin's drastic change in temperament at Chongyuan Temple all made sense. She bore the heavy burden of avenging the Shen family, while also harboring gratitude towards him. She sought to remedy past regrets, while striving to forge a future with him. With this realization, the long-standing clouds of doubt that had lingered in Xie Xun's heart finally dissipated. The two walked side by side out of the room, like illuminating beacons in the dark night. Suddenly, a commotion arose, and Shen Lanlu's anxious voice rang out. How is Ain? Even if she is not awakened. As her brother, I must see her. He could not comprehend how his sister had ended up in the palace for a banquet only to encounter misfortune and wind up in this medical establishment. Had it not been for Xie Xun, he would have burst in long ago. Ling Feng respectfully assured him, "Rest assured, young Master Shen. Miss Shen is in the prince's care and is therefore unharmed." With him present, this young master felt no assurance. Yet before he could finish, he saw Xie Xun approaching with his sister. Chapter 79. The prince's proposal unbeknownst to young Master Shen. What concern could the prince possibly have? Xie Xun narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice icy.
Shen Lanyin deeply.
A flicker of anxiety crossing his eyes as he leaned forward and bowed deeply. "I greet the Prince of Zhengnan." He felt a wave of trepidation. How could he reveal the truth? After returning to the capital, Li Er was recuperating, and Xie Xun refused to even let him see her. He knew that Xie Xun held him accountable for Li Er's injury. At this moment, he could not afford to offend Xie Xun again. Previously, he had urged his father to introduce Ayin to Xie Xun, hoping to placate him so that he could see Li Er. Little did he know that Xie Xun had hidden Li Er away, preventing even a glimpse during the victory banquet. "I have come to escort my sister home." With that, Shen Lanyin grasped Shen Lanyin's hand and fled without looking back. Once in the carriage, Shen Lanyin was puzzled. "Brother, are you not acquainted with the prince? Why do you fear him so?" Suddenly, she recalled Xie Xun mentioning Xieli. Could it be? Upon raising her head, she already had her answer. It seemed that her brother's ventures over the years were not merely for show. As the prince entered the palace, it was already past the hour of Xie Xun had lost all patience and was contemplating direct punishment when a young eunuch stumbled in. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Longevity insists on seeing you and refuses to rise without a response to his demands." Xie Xun was taken aback. How dare he make such demands after committing treason? What could he possibly want? "Your Majesty, the Prince of Longevity wishes to divorce the Princess of Longevity and seek to marry the legitimate daughter of the Jingyuan Marquis as his consort." The young eunuch trembled in fear. Xie Xun's expression darkened, and she could scarcely believe it. How could the Princess of Longevity, who had committed no fault since their marriage, be so easily discarded? And for a marriage proposal? Xie Xun clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. He then stepped out of the hall, and indeed found the Prince of Longevity kneeling among a pile of flesh outside. The prince understood the improbability of this endeavor. Yet he insisted on making the request. Had it not been for his elder brother informing him of Xie Xun's repeated assistance to Shen Lanyin and their clandestine meetings at Chongyuan Temple, he would have remained oblivious to Xie Xun's unexpected affection for women, particularly one who was already married. If Xie Xun dared to investigate him, he aimed to repulse him. Thus, he decided to kneel upon entering the palace, proposing to marry Shen Lanyin. At that moment, upon seeing the emperor emerge, he proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I am enamored with the legitimate daughter of the Jingyuan Marquis. I beseech your grace." "Oh!" Xie Xun was not angered, but gazed at him with indifference. "Is my younger brother interested in the Shen family's legitimate daughter, or is this directed at Asun?" Upon finishing, Xie Xun's previously calm demeanor turned stormy as he kicked him twice. "Initially, I merely suspected. Now I believe it to be true. You, who have already jeopardized my empire. Are you not content? Why the urgency to marry your beloved while insulting me?" Originally, he had intended to grant him some dignity, but it appeared he was determined to lose all face. The Prince of Longevity cried out in anguish, feigning innocence. "Your Majesty, second brother, what are you saying? I merely wish to marry the woman I love. I have been docile in the estate for years. I am innocent." Xie Xun sneered. "Innocent?" He advanced slowly, delivering several kicks to the prince. "What is your connection to that actress? What are your intentions in aiding her? Who stands behind you?" The prince continued to play the fool. "Your Majesty, what actress? I know nothing." Day by day, he merely offered prayers and incense in the estate, unfamiliar with such worldly affairs. Xie Xun, weary of his games, commanded, "Take the Prince of Longevity and demote him to commoner status, locking him in the Dali Temple. Let Asun interrogate him thoroughly about his actions and alliances." Thus, the weeping prince Shou was dragged away by the guards. He could not comprehend how the emperor had suddenly become so heartless. Merely on the authority of a guard's token, he was demoted to a commoner and sentenced to the Dali Temple for punishment. Was it only Xie Xun who was a brother? Was he, Xie Yang, not one as well? I am the boundary between the cunning and the meek. The next day, Shen Lanyin awoke to the commotion outside. Xie Luoxia, what are you discussing? Her head throbbed painfully. She had returned home late the previous night and was detained by her father in the study for an extensive interrogation. By the time she finally settled into the Tinglan courtyard, it was already the early hours. With thoughts of Xie Xun swirling in her mind, she barely managed to close her eyes before dawn. After only a brief slumber, she heard voices outside. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Xie rushed in. Miss, how did you awaken? Shen Lanyin rose and smiled. You speak so loudly that I could hardly sleep. Xie expression changed. Miss, we were just too incensed and lost our composure for a moment. Shen Lanyin sighed deeply. Pray tell, what is this momentous news? Before Xie could respond, Luoxia hastily entered, declaring, I have heard that Duke Ningguo, Grand Tutor Qi, and Grand Preceptor Xiao were all assaulted last night. Shen Lanyin found it hard to believe. All three had been attacked. Xie added, not just three, but it seems all the masters from these families were struck. Even the illegitimate sons were not spared. Luoxia pushed Xie aside. But that is not all. It is said that they may not recover for at least 10 days to half a month. They deserve it. After all, the women from these families do not understand propriety. In my opinion, the punishment was too lenient. They should have been dealt with as well. What? It is that severe? Shen Lanyin could not help but exclaim. How could he be so reckless? Without a doubt, she knew it was Xie Xun's doing. While this act may have brought relief, it was undeniably too ostentatious. He was not afraid of disturbing the delicate balance of power. Before she could ponder further, she heard that someone from the palace had arrived, and it was none other than the emperor's personal envoy. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Shen Lanyin felt utterly perplexed. Why would the emperor summon her to the prince of Zhennan's residence? After finishing her breakfast and allowing Xie to retouch her makeup, Shen Lanyin set out with Luoxia. As they exited the second gate, Shen Lanyin's brother, Shen Lanyin, rushed in breathlessly. Ayin, it is not proper for a woman to visit the prince's residence alone. Allow me to accompany you. Shen Lanyin understood his true intention was to seek out Xie. Very well, she replied, not exposing his ruse. Upon their arrival at the prince's residence, the steward hurriedly approached, informing them that Xie Xun had stayed overnight at the Dali Temple. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lanyin attempted to enter, but the steward quickly blocked him, stating that the prince had specifically instructed that the young master Shen was not permitted inside. Though the princess was free to enter, Shen Lanyin gritted his teeth, thinking, Xie Xun, you shall never set foot in the Jingyuan Marquis' residence again. Shen Lanyin intended to inquire about the events that had transpired, but in a moment of distraction, Shen Lanyin had already walked away. No matter. The emperor's decree required her to find Xie Xun to repay her life-saving grace. Visiting the Dali Temple served the same purpose, allowing her to ascertain the progress of the case. Chapter 80. To die with Shen Lanyin as fate would have it, she had yet to visit the Dali Temple. An opportunity to broaden her horizons. The Dali Temple, known for adjudicating the most heinous crimes in the Great Sheng, was a sight that instilled fear in the hearts of many. The individuals who managed the Dali Temple were typically the emperor's most trusted confidants. The emperor's decision to entrust it to Xie Xun spoke volumes of his confidence in him. Upon alighting from the carriage, Shen Lanyin was immediately intercepted. She had Luoxia present the jade pendant that Xie Xun had gifted her. The guard promptly allowed her passage, stating, the prince is currently in the prison, personally interrogating the prisoners. Upon entering the Dali Temple, the courtyard appeared relatively decent, except for the oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. The pavilions and towers, standing in stark contrast to the heavy silence. Upon hearing the news, Ling Feng rushed out to greet her, bowing respectfully, Princess Chongning. The prince has instructed me to escort you. Young Master Liu and that actor are causing quite a ruckus. Quickly, take me to them. Shen Lanyin raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that Liu Yanchuan and Ling Xiyu would not behave themselves. As they ventured deeper, the oppressive aura intensified, with cries and pleas echoing incessantly. Reaching the prison, the light dimmed, sunlight absent, the air cold and damp, akin to entering a bottomless abyss. Luoxia, accustomed to the shadows, maintained her composure, while Shen Lanyin, though initially fearful, found courage from her past experiences. In her previous life, when Xie Xun had not taken charge of the Dali Temple, her entire family had been imprisoned there, making even a meeting nearly impossible. When she finally met her brother, it had taken Xie Li's meticulous planning to arrange a secret meeting in a secluded courtyard. Ling Feng observed quietly, noting Shen Lanyin's calm demeanor, which prompted him to regard her with newfound respect. Perhaps this was why the prince held her in such high regard. As they arrived at a cell, Shen Lanyin heard Lu Yenchuan's furious voice. "Prince, if you are indeed just and impartial, why do you not also summon Shen Lanyin? She is entangled in the case of the Empress's kidnapping and bears responsibility. Most importantly, she is my wife. We are united in this. Why should she enjoy herself in the Marquis' residence while I languish in prison? Or do you favor her with your personal bias?" He continued, "The misfortunes that have befallen Xiu and me are all the doing of that wretched Shen Lanyin." These words sickened Shen Lanyin. She stepped forward. "Young Master Lu, I have arrived. What more do you wish to say? You who claim the title of Prince of Zhennan, able to discern all, would never wrongfully accuse the innocent nor show favoritism to the guilty." Lu Yenchuan, seething with rage, retorted, "If anything happens to my Xiu, you shall pay for it with your life. Should anything befall the general's residence, do not expect the Shen family to escape unscathed." Shen Lanyin tilted her head slightly, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Is it not possible that the general's residence may meet its demise at your hands?" Shen Lanyin, wretched woman. Lu Yenchuan was beside himself with fury. The exchange continued, neither party yielding. Xie Xun waved his hand, ordering a bloodied and battered man to be thrown into the cell. The man, barely clinging to life, was instantly recognized by Shen Lanyin as the steward who had tormented her in her previous life. As expected, she noted how his eyes lit up upon seeing Ling Xiu. "You have suffered greatly. Now that you see your mistress, it is time to speak the truth." Xie Xun remarked coolly, addressing Lu Yenchuan, "Young Master Lu, what further words do you have? When it comes to suffering, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Shen Lanyin continued to observe Ling Xiu, noting her unaffected demeanor. She could not help but wonder if Ling Xiu had some means of escape today. "I am merely a common bandit, unable to tolerate the oppression of a weak woman by you noble elites. It was I who sought to rob and kidnap the Empress. It has nothing to do with Miss Ling," the steward gasped. Exchanging glances with Xie Xun, Shen Lanyin concluded that further interrogation was unnecessary, for the steward was evidently intent on protecting Ling Xiu. "Bring forth the branding iron, and then execute the punishment," Xie Xun commanded. "Seize that actor, and let her bear witness." Ling Feng advanced with the branding iron. "Those who deceive the prince shall pay a price. Do not expect anyone to rescue you. Time has passed, and if anyone intended to save you, it would have been done by now." As Shen Lanyin meticulously recalled the events from her previous life, seeking leverage against the steward, she resolved to exploit Ling Xiu's adeptness at manipulating hearts. Casting a glance at Xie Xun, Ling Feng retreated. Ling Xiu then addressed the steward. "Your surname is Wang." The man indeed stirred, astonished. "How do you know?" Ling Xiu's body trembled, hands clenched into fists. "I know you care for Ling Xiu and are unwilling to betray her, but do you understand how she feels about you?" Upon hearing Shen Lanyin's words, the steward's demeanor shifted, becoming visibly agitated. Ling Xiu closed her eyes, and Shen Lanyin continued, "She wishes for your demise. For as long as you live, you are her leverage. She professes her affection for you, but it is a deception. The only one she truly loves is herself." Lu Yenchuan protested vehemently. "Shen Lanyin, you speak nonsense. Xiu has declared her love for me, and all her actions are for the future of the general's residence." Shen Lanyin disregarded him, focusing instead on Steward Wang. "Ling Xiu has confided in you that once she establishes herself in the capital, she will promote you and keep you by her side. This is but an ethereal promise. You lie. You all lie. Xiu loves me most dearly. I would never betray her, even in death." Steward Wang could no longer contain himself. Xie Xun mocked. "Did you not claim it was inconsequential?" Shen Lanyin's words were mere conjectures, but now it seemed her assumptions were correct. Ling Xiu and Steward Wang indeed shared an illicit affair. Having entered the Dali Temple, "You still dare to lie? Guards, seize them." Xie Xun commanded furiously. Lu Yenchuan, relying on his martial prowess, defeated several guards, fiercely protecting Ling Xiu behind him. "Where are the Xuanjia guards?" Upon Xie Xun's command, a contingent of guards clad in dark attire filed in. Lu Yenchuan's skills, which once seemed formidable, were swiftly rendered ineffective as he was subdued and brought to his knees. Meanwhile, Ling Xiu was suspended in midair, her hands shackled securely with iron chains. "Your Highness, it was Shen Lanyin who conspired against the Empress Dowager. I am innocent. Please spare me." Even Lu Yenchuan pleaded desperately, "Your Highness, if you grant Xiu this reprieve, The Lu family will be at your service. This was an implicit pledge of allegiance, but what loyalty could be expected from such a person? Always ready to strike when it mattered most. Young Master Lu, do you believe this prince lacks dogs? Or perhaps disloyal dogs? What purpose does your Lu family serve? Xie Xun derided. And do not speak of gifting Ain to this prince, for whether you offer her or not, she is already mine. Just then, Shen Lanyin interjected. I have a way to save Ling Xiu. With these words, an unusual silence enveloped the small cell. Lu Yanchuan felt elated, while Ling Xiu was gripped by an icy dread. Chapter 81. The actor's desperate plea for survival. Lu Yanchuan clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Shen Lanyin. I knew you could not sever ties with the Lu family, nor could you let go of me. You truly are pathetic. Without me, would you choose not to live? Seeing you so considerate, if you truly save Xiu, we three can live harmoniously. I will even share my love for Xiu with you. This was an impossibility. If Shen Lanyin dared to return to the Lu family with a dowry, he would ensure that the wretched woman learned the true meaning of marital duty. Ling Xiu pleaded. Sister, I implore you to intercede with the prince on my behalf. I have done nothing wrong, and when you return, I will care for you as you deserve. This too was unattainable. If Shen Lanyin were to return, she would ensure that Ling Xiu experienced a fate worse than death. Shen Lanyin's lips curled into a mocking smile as her gaze bore into Ling Xiu. Ling Xiu, you truly have done nothing. Ling Xiu shook her head desperately. I swear. If I have committed any wrongdoing, let me perish by 1,000 arrows. Sister, please tell me how to save me. Xie Xun silently scoffed. Ain's saving her? Is that even plausible? Indeed, in the next moment, she spoke, Your Highness, first release her. Xie Xun waved his hand, and the Xuanjia guards lowered Ling Xiu to the ground. With the most nonchalant demeanor, Shen Lanyin uttered a cruel ultimatum. Ling Xiu, if you personally kill Steward Wang, I will believe you, and the prince will also deem you unrelated to the Empress Dowager's abduction case. The cell fell silent once more, all eyes fixed on Shen Lanyin. Was a woman truly this ruthless? Xie Xun nodded gently, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Everything was within his grasp. According to the intelligence gathered by Longyuan Pavilion, Ling Xiu's identity was far from simple. She was not merely an actress. Even Prince Wei and Prince Shou had intervened on her behalf, with the Ning, Qi, and Shao families entangled as well. Those behind her were undoubtedly formidable. It appeared that suppressing the imperial edict for Ain and Lu Yanchuan's divorce was indeed beneficial. If Prince Wei and Prince Shou were two significant fish, then the Ning, Qi, and Shao families were but smaller ones. He also contemplated temporarily sparing Ling Xiu while closely monitoring her. Yin's proposal aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Forcing Ling Xiu to kill Steward Wang would not only strip her of a supporter, but also sow discord among those who had devoted themselves to her service. With blood on her hands, who would remain loyal to her? On the surface, it would seem he had spared Ling Xiu, but in reality, it would be her downfall, potentially yielding further gains. This was indeed a masterstroke, a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Ain's strategic move was truly brilliant. Shen Lanyin approached Ling Xiu, who was slumped on the ground, a strange smile gracing her lips. My dear sister, will you kill, or will you not? Ling Xiu's eyes widened. At that moment, she realized Shen Lanyin was far more terrifying than she had imagined. A chill coursed from her feet to her head, paralyzing her. Shen Lanyin was a force to be reckoned with, mercilessly shrewd, fully aware that refusal was not an option. Who would not wish to live? If she were to kill, what would Lu Yanchuan think? Would he still heed her command? Lu Yanchuan, held captive by the Xuanjia guards, could not move but still defended her. Shen Lanyin, you venomous woman. You envy Xiu's favor. Do you think this will make me care for you? How can the esteemed daughter of a marquis utter such unfeeling, cruel words? Shen Lanyin gently adjusted her hairpin and smiled. It seems you are unwilling. Then let the execution proceed. I have heard that the punishments for women in this prison are diverse and cruel. Let Ling Xiu experience them at her leisure. I would be most intrigued. Xie Xun chuckled, playing along. Xuanjia guards, begin with shaving her head. At the command, the guards seized Ling Xiu. Shen Lanyin continued, then cut off her nose and ears. Sever her hands and feet, and nurture her carefully. Let us see how long this actress can survive. Lu Yanchuan trembled violently. Do not, Shen Lanyin. Are you even human? You are worse than a pig or a dog. For disrespecting the princess, seize him. Xie Xun ordered. The sound of slaps echoed, and in less than a moment, blood dripped from Lu Yanchuan's mouth, a gruesome sight. Ling Xiu's face drained of color in terror. "No, please." Her voice trembled, filled with fear, as if every word was a struggle. "If I kill him, will you truly let me go?" She directed this question at Shen Lanyin, perhaps hoping for Xie Xun's assurance. "The princess's word is my command," Xie Xun declared, pointing at Steward Wang, ignoring her. "If you kill this man, I will keep my promise and allow you and young Master Lu to leave together. The matter at Reborn Temple will be forgotten." "What say you?" Shen Lanyin taunted. "My dear sister, what are you hesitating for? Act quickly, or face the consequences." Steward Wang looked deeply into Ling Xiu's eyes, shouting, "No, do not kill me. I want to live. I do not want to die. After enduring so much suffering, I have never uttered a word against you. Spare me." Ling Shifeng produced a long sword and tossed it before Ling Xiu. "Be my guest." Ling Xiu bit her lip, nearly voiceless. "I cannot. I am afraid." Xie Xun, growing impatient, commanded, "Bring forth the actress." Before he finished speaking, there was a sharp crack, and the long sword fell to the ground. Ling Xiu, despite her claims of fear, moved swiftly. Before anyone could comprehend her actions, the sword plunged into Steward Wang's chest. Crimson blood flowed forth, seeping into the dank, dark ground. When Shen Lanyin looked again, Steward Wang had already breathed his last, his eyes wide open in death, unblinking. Lu Yanchuan was momentarily unable to accept this reality. Was this truly the Ling Xiu who had once seemed so delicate and helpless? Shen Lanyin recalled the torment she had suffered at Steward Wang's hands in her previous life, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Although killing Steward Wang was exhilarating, witnessing him die at the hands of his beloved was even more gratifying. Wang Guanshi, in addition to coveting her beauty, served her food meant for dogs. In this way, she has avenged her past life. As for Lu Yanchuan and Ling Xiu, there is no rush. Time is on her side in this life. After the murder, Ling Xiu appeared to be greatly shaken, unsteady on her feet, swaying as if she were about to collapse into Xie Xun's embrace. Xie Xun swiftly rose and deftly evaded her fall. Once he had distanced himself, he shook his sleeves, as if to rid himself of the filth that clung to him. Without support, Ling Xiu fell, much like Lu Yanxi had before, landing in a most undignified manner. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, she lay down on the ground, closed her eyes, and feigned unconsciousness. Shen Lanyin couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Lu Yanxi's clumsy attempts at affection had been taught by her. Xie Xun gently parted his lips, agreeing that the tactic was indeed rather inept. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Yanchuan, questioning, "Young Master Lu, is this actress not your greatest love? Why then does she seek solace in my presence? Your taste is quite peculiar. You seem to favor such sordid company, while I find her utterly distasteful." Lu Yanchuan remained bewildered, seemingly struck by a heavy blow, unable to regain his composure. "Your Highness, there's been a misunderstanding. Xiu was simply terrified and mistook you for me." Shen Lanyin smiled lightly. "Indeed, she is quite frightened. She just coldly executed her loyal servant without a hint of remorse." Lu Yanchuan, be wary when you are no longer useful to her.
She may do the same to you.
Just as Lu Yanchuan was about to retort, a voice from outside announced, "Your Highness, Lord Lu has arrived with the Lu family guards, claiming they wish to take young Master Lu and that actress away." Chapter 82. The light cloud troop enters the capital. Xie Xun lifted his gaze towards the outside, his eyes deep with contemplation. "Let them in." Upon hearing this, Ling Xiu ceased her pretense of unconsciousness and softly called out, "Lu Lang." Lu Yanchuan shot Shen Lanyin a fierce glare, a warning and a threat intertwined. He then assisted the feeble Ling Xiu as they departed. When Lu Zhen arrived, he caught sight of Lu Yanchuan, bloodied and supporting Ling Xiu as they emerged. His heart raced with a mix of concern and anger. Initially, he had no intention of coming, but the king of Zhennan commanded him to retrieve his eldest son and that actress, or else the Lu family would no longer receive his support. However, it was imperative that neither of them admit to anything. "Your Highness, have you truly subjected them to torture? Did they say anything?" Lu Zhen anxiously wiped the sweat from his brow. Ling Xiu resumed her act of fainting, while Lu Yanchuan, still dazed, remained silent. Lu Zhen, growing increasingly frantic, noticed Xie Xun and Shen Lanyin walking side by side, and hurriedly stepped forward to block their path. "Your Highness, You must provide an explanation to the Lu family regarding today's events. Why did you unjustly detain the son and daughter-in-law of an old minister at the Dali temple? Xie Xun was disinclined to engage in conversation, so Ling Feng spoke on his behalf. Does the prince require a reason for his actions? If Lord Lu seeks an explanation, he may petition the emperor directly. Lu Zhen was momentarily speechless. Xie Xun scoffed. That actress possesses quite the talent. Today, she personally murdered her devoted servant. And now she is free from consequence. Lu Zhen was incredulous. Ling Xiyu dared to commit murder? To slay her own kin? Your Highness jests. How could a weak woman possibly kill? Lu Zhen retorted. Xie Xun commanded, bring forth the body and ensure that the Ling family gives it a proper burial. Lu Zhen looked at Ling Xiyu with a stern gaze. It seemed his wife was correct. This actress was indeed a disruptor of the household. She should have been cast out, yet for reasons unknown, she had gained the favor of the king of Zhennan. If this actress could kill her loyal servants, what would stop her from turning on him? Ling Feng interjected, Lord Lu, this actress is inherently lewd and requires strict discipline. She should cease her attempts to ingratiate herself with our prince. By the way, it appears your daughter has also engaged in such disgraceful conduct. Did Lady Lu not ascend the ranks by seducing a man? Is it the custom of the Lu family for its women to throw themselves at men? Lu Zhen's face flushed with humiliation. Just yesterday, his 2 daughters and son-in-law had lost their dignity within the palace, and such news had spread throughout the capital. The reputation of the Lu family was irreparably tarnished. Lu Zhen's expression darkened as he glared at Ling Xiyu, muttering under his breath, wretched girl. At that moment, the Xuanjia guards tossed Wang Guanshi's lifeless body onto the ground. Ling Xiyu cowered in Lu Yenchuan's embrace, her face contorted in disgust. No, no. Throw him away. Far away. I have nothing to do with him. The onlookers murmured among themselves, denouncing the Lu family's reputation. The women of the Lu family were deemed shameless harlots, while the men were labeled as lascivious and greedy. From henceforth, no one should associate with the Lu family. Lu Zhen's expression grew increasingly dark as he slapped Lu Yenchuan several times. You wretched son. This is all you're doing. You have brought disgrace upon the entire Lu family. He turned to Ling Xiyu. From now on, control your tongue and refrain from making foolish suggestions. Otherwise, you shall be cast out of the Lu family. On Zhuke Street, bustling with vendors and the lively chatter of the crowd, the carriage of the Prince of Zhennan was exceptionally spacious. This time, as the two embraced, the space felt even more ample. A son, did you not sleep a wink after leaving the Divine Physician's Pavilion last night and heading straight to the Dali Temple? Shen Lanyin scrutinized Xie Xun, who still wore the same slightly disheveled dark attire, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. Xie Xun nodded. Why did you come to the Dali Temple today, Yin? Shen Lanyin proceeded to relay the emperor's decree to him, expecting him to ponder its deeper implications.
Yet.
He merely stifled a yawn. Yin, you might as well forget about it. Disregard the decree. Has there been any progress on yesterday's events? Shen Lanyin sensed his nonchalance and refrained from pressing further, instead inquiring about the tumult at the banquet. The maid who had delivered the news was from the Qi family, and so was Qiyu's maid. Thus, the Qi family could not escape culpability. As for the wife of Duke Ning, without direct evidence, she too would inevitably face punishment. Xie Xun perked up. What of the whereabouts of the Jade Maiden Smile? Shen Lanyin continued. The Jade Maiden Smile is a secret potion from the Divine Physician's Pavilion. We must have Long Yuanga investigate from within Songshan. But are their eyes watching the Lu family and the Prince of Zhennan? Xie Xun's deep, affectionate gaze was fixed upon her radiant smile. Perhaps emboldened by their conversation, he felt a growing tremor in his heart. Rest assured, Yin. Should you wish to eradicate the Lu family, your husband shall fulfill your desires. The Xuanjia guards have just returned from Nanzhou last night and have already been dispatched. Shen Lanyin, preoccupied with the events of the previous day, failed to notice Xie Xun's unusual demeanor and continued, son, your actions last night against the Ning, Qi, and Xiao families were rather ostentatious. We must prioritize the greater good. Xie Xun insisted, with my husband here, why should we tread carefully? If I cannot protect you, what use is your husband? To be fair, your reluctance to seek my help previously stemmed from our unfamiliarity, but why did you not mention the grievances you suffered yesterday? Including last night, you kept silent. Yin, I have been waiting for you to reach out and express your need for me. Shen Lanyin was taken aback. She realized she had never thought to seek him out. It was always Xie Xun who appeared first to assist her. Just as she was about to speak, Xie Xun drew her close, a wave of warmth enveloping her lips. Their mouths met, and for the first time, Shen Lanyin experienced the height of temptation. It was thrilling yet filled with anticipation, akin to two butterflies dancing upon their tongues. Just as she felt she might suffocate from the intensity, Xie Xun released her, saying, "Yin, this is your punishment. Remember, in the future, should you encounter difficulties, seek your husband. There is no need to rely on others to defend you." Shen Lanyin, feeling somewhat guilty, murmured, "I believe I can manage." Xie Xun pulled her close once more. "Yin, is your ability to manage being wronged by others? Or to be a punching bag? Yin, you are the person I cherish most. I do not wish for you to suffer even the slightest indignity." Shen Lanyin pondered deeply and realized that, whether in this life or the last, she had never truly cultivated the habit of seeking help from others. In her past life, she bore her burdens in silence. In this life, she seeks to avenge herself. Though she once contemplated pursuing Xie Xun, she never took action. Even when she proactively sought to align herself with him, it was merely to ensure they stood in the same camp. She never once urged him to do anything. Upon reflection, it seems that in this life, Xie Xun has been more proactive than she, apart from last night when she confessed her feelings. Today he told her that this affection could also signify dependence. Her matters are now intertwined with his. With this thought in mind, Shen Lanyin explained, "Xun, it is not that I do not seek you out, but I was not accustomed to it before. My father dotes on me so." Xie Xun tightened his embrace. Shen Lanyin closed her eyes, on the verge of revealing the truth of her rebirth, when she was interrupted by the exclamations outside. "The Jingyuan troop has entered the capital." Chapter 83. Do not be enchanted by him. Shen Lanyin wondered, the Jingyuan troop? Yin was not familiar with Nanzhou. Xie Xun patiently elaborated. The Jingyuan troop is renowned in Nanzhou, the foremost theatrical company of the Shang dynasty, famed for their performance of Lu Lang Visits His Mother. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes before he quickly masked it, unnoticed by Shen Lanyin. Shen Lanyin lifted the curtain of the carriage to peer outside, and indeed, a throng of citizens surrounded a procession, buzzing with excitement. The Jingyuan troop had never before graced the capital. Even the wealthy families of the city could not summon them with gold. Why this grand entrance? You may not know. The Empress Dowager's birthday is approaching, and Prince Yan'an has orchestrated the Jingyuan troop's audience at court to perform in her honor. They are taking this performance very seriously, and I hear even Master Su Jia himself has come to perform for the Empress Dowager. Suddenly, someone pointed to a carriage, exclaiming, "Look, Master Su Jia has emerged." Following the direction of the finger, Shen Lanyin beheld a strikingly handsome young man stepping out, clad in a pale blue robe, his gaze sparkling like stars. His raven locks were elegantly secured with a simple yet refined jade hairpin, a few strands cascading down his forehead, adding to his artistic allure. It seemed he noticed Shen Lanyin's gaze. The previously aloof corners of his lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Xie Xun abruptly pulled down the carriage curtain, his voice tinged with annoyance and teasing. "Yin, do not be entranced by his looks. He is of the same age as your father-in-law." Shen Lanyin's cheeks flushed. "Who is enchanted? I merely..." Xie Xun regarded her with a probing look. Shen Lanyin murmured, "I was merely pondering that the Jingyuan troop hails from Nanzhou. And Prince Yan'an is also from there. Ling Xiu is an actress, and her master remains a mystery. Could it be?" She would never admit it. But Master Su Jia truly was quite captivating. Yin, you are astute, I share your thoughts. When the Jingyuan troop set out, I commanded the Xuanjia guards of Nanzhou to investigate. We should receive news shortly. After saying this, Xie Xun stiffened, suddenly recalling something. Yin, a greater fish has surfaced. Our marriage should soon be settled. However, the future remains uncertain, and the situation unclear. Shen Lanyin interjected, I am unafraid, Xun. I still wish to marry you. To eradicate the Lu family, I must eliminate all the forces behind them. You desire stability for the Shang dynasty, and to achieve that, these treacherous officials must also be removed. In truth, our goals are aligned. As they were about to continue their conversation, they heard the voice of someone outside. I am Su Jia, the leader of the Jingyuan troop. We have come to the capital to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, and I kindly ask everyone to make way. Thank you. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Master Su Jia's performance of Lu Lang visits his mother is unparalleled in Desheng. Master Su Jia possesses genuine skill. Unlike those actors from the general's residence who merely play at being courtesans. Shen Lanyin lifted the curtain again. A son, is he using internal energy to project his voice? Is he trying to let us hear him? Could he have recognized us? Xie Xun scoffed. He must have recognized the carriage of the Zhen Nanwang Fu. The capital is bound to become lively. How intriguing. The citizens parted to allow passage as the carriage continued on. Shen Lanyin inquired, a son, who is Prince Yenin. Is he also of royal blood? Xie Xun hesitated, his expression momentarily distant, before reverting to his usual demeanor. Ain, there is no need to concern yourself with him. He is a descendant of the Preqin royal family, granted a nominal hereditary title by the founding emperor as a token of favor, allowing them to reside in Nanzhou for generations. Prince Yenin is a powerless figure. His trip to the capital to celebrate his mother's birthday is likely a ploy to garner sympathy and benefits. Moreover, he has no son, only a daughter who is missing. His title will eventually be claimed by the second prince. It is merely a facade. Does he truly believe he is a lord? Observing Xie Xun's demeanor, Shen Lanyin felt that the matter was more complex than it appeared, yet she hesitated to inquire further. The carriage came to a halt, and Ling Feng's voice rang out, Your Highness, we have arrived at the Marquis' residence. Shen Lanyin bid farewell to Xie Xun. A son, go rest now. Xie Xun shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng, seemingly blaming him. We arrived so swiftly. Could you not have taken a few more turns? Ling Feng felt bewildered. He had done nothing wrong. At that moment, he understood Xu Feng as sentiment. After interacting with the prince and princess, they had become increasingly difficult to please. Luo Xia appeared out of nowhere, supporting Shen Lanyin as she entered the front courtyard. Just then, Granny Wei rushed over. Miss, you have returned at last. A Miss One has come, claiming to be your senior sister, and has been waiting for quite some time. Shen Lanyin exclaimed in surprise, Is it Senior Sister One? As she walked, she added, It must be Master Hongchen who sent her. Where is she? I want to see her. Madam has sent her to Tinglan Courtyard, where several young ladies are accompanying her. Granny Wei trailed behind, pleading, Miss, please slow down. This old servant can hardly keep up. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Lanyin could already hear laughter emanating from within. Is the eldest sister being so mischievous in Songshan? Are you still climbing trees to catch cicadas? Did you fall from a tree? Shen Lanyin laughed loudly. Cui Ruoyao expressed concern. That must have hurt. Ain, have you taken care to be careful? Have you sustained any lingering injuries? Wan Xini chimed in. She even caught little birds and went fishing every day. She is as wild as a little monkey. Shen Lanfang was skeptical. The eldest sister is the most dignified. Just as she was about to confirm with Wan Xini, she saw her leap gracefully out of the room. Having just entered the courtyard, Shen Lanyin was ready to respond. Wan Xini moved with agility and precision, and Shen Lanyin countered with a blend of softness and strength. The two engaged in a lively exchange, each move captivating the onlookers. It was a remarkable display. They were reluctant to part, their figures intertwining until, after a quarter of an hour, they finally ceased. Senior sister, your skills have improved significantly, Shen Lanyin remarked, her smile radiant as she assessed the young woman before her, who had grown even taller since her departure. Wan Xini was the cherished daughter of the Wan family, a prestigious martial arts lineage from Jiangnan, adored by many. Before Shen Lanyin ascended the mountain, she was the youngest and most favored among her peers. Initially, Wan Xini had harbored resentment towards Shen Lanyin, feeling overshadowed by her presence among the master and senior brothers and sisters. However, she was also someone who spoke harshly but had a soft heart. When Shen Lanyin was nearly abducted at the age of 8, Wan Xini risked everything to save her, sustaining serious injuries in the process. From then on, their relationship blossomed. Wan Xini declared, becoming a senior sister and protecting my junior sister is a form of happiness. At this moment, gazing at the person before her, Wan Xini sighed. It is clear that my junior sister has grown complacent. A day without practice will lead to regression. Cui Ruyao, sensing their need for conversation, interjected. Since Ain has returned, let us take our leave for now. We shall gather again in a few days to welcome Wan Jiejia. The two entered the room, and Wan Xini expressed her eagerness. Ain, Master received your letter and has personally sent people to investigate. As she spoke, she took a letter from her bosom and handed it to Shen Lanyin. Junior sister, this is a handwritten letter from our master. He said that I should stay by your side from now on and no longer return to Tsongshan. Shen Lanyin grasped her hand. Is that true? Senior sister. I must prepare a lovely chamber for you. Wan Xini nodded. My father also supports my stay in the capital. He hopes for me to marry well and elevate the Wan family status. Shen Lanyin urged her to sit down. Senior sister, do you wish to marry? I have no intention of marrying. Wan Xini retorted playfully. Humph. I have remained in Tsongshan all these years to avoid marriage. After all, our master has promised to take care of me for life. This heroine desires to live joyfully and freely. Once Qiushui arranged suitable quarters for Wan Xini, Shen Lanyin opened the letter, only to discover that chapter 84 mentioned an ugly and fat toad. The Red Dust Master had noted that the only information available was that Ling Xiyu hailed from Nanzhou, who her master was, which troop she belonged to, or her past experiences were all shrouded in mystery, as if she had appeared out of thin air. Shen Lanyin felt an unusual sense of foreboding. The absence of information suggested that something significant was being concealed. It appeared that all of Ling Xiyu's experiences had been erased. In Nanzhou, the only person with such power could only be the Prince of Xianan. Yet, Ah Sun had remarked that the prince was a useless figure, closely monitored and lacking freedom. How could he possess the ability to erase Ling Xiyu's entire existence? Or perhaps, there were others in Nanzhou besides the prince? Or was it possible that the Prince of Wei had the means to intervene in Nanzhou's affairs? Even if the prince had ulterior motives, it seemed unnecessary for him to cultivate a performer in Nanzhou when he was so close at hand. Shen Lanyin's fingers drummed incessantly on the table, prompting Wei Mama to instruct the servants to keep their voices down, fearing they might disturb her. The lack of information only confirmed the deep connection between Ling Xiyu and Nanzhou. If Ling Xiyu were truly an ordinary performer, how could she dare to plot against the Empress and aspire to be her savior? In her previous life, both she and Ah Sun had perished too soon, leaving her unable to discern who ultimately triumphed. What was Ling Xiyu's true identity, and who was the force behind her? As Shen Lanyin pondered, her head throbbed with confusion. It seemed that she could only wait for the return of the Xiannian guards to discuss matters with Ah Sun. The Xiannian guards had been specially trained by the late emperor for Ah Sun. Their methods of gathering intelligence were likely distinct from those of Longyuan Pavilion, potentially yielding different insights. The only certainty now was that Ling Xiyu was from Nanzhou, yet she could not fathom how Ling Xiyu infiltrated the Southern Expedition Army. Ah Sun maintained strict military discipline, so such a breach of decorum should not have occurred. Was there some hidden truth behind this? Even if Ling Xiyu managed to infiltrate the Southern Expedition Army, how could it be mere coincidence that she entangled herself with a member of the Lu family, who possessed a blank imperial edict? This could not be a mere happenstance. Ling Xiyu must have been after the Lu family's blank edict and the great secret it concealed. Reflecting on the events of her previous life, she recalled how Lu Yanchuan brought Ling Xiyu back to the capital from the battlefield. Upon her arrival, Ling Xiyu seized control of her household rights and claimed her entire dowry. Subsequently, she had been confined to the courtyard, enduring endless torment. However, the suffering she endured was at the hands of the Lu family and those around Ling Xiyu, who never even bothered to see her. In hindsight, it seemed that Ling Xiyu's acquisition of her dowry was merely a task accomplished. In this life, the entanglements surrounding the Lu family also revolved around her dowry. While the Lu family was impoverished, the emperor had previously bestowed them with 1,000 taels of gold. Surely, they could manage. Following that, she was demoted to a concubine and expelled from the Lu family. These actions appeared to be orchestrated by the Lu family. As for Shen Lanyin entering the Lu family, it was again facilitated by Ling Xiyu. At that moment, she could not discern the true purpose behind Ling Xiyu and her benefactor. It seemed as if they were drawn to the Lu family's great secret, yet also to her dowry, but it was not entirely clear. Shen Lanyin continued to read the letter, as the Red Dust Master further mentioned Ah Sun's poison, stating that only the Xuelingji could cure it. However, she recalled that Yun Shui had mentioned the Xuelingji had not been seen for over a century. Thus, Ah Sun's affliction, was it truly insurmountable? No. As long as one does not give up, a solution will eventually be found. The Red Dust Master also revealed Ah Sun's identity, confirming what Ah Sun had said. He indeed resided in the Lanyin Tower as her senior brother. If she wished to employ the spies of Longyuan Pavilion, she should consult Ah Sun. Had the master not mentioned this, she would have remained unaware that Longyuan Pavilion was now under Ah Sun's control. After 3 years of severed contact, she had expected her master to harbor resentment, yet the master still shared the information she yearned for without a hint of reproach. However, she sensed her master's lingering dissatisfaction, as his tone conveyed a sense of formality and distance. Moving forward, she would make amends to her master. Returning to the Zhunnan Wangfu, Xie Xun was in a state of agitation. Though he had not slept all night, he wished to accompany Ayin for a leisurely stroll in the capital. Unfortunately, Ling Feng, lacking understanding, had driven the carriage directly to the Marquis' residence, pushing the horses to gallop without pause. It felt as though he had barely exchanged a few words with Ayin before they were separated again. Their rare reunion left him with countless thoughts unvoiced. Your Highness, after a night of toil, you should rest. Ling Feng expressed concern.
Rest?
What nonsense is this? Xie Xun thundered. How foolish. I have gone days and nights without sleep on the battlefield. Do you think I need rest now? Seeing Xie Xun's ire, Ling Feng dared not speak further, uncertain of what had offended his prince. To the training ground, Xie Xun commanded. Ling Feng, bewildered, replied, What? You know the training ground of the Wangfu. Xie Xun snapped. At noon, run 10 laps. Ling Feng felt aggrieved. Your Highness, this is summer. The sun at noon is scorching.
20 laps.
Xie Xun insisted. Ling Feng had no choice but to submit. Your Highness, I fear not the sun. I shall go at once. Just then, Changfeng rushed in, colliding with the flustered Ling Feng. Changfeng was also close to Xie Xun, primarily responsible for managing the affairs of the Zhunnan Wangfu. Recently, he had been busy gathering fine items in preparation for dowries. Upon his arrival, Xie Xun realized that preparations were nearly complete, and they could visit the Marquis' residence to propose at any moment. Once he steadied himself, he asked, Your Highness, the dowry and bridal gifts have been prepared as per your instructions. When shall we proceed to propose? Xie Xun pondered for a moment. In the next few days. Await my word, and ensure there are no mistakes. Changfeng continued. Once the proposal date is set, please inform me in advance. We must notify the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. Especially if old Master Cui can arrive in the capital, the Cui family should also be informed. Having the bride's elder present on the day would be beneficial. Xie Xun's gaze was resolute. Very well, you may return to your tasks. Add more exquisite pearls and rubies to the dowry. Ain favors them. Changfeng nodded and withdrew. 2 days later, when Shen Lanyin learned that Prince Shou had been reduced to a commoner and imprisoned in the Dali Temple, it was already too late. His crimes of exploiting young girls and misappropriating disaster relief funds had become public knowledge, drawing widespread condemnation. With Wan Xini's arrival at the Marquis' residence, the atmosphere grew even livelier. The ladies gathered around, sipping the mung bean ice drink made by Wei Mama, discussing the unfolding events. Shen Lanyin did not withhold any information. Wan Xini was already aware of Xie Xun being her senior brother, and she also mentioned their agreement to marry. Aside from a hint of surprise, Wan Xini had nothing more to say. In her words, as long as junior sister was happy, nothing else mattered. Cui Ruoyao expressed confusion. Wasn't Prince Shou a rare benevolent figure? How could he commit such acts? It is truly unbelievable. Wan Xini scoffed. One can know a person's face but not their heart. Some individuals are duplicitous, pretending to be virtuous, while harboring wickedness. Shen Lanyin nodded discreetly, recognizing those who appeared dignified on the surface, but were, in fact, deeply greedy and corrupt. Shen Lanyin remarked, Is this a veiled reference to Lu Yanchuan? Shen Lanfang, who often accompanied the Zhang family to pay respects, commented that Prince Shou was a good man, frequently donating incense money to various temples. At this, Luoxia could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, What kind of good man is he? Merely a fat and ugly toad. Shen Lanyin laughed and said, Luoxia, did he offend you? Luoxia, fuming, replied, Miss, I am angry for you. Prince Shou even sought the emperor's permission to marry you. Chapter 85, Seeking the Prince's Compassion. Shen Lanyin blurted, That bloated pig? He dares to think he is worthy? Cui Ruoyao furrowed her brow, her eyes revealing concern. How many people are aware of this? Luoxia explained, The prince has suppressed this news. Only he, the emperor, and Prince Shou are privy to it. Cui Ruoyao's brow relaxed slightly. Shen Lanyin approached and held Cui Ruoyao's hand, gently shaking her head. Cousin, do not fear. She then turned to Luoxia. What else did your prince do last night? Nothing much. Just rendered Prince Shou a eunuch. Luoxia stated casually, as if a mere toad could aspire to swan meat. However, Shen Lannin's heart sank. She was not pitying Prince Shou but was concerned for Xie Xun. His ruthless actions, akin to those of Prince Wei, had already harmed 3 high-ranking officials and castrated his own brother. Even if the emperor had not yet turned against him, their close relationship was perilously dangerous. What emperor could tolerate a prince whose achievements overshadowed his own, wielding significant military power and behaving so arrogantly? Not even a biological brother would be spared. In a royal family, there are no brothers. She was deeply worried for a son. Wan Xini smiled and patted Shen Lannin's shoulder, declaring, "This is my senior brother, fiercely protective, never allowing outsiders to bully his own." Just as Shen Lanyin was about to speak, Yue, who was by Zhang's side, rushed in. "Miss, you must come out and see. The chief family young lady is causing a ruckus at the gate." Before Shen Lanyin could inquire who this chief family young lady was, Shen Lanyin sprang to her feet and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Qiyu, how dare she come here?" Cui Ruiyao, puzzled, asked, "Wasn't she arrested and taken to the Dali temple? How is this possible?" Shen Lanyin looked at Luoxia. Luoxia nodded slightly, explaining, "The prince said it would be too merciful to let her die in prison. The life outside is truly difficult." Wan Xini raised a thumb, unable to suppress her admiration. "I must say, senior brother, you are quite ruthless." As Shen Lanyin and her companions reached the front yard, they heard Qi Yu's sharp voice, dripping with resentment. "Where is Shen Lanyin? That wretched girl. Why hasn't she come to see me?" Granny Wei, having arrived first, scolded, "Miss Qi, how dare you disrespect the princess?" Qi Yu pointed at Granny Wei. "You are just that wretched girlish lapdog, aren't you? Old hag, tell me, where did Shen Lanyin seduce Prince Zhen Nan?" Shen Lanyin had clearly stated she would not compete with her, yet she claimed Prince Zhen Nan was her man. Even in prison, the prince had said she was not worth a single hair of Shen Lanyin's. "Why is that? I am the legitimate daughter of the Qi family, while Shen Lanyin is merely a second wife who caused her mother's death. How could she possibly be better than me?" It was clear that Shen Lanyin had seduced Prince Zhen Nan. She unilaterally announced her separation from young Master Lu, only to turn and embrace Prince Zhen Nan. How shameless. Doesn't she know her worth? Granny Wei, seething with anger, was about to teach her a lesson when Qi Yu struck first, her hand poised to hit Granny Wei. At that moment, Shen Lanyin swiftly stepped forward and slapped Qi Yu hard across the face. The blow was so severe that Qi Yu collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. "How dare you hit me? You dare to touch my people?" Shen Lanyin lifted her chin, looking down at her. "What is there that you cannot endure? Your family is on the brink of ruin. Having gained your freedom with great difficulty, why not flee?" "Nonsense. You speak nonsense. My Qi family is loyal to the emperor. We would never falter over trivial household matters." Qi Yu's lips trembled, her eyes filled with despair and fear as she crumpled to the ground. After a moment, she pointed an accusing finger at Shen Lanyin. "It is you, you wretched girl, who is jealous of my advantageous marriage and does not want me to wed Prince Zhen Nan, which is why you say such things. How ridiculous. Do you truly believe I am envious of you? If so, why not ask the prince himself if he wishes to marry you?" Qi Yu, furious and anxious, retorted. "On the day I was imprisoned in Dali Temple, the prince already wanted me. He would certainly be willing." At that moment, a cold voice interjected, "I am not willing." As soon as she heard this, Qi Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Turning to follow Shen Lanyin's gaze, she realized it was Xie Xun. Qi Yu's body went cold, her teeth chattering. "Prince, why are you here? Am I, the prince, to desire you?" Xie Xun advanced, a cold smile gracing his lips, his gaze fixing on her with lethal intent. Each word dripped with authority. Qi Yu shook her head vehemently. "No, no." Summoning her courage, she pleaded, "Prince, please marry me. You have slain so many on the battlefield. Consider it an act of virtue." Luoxia, unable to bear it any longer, exclaimed, "How dare you covet my prince? You are utterly shameless." Qi Yu knew she was being humiliated, yet her family had abandoned her, and the general's house would not take her back. Even if she escaped prison, she would have no path forward. She had once looked down upon Lu Yanxi at the celebration banquet, but now found herself surpassing him. Given this, she must go all out to seize her last glimmer of hope. "Prince, I have liked you for many years. While the noble ladies of the capital avoid you like the plague, I have admired you and wished to marry you. I know my body is not pure. I do not dare to hope for your love, only for a name. I beg you, consider my genuine feelings and save me." Marry me. She understood that sincerity was her best weapon. Generally, men soften for women who admire them. Even if he did not love her, he might appreciate being admired. Tears brimmed in Xie Yu's eyes, her cheeks flushed, evoking pity in those who beheld her. Prince, I implore you to show mercy. Shen Lanyin observed silently, aware of Xie Yu's ulterior motives. First, she spread rumors about Xie Xun, claiming they were already married. Then, she insinuated that Xie Xun, being a soldier, was steeped in bloodshed, hinting that he had committed too many atrocities against the peace of heaven. Finally, she professed her feelings for him. Xie was also gambling on Xie Xun's kindness. As long as he felt a shred of pity, she would have a chance. For an ordinary man, Xie Yu might have succeeded. However, she was targeting Xie Xun, which changed everything. I shall only show compassion to one person, and that person is not you. Xie Xun gazed at Xie Yu, pulling Shen Lanyin into his embrace, reiterating, what do you have to compare with my Ain? Xie Yu clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with intense hatred. Indeed, her prince had been stolen by that wretched Shen Lanyin. Xie Xun continued, rest assured. I shall bestow upon you a most advantageous marriage as a reward for your genuine feelings towards me. Xie Yu's gaze, once cast downward, suddenly lifted, a spark of hope igniting within her eyes. Really? Unbeknownst to her, Xie Xun's next words would plunge her back into despair. Prince, I grant you to young Master Lu of the general's house as a concubine. Each word was clear and deliberate. The light in Xie Yu's eyes extinguished, and she cried out in despair, Prince, how can you be so cruel? Suddenly she recalled, Prince, it is not that I do not wish it. It is that young Master Lu does not accept me. Yes, that was it. It was not her unwillingness, but rather that Lu Yanchuan did not like her, preferring that actress. Xie Xun chuckled. Does young Master Lu dare to refuse my bounty? Today, I shall lead the Xuanjia Guard to level the general's house. Bring forth a new pink gown for Xie Yu and carry her directly into the Lu residence. Xie Yu felt a tumult of emotions. She was both aggrieved and infuriated. But above all, she was consumed by a sense of unfulfilled desire. 3 years prior, when the Prince of Zhenan set forth on his expedition, she caught a fleeting glimpse of his imposing silhouette and fell irrevocably in love. Her parents, aware of her sentiments, supported her aspirations, promising to beseech the emperor for a marriage arrangement upon the prince's return to the capital. Over the years, she had indulged in countless fantasies of donning a resplendent red wedding gown, adorned with a substantial dowry her parents had meticulously prepared, and marrying him in a glorious ceremony, thereby becoming his wife. However, when the prince returned, he declared his affections for Shen Lanyin, even going so far as to suggest Xie Yu be given to someone who despised her. How could this be? What did her years of devotion amount to? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she cast a scornful glance at Shen Lanyin, thinking to herself, you, a second-hand woman. What right do you have to win the prince's favor? Xie Xun was about to speak when Shen Lanyin stepped forward, straightening her posture. You have less claim to him than I do. You profess your love for the prince. Yet how can you utter such words about the countless lives he has taken on the battlefield? Do you not realize that the prince has spent years honing his skills at Songshan? He was merely 10 when he first tasted the harshness of war, officially leading troops by the age of 12, and was conferred the title of prince at 16, becoming the commander of the southern expedition. The hardships he has endured are beyond your comprehension. Every day he has fought, his very existence has hung in the balance. While he may have slain many, each of those was an enemy that threatened our great Sheng territory. For years, he has defended every inch of land and every home behind him. Thanks to the prince, we can revel in the peace of this bustling capital, and countless households can keep their lights burning through the night. You, Xie Yu, relish in the tranquility earned by the prince's sacrifice, yet dare to accuse him of bloodlust, even using it as leverage to demand his hand in marriage. Is this your notion of love? If so, it is utterly contemptible. With this, Shen Lanyin lifted her chin, a cold scoff escaping her lips, brimming with disdain. Xie Yu found herself affected by Shen Lanyin's imposing presence, her complexion fluctuating between ashen and crimson. She grappled with the notion, was the Prince of Zhenan truly as noble as he was portrayed? Or was Shen Lanyin merely envious, fearing that Xie Yu might eclipse her in the prince's affections, thus cloaking her jealousy in righteous indignation? Shen Lanyin locked eyes with Xie Yu, her voice icy.
Xie Yu,
I perceive your true feelings. Deep down, you harbor disdain for the prince, viewing him as a figure steeped in bloodshed and misfortune. Yet you covet his power and wish to cling to him. Let me ask you, is it the prince you love, or the esteemed title he holds? Under her penetrating gaze, Jiue faltered, hesitating. Of course, I love the prince. Then allow me to pose another question. If the prince were just an ordinary man, destitute and without any respectable position, but before Shen Lanyin could finish, Jiue blurted out, I would never marry such a worthless person. Shen Lanyin's eyes glinted like ice, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Then why would the prince desire a tarnished woman such as yourself? With her innermost thoughts laid bare, Jiue's eyes momentarily flashed with resolve before she regained her composure, her fingers gripping her garments tightly. Shen Lanyin observed her closely. When Jiue was unceremoniously ushered into a dilapidated sedan chair by the Xuanjia guards, Shen Lanyin understood that Jiue's struggles were far from over. Unbeknownst to Shen Lanyin, her earlier words in the palace had severed any path for the Liu family to exploit their connections. The declarations made today reverberated throughout the courtyard, leaving those present in awe. Xie Xun, already fond of Shen Lanyin, now cherished her even more. The admiration from her peers was boundless, each word and phrase igniting ripples in their hearts, leaving them entranced. For reasons unknown, the imperial edict of divorce had yet to be issued, yet rumors of the Prince of Jinnan's intent to marry Shen Lanyin had spread like wildfire through the capital. Initially, opinions varied widely. Some deemed Shen Lanyin unworthy, while others criticized Xie Xun for his poor judgment, and a select few claimed that the prince and Xie Xun were well matched. However, the latter view was in the minority. The majority scoffed at the notion. As the days passed, the narrative shifted, with whispers suggesting that Shen Lanyin had audaciously claimed to have caught the prince's eye, asserting that he was quite taken with her. It was said that not only did the Empress Dowager support their match, but even the emperor would grant their union.
Yet,
The elite of the capital, largely unaware of the truth, found it absurd that a woman still entangled in her marriage would dare aspire to wed the Prince of Jinnan. How could a capricious woman, intent on climbing the social ladder, ever find contentment in the general's household, dutifully serving her in-laws? It was rumored that she had been pining for the prince, awaiting his return to the capital with bated breath. This narrative quickly eclipsed all other gossip, even overshadowing the scandal surrounding the Liu family. As Shen Lanyin became aware of these developments, she was engaged in a lively game of pai gao with her sisters, entirely unfazed by the rumors. The content of the gossip echoed the words she had spoken to Liu Yanchuan on the day of their celebration. She was eager to observe who else might be conspiring with the Liu family. Most were hesitant to utter the prince's name, instead directing their disdain toward her. Qiu Shui and Luoxia returned from shopping, trembling with indignation. Luoxia lamented, "It is unjust for Shen Lanyin to be misrepresented. Her words were factual. Why must outsiders distort the truth?" I attempted to explain, but they refused to listen. Qiu Shui's expression darkened, nearly brought to tears by her frustration. Shen Lanyin, having completed a round, casually remarked, "Perhaps I should send a message to your prince, advising him to wait a few days and see if any fish surface." Shen Lanyin exclaimed, "Sister, do you truly not care?" Wan Xini echoed her sentiment. "We, the women of Tsongshan, are not petty. Such trivial matters do not bother us." Laughter erupted as Shen Lanfang joyfully declared her victory. "I have won. I have won." Shen Lanfang playfully poked Shen Lanyin. "You only won because we were distracted by our conversation." I won't give you any silver. This round doesn't count." Shen Lanfang darted behind Shen Lanyin, pouting, "Sister, they are bullying me. You must stand up for me." Shen Lanyin turned to her, playfully pinching her nose. "Sister will protect you, but if Lanfang dares to bully you, I will deal with her." Shen Lanfang nestled into Shen Lanyin's embrace. "Sister, you are so good to me. If only I could take you with me when I marry." Wan Xini interjected, "No, little junior sister is mine. If you take her, you must take me as well." Shen Lanyin sighed. "While we are enjoying our time here, I wonder how cousin Cui is faring alone at the Cui residence?" Chapter 87. Neither foolish nor deaf, not to be a householder yesterday, the head of the Cui family, Cui Ziyuan, who is Shen Lanyin's maternal grandfather, arrived in the capital with the rest of the Cui family, leaving her uncle, Cui Jing, to guard Qinghe. Cui Ruiyao moved out of Yaguang courtyard and settled into the Cui residence in the capital. The Cui family had originally intended to arrive much earlier, but this journey was meant for a long stay, with the entire family in tow, which caused delays along the way. Wan Xini rested her hand on Shen Lanfang's shoulder, expressing her disinterest. "Why are you worried about Miss Cui?" She is simply returning to her own home, accompanied by her grandfather and 2 elder brothers. She is hardly alone. Yet Shen Lanfang continued to sigh. I just feel that after living together for a while, it's quite an adjustment now that cousin Cui has moved away. Shen Lanfang echoed her sentiments. I miss cousin Cui too. Shen Lanyin chuckled, giving Shen Lanfang a gentle nudge. Fanger, your heart is now wholly occupied by young Master Fan. How can you still think of your cousin?
Sister.
Shen Lanfang lightly bit her lip. You are so mean. Shen Lanfang added, who doesn't know? Just days ago, young Master Fan proposed, bringing lavish gifts and vows of eternal love. I know, Wan Sini interjected, with a heart devoted, never depart. Shen Lanfang teased, indeed. Our third sister has become the envy of all the noble ladies in the capital. Shen Lanfang's cheeks flushed with increasing intensity as she murmured softly, sisters, it's bad. Before hurriedly scampering away. I am the dividing line for the shy girl. Meanwhile, Shenzheng was engaged in a secretive discussion with Cui Ziyuan in the study. Last night, when Cui Ruoyao returned, Shenzheng accompanied her. Upon arrival, he immersed himself in the study and had yet to leave. Cui Ziyuan's voice resonated deeply. How could you agree to that, Xie Xun? My esteemed father-in-law, Xie Xun, as a prince, wields immense power. Once he sets his mind to something, even the emperor and empress are inclined to oblige. How can a mere son-in-law intervene? Shenzheng expressed his helplessness. Cui Ziyuan glanced toward the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. His gaze intense. What is Inu's attitude toward that Xie Xun? Shenzheng scrutinized Cui Ziyuan's expression and replied, in my observations, Inu does not harbor deep feelings for Xie Xun. Instead, it is he who persistently pursues her. Did Inu know of Xie Xun's proposal before his expedition?
Cui Ziyuan inquired.
Shenzheng shook his head. I did not mention it. Xie Xun promised us he would not bring it up. Cui Ziyuan's gaze was penetrating. Inu's secret is known to him. He would conceal it for her sake and ensure no one else learns of it. Moreover, those privy to the past are few, and no whispers will escape. Shenzheng affirmed. Cui Ziyuan's teacup trembled in his hand. Su Jia has entered the capital. Soon, that individual will also arrive. And I hope this turmoil does not engulf Inu. Shenzheng clasped his hands together. My esteemed father-in-law, I have pondered this matter deeply. I believe we have erred in the past. Regardless of her secrets, Inu is ultimately a vulnerable young woman, and we have treated her differently. Years ago, we sent her away to avoid the capital's chaos, but that only led to Xie Xun's infatuation. Now, upon her return, he hastily proposes, and in our attempt to evade him, we hastily wed her to Liu Yanchuan, a descendant of the old general. Cui Ziyuan's expression grew graver, his teacup remaining untouched. Shenzheng inhaled deeply. Inu has suffered. These past 3 years have not treated her kindly. She is a soul reborn. Cui Ziyuan sighed gently. Jinger, please continue. Why not support her in choosing her own path? As her family, we should be ready to aid her when she faces turmoil. Shenzheng summoned his courage and expressed everything he had held back. Previously, we acted in her best interest, but in reality, we intervened and caused her harm. Cui Ziyuan reflected for a moment before looking up with clarity. What you say today mirrors what Royale mentioned in her letter. Our family's arrival in the capital is indeed to assist Inu. That man seeks to enter the capital under the pretext of celebrating the Empress's birthday. His intentions are certainly significant. Shenzheng nodded. His ambitions have been evident since 18 years ago. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he added, my esteemed father-in-law. That lure is also quite remarkable. My subordinates discovered that while claiming to travel, he has actually been serving Xie Xun in the southern expedition. Since returning to the capital, he has been covertly investigating the whereabouts of Princess Funing. Cui Ziyuan was taken aback. Does he have no desire for an official position? He paced back and forth, hands clasped behind him. Perhaps it is best to meet Xie Xun soon to discuss his marriage with Yin, as well as matters concerning that individual. Shen Lanyin had long been aware that the rumors were linked to Prince Wei. After his schemes at the celebration banquet failed, and following her 2 rejections of his advances, he sought to retaliate against Shen Lanyin by employing underhanded tactics. Due to the events of the banquet, the citizens of the capital had begun to view Shen Lanyin favorably, praising her benevolence, virtue, and grace. He was eager to see how a woman of ill repute, who feasted on both sides, would withstand public condemnation. He also wondered how, with such rampant gossip, Shen Lanyin could still hope to marry Xie Xun. Would Xie Xun truly desire a woman of such tarnished reputation as his consort? Prince Wei practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard when his attendant Zhao Wu approached, beaming, "Just as you wished, my lord. The people of the capital are speaking ill of Princess Chongning." Prince Wei's expression remained cold. "Is there no one to speak in her defense?" Zhao Wu replied respectfully, "My lord, no, and even if there are, they are but a minority, drowned out by the majority's opinions." Prince Wei gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. "Are there still those who speak for that wretched woman?" Zhao Wu hesitated. There are always a few ignorant citizens who assert that regardless of the might of the Southern Town King, he is still merely human, with desires and emotions. It is only natural to fall for a divorced woman. Prince Wei threw his sword to the ground with force. "Ignorance. A pack of beasts." Zhao Wu, uncertain of Prince Wei's thoughts, ventured, "My lord, did you not say that Princess Chongning is a benefactor and should be treated well?" "That is only if she listens to me. Ignoring my words renders any kindness worthless." Prince Wei's eyes narrowed. "For my sister's sake, I will spare her life." Zhao Wu felt a chill, pondering whether the prince would act similarly if she disobeyed. Just then, a visitor arrived at the back door, claiming that Lu Yanchuan had come secretly. Prince Wei first commanded, "Tell him to leave. Vile filth has no place in my residence." Yet in the next moment, he changed his mind.
Let him in.
As Lu Yanchuan approached, Prince Wei seized him by the throat, demanding, "Is what you told me true?" Lu Yanchuan's face turned crimson as he gasped, "My lord." Prince Wei finally released him, saying, "Indeed, on the day of the banquet, that wretched Shen Lanyin spoke those very words to me." Lu Yanchuan felt discontent but refrained from showing it. "My lord, surely Xie Xun would not marry Shen Lanyin?" Preposterous. Xie Xun is the most esteemed prince, favored by the emperor. How could he marry a discarded woman from your general's house? Prince Wei asserted emphatically. Lu Yanchuan, feeling triumphant, replied, "Then there is no issue. The citizens also believe Shen Lanyin is delusional in her aspirations for a higher marriage. Let them insult her, vent their frustrations.
It is satisfying."
But if Xie Xun truly marries Shen Lanyin— Prince Wei kicked him to the ground. "What nonsense is this? Xie Xun would never marry her. The empress values decorum above all else. Even if Shen Lanyin saved her life, she would never allow her to enter the family." Yet he too faced his own challenges. Over the years, he had expended considerable wealth in grand schemes, especially after the late emperor's demise and the ascension of the new one. The Wei family's glory had only been superficial. Maintaining private soldiers was an insatiable pit. Had it not been for financial constraints, he would not have lowered himself to ally with the infamous Lu family. Even if Shen Lanyin were to publicly confess these truths, Xie Xun would not tolerate her. He would surely rebut her and humiliate her publicly. At that point, she would have no choice but to return to the Lu family, yet her dowry. Lu Yanchuan seized on Prince Wei's words. "Rest assured, my lord, we will split the profits evenly."
What?
Prince Wei's expression darkened. "Lu Yanchuan, one must know moderation. Do not be overly greedy." Lu Yanchuan silently cursed the beggar while maintaining a smile. "My lord, you take 8. The general's house takes 2. At the very least, the Lu family should redeem the general's house, providing a place to settle." Prince Wei chuckled. "That is only natural. I shall grant you this." He was aware of Xie Xun's affection for Shen Lanyin, which assured him that Xie Xun would not marry her. His informants had discovered that on the night Xie Xun entered the palace, it was due to a severe poisoning, and he was nearing death. Such a man, if he truly cared for Shen Lanyin, would maintain his distance and not interfere. Even if Xie Xun wished to protect Shen Lanyin, how long could he do so? Ultimately, Shen Lanyin would remain at the mercy of her adversaries, subjected to their scorn. The women of the Forbidden Courtyard are indeed beautiful, yet they ultimately pale in comparison to the royal daughter. Lu Yanchuan inquired, "Your Highness, will the Emperor truly allow Prince Jingyuan to wed Shen Lanyin?"
No.
Xie Xun asserted, "After all, he commands a formidable army, and Shen Lanyin is backed by a powerful family. The Emperor, if he possesses any sense, will not permit this union. Xie Xun has long been in command, and it is clear he desires that position. The Emperor remains blissfully unaware." Lu Yanchuan softly suggested, "Your Highness, the discord between the Emperor and Xie Xun is not new. The Emperor holds you, his elder brother, in high regard. It would be prudent for you to enter the palace and impart some wisdom to him. Let him not forget the fate of Song Taizu, and be wary of his brother." The prince pondered deeply, seemingly absorbing the suggestion. "That is indeed the case. We are both sons of the late emperor. I cannot believe that Xie Xun harbors no selfish ambitions. You may take your leave, he commanded. I shall make my way to the palace shortly. Also, manage your household well. Do not let any disturbances arise. At the mention of his household, Lu Yanchuan felt a sharp pang in his head. Previously, Qi Yu and Xi Yu had maintained a good relationship. How had it soured so rapidly upon Qi's arrival? On the night Qi Yu was brought to the residence, he had not visited her chamber. Qi Yu, consumed by jealousy, was determined to stir trouble. This was not her usual demeanor. Before Qi Yu's arrival, he and Xi Yu had already formalized their marriage, thus she was his wife, entitled to discipline Qi Yu and establish rules. However, Qi Yu was anything but compliant. She displayed the temperament of a shrew, emboldened by her connection to Xie Xun, and she clashed with Qi Yu, even causing her mother to faint from anger on several occasions. Within days, the chaos in the general's courtyard became common knowledge. Li Shi had already informed Shen Lanyin of these developments in advance. Xie Xun's maneuvering was indeed masterful. Qi Yu and Ling Xiu had once been allies. But after the banquet incident, the Qi family faced repercussions, and the two had transformed into enemies. How could enemies coexist peacefully when confronted daily? She had deliberately instructed Li Shi to offer Qi Yu a few pointers. Qi Yu understood that in order to survive, she must act accordingly. In the previous life, the humiliation she suffered would now befall Ling Xiu as well. Upon learning that Shen Lanyin had confined herself within the residence of the Jingyuan Marquis, Wei Wang assumed she was fearful and entered the palace that very day. Second brother, my visit to the palace today concerns the rumors circulating outside, Xie Xun scoffed. Elder brother, are you truly concerned about such gossip? Not at all. I am considering you, second brother. Shen Lanyin is a discarded woman from the general's house. We must not allow her to marry into the Zhennan prince's household and tarnish the royal reputation. Wei Wang rarely spoke so extensively. Yet Xie Xun's military strength and potential alliance with the powerful families posed a significant threat. He believed his words would resonate with the emperor, but he was mistaken. Your Highness, the matter of Xie Xun's marriage is under the purview of mother and myself. It is not your place to interfere. Moreover, Xie Xun has achieved great military accomplishments and has been nurtured under my care. It is not for you to dictate, Xie Xun replied, his tone suggesting that he regarded Wei Wang's concerns as foolish. I will consider your words a lapse in judgment, but should there be a next time? Xie Xun's statement trailed off, the implicit threat hanging in the air. Wei Wang, wounded by this rebuke, resorted to invoking his elder brother's authority. Xie Xun, do not forget how humble you were in my presence when our father was still alive.
Fool.
As your elder brother, I am only looking out for your best interests. Heed my warning. Do not let our fraternal bond be marred by conflict. Recalling the past, Xie Xun's expression darkened, his eyes cold as ice. He swept aside a nearby memorial, the sound echoing sharply. Even Xi, present nearby, felt a shiver of fear. The audacity of Wei Wang was astonishing. Regardless of the truth of those events, could they truly be laid bare? What ruler would tolerate such threats? Yet, Xie Xun quickly regained his composure. Regardless of his past, he was now the emperor, the master of Desheng, free to act as he pleased. As for you, my elder brother, I may choose to disown you. It would be wise for Wei Wang to focus on self-cultivation within the palace and refrain from meddling, lest he meet a tragic end on the streets one day. I am looking out for you, my dear elder brother. What of the women you keep in the forbidden courtyard? At this, the emperor's tone shifted.
Si undicesimo.
Escort him out. Henceforth, without my permission, he shall not enter the palace to see me. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Wei Wang protested, Your Majesty. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply and follow Xi out. Today, the emperor clearly resented his interference, wielding the secrets of the forbidden courtyard to threaten him. But how did the emperor come to know of such matters? Could there be a spy among him? Wei Wang departed in a huff, the emperor watching his retreating figure with a complex expression. Xi returned and quietly remarked, Your Majesty, for the sake of your health. Wei Wang has been spoiled by the late emperor. I believe he genuinely meant to consider your interests today and did not intend to offend you. This statement, while ostensibly in Wei Wang's favor, was in reality a subtle jab. Having served the emperor for many years, he understood that the late emperor's favoritism towards Wei Wang was a deep thorn in the emperor's heart. The emperor was acutely aware of Xi's intentions, yet he chose to indulge him, feigning ignorance. It was no great matter for an elder brother to berate a younger sibling for foolishness. But should such grievances spill into the court, she understood the unspoken implications. The emperor would not tolerate Wei Wang's insolence. Though the timing was not yet right, not even the late emperor would have spoken so sternly, regardless of their familial ties. Wei Wang was far too presumptuous. Days passed, and rumors surrounding Shen Lanyin showed no signs of abating, but rather intensified. Xie Xun could no longer contain his frustration. Fortunately, having heeded Shen Lanyin's advice, he dispatched individuals to investigate and had gleaned some insights. The gossip, apart from Wei Wang, also implicated the general's household and the Ning and Xiao families, extending even to the Qing Yun troop. Though the troop had entered the capital under the guise of celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday, with the event still pending, wealthy families were eager to invite them to perform at their joyous occasions, thereby inciting further condemnation of Shen Lanyin. However, some families refused to follow the tide, such as the Yinping Marquis' residence, the Guangyang Earl's estate, the Yun and Cui families. Xie Xun's expression grew complex as he noted, "Oh, this is unexpected. The Guangyang Earl's house has not joined in." He was already aware that during the banquet, the Earl's heir, Su Zmo, had defended Shen Lanyin. "Your Highness." The Xianjia Guard reports that the Su family intends to ally with the Jingyuan Marquis' household. Their non-participation is understandable, Chu Feng stated calmly. Xie Xun's lips twitched slightly. "Is it Miss Shen they are interested in?" Chu Feng shook his head. "It is the princess." At the banquet, young Lord Su cast a glance at the princess and was smitten. Upon returning home, he relayed this matter to the Earl's matriarch, awaiting the formal dissolution of the princess's marriage with the Lu family to propose. A loud crack echoed as Chu Feng abruptly fell silent, glancing up to find Xie Xun had crushed the teacup in his hand. The previously inscrutable expression on his face became obscure before settling into calmness. Xie Xun inquired, "Will the matriarch, known for her strict adherence to propriety, acquiesce?" "She would naturally be reluctant," Chu Feng replied cautiously. "Yet the matriarch has only one grandson and cannot oppose Su Zmo. She has merely stated her willingness to grant the princess a secondary wife position." Xie Xun's cold laugh conveyed his disdain. "If it is not genuine acceptance, how can one truly cherish Ayin?" News from the southern province indicated that Ling Xiu's true identity was close to being revealed. Li Er would soon return to the capital. During this time, he had refrained from allowing Shen Lanlu to meet Li Er, as she was not in the city. Previously, Shen Lanlu had risked her life, falling into the trap laid by the Southern Ling army, and Li Er had sustained severe injuries while rescuing her. On the day of their return to the capital, Li Er's wounds had yet to heal, and he could not bear to have her travel. So, he permitted her to recuperate while also leaving the Xianjia Guard behind for protection. After the incident at the Chongyuan Temple, he had sent a carrier pigeon to summon the Xianjia Guard back to the capital, leaving only a small contingent to safeguard Li Er. 2 days prior, he received a letter stating that Li Er was recovering well, and even Ling Xiu's identity had progressed, nearing the capital. Contemplating this, Xie Xun's expression softened once more. He decided to send a message to the palace, informing that tomorrow, Ayin would accompany Miss Shin-san to purchase her dowry, and the decree for the divorce should soon be issued from the palace. Chu Feng promptly withdrew. With a long sigh, Xie Xun reflected on his sister's feelings for Shen Lanlu. He was well aware of them, yet he remained angered by the fact that Li Er had been injured for Shen Lanlu's sake. Thus, upon returning to the capital, despite their previously close relationship, he had never divulged a single word about Li Er to Shen Lanlu. Watching Shen Lanlu anxiously seek information, like an ant on a hot pan, he felt a surge of inexplicable delight. In retrospect, he realized he had acted impulsively. When the day arrived for him to propose, Lanlu would likely find herself in a difficult position. The following day, the sun shone pleasantly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Unlike the previous heat, it was indeed a splendid time. Shen Lanyin set out with Wan Xini and Shen Lanfang for a shopping excursion, primarily to visit the Jinlif Pavilion and explore the latest jewelry collections. Shen Langley also insisted on joining, requesting a detour to call upon Cui Royale. Shen Lanfang, now much more cheerful and fond of lively company, readily agreed. In truth, her dowry had long been prepared, with generous gifts from the Emperor and Empress, yet she wished to acquire more. After all, a woman's affinity for jewelry and beauty is innate, and no one would ever complain about an abundance of dowry. Wan Xini was particularly delighted about the outing, preferring to ride alongside the carriage rather than be confined within it. Shen Lanyin drew back the curtain, engaging her in lively conversation.
Shen Lanyin admire de Shen l'anglaise cheerful disposition.
As she effortlessly got along with everyone, Shen Lanfang nestled against Shen Lanyin, asking sweetly, "Elder sister, will you buy me anything I desire today?" "Of course." Shen Lanyin replied with a teasing smile, "I would even fetch the moon for you, if you wished." Hearing this, Shen Lanyin chimed in, "Elder sister, you are too biased. You treat Fanger better than me, yet we are both sisters." Shen Lanyin chuckled softly, Lanyin, "Your marriage is yet to be settled, hence I cannot give you gifts." "Who says one must be married to receive gifts from elder sister? You are just partial." Shen Lanyin pouted adorably. Shen Lanyin took her hand. "You shall have gifts too. For whatever I buy for Fanger, I will also procure for you." The group of sisters chatted amiably, save for Cui Royao, who appeared deeply troubled and silent. Shen Lanyin inquired, "Sister Yao, what troubles you?" Shen Lanyin leaned closer, whispering, "Elder sister, you may not know, but the Cui family is arranging a match for our cousin." Shen Lanyin found this quite usual, for in the Grand Dynasty, young women were typically married soon after reaching maturity. Their cousin, who was born in the same year as her but 2 months older, had postponed her marriage due to her mother's passing. Now that the Cui family had entered the capital, it was only natural they sought a match for her, lest she be left an old maid. Not only for their cousin, but also for her 2 male cousins, Ruonian and Ruozhou, arrangements were being made. Yet, it seemed their cousin was reluctant. "Lanyin, do you know which young gentleman is being considered for our cousin?" Shen Royao replied softly, "No. They did not mention his name. My grandfather said that even if she does not marry, marrying into the Cui family would suffice." However, Shen Lanyin pondered this and connected the dots, realizing it was due to her own circumstances. Cui Royao gently patted Shen Lanyin's hand. "Ayin, I am afraid. Yet I understand that only through marriage, with a stronger ally by your side, can you be supported." Upon hearing this, Shen Lanyin's eyes glistened with tears, touched by her cousin's selflessness. "My dear cousin, you are so devoted to me that even your own marriage prospects are considered with my welfare in mind?" Yet, she wondered why her cousin was so concerned for her. Knowing that once married to Xie Xun, she would become the esteemed princess of Zhennan. Cui Royao gazed at Shen Lanyin's countenance, recalling her grandfather's words. "Yaoer, I have already shared with you my concerns for Ayin. The tribulations ahead are unavoidable. You must find a worthy protector to ensure a stable life. Only then will your grandfather and father be at ease." However, she felt compelled to do something for her cousin, even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness. Hoping for a day when she could protect Shen Lanyin. The Jinulf Pavilion was a renowned establishment in the capital, having existed since the pre-Qin era, specializing in women's adornments. Not only were the designs innovative, but the craftsmanship was also exquisite, making it a favorite among the ladies of the Grand Dynasty, including the royal consorts and princesses who took pride in wearing jewelry from Jinulf Pavilion. The proprietor was astute in business, often releasing limited edition pieces according to the seasons, which were highly sought after by noble ladies. Upon arriving at Jinulf Pavilion, Shen Lanyin eagerly pulled Shen Lanfang inside. "Fanger, the pavilion has recently launched the Fuhua series of jewelry, including headpieces, bracelets, hairpins, pendants, and jade charms, a complete set that suits your name perfectly. Let us head to the VIP area and take a closer look. If you like them, we can have our affluent elder sister buy them for you." Shen Lanyin was brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, Shen Lanfang appeared dazed, staring ahead. "Fanger, what is the matter?" Suddenly, Shen Lanyi's gaze followed Shen Lanfang's, and her heart sank. Oh no! At that moment, all that occupied Shen Lanfang's mind was one thought. What terrible luck! She instantly recognized Madame Lu, Ling Xiyu, and Lu Yenyang. Without hesitation, she grasped Shen Lanfang's hand and attempted to flee, but it was too late. Shen Lanyin, along with Cui Royao and Wan Xini, were approaching. Just as they were about to collide with the Lu family trio, Shen Lanyin felt equally unlucky, as did the others accompanying her. Fortunately, the Lu family members were preoccupied with selecting jewelry and had not noticed Shen Lanyin. Quickly, Shen Lanyin pulled her sisters toward the staircase leading to the VIP area. Yet the proprietor of Jinulf Pavilion recognized Shen Lanyin. Are you the esteemed princess of Chongning?" "You are indeed the princess of Chongning. The day young Master Lu returned to the capital, I happened to pass by the general's residence and witnessed you delivering 2 resounding slaps to that scoundrel. Truly satisfying." The proprietor's face radiated delight, even euphoria. Young Master Lu returned with a performer. He was certainly in the wrong. Your actions were more than justified. Moreover, I have heard of your remarks in the palace, stating that the accomplishments of the old general will not be forgotten. Yet that does not justify the actions of his descendants. Just based on that statement, I believe you possess the vision of a great woman. Who would have imagined you would visit our humble Jinlf pavilion? It is an honor beyond measure. Today, the expenses for you and your party will be discounted by 20% as a token of my apology. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of the Lu family trio, who turned to behold Shen Lanyin and her companions. Shen Lanyin sensed that the proprietor was deliberately teasing the Lu family. However, she appreciated this playful intent. Given their dissatisfaction with the Lu family, the proprietor was indeed an ally. Madame Lu scrutinized Shen Lanyin, noting her exquisite attire and striking demeanor. Every gesture exuded elegance. Indeed, since leaving the general's residence, this woman had thrived. Her eyes reflected anger, jealousy, resentment, and envy, a cocktail of emotions that had transformed her features. Ling Xiyu and Lu Yenyang shared similar sentiments, with Ling Xiyu feeling more resentment while Lu Yenyang harbored envy. News had already reached the palace that the emperor had conferred the title of Lu Pin upon her, commanding her to enter the palace in 3 days. Today, her mother and sister-in-law had accompanied her to procure a few respectable pieces of jewelry. Regrettably, the Lu family's finances were strained, and she could only afford ordinary adornments at Jinlf Pavilion, unlike the exquisite pieces Shen Lanyin had once adorned when she was still her sister-in-law. At this moment, Shen Lanyin, elegantly attired, evoked a sense of envy.